The apocalypse has descended upon us. The world has transformed into a game, allowing each individual to select a profession and continuously upgrade their abilities. Zhan has returned to the onset of the apocalypse, triggering the hidden profession of Necromancer. As a million extraterrestrial monsters descended upon Earth, Zhan simply waved his hand. An army of billions of the undead emerged from the depths of the Earth. I heard you wish to obliterate this world. Chapter 1. Hidden Profession, Necromancer. The apocalypse is imminent. Please select your initial profession. Upon completion of your profession selection, you will receive initial equipment. Please finalize your selection within 30 seconds. Those who fail to do so will be randomly assigned a profession, with no rewards for random selections. What is this? A screen has appeared before me. Is this new technology? Choosing a profession? What is this nonsense? The apocalypse? Really? How amusing. Teacher, is there a special lesson today? It seems quite impressive. Zhan, amidst the cacophony of chatter, felt an overwhelming headache. What is happening? Was I not already dead? Is this hell? Just a moment ago, Zhan vividly recalled being slain by the terrifying demon Wolf King with a single swipe. In his final moments, he even glimpsed his own bloodied entrails. What the hell is this? Just then, an exclamation burst forth. A burly male student suddenly manifested a gleaming axe in his hand. Goodness, Lu Meng, do you really bring an axe to class? What are you planning? No, it's not like that. I just selected the axe warrior profession based on the interface's prompts, and this axe appeared in my hand. Lu Meng hurriedly clarified. Is that for real? Let me try it too. This is beyond the capabilities of current technology. Could it truly be the apocalypse? Better to believe than to doubt. Everyone, choose quickly. As discussions erupted around him, Zhan finally regained his composure, a glimmer of ecstatic joy illuminating his eyes. He had been reborn. He had indeed been reborn at the very moment the apocalypse commenced. Indeed, the apocalypse. Profession selection. Initial equipment. Everything was startlingly real. However, this rebirth is rather unfortunate. It occurs precisely at the moment of profession selection, leaving no time for preparation. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhan quickly turned his gaze to the profession selection panel, which, as expected, displayed the same three options as in his previous life: warrior, spirit swordsman, architect. In his last life, due to his skepticism and hesitation, he had allowed the time to elapse, resulting in a random assignment of spirit swordsman. The spirit swordsman is indeed a remarkably powerful profession, boasting high attack and agility, along with formidable skills. Sadly, without an initial weapon, the spirit swordsman could unleash no real power, compounded by Zhan's timid nature back then, which left him utterly unwilling to confront those monstrous foes. The consequence was a consistent lag behind others, leading him to occupy a lowly position throughout the apocalypse, barely surviving for over a year through caution and a modicum of luck. Ultimately, due to his misfortune, a human champion's battle with a lord-level monster obliterated his hiding place, and he was indisputably slain. Now that fate has granted him a chance to start anew, would he continue to survive as he had before? No, absolutely not. He yearned to become a powerful being, a master of his own destiny amidst the apocalypse. Perhaps even an emperor of humanity. In his previous life, 8 formidable human champions established 8 sanctuaries to protect humanity. These 8 were hailed as the 8 emperors of humanity. Without hesitation, Zhan resolved to choose the spirit swordsman profession. With a weapon in hand and the benefit of his prior combat experience, he was confident he could significantly outpace others in the early stages. However, just as he was about to make his selection, the panel transformed, displaying a special prompt. Ding! Player has been detected as having returned from death, triggering the hidden profession, Necromancer. Do you wish to select it? A hidden profession. Zhan stood up in exhilaration, astonished that his rebirth had activated a hidden profession. Undoubtedly, hidden professions are significantly more powerful than ordinary ones. Among the 8 emperors, 6 were bearers of hidden professions. Yet, the conditions to trigger a hidden profession are exceedingly stringent. There may not be even one among 10,000. Select. Although Zhan had never heard of the hidden profession of Necromancer in his previous life, he chose without a moment's hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, you have become a Necromancer. Initial equipment. Ring of the Undead has been bestowed upon you. As the system interface vanished, a black ring materialized prominently upon Zhan's finger. With a mere thought, an attribute panel reappeared before Zhan. Indeed, the apocalypse had transformed this world into one akin to a game, replete with attributes, levels, and skills. Zhan. Level 1. Class: Necromancer. Mana: 50. Strength: 4. Constitution: 4. Intelligence: 8. Agility: 5. Spirit: 7. Skills: Rebirth of the Undead LV1. Consumes 10 points of mana to resurrect a corpse as an undead creature to fight on your behalf. Number of resurrection: 3. This quantity increases with the player's level. Cooldown time: 5 seconds. Equipment: Ring of the Undead. Contains a space for the undead, capable of housing undead creatures within, possessing the ability to restore them. This attribute prompted Zhan to furrow his brow. His strength and constitution were exceedingly low, and he lacked any offensive skills, rendering him virtually powerless in the early stages. Now, the strength of these undead creatures would be the determining factor. He sincerely hoped they would not disappoint him. At that moment, a resounding bang echoed as the door was forcefully thrust open. An ugly, diminutive monster charged in, brandishing a small cleaver. What in the world is that? Bro, it's a goblin. It has a name above its head. What is going on? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Panic ensued in the classroom, as the creature before them clearly surpassed their comprehension. Everyone remained calm. Summer Ming, the homeroom teacher, managed to retain some composure. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when the goblin leaped up, landing directly atop his head, fiercely clutching his skull with its limbs. Following this, a series of bangs resounded as the goblin's cleaver struck wildly. Brain matter and blood splattered in all directions. Ah! A scream was inevitably unleashed. What the hell is this? The apocalypse has truly arrived. This is not an illusion. I didn't even choose a profession and was randomly assigned to be a chef. Lu Meng, you have an axe. Hurry up and take it down. Who? Who will save us? Call the police. Hurry. Signal. My phone has no signal. I can't make any calls. Zhan snorted coldly. Calling the police? It was futile. With the onset of the apocalypse, all signals had vanished, and firearms had lost all efficacy. Humanity could only resort to the most primitive methods to combat these otherworldly monstrosities. The psychological resilience of his classmates was woefully inadequate. None were dependable. In his previous life, aside from his own stroke of luck, these individuals had all perished in the goblin's initial onslaught. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. With this thought, Zhan swiftly lifted a nearby chair. In the next instant, he expended all his strength to hurl the chair toward the goblin. With a resounding bang, the chair struck the goblin's head, sending it crashing to the ground. Just as in the memories of his past life, after dispatching the homeroom teacher, the goblin's next target was Zhang Yu, the class's belle. This was the advantage of rebirth. Although the goblin was the weakest of the otherworldly creatures, its agility was not to be underestimated. If Zhan wished to capture its movements based solely on his current strength, it would be nearly impossible. While his mind raced with thoughts, Zhan did not cease his actions, following the goblin as it was sent flying, aiming for its head with relentless strikes. Just as he felt his strength waning, he finally heard the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the goblin, earning 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. If you wish to survive, grasp your weapon and fight. In the apocalypse, only you can save yourselves. Zhan spoke coldly, and at that moment, a glimmer of eerie green light flickered in his eyes. Rebirth of the Undead. Activate. Chapter 2. Only you can save yourselves within the classroom. No one anticipated that the first to step forward would be Zhan, who typically resembled a mere shadow among his peers. However, upon witnessing Zhan effortlessly dispatch a monstrous creature, the previously trembling students began to swell with confidence, tightly gripping their weapons. At that moment, among the 35 students in the classroom, 20 wielded initial class weapons. Zhan was right. They ought to exhibit a bit more courage. They had been gifted weapons, yet they cowered behind the women. These monsters did not appear particularly formidable. Let us charge together. Fear not. Treat this as a mere game. Have you realized that we possess skills? By utilizing our abilities to vanquish these creatures, we may even gain experience. Amidst the clamor, a loud bang reverberated as the back door of the classroom was flung open, and 3 goblins leaped inside. Simultaneously, 3 more burst through the front door. A total of 6 goblins, brandishing their small blades, charged towards the students. Ah! Bellowed Lu Meng, the axe-wielding warrior, as he took the initiative to strike first with his skill, Heavy Strike. However, the axe crashed heavily to the ground, as the goblin had deftly evaded it and leapt onto Lu Meng's head. Reality, after all, does not afford the luxury of skill-targeting mechanics. Within 3 seconds, the once valiant Lu Meng lay bloodied and lifeless on the floor. Ah! Run. The group of students, who had just begun to regain their confidence, fell into utter despair and scattered towards the exit. Indeed, their fate of annihilation from the previous life had not shifted due to their presence. Zhan let out a cold laugh, dismissing the panicked crowd as a goblin lunged towards him. He remained unperturbed, taking a slight step back. In the next instant, a goblin sprang forth from behind him, colliding with the charging goblin. This was the recently reincarnated undead goblin, which bore a striking resemblance to its predecessor but radiated a distinctly different aura. Most notably, its eyes glowed with an eerie green light. With a clang, the two blades clashed, and the attacking goblin was utterly defeated, sent flying across the room. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhan felt a surge of exhilaration. Truly, it was an exceptional hidden class. With a mere thought, the attributes of the undead goblin appeared before his eyes. Undead goblin. Traits: Undead. Strength: 13. Constitution: 10. Agility: 18. Unlike Zhan, this creature possessed no intelligence or spirit. Yet, its 3 attributes surpassed Zhan's by more than double, especially its agility, which surely outpaced even the fastest humans before the apocalypse. Clearly, it had been significantly enhanced compared to ordinary goblins. Number 1. Eliminate it. Zhan commanded mentally, and the undead goblin dashed towards the fallen goblin, swiftly dispatching it. Number 1, as Zhan had named it, for simplicity and clarity. Zhan advanced once more, initiating the resurrection process. Moments later, he commanded 2 undead goblins at his side. Glancing around, he noted the grim reality. Within a short span, 7 or 8 classmates had perished. Zhan's heart remained unperturbed. Had he possessed such abilities in his previous life, he might have rushed to protect these students. Yet, having endured an apocalypse, he had witnessed far too much death and despair. Now, he harbored but one conviction: to grow stronger, relentlessly stronger. Number 1, Number 2. Eliminate the remaining 4 goblins. In the next moment, the 2 glowing green goblins surged towards their kin. The 4 goblins, engrossed in the thrill of slaughtering humans, were utterly unprepared for the assault from their own kind. Coupled with the substantial power boost from their resurrection, the system notifications echoed in Zhan's mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a goblin and earned 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. After 4 such notifications, the goblins within the classroom lay slain, while 3 undead goblins trailed behind Zhan. Approximately 10 students remained, casting fearful glances at him. Zhan, what is going on? How can you control them? Class skills. Don't you have them as well? Zhan replied coldly, disregarding their queries as he prepared to step outside. The early days of the apocalypse demanded swift action to slay goblins and gain levels. This was merely the prelude. Without strength, survival itself would be a torment. Just then, urgent voices called from behind. Zhan, where are you going? We should stay here for safety. Yes, Zhan, you can't leave. You're so powerful. You should stay to protect us. Zhan, please don't go. I don't want to die. Zhan, protect me, and I'll have my dad give you $1 million. Unfazed, Zhan continued walking, finding their pleas laughable. These individuals evidently failed to grasp the gravity of their situation. Money? In the apocalypse, it was merely a stack of worthless paper, serving no purpose other than as toilet paper. Zhan, take me with you. Zhan, the class beauty, bit her lip and hurried to catch up with him. In her view, Zhan had just saved her, and he would certainly look after her. Yet, after only a few steps, the 3 small green creatures turned around, brandishing their blades at her. Do not follow. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zhan warned icily. In the apocalypse, a beautiful yet powerless woman was nothing but a burden. He could not take her along. Let me give you a piece of advice. In the apocalypse, no one can save you. Only you can save yourselves. Take the time to study your respective classes. There are no useless professions. Even those related to daily life can wield immense power. Having spoken, Zhan departed the classroom, flanked by 3 undead goblins. He was not speaking nonsense. A culinary profession could create dishes that enhance attributes, while an architect could construct a safe haven against otherworldly beasts. A doctor, in the latter stages, could even bring the dead back to life. Many life professions were highly sought after by various factions. Upon witnessing Zhan's departure, the class monitor, Zhou Kai, exclaimed in frustration, "Let him go off to his doom. Forget about him. Quickly, close the doors. Let us remain silent. Surely, someone will come to rescue us." Hearing this, Zhan shook his head, regarding them as hopeless. In the corridor, chaos reigned, with students fleeing and goblins in pursuit. Naturally, some students had banded together to fight the goblins, yet most were engaged in a frantic retreat. Zhan paid no heed to anyone, commanding in his mind, Number 2. Number 3, go slay the goblins. Number 1, protect me. He was still lamentably weak and needed to exercise caution. Number 2 and Number 3 acted swiftly. and with their combined efforts, they could dispatch a goblin in mere seconds, achieving a remarkably efficient kill rate. Zhan felt exhilarated. At this rate, he would undoubtedly outpace all his peers. Yet, just then, suddenly, a voice rang out. "There's another one here, hurry. Let us take him down together." Zhan, following the sound, recognized the three individuals as upperclassmen from his junior year. He couldn't help but frown. These three had a notorious reputation at school, often embroiled in rumors of bullying. Armed with weapons, they charged ferociously towards number one, evidently perceiving him as a monster. "Senior, this is my professional skill. I can control it," Zhan quickly interjected, stepping in front of the trio. Simultaneously, he silently summoned the second and third goblins back to his side. "Get out of the way." Wang Hong, the leader among them, seemingly ignored Zhan and forcefully pushed him aside. The trio, accustomed to gaming, swiftly adapted to this apocalyptic scenario, viewing the goblins not as vicious creatures, but as mere sources of gold coins and experience points. Chapter 3. Kill. Behind Wang Hong, Zhang Chong brandished his staff. Moments later, the ground beneath number one's feet suddenly buckled, binding his legs and rendering him immobile. Zhang Chong, a soil mage, had just cast the spell Earthbind. It's my turn," Wang Hong exclaimed excitedly, raising his large blade to unleash a powerful strike on number one. With this synergy, they had already slain 5 goblins, finding it incredibly effective. However, the next moment, a green figure lunged from the side, striking Wang Hong's arm with a fierce blow. It was the newly arrived number 2. Wang Hong cried out in pain, dropping his blade to the ground. Though his arm remained intact, a massive wound gushed blood, flowing like a fountain. Simultaneously, the control of the Earthbind on number 1 expired. "I told you. They are under my command." Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly addressing the three. That shove had sent him crashing into the wall, leaving him bleeding. His body was truly weak. Before him, 3 undead goblins brandished their small blades, aiming at the trio. "Why you wait?" Wang Hong, clutching his arm and drenched in cold sweat, uttered a menacing threat before attempting to flee with his 2 lackeys. Yet, in the next instant, a small blade struck him directly on the head. "Still hoping for a next time? There won't be one," Zhan sneered. In this apocalyptic world, the enemy was not solely the monsters, but also other humans. Having experienced an apocalypse once, Zhan would not allow his foes any chance for reprisal. Wang Hong screamed, his skull nearly cleaved in two as he collapsed, convulsing before finally breathing his last. The 2 lackeys beside him were utterly paralyzed by fear, forgetting to escape. By the time they regained their senses, 3 small blades were already descending upon their heads. The slaughter continued. After dispatching the 3 pathetic foes, Zhan took a deep breath and commanded the 3 undead. With the ongoing apocalypse, there will be more individuals like Wang Hong trying to seize monsters. I must act swiftly. 3 minutes later, upon slaying the 10th goblin, the sound of leveling up resonated in Zhan's mind. "Beep. Congratulations, you have reached level 2. Zhan's face lit up with excitement. In his previous life, he had only reached level 2 2 days after the apocalypse began. Now, it had merely been half an hour. He checked his attributes. Upon leveling up, his stats remained unchanged, only granting him 3 free attribute points. More importantly, the number of summoned undead surged to 5, significantly enhancing his overall power. The hidden profession was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Zhan allocated all 3 points to his constitution. Generally, a mage's most crucial attribute is intelligence, directly affecting skill damage. However, Zhan was different. Although he was classified as a necromancer, his primary combat strength lay in his undead minions, whose power was more influenced by the strength of their physical forms than by intelligence. Thus, boosting his constitution was more beneficial. After all, the greatest weakness of a necromancer is the frailty of the mage themselves. With the 3 points added to his constitution, Zhan felt a newfound vigor, the lingering pain from the earlier shove vanishing entirely. In a surge of excitement, he grinned at the 2 goblin corpses on the ground. Rise, my undead. Moments later, accompanied by 5 undead goblins, Zhan felt an unprecedented surge of strength. At that moment, he realized that perhaps the apocalypse was not as terrifying as it seemed. The floor Zhan occupied had 6 classrooms. By now, all the students who could escape had fled, while those who couldn't had perished. The corridor gradually fell silent. Yet, at that very moment, a menacing aura approached swiftly. A glimmering arrow shot down the staircase towards him, striking the newly resurrected number 5 squarely in the forehead before he could even react. "Beep. Your undead has returned to eternity." Zhan was startled. His undead goblin had been instantly slain. Who could this be? Turning around, he saw a woman in a flowing white dress, wielding a blue bow, preparing to unleash a second arrow. "Wait, don't attack." These are my undead, under my control, Lu Zhan called out, hastily hiding behind number 1 to avoid another encounter like with Wang Hong. His heart raced. How could he not recognize this woman? With her stunningly beautiful visage, distinctive elven ears, and unparalleled archery skills, she was none other than Shun Jiayuo, one of the future 8 monarchs of humanity. She was originally the school's belle and the head of the archery club, possessing extraordinary archery prowess. From what Lu Zhan knew, her profession was also a hidden class, elven archer. For Shun Jiayuo, this was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Furrowing her brow, Shun Jiayuo realized that after killing the goblin, she hadn't received any experience points or gold. Apologies. After her brief apology, she descended to the next floor without hesitation. To her, the classmate who could control goblins was evidently formidable. There was no need for her to remain and compete for kills. That damned woman. If only I could take her on. Seeing her vanish, Lu Zhan exhaled in relief, inwardly cursing. Truly, she was worthy of being one of the future 8 monarchs. The moment her bow was aimed at him, it felt as if he was staring death in the face. Should a conflict arise, she had the capability to eliminate him before his undead even reached her. And such powerful individuals numbered 8 in total. Beneath the 8 monarchs were 12 kings and 36 divine generals, among countless other formidable beings. Lu Zhan's earlier arrogance instantly dissipated. He had merely gained a slight advantage through rebirth. What right did he have to be conceited? If he wished to avoid repeating the mistakes of his previous life, he must work twice as hard. With this thought, Lu Zhan turned his gaze back to the other goblin corpse and initiated the process of necromancy once more. With a sudden beep, the system unexpectedly alerted him that his mana was insufficient. Damn! Lu Zhan suddenly recalled the existence of mana points and glanced at his current total, which stood at a mere 9. He anticipated it would rise to 10 in just a few minutes. The 4 undead were also nearing readiness. Without waiting for his mana to regenerate, Lu Zhan pushed open the door, drawn in by the ominous sounds emanating from the adjacent classroom. The scene inside sent a chill even through someone like him, who had endured an apocalypse before. 5 goblins were hunched over, voraciously feasting on the corpses of students. Humans had become mere fodder for these otherworldly monstrosities. Upon noticing Lu Zhan's entrance, the 5 goblins halted their meal, baring their teeth and rushing towards him. Lu Zhan stepped back a few paces, commanding his 4 undead goblins to advance. 4 against 5, a numerical disadvantage. Yet, the outcome was a resounding victory for the undead. The disparity in attributes, coupled with the undead's lack of pain and fatigue, rendered them relentless. Even when a limb was severed, they fought with unabated ferocity. They were the epitome of perfect combat tools. In just a minute, the 5 goblins lay slain. Finally, Lu Zhan's mental energy had recovered to 10 points. But after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from converting it immediately. The 4 undead goblins were sufficient to handle the current situation, and it would be prudent to conserve some mana for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 4, Goblin Chieftain. Having cleared the classroom, Lu Zhan was about to exit when he felt a hand gripping his ankle with a frail voice pleading, "Lu Zhan, help me." It was Zhang Yan. Lu Zhan glanced down with a sigh. This fellow was one of his few friends in the school, but now, nearly half of his head was smashed to a pulp, sustained only by a fierce survival instinct. In such a state, living would only augment his suffering. In the next instant, the first undead goblin swiftly ended Zhang Yan's torment with a decisive blow. That was the only assistance Lu Zhan could offer him. Stepping out of the classroom, the corridor had fallen silent, save for the gnawing sounds echoing from the other rooms. Controlling his 4 undead, Lu Zhan prepared to enter the next classroom to continue his grim harvest. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the stairwell, and in the next moment, a striking figure dashed towards him. It was Shun Jiayuo, the school's goddess who had descended earlier. Her attire was disheveled, and she appeared somewhat flustered. Upon spotting Lu Zhan, she spoke, "There's a boss. Shall we collaborate to take it down?" No sooner had she uttered this than an approximately 80 centimeters tall goblin appeared at the staircase. This goblin wielded a large cleaver in one hand and a shield in the other, followed by 4 ordinary goblins. Not a boss, merely an elite creature. Lu Zhan observed her closely for the first time, noting her resemblance to the icy beauty described in rumors. According to the system prompts, the previous generation of humanity compiled extensive data on various monstrosities, which were essential akin to survival manuals, and Lu Zhan had committed this knowledge to memory. Otherworldly creatures were categorized into 6 tiers: ordinary, elite, hero, commander, lord, and emperor. This classification did not solely reflect the overall strength of the creatures, but was based on the hierarchy within their respective species. For instance, among the goblin race, there existed ordinary goblins up to emperor-level goblins. Similarly, dragons had their own classifications. In terms of strength, Even an ordinary dragon could obliterate an emperor-level goblin. The creature before him was evidently an elite goblin, the Goblin chieftain. An elite creature? Shun Jiayuo halted beside Lu Zhan, curiously eyeing the 4 goblins surrounding them. In school, she was the head of the archery club, a cold and aloof goddess. Yet, few knew that she was also a formidable figure in online gaming, leading a large guild as a sharpshooter. When the apocalypse struck, she too was bewildered and disoriented, only to receive a system prompt triggering a hidden class, the elven archer. Having played numerous MMORPGs, Shun Jiayuo understood the significance of hidden classes and chose without hesitation. Subsequently, this world truly transformed into a game-like realm, complete with levels, attributes, and skills. After the initial chaos, she quickly adapted. The elven archer class was a tremendous boon for her archery skills. Upon slaying her first goblin, she received notifications of experience and gold, and she comprehended what this entailed, the age-old rule of leveling through monster slaying. Indeed, an elite creature, collaboration is possible. But I shall lead, Lu Zhan instructed, positioning his 4 undead goblins in a charge formation. Meanwhile, details about the Goblin chieftain resurfaced in his mind. In his previous life, as human society stabilized, extensive documentation regarding the apocalypse was compiled, delving into its causes. Amongst this literature, information on various monstrosities was abundant, and goblins, being the most populous, had information readily available. Shun Jiayuo frowned slightly, but nodded in agreement. All right. At that moment, the Goblin chieftain raised its cleaver, striking its shield and emitting a series of guttural howls. With the sound, the goblins that had been feasting in the classroom surged forth. A total of 13 goblins charging at the 2. The Goblin chieftain evidently recognized that the 2 humans posed a significant threat and sought to have its minions exhaust them first. Let us clear out these minor foes first. Lu Zhan commanded. The first undead goblin leaped forward, delivering a fierce strike to one of the goblins. The second, third, and fourth followed suit, unleashing their attacks. The corridor was narrow, and with the 4 undead goblins forming a blockade, the lesser goblins could not advance. Observing this, Shun Jiayuo wasted no time, drawing her bow. In the next instant, an arrow imbued with a chilling frost materialized on her string, striking a charging goblin squarely in the head. This arrow could easily slay even a fortified undead goblin, let alone a mere ordinary one. The hallmark of a sharpshooter is high damage output, and the elven archer's first skill enchanted arrows with ice attributes, resulting in extraordinary damage. A critical hit would guarantee a kill. Even a glancing blow would slow the target momentarily. This was the confidence that had empowered Shun Jiayuo to face monsters alone earlier. As the first goblin fell, she had already conjured her second arrow. Next, she stood her ground, continuously unleashing icy arrows. As an archery expert, hitting moving targets was second nature. Coupled with the lack of distractions and the proximity of her targets, her shots were nothing short of flawless. Goodness, my 4 undead are hardly as swift as she is alone, Lu Zhan marveled in astonishment. Naturally, the ease with which the opponent was vanquished was primarily due to the 4 undead goblins standing resolutely in the front line. In terms of the potency of hidden classes, Lu Zhan believed that the Necromancer was not inferior to the elven archer. In merely 3 minutes, under the formidable assault of Shun Jiayuo, all 13 goblins had been eradicated. Yet, Lu Zhan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The majority of the experience had been appropriated by Shun Jiayuo's overwhelming output. Unfazed, she loosed another arrow towards the goblin centurion. The centurion, however, remained unperturbed, deftly wielding its massive cleaver to sever the ice arrow mid-flight. Simultaneously, it let out a ferocious roar. In the next instant, the 4 goblins beside it surged with renewed vigor, their bodies glowing with a crimson light. This was the centurion's fervor skill, capable of augmenting the attributes of nearby goblins for a duration of 1 minute. Lu Zhan, with a serious demeanor, cautioned. Although the centurion's attributes were not particularly high, merely thrice that of an ordinary goblin, this fervor skill was quite troublesome, which was why he had consented to cooperate in the elimination. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly chosen to claim the elite goblin for himself. Is that so? Shun Jiayuo pondered. Being an astute individual, she refrained from inquiring how Lu Zhan possessed such knowledge. The goblin centurion bellowed once more, charging forward with its 4 empowered subordinates. Their speed astonishingly twice that of ordinary goblins. My undead cannot withstand for long. Swiftly eliminate one of the ordinary goblins beside them, and leave the rest to me. Lu Zhan instructed rapidly. Meanwhile, the 1st through 4th undead were already advancing toward the incoming goblins. The attributes of the empowered goblins even surpassed those of the undead goblins slightly, and as the 2 groups clashed, the 4 undead found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Shun Jiayuo remained silent, maintaining her poised stance with bow drawn, yet refrained from releasing her arrow. The goblin centurion had yet to move, and should she shoot prematurely, it would likely be intercepted. She needed to wait for the opportune moment. Just then, a sharp sound echoed as the third undead goblin had its body severely cleaved by the opponent. Seizing the moment, the goblin centurion struck decisively, severing the third goblin's head from its shoulders. Ding! Your undead has returned to eternity. The notification resonated in Zhan's mind. No time to lament. He felt an explosive energy surge beside him. Shinjialuo had taken advantage of the centurion's strike to release an arrow. This arrow did not target the goblin centurion, but rather an ordinary goblin nearby. Having resolved to heed Zhan's command, she acted without hesitation, unimpeded by the centurion. Her arrow accurately struck a fighting goblin in the head. However, the empowered goblin did not perish from this shot. Yet, in the next moment, the first undead leaped forth, delivering a precise blow to its neck for the finishing touch. Excellent work. Hearing the system's notification of a kill, Zhan generously praised his subordinate. It was unclear if it was merely an illusion, but he felt that this first undead exhibited considerably more cunning than the other three. Immediately after, he advanced a few steps, ensuring he was at an adequate distance, and his eyes glimmered with an eerie green light. Necromancer Rebirth, he activated the skill. Before the recently deceased goblin's body had even collapsed, a mysterious energy surged into it. As its eyes glowed green, it suddenly turned around, swinging its knife at its former leader, the goblin centurion. Even a clever centurion could not anticipate that a subordinate would turn against it in the blink of an eye. And the newly resurrected fourth goblin struck true, piercing its abdomen and causing green liquid to spill forth. Indeed, the plan is working. Zhan felt a rush of exhilaration. This was precisely his strategy, the unique ambush technique of a necromancer. Without requiring Zhan's prompting, Shinjialuo had already loosed another arrow at the opportune moment. The centurion, still reeling from the previous attack, could not prevent yet another subordinate from being struck in the head. The first undead, acting like a radar for heads, launched another strike, claiming the kill. Arise, my undead, Zhan commanded without hesitation, utilizing the remaining 10 points of mana to execute Necromancer Rebirth. The fallen goblin was instantly resurrected as the fifth. However, Zhan did not instruct it to ambush the centurion. Instead, he directed it to assist the second and third undead in eliminating the remaining two goblins. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. What had begun as a 4 versus 5 scenario now transformed into 5 undead goblins facing the goblin centurion. This exemplifies the terrifying aspect of the necromancer. As the battle progressed, the number of undead increased, instilling despair in all adversaries. Meanwhile, Shinjialuo, astonished yet undeterred, continued to unleash arrow after arrow at the goblin centurion. The centurion's fervor skill only benefited its subordinates, and with their combat power diminished, it soon found itself overwhelmed by the 5 undead, retreating rapidly. Half a minute later, the first undead seized the moment, leaping upwards and delivering a lethal stab to the centurion's face, penetrating through its eye and into its skull. Ding! You have slain the elite goblin centurion, gaining 100 experience points and 40 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to 3. The consecutive notifications filled Zhan with uncontainable joy. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he had lived in constant fear and evasion. Yet now, he had swiftly attained level 3. Without hesitation, he allocated the 3 attribute points to his constitution. Subsequently, he eagerly glanced at the Necromancer Rebirth skill. Indeed, the maximum number had increased to 7. Beside him, Shinjialuo also bore a smile, having leveled up as well. However, her gaze soon fell upon the body of the centurion, where it seemed something was materializing. She glanced at Zhan and remarked, "It appears there may be some loot." Zhan, having noticed the items, nodded and said, "Let us proceed to investigate." The apocalypse had rendered many aspects of this world game-like. Thus the concept of monsters dropping loot was a perfectly normal phenomenon. Zhan commanded the 5 undead to form a protective barrier around them as they approached, issuing an order that if Shinjialuo attempted to draw her bow, they were to attack without hesitation. Though they had just fought side by side, the human heart is inscrutable. Should Shinjialuo suddenly turn hostile in pursuit of loot, her formidable offensive capability could easily overwhelm Zhan. Thankfully, as they reached the corpse, Shinjialuo displayed no intent to attack. Upon the centurion's remains floated 2 orbs. "One for each of us. I shall take this one," Zhan stated decisively, seizing one of the orbs with unbridled enthusiasm. In this moment, he would not allow the presence of a beautiful woman to sway his judgment. It was only natural to claim the better of the two. Shinjialuo furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent as she picked up another orb, scrutinizing it closely. It soon became apparent that this orb contained a pair of exquisitely crafted green shoes. Crushing the orb with a firm grip would suffice. As he spoke, Zhan demonstrated by squeezing the orb in his hand. With a resounding pop, a surge of energy burst forth from within the orb, directly merging with Zhan's body. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Please select a reward type, attribute points, experience points, skills, or equipment. Indeed, it was a reward magic box. A coveted item. In his previous life, Zhan had managed to survive for over a year, but had only received one of these. The reward magic box, as its name suggests, offers uncertain rewards, reliant on luck for extraction. For instance, if one selects attribute points, both the attribute and its value are entirely random. Experience points are similarly unpredictable. Zhan had once heard of an exceedingly fortunate individual who randomly acquired a massive amount of experience points, propelling them up by a staggering 50 levels. Of course, the probability of such occurrences is exceedingly low, less than 1 in 10,000. Statistics have shown that among those who choose attributes, 90 end up with fewer than 5 points, 9 achieve between 5 and 10 points, and only 1 attain more than 10 points. Experience points follow a similar pattern. Thus, unless one is truly a child of fortune, few would dare to choose these two options, with most opting for skills or equipment instead. Zhan's luck was not entirely lacking, otherwise, he would not have survived for over a year in his past life. However, to claim he was a child of fortune would be an overstatement. Consequently, he opted to prudently select the skill reward. Although the apocalypse granted everyone an initial profession and starting skills, subsequent skills could not be acquired through leveling up, but required skill books for learning. The methods for obtaining skill books are numerous, yet those for hidden professions are exceedingly rare. This scarcity is one of the significant drawbacks of hidden professions, the difficulty in acquiring skills. The reward magic box can be regarded as a treasure eagerly sought after by practitioners of hidden professions. For selecting skills at random ensures that whatever skill is obtained will be relevant to one's profession. Ding. Skill reward selected, commencing randomization. After a pause of 5 seconds, the system's voice resonated in Zhan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Necromantic Sacrifice. Ding. Congratulations, you meet the requirements for Necromantic Sacrifice. Would you like to learn it immediately? Hearing these two notifications, Zhan's heart soared with joy. Skills are not simply learned upon acquisition. They have various requirements such as level and attributes. Had he drawn a skill that required level 50 to learn, his despair would have been immeasurable. Fortunately, fate seemed to smile upon him. Learn immediately, he thought, directing his attention to the skill description. Nebulous Sacrifice. Consumes 5 mana points to offer one necromantic creature as a sacrifice to another, granting it a temporary enhancement. Note: sacrifice may fail. Cooldown time: 5 seconds. Zhan frowned slightly. This skill involved enhancing a necromantic creature, albeit at the cost of another. The possibility of failure was somewhat disheartening, as it would mean wasting a necromantic creature for no gain. Additionally, the degree of enhancement was not specified, maintaining a composed demeanor. Zhan refrained from testing the skill in the presence of Shun Jiaoyuo, as the nature of hidden professions is difficult to conceal. Once a skill is used, it becomes apparent, necessitating discretion regarding other aspects. In the apocalypse, while monsters are the enemies, at times, humanity itself proves to be the greatest adversary. Upon breaking her orb, Shun Jiaoyuo held the delicate green shoes in her hands. Upon seeing the shoes, Zhan immediately perceived their attributes. Goblin jumping shoes, agility 3, jump height increased by 10. Equipment is categorized into 7 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, red, black, and gold. Common white equipment possesses a single attribute, while green equipment boasts 2. The goblin jumping shoes, though somewhat mediocre, represented a valuable green item. In the early stages, an increase of 3 agility is tantamount to a level up, a veritable artifact. However, the color was rather garish. Shun Jiaoyuo, undeterred, promptly donned the flamboyant shoes. Such wearable equipment is not size-specific. It automatically adjusts to fit upon being worn. Not bad. Shun Jiaoyuo remarked with satisfaction after taking a few steps, her gaze then turning to Zhan, her intent unmistakable. What fine item do you possess? Do share. Zhan, maintaining his composure, clasped his hands together in a gesture of farewell. Until we meet again. Indeed, teaming up with Shun Jiaoyuo provided a sense of security. Yet sharing experience points would diminish efficiency significantly. Furthermore, as a necromancer, he was akin to a one-man army. The thrill of being a lone wolf was unparalleled. Shun Jiaoyuo raised an eyebrow. To be frank, she had initially contemplated suggesting a partnership with Zhan, especially since the necromancer could shield her while she provided ranged support. The prospect of battle seemed exceedingly effortless. To her surprise, he appeared intent on parting ways. Although she was indifferent to superficial reputation or appearance, she was acutely aware of her allure. Since childhood, men had consistently sought her company with fervent enthusiasm. However, recognizing the situation, she would not force the issue, responding with a straightforward, "Very well, until we meet again." With that, Shen Jiayuo unexpectedly leaped from the third floor, landing gracefully on the ground below. Lu Zhan exhibited no surprise. The agility of an elven archer was inherently high, and with the newly acquired shoes, jumping from 3 stories was trivial. Before departing, Shen Jiayuo glanced back, only to find that Lu Zhan had not even spared her a glance, igniting a spark of defiance within her. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhan remained oblivious to her thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not show any sign of acknowledgement. Love was a privilege reserved for the strong, and he felt he had yet to earn that right. Once she had completely vanished from sight, Lu Zhan eagerly sought to test the necromantic sacrifice skill. To his dismay, however, he was met with a notification indicating insufficient mana, which left him quite displeased. What an inconvenience! Was it necessary to invest in some mental attributes? Mental attributes influenced the mana limit and recovery speed, making them the second most crucial attribute for magic-oriented professions. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhan recalled something and hastened towards the stairs. The goblins on this floor had already been cleared. The second floor had also been nearly sanitized by Shen Jiayuo. However, the first floor still harbored a dozen goblins engaged in their feeding frenzy. As for the students, they had long vanished, leaving only corpses in their wake. This grand educational building, once alive with laughter and the sounds of learning, now lay desolate, with Lu Zhan standing as the sole survivor. Surveying the carnage around him, the bodies and severed limbs, he clenched his fists. He did not wish to become one of them, nor did he intend to repeat the mistakes of his past life. Power. He craved power. Only by continuously growing stronger could he hope to survive in this apocalyptic world. Thus, he resolved to press onward. In Lu Zhan's gaze, a resolute glimmer emerged. "My undead, vanquish these goblins." 5 minutes later, number 1 swung down with a blade, severing the head of the last goblin with precision. Lu Zhan turned his attention to number 1, intrigued by this peculiar entity. While number 1's attributes were comparable to those of the other undead, its combat awareness seemed significantly heightened. On several occasions, its attacks astonished even Lu Zhan himself. To be fair, even in his previous life, he would have struggled to time those attacks with such accuracy. An automatic vending machine, if memory serves, should be in this vicinity. Guided by his recollections, Lu Zhan swiftly located a vending machine nestled in the corner of the first floor. Once a purveyor of beverages and snacks, this machine had undergone a remarkable transformation in the post-apocalyptic era. Placing his hand atop the machine, a remarkably clear female voice resonated. "Welcome to the exchange system." Simultaneously, a virtual storefront materialized before his eyes. Indeed, it resembled a shop akin to those found in games, where the coins acquired from slaying monsters could be utilized. The shop was categorized into 3 main sections: skills, equipment, and items. Initially, Lu Zhan accessed the skills interface, only to be met with disappointment. As anticipated, it was filled with the pedestrian, low-tier occupational skills. He noted a few magical skills he could learn, yet they bore no practical value and would merely waste valuable skill points. As for the equipment section, it too was filled with lackluster gear, inferior even to the goblins' springy shoes, and the prices were exorbitant. With a sigh, Lu Zhan navigated to the items section. Chapter 7, Elite Undead. The array of items in this section was truly dazzling. In addition to special items reminiscent of those in games, one could also procure everyday necessities such as food, clothing, hygiene products, and various other life essentials. This apocalypse was starkly different from those depicted in web novels. There was no need to fret over food or medicine. If one possessed gold coins, the shop would furnish the finest supplies. Lu Zhan, however, was not inclined to squander his precious coins on such trivialities. Instead, he entered mana into the search bar. Soon, only a handful of items remained on the interface: basic mana potion, intermediate mana potion, fountain of mana, and mana recovery scroll. Naturally, he could not afford the higher tier items, nor did he currently require them. With a total of 300 gold coins at his disposal, he wasted no time in selecting the basic mana potion. Priced at 50 coins per bottle, each capable of restoring 50 mana points, he exchanged for 5 bottles, leaving himself with 50 coins. Exiting the shop system, Lu Zhan eagerly turned to number 1. This entity, in contrast to the other undead, was clearly worthy of cultivation and thus became the focus of his strengthening efforts. In his mind, he silently invoked the skill Undead Sacrifice, with the sacrificial offering being the second undead. In an instant, the second undead's body ignited, transforming into a wispy gray mist that merged with number 1. "Congratulations, your sacrifice was successful," chimed the system. Lu Zhan quickly examined number 1's attributes. Upon seeing the results, He could not help but exclaim in frustration. After sacrificing an undead, the most increased attribute, agility, had only risen by 3 points, while strength and constitution had gained a mere 1 point each. The others remained unchanged. I refused to believe this. He fumed, surveying the mound of goblin corpses and the mana potions in hand, feeling quite vexed. Number 3, it's your turn to be sacrificed. Moments later, regrettably, the sacrifice failed. Damn it. Number 4, step up. Congratulations, your sacrifice was successful. Number 5, continue, offer your life. Subsequently, Zhan relentlessly unleashed Undead Rebirth and Undead Sacrifice. Whenever his mana depleted, he would consume a basic mana potion, which was pleasantly cool and sweet, with a delightful taste. This potion was undoubtedly essential for mage classes, though it bore a significant drawback. Consuming one would trigger a 5-minute cooldown, making it virtually impossible to drink a second during intense battles. Nevertheless, Zhan was not in a hurry. He could afford to wait. Finally, after consuming 3 mana potions and sacrificing nearly 20 undead, 2 successive notifications echoed from the system. Congratulations, your sacrifice was successful. Congratulations, your undead has successfully evolved. Zhan's face lit up with delight as he gazed upon number 1, which suddenly radiated a vibrant green light. The goblin's stature did not undergo a substantial transformation, merely increasing from 50 centimeters to approximately 60 centimeters. Yet its aura was unmistakably altered. Zhan eagerly opened the little creature's attributes. Undead Goblin. Classification, Elite Undead. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 40. Skills, Deathly Terror LV1. A passive skill that emanates a deathly aura, instilling fear in enemies and reducing their attributes by 10. All my efforts in sacrificing those undead were not in vain. Zhan could not suppress an expletive, overwhelmed with excitement as he lifted number 1. Almost inclined to kiss it, but ultimately thought better of it. Never mind, you're far too ugly for that, he decided, placing number 1 back on the ground. Elite. In the early days of the apocalypse, an elite was akin to a minor boss. Not to mention, number 1's skill was nothing short of extraordinary. This little creature, despite its unappealing appearance, was nothing short of perfect in every other aspect, and Zhan found himself increasingly fond of it. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he hurriedly led number 1 to the 3rd floor. The corpse of the sergeant lay motionless, just as before. With a thought, number 1 discarded its small dagger and retrieved a large cleaver from the sergeant's grasp, wielding it with surprising ease. Indeed, this is feasible. Zhan nodded in satisfaction. While the weapon bore no particularly remarkable attributes, wielding a larger sword was undeniably more exhilarating than a smaller one. Next, Zhan fixed his gaze upon the sergeant's corpse, his eyes glimmering with green light. As expected, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Undead Rebirth unsuccessful. Zhan was not disheartened. He had anticipated this outcome, merely testing his luck, though it was regrettable to have wasted 10 points of mana. Subsequently, he resurrected 6 additional undead goblins. With number 1, he now commanded a total of 7 undead goblins, the burgeoning power of the undead mage beginning to reveal itself. With a thought, Zhan activated the green glow of the undead ring in his hand, and the 6 undead goblins vanished from sight, entering the realm of the undead. Beside him stood only number 1, this elite undead. It was far too ostentatious to parade around with 7 goblins, given the current circumstances. Number 1 alone was more than sufficient to handle most situations, making it wiser to conceal the other 6 as trump cards for the time being. Let us continue the hunt. Upon exiting the teaching building, Zhan harbored little interest in seeking out the solitary goblins. The endeavor seemed too inefficient. Recalling his memories, he knew of 2 locations within the university that harbored a multitude of goblins, for these were the very places where students sought refuge. In the initial days following the outbreak of the apocalypse, apart from a few audacious individuals endowed with formidable strength who dared to hunt the magical beasts, the majority were primarily focused on fleeing. After all, they had been ordinary students, trembling at the thought of slaying even a chicken. The fearsome visage of the monsters was sufficient to deter most, let alone engage them in combat. One of the locations was the dormitory building, which could be considered a home to the students, replete with ample supplies to sustain prolonged hiding. The other was the dining hall, a veritable treasure trove of provisions, including a large supermarket on the ground floor, making it an ideal sanctuary amid the chaos of the apocalypse. In his previous life, Zhan had indeed sought refuge within the dining hall. According to his recollections, the dining hall was now likely besieged by a horde of goblins, numbering at least 200 to 300. To venture there recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. It would be far safer to pursue monsters in the dormitory building instead. Resolute in his decision, Zhan made his way towards the dormitory area alongside his companion, Number 1. The dormitory area of Nanlin University comprised 3 adjacent buildings, designated for faculty, male students, and female students respectively. At this moment, anguished cries occasionally echoed from within the 3 dormitories. Students concealed within were being hunted down one by the goblins, slaughtered and devoured. Some, unable to bear the overwhelming terror, had leapt from the windows, opting to end their own lives. However, there were also brave souls who fought back against the goblins. Lu Yong was one such individual. He had once been a physical education teacher at the university. When the apocalypse erupted, he had been resting in the dormitory. When selecting his profession, he had embraced a mindset of cautious optimism, choosing the path of the ghost swordsman. Soon, a formidable two-handed sword manifested in his grasp. Chapter 8, Berserker. He quickly realized that the ghost swordsman class seemed considerably stronger than others. After successfully slaying his first goblin, he came to the realization that this world had transformed into something akin to a game. However, the ghost swordsman class had significant drawbacks, notably its low agility. He could only contend with a single goblin at a time. Should he face more than one, he would have to flee. Thus, he had always been meticulous in his pursuit of solitary goblins. To date, he had dispatched nearly 20 goblins, achieving level 2. At this moment, he found himself on the 2nd floor of the female dormitory, having just slain a goblin. He addressed the girls hiding inside. Stay quiet and do not make a sound. I will do my utmost to eliminate the monsters on this floor. Inside the dormitory, 2 girls trembled beneath a bed, nodding in fear. Lu Yong closed the door and entered another dormitory, which was empty. Just as he was about to exit, a droplet of water fell upon his head. Looking up, he was startled to see a goblin hanging from the chandelier above, drooling down at him. In the next moment, the goblin let out a shriek and lunged at him. Startled, Lu Yong instinctively raised his great sword, but it was too late. The goblin had already clung to his face. With a resounding crash, Lu Yong lost his grip on the sword, which clattered to the floor as he frantically grasped the goblin in an attempt to pry it off. However, the goblin clung tenaciously to his head, showing no signs of relinquishing its hold. In the ensuing chaos, Lu Yong stumbled and inadvertently found himself at the window. In blind desperation, he exerted force and flung himself out of the window. The goblin, quick-wit, released its grip mid-air and landed gracefully on the ground. Lu Yong, however, was not as fortunate. With a loud thud, he crashed to the earth, pain coursing through his body. Fortunately, after choosing his profession, his physique seemed to have undergone a special enhancement. Otherwise, such a fall could have proven fatal or left him grievously injured. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hurriedly rose, only to realize with dismay that his great sword remained on the upper floor. Unfortunately, that was not the end of his misfortunes. The noise from his fall had attracted the attention of numerous goblins above, who began to leap from the windows. Before long, 7 goblins had converged upon Lu Yong. It appeared that his luck had run out. Lu Yong forced a bitter smile. Even with a weapon, he knew he could not hope to defeat 7 foes. The goblins, shrieking in unison, charged towards him, and he knew that if he faltered, he would surely face dire consequences. With a fierce roar, Lu Yong charged at them, determined to face his end standing rather than waiting to die in vain. At that moment, a green figure suddenly darted from behind Lu Yong with astonishing speed, leaving a blur in its wake. In a swift motion, the nearest goblin's head was severed cleanly from its neck, tumbling to the ground. Green liquid splattered across Lu Yong's face. Thankfully, it bore no poison, otherwise his once handsome visage would have been marred. Next, Lu Yong witnessed a figure weaving through the remaining 6 goblins. The sounds of flesh being sliced echoed around him. In less than 30 seconds, all 7 goblins lay defeated, their bodies severed from their heads, not a single one left alive. The slayer of these creatures was, unexpectedly, another goblin. This goblin, wielding a large cleaver and slightly larger than its kin, turned around, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. It was Number 1. Now, Number 1 not only possessed attributes far superior to those goblins, but also bore a powerful aura that weakened enemies. In this advantageous exchange, the slaughter of goblins was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. At this moment, Lu Yong felt a chill run down his spine, devoid of any relief for having been saved. "Teacher Lu, are you alright?" A voice suddenly called out from behind him. Lu Yong jumped in surprise and turned around, only to find it was Zhan, one of his students. "Be careful, don't come any closer." Lu Yong instinctively positioned himself in front of Zhan. "You must run. This creature is formidable. I will hold it off." A warm feeling surged within Zhan. Humanity is complex. In his previous life, he had witnessed the darker sides of human nature all too often. Yet, there also existed a beautiful side, albeit in a pitifully small proportion. Although Lu Yong was merely his physical education teacher, and their interactions had been minimal, having exchanged only a few words in class, in this moment, Lu Yong stood fearlessly to protect his student with his very life, embodying the true essence of a teacher. Lu Zhan said nothing, with a mere thought. Number 1 sheathed its cleaver and approached. It was only when the terrifying goblin stealthily approached Lu Zhan from behind that Lu Yong snapped back to reality, incredulously stammering. Teacher Lu, my profession is rather unique. I have the ability to control these monstrous beings, Lu Zhan remarked with a smile. By heavens! A beastmaster? Lu Yong couldn't help but exclaim, his astonishment evident. Lu Zhan remained noncommittal. Lu Zhan, your abilities are formidable. You effortlessly dispatched all 7 goblins just moments ago. Lu Yong, having narrowly escaped danger, found his tongue loosened. Although he was a teacher, at the age of 32, he was still relatively young. It was merely good fortune. Lu Zhan replied, quickly shifting the conversation. Teacher Lu, shall we collaborate? Collaborate? How do you propose we do that? Lu Yong asked, taken aback. In his view, Lu Zhan's subordinates were so strong that his assistance seemed unnecessary. Just as before, you lure the goblins down, and I will take care of the rest, Lu Zhan suggested. This idea had just crossed his mind. Rather than scouring each dormitory for goblins, it was far more efficient to coax them out. Goblins, being the lowest tier of monsters, possess a modicum of intelligence, yet it is hardly substantial, merely a shade above instinct. If Lu Yong were to attract the creatures, they would undoubtedly descend in search of food. But no more than 10, as the goblins were not foolish enough to risk their numbers for a single person. As long as the number remained under 10, it posed no danger to Lu Yong. Additionally, Lu Zhan wished to assist Lu Yong. After enduring the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, he no longer considered himself a paragon of virtue, yet he still harbored the hope that this world might have more good people. While Lu Yong was not an avid gamer, he had certainly engaged in his fair share during his university days. Thus, he readily understood the mechanics of attracting and defeating monsters. Haha, that is a splendid idea, he said without hesitation. His reasoning was straightforward. Luring all the monsters down would ensure the safety of the students hiding upstairs. Lu Zhan chuckled and casually inquired, by the way, Teacher Lu, what is your profession? A ghost swordsman, Lu Yong replied. The mention of those 3 words startled Lu Zhan. A ghost swordsman is not a hidden class, merely slightly superior to other professions. However, upon reaching level 10, a ghost swordsman can advance to a berserker, a class that is arguably the pinnacle of ordinary professions. Immensely powerful and rivaling many hidden classes. In his recollection, one of the 12 heavenly kings was indeed a berserker. To his astonishment, Lu Yong's profession was that of a ghost swordsman, a name he had never heard in his past life. Perhaps his original fate was to perish at the hands of the goblins, and his arrival had entirely altered that destiny. Chapter 9. The Benevolence of the Undead Lord. Should I start calling for them now? The goblins should come down if they hear me, right? Lu Yong asked, unaware of the immense potential of his ghost swordsman class. Wait, where's your weapon? Left it upstairs. Then pick up a goblin's dagger for now. It will suffice. Later, Teacher Lu, you can unleash your full potential and gain more experience, Lu Zhan instructed with a grin. All right, thank you, Lu Zhan, Lu Yong replied without pretense. Though he had once been a teacher, in this post-apocalyptic world where societal order had utterly collapsed, strength determined leadership, and Lu Yong was pragmatic enough to accept it. Subsequently, Lu Zhan led Lu Yong to a nearby grove. You ugly little pests, come down if you dare, Lu Yong bellowed from below the dormitory, releasing his pent-up frustration with a sense of exhilaration. After his outburst, Lu Yong looked up to see goblins peering from the windows, startling him momentarily. Surely they wouldn't all leap down? Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. After 8 goblins jumped down, the others retreated back into the dormitory in search of other food. Come on, if you have the guts. With newfound confidence, Lu Yong brandished his weapon and beckoned the 8 goblins with a finger. Yip yip. Although the goblins could not comprehend human speech, they understood the universal gesture and charged forward. Before they could close the distance, however, Lu Zhan's companion had already rushed out, delivering a lethal blow that left one goblin gravely wounded, which he then kicked toward Lu Yong. This was, of course, Lu Zhan's directive. The final blow dealt to a monster carries significant weight in the experience distribution rules. He wished for Lu Yong to reap as much experience as possible. Haha. Watch my ghost slash. Lu Yong chuckled, a man in his 30s exhibiting a hint of youthful exuberance. A dark aura coalesced around his dagger, and he swung it fiercely, dispatching the already weakened goblin. A voice echoed in his mind from the system. While the experience gained wasn't as substantial as if he had slain it alone, the efficiency and, most importantly, the safety were paramount. From the 8 goblins, Lu Zhan had granted Lu Yong 4 kills worth of experience, with the remainder going to the goblins themselves. Throughout this process, Lu Zhan didn't even need to reveal himself. Shall I continue? Lu Yong mused excitedly. feeling as though he had slain 2 goblins in mere moments. What a thrill! Lu Zhan nodded at the goblins, indicating Lu Yong should return to safety. Useless little wretches. Come at me again if you dare. The goblins, clearly perplexed by the sudden demise of their 8 comrades, were driven by their primal instinct to consume flesh. Consequently, 6 more goblins leapt down from above. A minute later, as the companion dispatched the 3rd goblin, Lu Zhan's mind was suddenly filled with more than just experience points. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment of slaying 100 monsters. You have earned the title Slayer of the 100 Beasts. Ding! Congratulations, you are the 96th player worldwide to complete this achievement. As one of the top 100 players, you will receive a special reward, a profession talent. Would you like to draw for the talent? Lu Zhan's heart raced, and a look of sheer joy illuminated his eyes. He recognized the title Slayer of the 100 Beasts, aware that it was just the beginning. With titles such as Slayer of the 1,000 Beasts and Slayer of the 10,000 Beasts to follow, these were foundational titles available to all. As for the title's attributes, a mere 1 to strength, which could be considered inconsequential. However, the reward for being among the top 100 was something he had not anticipated. In his past life, he had been a struggling nobody, utterly ignorant of such high-level information. At that moment, Lu Zhan felt an immense sense of gratitude for having chosen to collaborate with Lu Yong, enabling him to swiftly slay 100 monsters. Had he searched dormitory by dormitory, it would have taken far longer. Had he delayed even a little longer, he surely would have slipped out of the top 100, forfeiting this reward. Yet a flicker of caution ignited within him. 96. This indicated that there were still 95 formidable players ahead of him. Although he possessed the advantage of rebirth, he couldn't afford to be complacent. With excitement coursing through him, Lu Zhan responded in his mind, I wish to draw for the profession talent. He had never heard of such a rare entity in his previous life. It was evidently a trump card, something that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would keep under wraps. Commencing profession talent draw. Ding! Congratulations. You have been bestowed with the SSS grade talent, the favor of the Undead Lord. At this moment, Lu Zhan's smile was so intense it could almost twist into a grimace. Although he had never encountered such a thing before, could the value of SSS grade talents be questioned? In this life, it was finally his turn to be the protagonist. In the next instant, Lu Zhan felt a tremendous surge of power flooding his body. He could sense that his strength, constitution, and agility had all undergone significant enhancement. He eagerly opened his attributes. Beneath the class of Necromancer, the talent favor of the Undead Lord was prominently displayed. Below this talent were 2 succinct yet extraordinarily formidable descriptions. 1. The favor of the Undead Lord enhances the attributes of all reincarnated undead by 10. 2. The favor of the Undead Lord grants the attributes of all reincarnated undead by 10. Taking a deep breath, one thought remained in Lu Zhan's mind. I am destined to be invincible. The first point alone, enhancing the power of all undead by 10, might seem trivial for an ordinary goblin, perhaps just a few points. However, as the number of undead increased and their strength escalated, such an enhancement would become truly terrifying. Yet, the second point was even more crucial. For instance, an ordinary undead goblin contributes approximately 18 points to agility. 6 of them would yield 108 points. Adding the 4 points from the elite undead, he was effectively gaining nearly 15 points of agility out of thin air. If anyone thought the Necromancer was weak in body, they would soon comprehend what it meant to be a melee mage. This attribute was undoubtedly superior to that of most warrior classes, the only drawback being the inability to use skills. Ahead, Lu Yong had initiated the 3rd round of aggro. Soon, 7 goblins leapt down one after another. Just as Lu Yong felt the situation was becoming scarce, the ground trembled slightly. A larger goblin, the Goblin captain, landed heavily. This creature was an elite foe, possessing a slightly higher intellect than its subordinates. Realizing that his minions were struggling to eliminate this insignificant human, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Lu Yong's expression changed as he recognized the formidable presence of this large creature, yet he did not waver. He had made up his mind. If Lu Zhan could defeat it, that would be splendid. If not, he would stand firm as a rearguard. Number 1. Can you handle it with 2 minions? Lu Zhan mused, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Miraculously, Number 1 seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. Huh. Do you think I fear you just because you are larger? Lu Yong tightened his grip on his small axe, bolstering his own courage with words. In the next moment, the familiar green figure appeared before him, and astonishingly, it was accompanied by 2 minions. Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that his former student was likely far more formidable than he had anticipated. The Goblin captain did not attack immediately, but instead screeched at Number 1, seemingly reprimanding the 3 goblin traitors. Number 1 remained silent, responding only through action, leaping forward and swinging its great axe directly at the captain. With a furious roar, the captain retaliated, raising its own massive axe to meet the challenge. The clash resulted in a resounding clang, with the captain's weapon shattering, forcing it to stagger back several steps. Gazing at the broken remains of its axe, its face turned an even deeper shade of green. It could not fathom why a mere minion could best a captain. Zhan was not surprised by this outcome. Both were elite level, but number 1 had a 10-point attribute enhancement, coupled with a 10-point attribute reduction against its enemy. Thus, it was undeniably overpowering the captain. Realizing it could not win in a one-on-one confrontation, the goblin captain abandoned any sense of honor and unleashed the skill frenzy. The 7 goblins around it were instantly invigorated, charging toward number 1. However, number 1 was not alone in this battle. Besides its 2 undead minions, Zhan was also unwilling to stand idly by and rushed forward. Number 1 had initially planned to confront the goblin captain directly, but received a directive from its master to eliminate the ordinary goblins first. In the blink of an eye, number 1's blade fell swiftly, rendering frenzy irrelevant. Within just 10 seconds, all 7 frenzied goblins had been vanquished by number 1. Zhan was momentarily stunned. He had just prepared himself for battle, only to find his fervor wasted. Chapter 10. Bug Exploit. With a furious shriek, the goblin captain lamented the loss of its minions. Shortly thereafter, more goblins began to leap down from the dormitory buildings. This was precisely why Zhan had instructed number 1 not to kill the captain. Allowing it to summon reinforcements was far more efficient than Zhan provoking it. As goblins continued to descend, the captain's fury intensified, and its screeches grew louder. However, its frenzy skill was still on cooldown, leaving it only to howl in frustration. The frenzied goblins could not withstand a single strike from number 1, and those without frenzy were even more vulnerable. Some were slain mid-air before they could even touch the ground, while the remaining ones were quickly dispatched by numbers 2 and 3. Zhan could only stand by, picking up the scraps. In a mere 3 minutes, the sounds of experience being gained echoed ceaselessly in Zhan's mind, causing him to worry whether the system might crash. After 3 minutes, the captain's voice grew hoarse, clutching its half-broken dagger, trembling in fear. Despite its cries, no goblins leaped down from the dormitories. It was not that all the goblins in the 3 buildings had perished. Rather, being an elite-level creature, some were too preoccupied with their meals to heed its calls. Thus, number 1 advanced steadily, with numbers 2 and 3 and Zhan following closely behind, closing in on the captain. The goblin captain continued to retreat until it found itself cornered against a wall, with no escape, and ultimately knelt down, pleading for mercy. These creatures were not mere game data. They were living beings, and naturally, they feared for their lives. The ordinary goblins were fearless only because of their simplistic minds, where instinct prevailed over all else. With a thought, Zhan commanded number 1 to act without hesitation, delivering 3 swift strikes. After the 3rd blow, it paused, for Zhan had ordered it to spare the captain's life, leaving it with a single drop of blood. Then, number 1 turned to Zhan, who instantly grasped the intent. It was time for him to claim the kill, having just slain so many goblins. He understood that taking down the boss would yield even greater rewards. He felt deeply moved that Zhan would allow him to receive the experience for this defeat. With tears of gratitude welling in his eyes, Zhan raised his small axe and unleashed the skill ghost slash. Ding! He leveled up, ascending to level 3. Simultaneously, Zhan, who had been orchestrating events from the shadows, finally stepped forward, approaching the goblin captain. Just moments ago, a familiar sound reverberated in his mind, an ascent to level 4. Once again, his attributes remained at 3 points, still focused on constitution. Moreover, he could now reincarnate 2 additional undead. Thank you, Zhan said earnestly. Without Zhan's assistance, he estimated it would have taken him at least an entire day to reach level 3, and the greater likelihood was that he would have been slain by a goblin. Not at all, Teacher Lu. The ghost swordsman is formidable. I hope that you will shine in the future world, Zhan replied with a smile. Zhan was left in a haze by this exchange. Zhan paid him no further mind, and instead turned his attention to the spoils dropped by the goblin captain. This was precisely why he had invited Zhan to deal the final blow. The loot mechanics for monsters adhered to certain rules. For instance, weaker beings had a greater chance of receiving valuable rewards when slaying powerful monsters. In his previous life, many formidable teams would take along a weakling to deliver the final strike to bosses, effectively exploiting a reasonable bug. Zhan had the fortune of being that weakling on 1 or 2 occasions. At that moment, 2 orbs hovered above the goblin captain's corpse. Upon inspection, Zhan felt a twinge of disappointment. No reward box had emerged. One orb contained a stone, while the other held a symbol, accurately described as a character, technique. Zhan first picked up the stone, which he readily recognized as a reinforcement stone, useful for enhancing equipment. He then proceeded to crush the character orb. Ding! Congratulations. You have gained 1 skill point. Indeed, that orb contained a skill point. In this so-called apocalyptic game, leveling up merely enhances attribute points. All other skills, skill points, and equipment must be acquired through alternative means. Thus, levels do not equate to absolute power. Instances of low-level beings defeating high-level foes are far from rare. Nonetheless, levels hold significance. Beyond attributes, many advanced equipment and skills have level requirements. This single skill point, Zhan directly allocated to the reincarnation of the undead. With a thought, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Reinforce the ring of the undead, consuming 100 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? The role of gold coins extends beyond mere purchases from the system shop. They are pervasive throughout the game. For instance, once the reinforcement exceeds 10, each attempt demands tens of thousands of gold coins, and failure results in total loss. The more powerful one becomes, the greater the demand for gold coins. Without hesitation, Zhan selected yes. Ding. Congratulations, reinforcement successful. Although this initial equipment provided by the system was rather mundane, it possessed a remarkably unique trait. There is no upper limit to reinforcement, and failure would not damage the equipment. In his past life, a top-tier powerhouse, idling away time, expended vast amounts of reinforcement stones and gold coins to elevate initial equipment to level 99. At that moment, the attributes of this initial equipment rivaled those of golden divine gear, and even more astonishingly, it could continue to be reinforced, albeit with a terrifyingly low success rate. This left countless players who had discarded their initial equipment in regret. Zhan's ring of the undead contained an undead space, making it impossible for him to relinquish this piece of gear. Given this, he resolved to continue its enhancement. After completing these tasks, Zhan opened his attributes. Zhan level, for class, Necromancer mana, 60 strength, 16 constitution, 22 intelligence, 8 agility, 20 spirit, 7 skills. Reincarnation of the undead LV2, consumes 10 mana points to reincarnate a corpse as an undead creature to fight for you. Reincarnation count, 3, increases with player level. Equipment, Ring of the Undead 1, mana 10. Contains an undead space that can store undead creatures and has restorative properties for the undead. Zhan found himself at a loss for words. As a mage, his intelligence and spirit were alarmingly low. As for the enhancement of the Ring of the Undead, it yielded a rather inconsequential mana boost of 10. By the way, Zhan, do you need me to continue attracting monsters? Lu Yong inquired from the side. Although he was curious about the 2 orbs Zhan had collected, he refrained from asking, knowing they belonged solely to Zhan. No need, Teacher Lu. I'm heading to another location. Will you accompany me? Zhan shook his head, extending a rare invitation. The ghost swordsman possessed formidable strength and could potentially be a powerful ally. The goblins near the dormitory had been largely decimated, and there was little reason to waste time on the remaining few. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong furrowed his brow and replied, "But there are still many goblins inside the dormitory. Zhan, you are so strong. Why not assist these classmates and eliminate the goblins?" Teacher Lu, do you not understand? In this apocalyptic world, the only ones who can save them are themselves. By killing these monsters and growing stronger, that is the only way to survive in this apocalypse. If you eliminate all the monsters, how will they become stronger? Are you planning to protect these people for a lifetime? Zhan said expressionlessly. After hearing this, Lu Yong's frown gradually relaxed as he remarked, Zhan, thank you. I now know how to assist them. You mean to say, I should not simply slay the goblins. Doing so will not save the students. Instead, I should teach them, instruct them in battle, and show them how to defeat the goblins. While he understood the countless benefits of following Zhan, he decided to remain behind to rescue those hiding in the dormitory. After all, teaching and nurturing was the essence of his role as an educator. Zhan was both amused and exasperated. This was beyond mere altruism. It bordered on a saintly disposition. Teacher Lu, I recall there is a vending machine in the dormitory. You might want to check it out. Perhaps you will discover something valuable, Zhan suggested. Lu Yong nodded, his expression serious. Zhan, I hope to see you again in the future. He was a perceptive man, aware that insisting Zhan stay to help was unrealistic. With that, he hurried back to the dormitory, knowing that time was of the essence. He needed to retrieve his greatsword. The small knife was hardly a match for him. Once Lu Yong departed, Zhan turned his gaze to the corpse of the goblin captain, his eyes glinting with a green light. With a level 2 reincarnation of the undead, it should be possible to reincarnate it at an elite level, he mused. Moments later, just as he had anticipated, the goblin captain suddenly opened its eyes, glowing with the signature green light of the undead. The reincarnation was successful. Zhan glanced at its attributes and internally sighed in disappointment. Undead goblin captain traits. Undead strength, 26 constitution, 22 agility, 30 regrettably. The fervent skill he had anticipated was absent, and it turned out to be merely a standard undead, with attributes significantly inferior to those of his first undead. It appears that regardless of the rank of the magical creatures, upon their transformation into the undead, they invariably commence as standard-level undead. However, despite sharing the same classification, the attributes of the Goblin Captain are considerably superior to those of an ordinary goblin. Under the influence of innate talents, the Captain further augments Zhan's attributes by 2 or 3 points. With 1 undead slot remaining, Zhan refrains from squandering it on a mere ordinary goblin, opting instead to return to the teaching building, where a Goblin Captain still lies in repose. 10 minutes later, on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, as the Captain rises once more from the ground, Zhan senses a slight enhancement in his 3 primary attributes. Now possessing 9 undead, he contemplates the potential power he would wield should he sacrifice the remaining 8 to elevate them to elite undead. The mere thought is exhilarating. Thus, the endeavor of monster slaying can be postponed. The gap in experience points between level 4 and 5 is daunting, and the benefits of leveling up are minimal. The immediate priority is to bolster his own strength. If memory serves, the first dungeon within this school is on the verge of opening. Though it is merely a one-time dungeon, the rewards for clearing it are nothing short of extraordinary. Zhan must seize this opportunity. The apocalypse has descended, seemingly heralding humanity's annihilation. Yet, Providence has granted humanity a fleeting respite, particularly through this gamified reality. The most significant boon comes in the form of dungeons. These dungeons vary in size and exhibit no discernible patterns in their duration or emergence. However, their arrival undeniably signifies immense resources and benefits. Bountiful experience, exquisite equipment, and an array of items are all yielded by these dungeons. In his previous life, each of the 8 emperors of humanity commanded at least 1 permanent large-scale dungeon. Thus begins the monotonous journey of undead sacrifice. Having just vanquished a multitude of goblins, Zhan finds himself in possession of an impressive 1,080 gold coins. Approaching the vending machine, he promptly exchanges them for 20 bottles of mana potions, pondering whether these might induce inebriation. He then employs the skill of undead sacrifice, offering the second undead to the recently reincarnated 8th, the Goblin Captain. Naturally, he aims to elevate both captains to elite status, as such an enhancement would yield significant attribute increases. Alas, the first attempt results in failure. He proceeds with the 3rd undead, only to encounter another failure. After 2 consecutive setbacks, Zhan sighs, recognizing that this is not merely a matter of bad luck, but rather that ordinary goblins are insufficient offerings for a captain of such caliber. He then attempts to enhance the first undead, only to be met with the notification that his undead sacrifice level is inadequate. Consequently, he must first strengthen the ordinary goblins. As Zhan continues the cycle of reincarnation and sacrifice, his mana depletes rapidly. After sacrificing more than 20 ordinary goblins, the second elite undead finally emerges. Congratulations. Your sacrifice was successful. Congratulations, your undead has successfully evolved. The attributes of the goblin undead are as follows: elite level undead, strength 28, constitution 25, agility 34. Observing these attributes, Zhan furrows his brow. The disparity between this elite and the first is rather pronounced, particularly given the absence of skills. With a sense of perplexity, Zhan forges ahead with further sacrifices. Soon, the 3rd elite undead is birthed, its attributes mirroring those of the second, devoid of skills as well. Notably, he feels no sense of agility or vitality emanating from these 2 elite undead. He glances at the first undead, noticing it gazing back at him with its eerie green eyes, further indicating that it is a unique, mutated entity. Over an hour passes, and Zhan exhausts all 20 bottles of mana potions, depleting the entire stock of goblin corpses within the teaching building. Ultimately, he successfully enhances 6 ordinary goblin undead to elite status. This means he now commands 7 elite-level undead, alongside 2 ordinary goblin captains. Zhan's 3 primary attributes have all surpassed 30, with constitution and agility soaring to 40. Remarkably, he remains merely a level 4 mage, a feat bordering on absurdity. After securing all the undead within the necromantic space, Zhan scours the various classrooms, finally discovering a sword in the possession of a classmate. This initial equipment is bound to him. Others cannot derive any attributes or enhancements from it. Nevertheless, the sword retains its basic functionality as a weapon and proves to be quite sharp. Zhan picks it up and practices a few swings, finding it quite suitable. In his previous life, he had been a spirit swordsman, rendering him quite familiar with the use of swords. Although lacking sword-specific skills, his current attributes ensure that he wields it with remarkable prowess, effectively disguising himself as a swordsman without anyone suspecting otherwise. With all preparations complete, Lu Zhan sets off towards the location of the dungeon's opening, the cafeteria building. Lacking precise knowledge of the dungeon's emergence, he intends to arrive early to ensure he is ready. Indeed, the entrance to this inaugural dungeon lies within the building. Recalling past events, Lu Zhan remembers hiding in the cafeteria hall with numerous classmates, observing the situation outside, where countless goblins roamed. At the dawn of the dungeon's activation, no one understood what it entailed, yet in that moment of desperation, everyone clung to a flicker of hope and ventured forth. One by one, they entered, only to discover that the dungeon was far more perilous than anticipated. Once inside, they were bound by the necessity of clearing it to exit. Thus, over 100 individuals entered the dungeon, and after 3 arduous hours, through sheer tenacity and sacrifice, they managed to conquer it. Ultimately, the unexpected beneficiary of this endeavor was an inconspicuous student. It was through the immense rewards of this dungeon's first completion that he soared to greatness, ultimately becoming one of the 72 divine generals. Chapter 12, the Cafeteria Building. The cafeteria building is comprised of 3 floors. The first floor houses a large supermarket. The second floor is the cafeteria hall, while the third floor contains private dining rooms. Despite Lu Zhan's preparations, he is taken aback when confronted with the scene before him. Once, he had hidden in the second floor hall, unable to discern the full extent of the situation outside, only aware of the overwhelming presence of goblins. Now, he sees clearly that there are at least 300 of them densely packed together. Even more alarming, scattered among these goblins are nearly 10 towering goblin captains, along with a terrifying creature standing at the center, clad in green armor and wielding a battle axe. This is a goblin warrior, a monster of the hero rank. Such a formidable force could easily storm the cafeteria. Lu Zhan surmises the reason for their inaction. They desire not merely the slaughter of humanity, but rather aim to corral humans like swine. Yet, the goblin species has a low ceiling for potential, and even at the hero rank, their intelligence remains limited. It is only aware of encircling individuals here, preventing anyone from escaping, and then awaiting the arrival of the commander. In a past life, Lu Zhan had unwittingly stumbled into the territory of the Demon Wolf clan, where there existed a designated area that housed a multitude of humans. In that grim place, even death was a luxury for the captives. The hellish scene had deeply unsettled Lu Zhan's nerves. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to dispel the horrific imagery from his mind. With so many goblins around, even he would undoubtedly meet his demise should he force his way through. Fortunately, he had no intention of doing so. Lu Zhan circled around the cafeteria, eventually arriving at the rear of the building. Here, the number of goblins had significantly diminished, yet the noise of a forced confrontation would still be too conspicuous. His objective was a grand tree nearby. This tree, with its lush foliage, was said to be over a century old and soared to a height of 15 meters, surpassing an entire building. Beside the tree, 2 goblins were feasting on human remains scavenged from who knows where. Lu Zhan approached stealthily, and when he was close enough, he surged forward with blinding speed, reaching the 2 goblins in an instant. With a swift motion of his sword, he dispatched them without a sound, leaving no trace to alert the nearby goblin horde. Subsequently, Lu Zhan leapt onto the thick trunk of the tree, ascending to a height of over 2 meters. With an agility nearing 40, he moved with the grace of a swan, akin to the ancient art of lightness. After 2 more leaps, he found himself 10 meters above the ground, perfectly positioned to glimpse the rooftop of the cafeteria building. With a gap of nearly 10 meters, and without the benefit of a running start, no ordinary human could possibly leap across. But was he truly an ordinary human? Lu Zhan mused to himself as he approached the tree trunk closest to the rooftop, honestly uncertain of his chances. Regardless, even if he failed to make the jump, a fall would not be fatal. There was little to fear. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself upward. In the next moment, his body shot forth like a cannonball, and moments later, his feet landed squarely on the edge of the rooftop. He had undoubtedly broken some kind of world record. The rooftop was equipped with a door leading downwards, which Lu Zhan pushed, only to find it immovable. It seemed to be blocked. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and, with a few swift strikes, reduced the door to splinters. Indeed, behind the door lay a heap of tables and chairs. Just as Lu Zhan was about to force his way in, a few individuals ascended the staircase, their faces marred by shock. "Who are you? How did you get here?" they exclaimed. The noise from breaking down the door had drawn their attention. They had anticipated goblins, not a human intruder. They had already checked and found it impossible for anyone to be up on the rooftop. Lu Zhan gestured towards the tree and replied honestly, "I jumped over from that tree." "Bro, you're impressive. Come inside," said the leader, a young man named Zhou Kai, who held a long spear and gave a thumbs up. Seemingly unfazed, he directed the others to clear away the debris. In this world, everyone had a profession, and astonishing feats were commonplace. Jumping 10 meters was hardly a cause for astonishment. especially given that Lu Zhan's appearance indicated he was a university student. "Hello, I'm Zhou Kai, a junior." He introduced himself. As Lu Zhan stepped inside, Zhou Kai noticed the sword in his hand, stained with green blood, and his enthusiasm surged. The apocalypse had erupted half a day ago, and people were beginning to grasp the fundamental rules of this new world, namely, to slay monsters and level up. However, understanding was one thing. Having the courage to act was another. Lu Zhan, evidently, was among the brave few, a small hero in this new era. Zhou Kai himself had only managed to slay 3 goblins by sheer luck, which was why he had a few followers willing to follow him. "I'm Lu Zhan." "A sophomore," Lu Zhan replied, extending his hand. In the early days of the apocalypse, most humans retained their inherent nature, and their kindness had not yet entirely vanished. However, as time progressed, humanity's morals would face immense challenges, plunging them into a dark age of moral decay. It was not until the emergence of the 8 emperors that a new social order was established. "Brother Lu, you must have slain quite a few goblins, right?" Zhou Kai inquired while directing his followers to barricade the door again. "I've managed to kill a dozen or so by chance," Lu Zhan admitted. "Wow, impressive. A dozen? Have you leveled up?" Zhou Kai asked eagerly. "Yes, I leveled up twice, but it's not very helpful. I only gained 3 attribute points. That's still quite strong." "Brother Lu, are you a sword warrior?" "No, I'm a spirit swordsman." "A spirit swordsman? That's incredible. No wonder you can jump so far. Just lucky, really." "Hey, luck is a form of strength too. Brother Lu, if there's a chance to go out, take your brothers to hunt monsters with you." "Yes, Lu Gu. Take me with you. My profession is a doctor, and I can heal." "Lu Gu, take me too." "Me too, Lu Gu." In an instant, 5 or 6 students clamored together. Sure, Lu Zhan replied with a smile. A strange feeling washed over him. He had once played the role of someone like Zhou Kai countless times. It was unexpected how the roles had now reversed, making him the one being sought after. As they spoke, the group arrived at the cafeteria hall on the 2nd floor. It was packed with people, most seated on the floor, with only a few fortunate enough to have chairs. The faces of these individuals were etched with despair and fear upon seeing Zhou Kai and his group descend. They exhibited no reaction. The arrogant, powerful, and capable were enjoying themselves in the luxurious suites on the 3rd floor, far removed from the throngs below. This small cafeteria building had begun to reveal the class divisions of society, not by wealth or status, but by strength. Among the crowd were even several wealthy second-generation youths. Yet now their wealth had been reduced to mere numbers or scraps of paper. These people, though unaware of the outside world, could surmise the dire situation given the prolonged absence of rescue. "This is all too reminiscent of my past life," Lu Zhan thought. "Come, Lu Gu, this way. I'll get them to make some room," Zhou Kai said, unconsciously shifting from calling him Brother Lu to Lu Gu. Although he lacked the qualifications to ascend to the 3rd floor suites, he was considered formidable in the hall. "No need. I'd like to grab something to eat first," Lu Zhan replied, heading towards the supermarket on the ground floor. Chapter 13. Too weak. Zhou Kai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped forward to block Lu Zhan. "Lu, you can't go to the supermarket on the 1st floor." Yet, Lu Zhan seemed to ignore him, his pace unwavering. He was well aware of the dangers lurking on the 1st floor. At the stairwell lay several corpses, the unfortunate fate of those who had attempted to force their way in earlier. Lu Zhan disregarded the bodies, stepping over them and descending. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and followed closely behind with a few of his companions. "Hey, someone dares to come down here and seek death? If you don't want to die, get back." Brother Han said he'd send up a supply of food soon. Just wait patiently. At the base of the stairs stood 2 burly men clad in security uniforms, each wielding a weapon. The weapon bore traces of crimson blood, evidently not from slaying goblins. However, as soon as the words left their lips, a sudden blur clouded their vision. In the next moment, when they attempted to speak again, they found themselves utterly silenced. Blood gushing from their throats. Lu Zhan stepped back a few paces to avoid being splattered by the blood. The individuals occupying the supermarket on the 1st floor were none other than several of the school's former security guards, a group he knew all too well, having seen them inflict harm on countless souls in his previous life within that very cafeteria. Each one of them was undeniably wicked. When Lu Zhan took action, he did so without hesitation. After dispatching the 2, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, player killed, gained 20 gold coins. Ding, player killed, gained 30 gold coins." While murder did not yield experience, it allowed him to seize the fallen's gold and loot their equipment and items. However, these 2 were impoverished, rendering their deaths fruitless. Behind him, Zhou Kai and a few subordinates were utterly petrified, gazing at Lu Zhan in fear, unwilling to approach. Though they had witnessed their fair share of bloodshed in this apocalyptic era, nothing compared to the swift and ruthless efficiency displayed before them. The speed was astonishing. They didn't even see how Lu Zhan had struck. Was this man truly just a sophomore? Heh, care for a zero-cost shopping spree? Lu Zhan turned back, grinning. Lu Gu, please, you go ahead, Zhou Kai stammered, unconsciously adopting a more respectful address. That smile appeared to him as the grin of a demon. Lu Zhan, expressionless, descended the stairs, stepping over the two corpses. Not far away, several figures rushed toward him. Leading them was the former head of security, Han Yong. Unlike his companions armed with knives, swords, and clubs, he wielded a gun. This was due to his chosen profession as a marksman. In the wake of the apocalypse, conventional firearms had lost their effectiveness, including guns. Yet, Han Yong's weapon was different. It was an initial equipment reward from the system that not only functioned but also boasted formidable damage. Most terrifyingly, it had infinite ammunition. In the early days of the apocalypse, the marksman class was akin to a game-breaking profession. Damn bastard. Seeking death. Han Yong's fury ignited upon seeing his two subordinates lifeless on the ground. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a figure surged toward him at breakneck speed. Han Yong's heart raced. As he instinctively raised his arm to shoot, he felt something plummet toward the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own hand. The one grasping the gun. Han Yong's mind blanked, and after a full 5 seconds, he finally reacted with a scream. Within 7 steps. The sword strikes faster, Lu Zhan remarked, ostentatiously, before delivering another slash that severed Han Yong's throat. Ding, player killed, gained 200 gold coins. This guy was surprisingly affluent. He had evidently taken down a fair number of goblins. Who are you? Please spare me, big brother. Han Yong's surrounding subordinates were utterly panicked. Unable to fathom that their once feared leader had simply perished, stripping them of any courage to retaliate. Spare you? To do so would be tantamount to killing others. Lu Zhan scoffed coldly, showing no mercy. He remembered them clearly. They had not only slain numerous students, but had also dragged beautiful girls from the hall to abuse at will. Their sins were unforgivable. Although these transgressions had yet to be committed in this life, it did not deter Lu Zhan from enacting judgment upon them. A minute later, Lu Zhan wiped his sword clean of blood against the corpses on the ground and addressed Zhou Kai and the others trailing behind him. All right. You're free to do as you wish. To his astonishment, Zhou Kai suddenly knelt on the ground, fervently declaring, Lu Gu, from now on, you are my big brother. I will serve you faithfully. At this moment, he realized that the figure before him was not merely a sophomore, but a formidable powerhouse. His subordinates followed suit, echoing his sentiments. Yet, Lu Zhan appeared oblivious to their adulation, striding toward the beverage section of the supermarket, leaving behind a mere 5 words. You are all too weak. Lu Zhan, being neither a noble nor a pampered heir, had no need for lackeys. Even if he sought allies, he would choose those of a caliber like Shun Jialuo or Lu Yong, naturally excluding Zhou Kai and his ilk. Too weak, Zhou Kai's eyes glazed over. Recognizing that he lacked even the qualifications to be a subordinate, the humiliations he had endured flashed through his mind. Would he continue in this manner? No. He refused to accept it. He yearned to grow stronger, to seize control of his own destiny. At that moment, an unprecedented resolve surged within him. Ding. Congratulations on awakening the occupational talent. Braver with every battle. Lu Zhan, unaware that his mere words had triggered Zhou Kai's awakening, was currently savoring a can of Red Tiger energy drink, relishing meat from a can, truly a feast. While points in this apocalyptic setting could be exchanged for food, acquiring such points was arduous for someone of his lowly status. Thus, he prioritized using them to enhance his strength over frivolous indulgences. In this life, at least he wouldn't have to suffer hunger. Having satisfied his hunger, Lu Zhan clapped his hands and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and his companions were still busy gathering supplies. Upon spotting Lu Zhan, they hurriedly approached him, asking, Lu Gu, should we guard the stairwell? Guard it for what? If they take whatever they fancy, it'll be exhausted in a day or two. Heh, do you plan to stay here for a day or two? And then what? Wait to die? If you truly wish to survive, go out and slay monsters to level up. That is the true path to survival. With that, Lu Zhan turned away and ascended the stairs. On the second floor, as Lu Zhan reached the top, he was greeted by a chorus of anguished screams. Moments later, a ragged girl burst from a private room, lunging toward her heart with a dagger. Inside the room, several individuals emerged, indifferent to her plight. What a stroke of bad luck. There are so many women. I'm not obligated to play with you. Heh, even if she is dead. It's not like we can't have fun. What the hell? Are you not revolted? Hurry and toss her downstairs. Let us continue our game. With that, one of them seized the already lifeless girl and hurled her from the upper floor. The onlookers in the hall turned ashen, wordlessly making space. With a thud, the girl's body struck the ground, no one daring to approach. Though merely half a day had passed since the apocalypse began, for these individuals, it felt as though years had dragged by. In this brief span, They had witnessed too much death, too much malice, and too much of humanity's depravity. Within this cafeteria building alone, dozens had met their demise at one another's hands, their corpses carelessly discarded downstairs to feed the goblins. Now, these people had grown somewhat numb. Chapter 14. Your grudge, avenge yourself. Zhan cast a glance at the deceased girl's face, feeling a pang of emotion. That visage was all too familiar. It belonged to Zhang Yu, the once coveted class flower. He had turned down her companionship, only to find her fate sealed here. He cast a glance at the private box above, which was rather intriguing, as it was precisely where the dungeon was about to manifest. Was it mere coincidence? Or did Zhang Yu, in some unfathomable way, wish for him to avenge her? However, since it was a matter of revenge, it was better to leave it to her own devices. He then silently murmured in his heart, Number 7, I apologize for the sacrifice. Within the realm of the undead, the body of Number 7, which had just been enhanced to an elite undead, began to dissipate, transforming into a wisp of mist that entered the form of the 10-man captain of the undead. Ding! Congratulations on your successful sacrifice. It was a waste of an elite-level undead, yet the attributes of the 10-man captain only increased by 2 or 3 points, making this exchange exceedingly unprofitable. Nonetheless, Zhan undertook this act merely to free up a slot for another undead. He gazed down at Zhang Yu's lifeless body, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green light. Truth be told, this was his first time reincarnating a human, and he was uncertain whether it would succeed. Suddenly, 2 students preparing to move the corpse shouted in alarm. To their astonishment, the body slowly rose to its feet, a dagger still embedded in its chest. Who wouldn't he be startled by such a scene? Back from the dead. One exclaimed, What is there to panic about? This has turned into a game world. Isn't it remarkable that the dead can rise? Could she possibly have a hidden profession? Look at her eyes. They've turned green. Could she be becoming a zombie? Zhang Yu, do you still recognize me? The bizarre scene finally stirred a ripple in the previously stagnant atmosphere. A crowd gathered around the resurrected Zhang Yu, yet none dared to approach. In the next moment, Zhang Yu finally took a step forward, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat. However, she seemed oblivious to their presence, making her way directly toward the staircase. At that moment, a single thought emerged in the minds of all. Was Zhang Yu's resurrection for the sake of vengeance? Zhan remained undeterred, following closely behind Zhang Yu as she ascended the stairs. As a newly resurrected undead, her combat prowess was inferior even to that of a goblin, and pursuing revenge alone would only lead to her demise for a second time. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Zhang Yu eventually arrived at the door of the private box and raised her hand to knock. Who the hell is it? A voice from within the box shouted in anger. The door swung open, and in an instant, Zhang Yu raised the dagger in her hand and lunged forward. The person who opened the door, caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events, was struck directly in the chest. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal blow to the heart. You filthy bitch, the man snarled, displaying remarkable resilience as he did not cry out in pain, but instead kicked at Zhang Yu with a ferocious intent. Yet, before his foot could connect, a flash of sword light appeared, and his foot fell lifelessly to the ground, severed cleanly. A scream finally broke the air. Zhang Yu, undeterred, raised the dagger again, stabbing once, twice, thrice, relentlessly piercing the man until he lay lifeless. Inside the box, there were 9 individuals, 5 men and 4 women. The women, each possessing captivating figures and enchanting faces, were the admired flowers of their class. Yet now, in a bid for survival, they had been reduced to mere playthings. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd as they witnessed this surreal spectacle. What is happening? Wasn't she just dead? Ghosts exist. What nonsense. Even if she were a ghost, I could still slay her. Zhang Hong, the leader of this group, was not only formidable but also audacious. Seizing a large knife nearby and charging at Zhang Yu. With a swift motion, he struck her shoulder, yet Zhang Yu remained unfazed. Grasping the blade lodged in her flesh with one hand while the other lunged toward Zhang Hong, her face adorned with a faintly eerie smile, accentuated by her glowing green eyes, sending chills down the spines of those present. The room erupted in the shrieks of several girls. Even Zhang Hong felt a twinge of fear, but as a seasoned slayer of goblins, his reflexes remained sharp. He released the large knife and retreated while shouting, Everyone, charge together and slay this thing. Coughing, Zhang Yu wrenched the knife from her shoulder, her form now drenched in blood, resembling a specter of crimson as she advanced step by step toward the others. The screams of the girls grew increasingly frantic. Enough of the noise, Zhang Hong bellowed, slapping one girl across the face while picking up an axe resting on the ground, swinging it viciously toward Zhang Yu's neck. He was resolute. Surely, if he severed her head, she would cease to move. However, in the next heartbeat, a clang echoed as a sword intercepted the axe, rendering it immobile. It's you. Zhang Hong's eyes flared with rage. The one who had nearly severed his arm was unforgettable. Yet, amid his fury, a sudden realization struck him. He had not even perceived how the opponent had made their move. This could only mean one thing. The opponent's strength surpassed his comprehension. Indeed. It is I, Lu Zhan replied coolly, and with a swift motion, Zhang Hong's hand was severed from his arm. With an average agility of only 10, Lu Zhan's 40 was akin to a bug-level existence, requiring no combat techniques, for his enemies had no time to react. Everyone quickly. Let us take him down together. Zhang Hong's arm gushed blood as he cried out in desperation. Fear gripped him. He did not wish to perish. The apocalypse was his time to reign. He could not afford to die now. You four leave. Lu Zhan ignored him, pointing at the four girls. Hearing this, the girls wasted no time and dashed out. One boy attempted to escape as well, but just as he reached the door, a flash of a sword severed both of his legs. Meanwhile, another boy, summoning his courage to cast a spell, discovered his hands had been severed and lay lifeless on the ground. Lu Zhan strode leisurely, each swing of his sword claiming a limb, be it hand or foot. In less than half a minute, the 5 individuals within the box were stripped of their hands and feet, their torsos lying helplessly on the floor, unable to move. They were not dead yet, still clinging to life, but the loss of blood rendered them too weak to scream. Was this cruel? Lu Zhan felt no stirrings of emotion. He had witnessed worse brutality. Now, it is your turn, Lu Zhan said to Zhang Yu, stepping out of the room and closing the door behind him. Chapter 15, The Dungeon Unleashed. Lu Zhan stood in the corridor, observing the crowd in the hall below. Naturally, the 4 girls had recounted the events that had just transpired, while several of Zhou Kai's underlings had spread accounts of the chaos in the supermarket downstairs. At this moment, the gazes directed at Lu Zhan were filled with terror. Compared to Wang Hong and the guards, Lu Zhan resembled a merciless demon, unflinching in the face of murder. Because Wang Hong and his associates merely seek obedience and reverence from others, as long as you acquiesce to their demands, they will not resort to senseless killings. In stark contrast, the actions of the land combatants are perceived as unreasonable slaughter, although, for the moment, it appears they are targeting individuals of questionable morality. Naturally, Lu Zhan is indifferent to the opinions of such people, whether deemed a demon or a saint, after enduring a lifetime. He has long ceased to care about the judgments of others. His sole conviction and aspiration lie in his pursuit of strength. After a full 3 minutes, the door behind him swung open once more. Lu Zhan glanced down below and declared, "No one is permitted to approach this private room, otherwise, death awaits." If memory serves him correctly, this instance should be a small dungeon designed for 5 players, meaning that 4 others could still join him. He certainly does not wish for any unforeseen incidents to occur within the dungeon. With that, he turned and re-entered the room. Inside, it resembled a hellscape. The 5 corpses lay in a state of utter disarray, with scarcely a portion intact. Lu Zhan even observed numerous marks of gnawing and tearing. It is hard not to speculate whether Zhang Yu still possesses some consciousness, perhaps harboring personal grudges. Your vengeance has been avenged. Rest in peace. Lu Zhan remarked to the immobile figure of Zhang Yu. He had no intention of controlling a human as a wraith. After all, he too is human and believes in maintaining certain ethical boundaries. Thus, he proceeded to directly sacrifice Zhang Yu's essence to the first number. There was no alternative. Reversing the transformation of a wraith was impossible, and he could not simply slay Zhang Yu. After much contemplation, this was the only solution. The result, however, was a failed sacrifice. Subsequently, Lu Zhan, unperturbed by the blood-soaked surroundings, settled onto a nearby sofa. The next step was to patiently await the appearance of the dungeon entrance. Time passed slowly. Meanwhile, the hall downstairs was chaotic, and upon discovering the supermarket unattended, disorder was inevitable. Even those in other private rooms rushed out to seize various supplies. Only in the room where Lu Zhan resided did anyone dare not to intrude, even to approach. After a full half-hour, Lu Zhan, who had been meditating, finally opened his eyes. In one corner of the room, a vertical black vortex began to materialize out of thin air, eerie and inexplicable. Lu Zhan rose with excitement. As he had wished, the dungeon had finally appeared. Gripping his sword tightly, he approached the vortex and stepped inside. In an instant, Lu Zhan's figure vanished from the room. Simultaneously, information about the dungeon flooded into his mind. Dungeon, Goblin Camp, one-time use. Type, Extermination Dungeon. Level, Ordinary. Player limit, 14. The next moment, a flash of light flickered before Lu Zhan's eyes, and the scenery around him rapidly transformed, ultimately revealing a grassy field. Not far from the meadow lay a small goblin camp. Dungeons vary in type, but extermination dungeons are the most prevalent, as the name implies. The objective is to eliminate all monsters within the dungeon to complete the quest. There are 6 levels of difficulty, ordinary, adventure, hero, king, hell, and abyss. Once entered, there is no option to exit the dungeon. One either dies or achieves victory. Moreover, prior to entry, the dungeon reveals no information. Thus, although dungeons represent opportunity, they also signify death, and in Zhan's previous life, many formidable individuals perished upon entering new dungeons. As for this one-time dungeon, no strategies exist since it vanishes upon completion. Therefore, Zhan had no clear understanding of the strength of the goblin camp. The student who had previously emerged from it was unlikely to boast about such matters. Contemplating, Zhan summoned the first number. At the entrance of the camp stood 2 armed goblins, evidently unaware of Zhan's presence. Swiftly, he dispatched them. With a thought, the first number charged towards the camp. As the armed goblins became aware of its presence, the first number was already upon them, leaping to deliver a lethal blow to one of the goblins. Yeah! The goblin screeched, raising its weapon to fight back, but it was too late. The first number's blade had already struck its neck. Surprisingly, the first number's strike did not result in a fatal blow. It was only after the second strike that Zhan heard the sound of experience gained echo in his mind. It appeared the strength of these gatekeeper goblins lay between that of ordinary goblins and elites. As the first number lunged at the other armed goblin, the latter began to emit frantic cries. Soon, the entire camp resonated with the cacophony of goblin shrieks, and a multitude surged forth. At first glance, there were at least 50 or 60 of them. Unlike the goblins outside, these wielded a variety of weapons, some even brandishing staffs. Goblins constitute an exceedingly vast race. Those brandishing crude blades are merely the most basic and common variety. However, the strength of these goblins should be comparable to that of the 2 gatekeepers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the entire cafeteria to perish and still complete the dungeon in his previous life. Given this, Zhan decided to engage them head-on. No longer hesitating, he murmured, "Arise, my wraiths." A flash of green light flickered in his eyes. The remaining 7 wraiths materialized before him, charging forward. Zhan gripped his sword tightly, advancing step by step. Having experienced death once, he valued his life greatly. Should he act too recklessly, he might find himself in dire straits. Ahead, the clash between the 8 wraiths and the goblin horde erupted instantaneously. The attributes of the wraiths surpassed those of the ordinary goblins, and upon contact, several goblins fell. The first number, under Zhan's command, weaved through the goblin ranks, seeking out those wielding staffs. The defining characteristic of the mage class is high damage, and goblins are no exception. Naturally, they became Zhan's primary target. However, the sheer number of goblins proved overwhelming, and soon an elite wraith lost its head, returning to the realm of eternity. Zhan's eyes gleamed with green light. On the ground, the 2 deceased goblins rose anew. As long as there are sufficient corpses and mana, a necromancer fears no enemy numbers. Although these newly revived creatures do not match the elite level in attributes, they are nonetheless superior to the ordinary goblins. Barely had these 2 returned when yet another elite wraith succumbed to the onslaught. This was a wraith he had painstakingly enhanced with considerable effort and time, now lost. Unable to afford the luxury of sorrow, Zhan steeled himself and charged forward. It seemed he must engage directly. His current mana levels were insufficient for a prolonged battle. If he wasted it on these minor foes, how could he contend with the impending boss fight? Chapter 16, Goblin Sorcerer. In his previous life, Zhan's experience in life and death battles was exceedingly rich, and he was confident that the combat experience and techniques he had cultivated would not pale in comparison to those of top-tier experts. Yet in this apocalyptic world, combat techniques are the most fundamental of skills. Powerful attributes, equipment, skills, and items are the quintessential determinants of success. No matter how adept one is in combat techniques, one cannot hope to prevail against an opponent whose movements remain obscured from view, especially when a mere flick of their wrist can lead to one's swift demise. Yet, in the nascent days of this apocalyptic world, such equipment and skills have yet to materialize. Thus, it is combat prowess that becomes the pivotal factor in this struggle. As Zhan plunged into the throng of goblins, he resembled an avatar of death, deftly evading attacks while each strike of his sword aimed for the vital points of these creatures. However, the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming, and he still suffered numerous hits. Had he possessed the typical physique of a spirit sword master, he would have long since succumbed. Fortunately, under the aegis of the Undead Lord, his 3 primary attributes were formidable, rendering him a veritable triangle warrior. As Zhan continued to harness the blessings of his undead rebirth while ruthlessly exterminating goblins, this intense combat invigorated him rather than exhausting him. The timid, evasive version of himself had perished. In this life, he aspired to conquer the zenith. In a mere 5 minutes, dozens of goblins lay slaughtered, and aside from the first undead, only one undead centurion remained. The rest had all been replaced. These were elite beings he had painstakingly enhanced throughout the day. If the rewards for clearing this encounter were not bountiful, he might very well weep on the spot. Just then, from the central tent of the camp emerged 5 goblins. A boss battle ensued. Zhan took a deep breath, steeling himself as he gazed upon his adversaries. These 5 goblins were evidently no ordinary foes. The 4 surrounding were approximately 1 meter tall, clad in green leather armor, wielding large blades, and appeared stronger than the goblin centurion. The goblin in the center, diminutive and hunched, leaned on a staff, yet it was the leader among these 5 goblins, the king of this camp. In an instant, Zhan recalled its information, goblin sorcerer. The other 4 towering goblins were goblin guards. All 5 were elite-level goblins, indicating a formidable confrontation. Swiftly, aside from the first undead, the remaining 8 surged towards the 5 goblins. The goblin sorcerer possessed minimal combat power but served as a formidable support, enhancing its allies like a super healer. Given the minor disparity in strength, a direct confrontation offered scant chances of success. For under the sorcerer's enhancement, the 4 goblin guards became akin to unyielding warriors. More tenacious than the undead themselves, the goblin sorcerer proved cunning, perpetually positioning itself behind its 4 guards for protection. The optimal strategy against such a healer supporting multiple fighters is to exhaust their resources, not health, but the sorcerer's mana. Just as humans possess mana, so too do monsters. And this form of attrition is a forte of the Necromancer. Zhan swiftly devised a tactic. In the blink of an eye, the 8 undead charged forth. As for the first, it remained at his side, a cherished companion not to be recklessly sacrificed. The diminutive goblin waved its staff and screeched, invigorating the 4 goblins akin to a blood frenzy, their power visibly surging. This skill resembled the centurion's fervor, but was far more potent, bordering on super fervor. The moment they clashed, 2 of the undead were swiftly obliterated. Without hesitation, Zhan reincarnated 2 more undead and surged into battle once more. As time ticked away, his mana dwindled, prompting him to consume a low-grade mana potion. Yet, before him, the goblin sorcerer relentlessly released skills to heal the 4 guards. After enduring a prolonged skirmish, the guards remained as vigorous as ever, seemingly unharmed. Unless one could deliver a decisive blow to eliminate a guard outright, no matter how severe the damage, the goblin sorcerer could swiftly restore them to full health. This situation struck Zhan as peculiar. Despite being merely an elite monster, the sorcerer should not possess such vast reservoirs of mana to unleash skills ad infinitum, unless it bore mana-regenerating equipment of considerable quality. Such a configuration would render the opposing team a perpetual motion machine. He feared that his mana would deplete first, and once his undead were exhausted, it would be 5 against 1. No longer could he afford to wait. Zhan instantaneously altered his strategy. Was it wise to prioritize the goblin sorcerer? Terrifyingly no. Although it appeared weakened, it was nimble and clearly agile. Under the staunch protection of the 4 guards, attempting a direct kill was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Therefore, he resolved to revert to his original tactic. First, on my signal, Zhan commanded internally, brandishing his sword and charging forward, with the first undead following suit. In the chaotic fray, the 5 undead that had previously attacked now lunged en masse at a single goblin guard, one seizing its head while the others restrained its limbs, fiercely stifling its movements. Then, the remaining 3 undead, alongside Zhan and the first undead, simultaneously assaulted the goblin. Unrelenting, they aimed to eliminate this goblin guard with all their might. The goblin sorcerer screeched in alarm, evidently aware of their intentions, and frantically unleashed healing spells. The targeted goblin guard briefly staggered but did not fall. With a cry, it broke free from its constraints. Zhan and the first undead swiftly retreated, feigning a hasty escape. However, the other undead were not as quick to respond, swiftly captured by the 3 goblin guards and brutally dispatched, returning to the eternal void. The goblin sorcerer pointed at Zhan, trembling with mirth, as if mocking his audacity. In this exchange, 5 of Zhan's undead perished, including the last remaining centurion. Obliterated in an instant, his painstakingly assembled force was now utterly decimated, save for the first undead. Meanwhile, the goblin sorcerer stood unscathed, for guards unscathed. Yet, in the next moment, as the goblin sorcerer continued to mock, the previously attacked goblin guard suddenly pivoted and swung its blade at the sorcerer. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, having been reincarnated as an undead. In that fleeting instant, Zhan had successfully dispatched this creature and immediately reincarnated it as undead. To the sorcerer, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Unbeknownst to the goblin sorcerer, it was unprepared for such a turn of events, and the blade struck its neck, nearly severing it entirely. Letting out a shriek, The goblin sorcerer hastily retreated to evade the guard's follow-up attack, simultaneously frantically casting healing spells upon itself. Chapter 17. The Ring of the Holy Grail. Press on. Zhan's mana had dwindled to a mere 30, prompting him to cease the summoning of new undead and charge forward once more with the first undead. Yet his target remained the goblin sorcerer. Though it appeared to have lost half its neck, under that relentless healing, it was visibly recovering at an alarming rate. The newly reincarnated skeletal guardian, alongside the original three-headed undead, surged towards another goblin sentinel. Meanwhile, the sorcerer was preoccupied with his own troubles, leaving little room to attend to his subordinates. In mere seconds, the goblin sentinel was brutally slain by a flurry of strikes. A flash of green light sparked in Zhan's eyes as he promptly reincarnated the fallen goblin as a new undead. Together, they charged at the third goblin sentinel. From that point onward, the battle became a mere formality. By the time the goblin sorcerer had fully healed itself, all four of its sentinels had been resurrected as undead, their green, glistening eyes fixed hungrily upon it. Oh dear, oh dear. The goblin retreated in terror. Without its minions, it was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Zhan was unrelenting, summoning all the undead to attack. The nine-headed undead swarmed forth, and despite the sorcerer's formidable healing abilities, it could not withstand the onslaught. 3 minutes later, the relentless chime of the system echoed in Zhan's mind. The goblin sorcerer finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ding. You have slain the goblin sorcerer. Gaining experience. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to 5. Ding. You have cleared the goblin camp dungeon, rewarding you with 800 experience points and 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations. You are the 8th player globally to clear this dungeon, doubling your rewards and earning the special title Dungeon Slayer. What a thrill. A smile spread uncontrollably across Zhan's face. Yet a flicker of unease stirred within him. To his astonishment, there were still 7 players ahead of him. Glancing at his attributes, not only had he reached level 5, but thanks to the double rewards, he was already at 80 experience points. Level 6 was within reach. As for the title Dungeon Slayer, its effects were straightforward yet potent. An overall attribute enhancement of 10 within dungeons, truly a godsend for dungeon raiding. After dismissing the attributes, Zhan turned his gaze to the goblin sorcerer's spot, where several orbs were floating. This was the crux of the dungeon rewards. Approaching, he immediately spotted the most prominent orb, radiating a purple glow. A purple item. He couldn't help but tremble with excitement. In his previous life, he had struggled for so long without acquiring a single purple item. Zhan picked up the purple orb and, with a sense of gravity, crushed it in his palm, overwhelmed with indescribable exhilaration. It transformed into a ring, shaped like a small purple chalice. Ring of the Holy Grail grade. Purple requirements. Level 5 mana, 100 mana regeneration, 10 per second cooldown, 3 seconds mage skill effect, 10 for attributes. None of which were useless. This ring was indeed a remarkable piece, even among purple items, and for a mage, it was nothing short of divine. Zhan recalled that the last player to clear this dungeon was a mage class. No wonder, having such an item in the early game could allow even a pig to soar. Eagerly, Zhan donned the Ring of the Holy Grail. In an instant, his mana began to surge, fully replenished in just 5 seconds. Moreover, he glanced at his attributes. The cooldown for undead reincarnation had diminished to 2 seconds. However, he was intrigued by the skill effect of 10, which he had never encountered before. Common effects like damage and range were easily understood. Yet this so-called effect of 10 was a novel experience. He would have to experiment with it thoroughly. Calming his racing heart, Zhan once more surveyed the spoils. 1 skill point, 2 enhancement stones, and surprisingly, a skill book titled Healing Sorcery. Learning requirements. Level 3, class attribute, healing. Zhan sighed. As a necromancer, he certainly did not possess healing attributes. The potency of this skill was evident from the goblin sorcerer's earlier casting. Extraordinarily powerful. Nevertheless, even if he couldn't learn it, selling it would garner a handsome price. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The dungeon will close in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Zhan hurriedly directed his attention back to the goblin sorcerer, reincarnating it as an undead. Next, he summoned a few ordinary goblins to fill the 11 undead slots. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings shifted dramatically, and he found himself back in the VIP room. Quickly, Zhan examined the newly reincarnated undead. The goblin sorcerer was somewhat disappointing. It had lost its sorcerous abilities upon becoming undead, transforming into a mere warrior type, indistinguishable from the others. Undead lacked souls, and consequently, spirit and intelligence, rendering them incapable of casting any skills. However, upon inspecting another newly reincarnated goblin, he was unexpectedly pleased. The attributes of this undead goblin were evidently superior to the previous ones. This was likely the result of the skill effect of 10, enhancing the attributes of the reincarnated undead by 10. For a necromancer, this was an extraordinary enhancement, given that undead attributes were already slightly higher than those of monsters. Combined with the additional 10 from the talent and the 10 from the ring of the Holy Grail, the attributes of the undead could directly augment his own. The value of this ring was, in his eyes, comparable to that of golden divine gear. At that moment, his mind was consumed by 4 words: I am destined to be invincible. Regaining his composure, Zhan allocated his newly acquired skill point to undead sacrifice, thus enabling further strengthening of his first undead. As for the 2 enhancement stones, a thought crossed his mind, and soon the system's voice echoed in his head. Ding! Enhancing the ring of the Holy Grail requires 10 enhancement stones and 10,000 gold coins. Ding! Insufficient enhancement stones and gold coins. Enhancement failed. Despite his prior preparation, Zhan couldn't help but curse. What a robbery! Helpless, he opted to enhance the ring of the undead instead. Ding! Enhancing the ring of the undead will cost 200 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? Enhance. Ding! Congratulations, enhancement successful. Ding! Enhancing the ring of the undead will cost 300 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? Enhance. Ding! Congratulations, enhancement successful. To his relief, the enhancements had succeeded consecutively. However, the rate at which his gold coins were depleting was astonishing. A quarter of his 2,000 gold from the dungeon rewards vanished in an instant. As he grumbled, he examined the enhanced ring of the undead. Ring of the undead 3, mana 30, skill cooldown 1 second. Contains a space for undead beings, capable of storing them and possessing the ability to restore them. Upon seeing these attributes, Zhan's earlier frustration evaporated, replaced by sheer elation. Fortune seemed to favor him excessively. Among the myriad of attributes, skill cooldown was one of the rarest, and he had acquired 2 within such a short span. This luck was worthy of the title Fortunate Emperor, wouldn't you agree? Touching the 2 rings in his hand, Zhan felt a surge of joy as he opened the door and stepped outside. The hall was considerably less crowded, evidently a result of a fierce battle for resources in the supermarket. Upon seeing Zhan emerge, several individuals hastily concealed their belongings, fearing theft. Zhan, indifferent to their plight, descended from the 3rd floor and made his way towards the window. Along his path, the surrounding individuals hastily stepped aside, fearful of inciting the wrath of this demon. Standing by the window, he cast a glance outside. The goblins still lingered, guarding the human sustenance within. If memory served correctly, this goblin warrior was the mightiest creature within the confines of the campus. The first day of the apocalypse could be viewed as a divine tutorial bestowed upon humanity. The invasion was limited to the goblin species, with the strongest among them merely being a hero-level monster. However, as the clock struck midnight, the true game of survival for humanity would commence. Once the clock struck 12, barring unforeseen circumstances, none of the individuals trapped within the cafeteria building would escape unscathed. Even with Zhan's current prowess, facing the goblin warrior alongside such a multitude of goblins would spell disaster. Of course, he could flee at any moment if he so desired. Yet, he had no intention of escaping. The goblins outside represented experience points, gold, and undead. He could not let such an opportunity slip by. He was waiting for the appearance of a dog. Chapter 18. It was a dog. With the onset of the apocalypse, humanity could choose professions to level up and enhance their abilities. Animals underwent significant transformations as well. Devoid of professions and unable to level up, they mutated and evolved into powerful aberrations. These aberrations possessed diverse abilities, and their strength was achieved through a simple yet brutal means: consuming those monsters. The more they devoured, the mightier they became. In the future, the world would not fall entirely to the encroaching monsters. The aberrations would play a pivotal role, though they were not particularly fond of humanity. As fellow natives of this planet, they harbored a profound animosity towards the invading monsters from other realms. Within this campus, there existed a formidable aberration, a dog. A stray dog. In a previous life, it was hard to fathom that it was this very dog that saved the students trapped in the cafeteria. Of course, the dog did not come with the intent to rescue. It was merely tempted by the abundance of goblins. Thus, it charged into the horde of goblins, wreaking havoc. In the ensuing chaos, the cafeteria's students seized the opportunity to escape, successfully fleeing the building under the guidance of a fortunate individual who had completed the dungeon. Alas, the dog, driven by its insatiable appetite, charged headlong into the goblin throng and was ultimately slain by the goblin warrior. Had it survived to grow stronger, it would undoubtedly have become a terrifying aberration. Returning to the private room, Zhan closed the door and summoned number 1, instructing it to guard his side. No one would be spared should they dare enter. He then settled onto the sofa, closed his eyes, and, recalling the narrative of his previous life, recognized that the dog would only appear after the dungeon was cleared. However, he had completed the dungeon over 2 hours sooner than before. He needed to rest adequately to prepare for the impending battle. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, his nerves had been perpetually taut. Although physical fatigue lessened with his increasing constitution, his mental exhaustion remained pronounced, primarily due to his low spirit attribute. Contemplating this, Zhan allocated all 3 of his recently acquired attribute points to spirit. This attribute was exceedingly vital. He was aware of hidden professions and skills that specifically targeted mental attacks. If his spirit were too low, he might not even comprehend how he met his demise. As for intelligence, well, there was nothing wrong with being a dim-witted necromancer. Do you think someone will come to rescue us? Yes, surely they will. The army has weapons, bombs, missiles, and even nuclear warheads. They will undoubtedly eradicate these minuscule monsters. Rest assured. How laughable. If they were going to come, they would have done so already. Huh. Let us simply await our demise in peace. If only we had known, we would not have hidden here. Now we cannot even escape. Those monsters outside are merely toying with us, inciting us to turn against one another. In the hall, despair seeped through the air. Zhou stood by the window, disregarding the discussions within. The goblins were increasing in number. He turned to glance at the room where Zhan resided, a flicker of combat desire igniting in his eyes. Zhan was right. In this apocalypse, survival depended solely on oneself. Heaven had already bestowed upon them the means to rely on their own strength, professions. At this moment, he too was waiting, anticipating Zhan's next move. He knew Zhan could not remain idle for long, and when his companion acted, he must follow suit. If not to feast, then at least to claim a morsel. Suddenly, Zhou perceived a flash of lightning in the distance. What was that? Just as he squinted to discern the source, a voice pierced his thoughts. It is a dog. Unbeknownst to him, Zhan had already approached his side. Lulu Gu. Zhou felt a twinge of apprehension. Although the individual beside him was younger, he exuded an aura that commanded involuntary reverence. An opportunity has arisen. Whether you seize it or not is up to you, Zhan remarked, the effects of enhanced constitution manifesting in various aspects, including vision. Despite the encroaching night, he could still make out the silhouette of the dog in the distance. It was a large black dog, nearly a meter tall, and close to 1.5 meters in length. Its most distinctive feature was its golden yellow eyes, occasionally flashing with a hint of lightning. This creature had evidently surpassed the typical size of a dog. One could only wonder how many goblins it had consumed to evolve to such an extent. The large black dog gazed hungrily at the multitude of goblins, its body suddenly crackling with lightning, poised to shatter the darkness with a thunderous strike. The goblin warrior, sensing the surge of electrical energy, roared and charged forth, axe raised. The moment had arrived. A smile crossed Zhan's face as he shattered the window and leaped down, simultaneously activating the ring of the undead, summoning all 11 undead to his side. The threat he had feared was now diverted by the black dog. Thus, it was time to unleash carnage. Number 1 landed first, cleaving through the air with its great blade, claiming 3 ordinary goblins in an instant. The other undead followed suit, particularly the 4 undead goblin guards, whose attributes far surpassed those of their ordinary counterparts, displaying remarkable ferocity in their attacks. However, soon 3 of the undead fell victim to a brutal mobbing, returning to eternity. But so what? With a 1-second cooldown and nearly infinite mana for every fallen, another would rise anew. Zhan's eyes flashed with an ethereal green hue, as one corpse after another stood back up. In the realm of a necromancer, the notion of being overwhelmed by enemies was non-existent, for he could convert every foe into his undead minion. Zhou, standing by the window, felt his expression shift. He had not anticipated that Zhan would leap directly into the horde of goblins. To him, it seemed akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. The grassmud horse. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. Zhou let out a loud curse. His head filled with fervor, and he leaped directly down. However, he soon found himself in a state of panic. The height was a staggering 5 meters. A fall from such a height could easily lead to death or disfigurement. In a moment of critical urgency, Zhou aimed his long spear at a goblin midair and activated his skill, Charge. His body propelled forward uncontrollably, and with a single thrust, he pierced through the goblin's skull. The force of the skill countered the downward momentum of his fall, allowing him to land safely on the ground. What a close call. The goddess of fortune was indeed watching over him. His profession was that of a spearman. Yet luck was not rated as an E. But in the next moment, a horde of goblins came rushing towards him. Zhou dared not linger and hurriedly fled towards Zhan. The shade beneath the great tree was a welcome respite. Zhan was that very tree. Chapter 19, Absorbing Talent. growing stronger in battle. Were they two really going down to their demise? Forget about them. It would be better for one less mouth to feed. Humph. With so many monsters around, even the mightiest would fall. And to think they broke the window. Who knew if these creatures would leap inside? Should we attempt to charge out? You go if you wish. I shall remain here and await rescue. In the hall, a group of people stood by the window, engaged in fervent discussion. However, they soon fell silent. The gruesome scene they had envisioned of the two getting torn apart did not materialize. Instead, the goblins began to fall in droves, only to inexplicably rise again, attacking their former kin. The bizarre sight, compounded by the night's darkness, sent shivers down many spines. Meanwhile, Zhan was already drenched in the green blood of goblins. He had long lost count of how many he had slain or revived. The system was quite considerate. Sensing Zhan's current spree of slaughter, it refrained from announcing the experience and gold gained from each kill, lest the incessant beeping drive him to distraction. However, the notification for leveling up still chimed in timely intervals. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. Level 6 meant that Zhan could now summon 13 undead. Arise, my undead. Zhan's eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, and 2 goblin corpses rose once more. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. I feel as though I am on the verge of transcending. Just then, Zhou suddenly shouted loudly, and his spear shot forth like a dragon. The very essence of battle radiated from him. Zhou was in a state of ecstatic fervor. His innate talent allowed him to grow stronger in combat, with his strength, stamina, and agility continuously increasing as the fight dragged on. In simpler terms, the longer he fought, the stronger he became, with no apparent cap. Theoretically, if he continued to battle, he could become invincible. This talent was nothing short of a game-breaking advantage. And Zhou could already envision the moment he would reach the pinnacle of power. Yet, he overlooked the cautionary note that accompanied the talent description. This talent carries negative effects. The longer the battle endures, the more severe the negative effects become. Those with low mental fortitude should exercise caution. At present, Zhou strength attribute had already surpassed 20 and was still on the rise, flooding him with an unprecedented feeling of power that set his blood ablaze. Kill! 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 Zhou thrust his spear through a goblin's head, brandishing his weapon as he charged forth. His spirit soared higher and higher, as if his mind were consumed solely by the desire for battle, resembling a madman. Zhan furrowed his brow. He could naturally see that Zhou was gradually becoming stronger, but was also becoming increasingly erratic. Zhou was already covered in numerous wounds. Yet it seemed as if he felt no pain. Even if he could grow stronger through combat, it was impossible for him to slay all the goblins. The only outcome of this continued onslaught would be death. Eventually, he might die without even realizing it. Zhou snap out of it. Zhan rushed forward and struck the top of Zhou's head with the hilt of his sword. This guy was, after all, a decent person. If he could save him, he would do so. However, in the next moment, Zhou spun around suddenly, his eyes now a furious red, uttering nothing but one word: kill, kill, kill. He then charged directly at Zhan with his spear. Zhan dodged the thrust and swung the hilt of his sword forcefully against Zhou's forehead. Blood trickled from Zhou's head, yet he remained unresponsive, his eyes still blazing with madness as he advanced. Sigh, there's no saving him now. Zhan sighed heavily. This guy had completely lost his mind. Even knocking him out was no longer an option. At this rate, there were only 2 possible outcomes. Either he would slay everything in sight or meet his own demise. Perhaps a psychic class character could find a way to save him, but there was no one to be found at present. Number 1, end him, Zhan said, evading Zhou's attacks. He could not allow Zhou to continue this rampage. For one, the goblins represented experience and gold. If Zhou killed too many, he would gain less. Secondly, this fellow was undeniably destined for death. Killing more would only be a waste. Number 1 had just dispatched a goblin captain when he heard the command and leaped in front of Zhou, swinging his large blade directly at Zhou's head. If they continued fighting for another hour, Zhou's attributes might catch up to Number 1, but at this moment, he was far from it. The strike came down, and Zhou, relying on his instinct, managed to tilt his head just in time to avoid a fatal blow. However, his shoulder was struck deeply, and blood gushed forth. Kill, kill, kill. Even so, Zhou's eyes remained bloodshot as he recklessly activated his charge skill against Number 1. Zhan ceased to intervene, his eyes glowing with an eerie green. In just a short span, 3 of his undead had been brutally dismembered, including the guards he had brought from the dungeon, who had all returned to eternal rest. There was no helping it. Zhan could only strive to protect Number 1, his prized possession. Everything else was expendable. After summoning 3 more undead, Zhan turned his gaze to the distance, where the furious roars of goblin warriors echoed, accompanied by flashes of lightning. the battlefield between the Great Black Dog and the Goblin warriors. In the previous life, the Great Black Dog had undoubtedly been slain by the Goblin warriors. In this life, without his intervention, the outcome would likely be no different. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, your undead has absorbed the talent growing stronger in battle. Zhan was taken aback and quickly looked towards number 1. He saw this fellow standing atop Zhou Kai's corpse, seemingly absorbing some kind of essence, presumably that so-called talent. This was entirely unexpected. He hastened to check number 1's attributes. Talent, growing stronger in battle. As the battle progresses, the 3 main attributes, strength, stamina, and agility, will continuously increase. Note, this talent carries negative effects the longer the battle endures. The more severe the negative effects become, those with low mental fortitude should exercise caution. What a farce. Zhan could only express his feelings with that one word. The so-called negative effect seemed to be the loss of sanity, transforming one into a mindless beast obsessed solely with battle. It is no wonder that Zhou Kai recently fell into such a state. That fellow's mental fortitude is likely no more than a mere 10. Hardly sufficient to withstand such an overwhelming negative effect. Upon witnessing this talent, Zhan was suddenly reminded of a certain legend from his past life. The tale spoke of a human encampment besieged by a horde of monstrous creatures. In a moment of dire peril, a formidable warrior from within the camp rose to the occasion, battling for 3 days and nights, slaying every last beast, as well as all the humans in the encampment. Chapter 20, The Axe Blade Storm. This talent can be likened to a double-edged sword, each edge exceedingly sharp. However, Zhan gazed at number 1, his eyes brightening with anticipation. For humanity, it is indeed a double-edged sword, but what concern do I, as a necromancer, have with that? What is spirit? The undead possess no spirit whatsoever. Everything concerning the undead is under the dominion of necromancers, leaving no room for the risk of losing control. For number 1, acquiring this talent equates to having no adverse effects whatsoever. Number 1, go forth and slay our enemies. Zhan, filled with fervor, could not help but bellow as he made his way toward the battlefield where the Goblin warrior and the massive Black Dog clashed. If he were to delay any longer, the Great Black Dog might very well be slain. Even if Zhan were to summon a dozen undead, he would still be no match for that Goblin warrior. While escaping might not pose a problem at that juncture, it was not Zhan's style. With so many goblins at hand, he intended to consume them all, including that Goblin warrior. Though the difference between a hero and an elite may be but 1 level, the disparity in strength is monumental. The Great Black Dog is no match, and neither is Zhan. Only through cooperation can they hope to slay that Goblin warrior. Number 1 leads the charge, carving a bloody path through the Goblin horde, while Zhan continually resurrects and commands other undead to provide support. In a mere 30 seconds, they arrived at the battlefield where the massive Black Dog was engaged. The current state of the Great Black Dog was utterly tragic. A long gash marred its face, piercing through its right eye, and its body was drenched in blood, a stark contrast to its earlier formidable visage. Yet, even in such a state, the creature bared its teeth, crackling with electricity. The Goblin warrior, too, bore signs of injury, with several scorched areas evident on its body, indicating it had sustained considerable damage. However, compared to the Great Black Dog, it was in far better condition. Cooperation. You take the corpse, and I shall claim the rest. Zhan gestured toward the Goblin warrior, addressing the Great Black Dog directly. Though the so-called beast had escaped the realm of ordinary animals and could not articulate human speech, comprehending Zhan's intent was well within its capabilities. The Great Black Dog, however, glared fiercely at Zhan with its single eye, baring its teeth. In its eyes, both humans and monsters were enemies. Undeterred, Zhan commanded number 1 to charge at the Goblin warrior. Ya. The Goblin warrior roared, seemingly questioning number 1's decision to assist a human, swinging its battle axe with the speed of lightning. Number 1, unable to evade in time, could only raise its sword to block. With a resounding crash, number 1 was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Under normal circumstances, such a blow would have severely injured any living being. However, number 1 sprang back to its feet immediately. As an undead, it knew no injury unless faced with eternal death. The Great Black Dog, though professing its reluctance, demonstrated its sincerity by leaping onto the Goblin warrior, electricity crackling around it. The Goblin warrior let out a pained yelp, hastily grasping the dog's head and violently tossing it away. Yet before it could regain its composure, Zhan and number 1's attacks converged simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right, a blade and a sword. The Goblin warrior bellowed, its hands swinging the battle axe, causing its body to spin. Zhan quickly retreated, urging number 1 to dodge. Should they be caught in that whirlwind, they would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. Lu Zhan recognized this technique as the Goblin Warrior's devastating axe blade storm, known for its incredible destructive power. The whirling Goblin Warrior did not cease its assault, sweeping toward the Great Black Dog like a tornado. The Great Black Dog, aware of the danger, nimbly leapt aside. Number 1. Prepare yourself. Observing the seemingly intimidating axe blade storm, Lu Zhan felt no fear. Instead, he was invigorated and commanded Number 1 forth. The Goblin Warrior's ultimate attack boasted high damage and a wide radius, with an accompanying control effect that made escape impossible, truly a godly area of effect skill. The sole drawback was its difficulty in landing a hit, compounded by a severe after effect, a period of dizziness following its release. The Goblin Warrior was likely rendered dazed by the electric shocks. Indeed, the successive shocks, while not inflicting fatal damage, had incapacitated its nerves, leaving its mind a muddled mess. Fixated solely on turning its foes into mush, this axe blade storm raged for a full 10 seconds without striking any foes, merely expending its energy in vain. However, the moment the goblin ceased its spinning, Lu Zhan and Number 1 surged forward like bolts of lightning toward the giant. As for the Great Black Dog, it remained on high alert, unaware that the Goblin Warrior had rendered itself dizzy. The earlier display had truly terrified it, and thus it refrained from any reckless actions. This exemplifies the advantage of intelligence. Had Lu Zhan been unaware of the aftereffects, he would not have dared to advance, missing the prime opportunity for attack. Lu Zhan seized the moment, thrusting his sword directly at the Goblin Warrior's head, while Number 1 swung its massive blade toward its neck, aiming for a decapitation. Yet, with a sharp clang, the sword Lu Zhan had scavenged shattered into several pieces. Number 1's blade did penetrate, but only by a few millimeters, far from achieving a beheading. Yaror! The Goblin Warrior bellowed, abruptly regaining its senses, and swung its axe toward Number 1. Fortunately, Number 1 had already retreated under Lu Zhan's command, leaving the blade lodged temporarily in the Goblin Warrior's neck. This creature even possessed some knowledge of medicine, refraining from directly removing the blade. In the next instant, a surge of electricity came crashing down. The Great Black Dog's attack was cunningly executed, as the lightning struck precisely where the blade met the neck. Ya. The Goblin Warrior trembled uncontrollably. Its previous resilience was solely due to its tough hide. But now the electricity surged through the wound and into its body. The destructive potential of the lightning was undeniable. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhan gripped the hilt of the blade and pulled with all his might. With a squelching sound, a torrent of green liquid gushed forth. The Great Black Dog, witnessing this, charged forward, crackling with electricity. What the hell? You a beast can't even level up. Why are you trying to steal experience? Lu Zhan exclaimed in frustration, rallying the other dozen undead along with Number 1 and himself to charge toward the Goblin Warrior. If the Great Black Dog were to claim the substantial experience from this final blow, he would surely be devastated. In that moment, a man and a dog, accompanied by a throng of undead, all lunged at the Goblin Warrior. Blood gushed from the Goblin Warrior's neck, yet it remained fiercely defiant, swinging its axe and obliterating 3 of the undead in a single stroke. However, it found itself simultaneously struck by numerous attacks, particularly from Unit 1, which, bolstered by its increasing combat prowess, exhibited a marked enhancement in attributes. With a decisive swing, it cleaved into the neck of the Goblin Warrior, then forcefully withdrew its blade. The large black dog was equally unyielding. Amidst flashes of lightning, it indiscriminately unleashed its fury, perceiving all as foes. Chapter 21, The Thief King. Damn it. Once I deal with this creature, I shall settle the score with you. Lu Zhan felt a jolt throughout his body and hastily withdrew from the battlefield. The black dog's electrical abilities were exceedingly overpowered, inflicting immense damage while also inducing paralysis. Even the undead momentarily froze when struck by its electricity. Woof! The black dog barked ferociously, leaping forth to sink its teeth into the Goblin Warrior's neck wound, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. As it consumed this morsel, the wounds on the black dog began to heal slowly. For humans, monsters represented experience, gold, and various potent equipment and items. Yet for otherworldly beasts, they were sources of revitalizing energy, akin to elixirs. After this feast, the black dog grew even more exhilarated, eager to continue its assault. However, in the next moment, a blade struck it fiercely, sending it flying. The black dog rose, growling as it gazed at Unit 1. Once a comrade, now a foe in an instant. Stay aside. If you do not behave, I shall slice you down too. Lu Zhan remarked to the black dog without a hint of courtesy. To prevent this black dog from claiming the kill, Lu Zhan ordered Unit 1 to drive it away from the battlefield. After all, the Goblin Warrior was left with but a sliver of health. He could easily finish it off himself. The black dog, indignant, surged forward, electricity crackling around it as it charged at Unit 1. Undeterred, Unit 1, with its agility attribute now nearing 60, moved with astonishing speed. It leapt and mounted the back of the black dog. The black dog, now frenzied, galloped wildly, attempting to fling Unit 1 off. Zhan paid no mind. Under normal circumstances, Unit 1 might not have been a match for the black dog. However, now, with its enhanced talents, Unit 1's 3 primary attributes were on the verge of surpassing 60. Coupled with the fact that the black dog had yet to recover from its prior injuries inflicted by the Goblin warrior. Defeating the black dog posed no problem for Unit 1. Should the black dog remain obstinate, Zhan would not hesitate to allow Unit 1 to dispatch it. As for Zhan himself, he charged towards the ordinary goblins that approached, continually summoning more undead to rush at the Goblin warrior. While it appeared to be on the brink of death, its retaliatory strikes remained formidable. For safety's sake, it was prudent to let the undead wear it down. One must not shy away from danger when it is time to take risks, nor act recklessly when caution is warranted. All actions were aimed at ensuring survival. Thus, after a grueling 10 minutes, Zhan's undead had cycled through several batches, and the Goblin warrior's body finally collapsed with a resounding thud. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the Goblin warrior and earned 600 experience and 800 gold. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 7. Level 7. 15 undead. Rise, my undead! Zhan's eyes gleamed with a vivid green light as he gazed upon the Goblin corpse. A total of 14 undead goblins stood before him, a sight to behold. Go forth, eliminate them all. At this moment, only a little over 100 goblins remained in the vast plaza. Many students who had initially gathered to spectate in the cafeteria rushed down, mustering their courage to confront the goblins, hoping to share in the spoils behind Zhan. Zhan was indifferent. These individuals would at most slay a handful of goblins, a meager amount of experience hardly worth his notice. Suddenly, Zhan heard a pitiful whimper not far away. Turning towards the sound, he beheld an exceedingly bizarre scene. The large black dog lay limp, sprawled on the ground, while Unit 1 triumphantly perched atop it, seemingly flaunting its dominance. What the hell? Could it be that Unit 1 has subdued the black dog? Unit 1, return. Zhan commanded, somewhat astonished. Unit 1 leaped off the dog's back and swiftly approached Zhan. Surprisingly, the black dog neither fled nor retaliated. Instead, it trotted over, lowering its noble head in a clear display of submission, eager to follow. Zhan had heard that otherworldly beasts were creatures that revered strength above all. In his previous life, every one of the 8 emperors possessed a formidable otherworldly beast as their mount, all having been subdued by their might. Yet, he never imagined that even the undead under his command would have an otherworldly beast willing to follow them before he himself had acquired one. What an absurdity! Zhan instructed Unit 1 to mount the black dog. Indeed, the black dog not only showed no resistance but appeared quite exhilarated, evidently having transformed from a fierce beast into a devoted follower. Just as Zhan was filled with a twinge of jealousy, his eyes suddenly glimmered with sharp intensity, and he dashed towards the corpse of the Goblin warrior. Above the body, a sparkling orb had already vanished. Someone had seized it while Zhan had been momentarily distracted. How dare they steal from me? They are courting death. A surge of rage welled up within Zhan. With no one in sight, only one possibility remained. The thief had gone invisible. He quickly surmised the identity of the culprit. A rogue, and not one of those hiding in the cafeteria. They must be at least level 3 or 4. Zhan narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk forming on his lips. In his previous life, everyone had been able to rob him. In this life, no one would succeed, not even the future monarch. Do they think they can remain undetected simply by cloaking themselves? Such naivete. Zhan immediately allocated all the attribute points gained from his recent level up to his spirit. While this attribute did not enhance his damage or defense, nor did it replenish mana, it served to counteract mental-based hidden professions, seemingly offering little advantage. Yet, it possessed numerous hidden effects. Perception was one of them. The higher the spirit, the greater the perception. Even with an increase of 6 points in spirit, Zhan still could not see the invisible figure. Yet he sensed an unusual presence in the air. Got you, Zhan declared. In the next moment, Unit 1, previously mounted on the dog, surged forward. The effect of the increasingly valiant talent had faded, but even so, Unit 1's agility remained lightning fast compared to most players. It swung its blade towards the empty air. To his astonishment, there was no response. Are you not coming out? Zhan sneered, as Unit 1 repeatedly struck the area in various directions with its blade. Finally, on the 7th swing, blood erupted from the air. Then, a figure materialized. Wait, I surrender. I'll return your belongings. The figure donned a tight black suit, appearing to have once been a student at this university. Yet, the most striking feature was the pointed, elongated ears adorning their head. This was An elf's ear, akin to Shun Jialuos. A rogue elf. A hidden profession, perhaps? Lu Zhan instantly recalled a name. In a previous life, the King of Thieves, one of the 12 heavenly kings, was an immensely enigmatic and formidable being. Could it be that this individual before me is destined to become one of the 12 heavenly kings in the future? Yet what of the King of Thieves? What of his hidden class? Whoever dares to touch his belongings shall meet death. Eliminate him, Lu Zhan coldly remarked. In an instant, number 1 unsheathed his blade. You cannot kill me. I am an elven thief. If you slay me, you will come to regret it. But no, the curse. The voice abruptly ceased. The revealed thief stood defenseless before number 1. Chapter 22, The Elven Curse. Ding, player eliminated, received 500 gold coins. Ding, obtained negative effect, elven curse. Lu Zhan frowned. He had never heard of this so-called elven curse. However, it certainly did not sound like a welcome affliction. Upon opening his attributes panel, a blood-red message appeared at the end. Elven curse. You have become a common enemy of all elves. Any elven class practitioner within a kilometer radius will receive a curse notification. Slaying the cursed will grant the slayer all experience points, skill points, gold, equipment, and items of the cursed. Damn it, Lu Zhan cursed under his breath. This curse effectively transformed him into a major boss in the eyes of all elven class practitioners. Considering the experience points alone, who among them would not be tempted by his full 7 levels of experience? More importantly, elven class practitioners belong to the realm of hidden classes, their power immensely daunting. For instance, the future elven queen, Shun Jialuo. Damn, I'm not afraid of you. Whoever dares to come after me, I shall slay them. A surge of resentment welled up within Lu Zhan, and he had no regrets about recently dispatching that elven thief. Having been granted a second chance at life, if he were to live it so stifled, what would be the point? Approaching the thief's lifeless form, Lu Zhan picked up the orb clutched in his hand. Inside, he discovered a piece of green, form-fitting leather armor. Upon shattering it, the item's attributes were revealed. Goblin warrior leather armor. Quality, green. Equipment requirement, level 3. Agility, 10. Though merely a green item, the 10 points of agility were quite exceptional. That thief indeed had an eye for quality. Lu Zhan did not hesitate. He swiftly removed his outer jacket and donned the verdant leather armor, feeling an invigorating chill as it snugly embraced him, granting him a sense of lightness akin to that of a swallow. He quickly put his jacket back on. An entire outfit of green was undeniably conspicuous. Next, he walked over to the goblin warrior's corpse, where 2 more orbs awaited his inspection. One contained a reinforcement stone, and the other, an axe. The shape of this axe resembled the one wielded by the goblin warrior. In this post-apocalyptic world, there existed a rule. Items directly taken from monsters did not count as equipment. For instance, the axe in hand was merely an axe, devoid of any attributes. Only items obtained through orbs were considered true equipment with attributes. Explosive battle axe. Quality, blue. Equipment requirement, strength 30. Physical attack, 50. A certain chance to deal 15 times critical damage. A certain chance to inflict a tearing effect. Lu Zhan smiled. To his surprise, it was a blue item with 2 special attributes. Truly a remarkable find. However, his proficiency with axes was not high. He preferred wielding a sword. Just as he was contemplating this, Lu Zhan suddenly noticed number 1 beside him, and his eyes brightened. The axe required a strength of 30, with no level or race restrictions. Thus, he handed the axe to number 1. Upon receiving it, number 1 was indeed able to wield it. But its attributes did not change, leaving Lu Zhan uncertain about whether those 3 attributes would affect him. Suddenly, a pitiful whimpering sound came from the side. It was the big black dog, looking forlornly at number 1, and then glancing at the goblin corpse, as if pleading, "Big brother, spare me some meat." Lu Zhan had intentionally ignored the big black dog, curious to see if it would venture to consume the goblin's remains. It appeared that the dog had indeed acknowledged number 1 as its elder brother, which he found rather amusing. Beasts also possessed varying degrees of innate talent, and this big black dog evidently belonged to the elite tier. If nurtured properly, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Thinking this, Lu Zhan chuckled and said, "From now on, I shall call you Beilahe. Here, have a leg, go and eat." He could not allow the big black dog to consume too much. Should it evolve too swiftly and beyond his control, that would spell trouble. However, the big black dog did not budge. Instead, it growled lowly at him. Clearly, it only recognized number 1 as its elder brother, not Lu Zhan, the master. Lu Zhan could only sigh, allowing number 1 to use the axe to sever a leg and toss it to the big black dog. The dog eagerly began to gnaw on it, and as it consumed the meat, its injuries visibly began to heal. The only wound, the one where its eye had been severed, remained a scar that never healed. Go, swiftly eliminate all the goblins, Zhan commanded number 1. No longer paying attention to the dog, he was eager to see if the explosive battle axe would have any effect on number 1. 10 minutes earlier, at the school entrance, under the cloak of night, an arrow shimmering with icy crystals sliced through the darkness, striking a goblin captain squarely in the chest. Instantly, the goblin captain was enveloped in a veil of ice, firmly immobilizing him. Following this, a middle-aged man leapt from the shadows, delivering a powerful punch to the goblin captain. Amidst the chaos, a faint dragon's roar could be heard. Boom! The punch landed solidly on the goblin captain, and in an instant, the frozen goblin shattered into countless fragments. Uncle Zhan, I've leveled up to 5. Emerged Shun Jiaoluo from the darkness, addressing the middle-aged man. Miss, your arrows are truly formidable, the man, referred to as Uncle Zhan, responded with a smile. If Zhan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this man as Zhang Long, one of the future 12 heavenly kings. His hidden class was that of a dragon blood warrior, a terrifying force in battle, akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Legend has it that this dragon king is the strongest warrior under the elven queen, having steadfastly protected her throughout. Miss, shall we continue to slay? Zhang Long inquired, gazing at Shun Jiaoluo with a mix of affection and reverence. The Shun family, if one were to follow the conventions of those cliched novels, would be a super family hidden in the shadows. Zhang Long was among the elite assassins cultivated by the Shun family from a young age, of which there were 500 in total. The loyalty instilled in them was deeply ingrained, and even in this apocalyptic era, betrayal was unthinkable. As an assassin, Zhang Long's sole mission was to protect Shun Jiaoluo, a commitment that had begun the moment she was born. Shun Jiaoluo pondered for a moment before speaking. Uncle Zhang, come with me to the school for a stroll. There are a few individuals I find intriguing, and if feasible, I would like to recruit them into our family. The image of Zhan suddenly surfaced in her mind. She wondered what level he had attained by now, though it seemed unlikely that he had surpassed her. With the onset of the apocalypse, the entire world was poised for a reshuffling. Being born into a prominent family, she was acutely aware of the significance of talent. Zhan's performance undoubtedly warranted recognition as a rare gem. Suddenly, a systematic voice echoed in Shun Jiaoluo's mind. Ding! Detection of a nearby elf cursors. Eliminate them to gain their total experience points, skill points, gold, equipment, and more. A smile instantly graced Shun Jiaoluo's face. Let's go, Uncle Zhan. Help me take someone down. Chapter 23. The Future Human Emperor? What of it? In the cafeteria square, Zhan wore an expression of exasperation. He had initially hoped to see if the number 1 could demonstrate the effectiveness of the battle axe. However, the opponent's attack power was so high that one swing completely obliterated it, leaving no room for observation. Nearby, the large black dog, having devoured the leg of a goblin warrior, had regained considerable strength and was now yapping excitedly, eager to follow its master into battle. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, the remaining goblins were entirely eradicated. Zhan, you still recognize me, right? A cautious student approached, gazing at Zhan with trepidation. Lu Hong, what brings you here? Zhan inquired, recognizing his former classmate. Due to his rebirth, several classmates who should have perished were now alive. Could we accompany you? Lu Hong asked, his eyes filled with hope. In that moment, it was evident to any observant person that Zhan possessed formidable strength, making him an invaluable ally in this apocalyptic era. Apologies, Zhan replied, shaking his head without hesitation. Very well, Lu Hong said, visibly disheartened. Yet he refrained from saying more. Just keep trying. Think of it as a game. Leveling up by slaying monsters is quite simple. Zhan smiled and remarked, if you die, then so be it. In this world, if you don't put in the effort, you might as well not exist. Oh, and remember to pick up a phone. Once the apocalypse struck, phones lost all signal and eventually powered down, rendering them utterly useless. Many had already discarded theirs. However, once the clock struck 12, phones became indispensable. As for Zhan, he had already picked up the latest Huawei 14 Pro Max, with a large screen that was a joy to behold. Yes, I will. Lu Hong replied. Though puzzled about the phone's purpose, he nodded and tightened his grip on his weapon, disregarding the others. Zhan turned his attention to the multitude of corpses strewn about. It was time to get to work. He aimed to see if he could enhance the number 1 to the hero level. He wondered if these hundreds of corpses would suffice. From that moment on, the green light in Zhan's eyes was nearly unceasing. He continuously revived goblins, initially strengthening them into elite undead, which he then sacrificed to the number 1. The number 1 stood unwavering amidst a pile of corpses, motionless. Bei Lahe, the large black dog, idly played with the goblin corpses, refraining from eating them without his master's permission, displaying commendable obedience. Before long, the remaining students had dispersed. Some returned to the cafeteria to hide. while others ventured elsewhere in search of goblins to slay. The vast square was left with only Zhan. As night deepened, and with midnight approaching, a sense of urgency began to swell within Zhan. Thus far, he had sacrificed 30 elite undead, experiencing about 10 failures, with a reasonable success rate. Yet, the number 1 still showed no signs of evolution. At the stroke of midnight, powerful monsters would invade this world entirely. Even he would need to hide and assess the situation. Number 1, could you lend a hand here? Zhan sacrificed another elite undead. Success was achieved, but it merely resulted in a slight increase in the number 1's strength, physique, and agility. Sigh, let us continue, Zhan sighed, his eyes still shining with green light. Suddenly, a wave of danger surged within his heart, prompting Zhan to instinctively tilt his head to the right. In that instant, an arrow whizzed past his face, vanishing into the vast night. A name flashed in his mind, the elf queen, Zhan Jialuo, as the most popular among the future 8 human emperors. Tales of her prowess were abundant. Legends spoke of her arrows, which could transform in myriad ways, from the frost-laden ice breath arrow to the explosive fire blast arrow, the lethal divine might arrow, and the silent shadow arrow. That arrow, which had nearly grazed his head, perfectly embodied the stealth of the shadow arrow. Fortunately, the 6 points of spirit he had added provided a modicum of warning. Just moments ago, he had sacrificed all the undead to the number 1, with only 1 undead granting him a mere 10 points of physique. Had that arrow struck true, the consequences would have been dire. Do you seek my experience? Then let us see if you possess the capability. A surge of wrath ignited within Zhan. The elf queen? What of it? In the next moment, a legion of undead rose from the ground, causing Zhan's attributes to surge exponentially. Yet, this was not the end. He continued to sacrifice, with the Holy Grail Ring's 10-point skill effect significantly enhancing the efficacy of the sacrifice. For instance, what originally required the sacrifice of 20 to strengthen into 1 elite, now only demanded 18. Alas, the resurrection of the undead could only occur 1 at a time. Otherwise, efficiency would have drastically improved. 3 minutes later, aside from the number 1, Zhan had amassed another 14 elite undead. However, Zhan Jialuo still had not revealed herself, seemingly biding her time for the perfect moment to unleash a decisive strike. From a distance atop a large tree, Zhan Jialuo and Zhang Long concealed themselves behind the lush branches. I cannot find an opportunity, Zhan Jialuo said, lowering her bow and shaking her head. For an elf, the vision at night was no different from that during the day. She could clearly observe Zhan's every move from afar. This fellow is intriguing. He does not resemble a mere student, but rather a battle-hardened warrior, a true expert, Zhang Long remarked in astonishment. Uncle Zhang, do you believe we can take him down? Zhan Jialuo raised an eyebrow, surprised by Zhang Long's assessment. Just a student. How could he possibly become a seasoned warrior in the span of a single day? Even I do not consider myself capable of such a feat. Moreover, while I am unaware of his profession, it is evident that he is a summoner. Logically, he should be quite weak. At that moment, Zhan appeared shrouded in mystery in her eyes. Truth be told, Zhan Jialuo had not anticipated that the one cursed by the elves would be Zhan. In her mind, he had been the prime target for recruitment. However, upon seeing him, after a moment of shock, she unhesitatingly chose to eliminate him over recruiting him. There was no choice. The rewards promised by the system were simply too abundant. Though she was unaware of the ranking of the ground troops, the multitude of goblin corpses strewn about was a clear indication of their formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing her own. Should she succeed in vanquishing them, the experience points would undoubtedly propel her at least 2 levels higher, not to mention the potential treasures that might lie upon their fallen forms. A mischievous grin spread across her face. She was eager to test her mettle. Zhang Long's expression betrayed a flicker of excitement, a thrill that only a formidable warrior encounters when faced with a worthy opponent. Let us proceed, Uncle Zhang, Zhan Jialuo proclaimed decisively, preparing her bow. As an archer, she was well aware that engaging in close combat was not her forte. A stealthy ranged assault was her domain. Very well, Mississippi. Should I find myself in peril, I shall retreat without hesitation, Zhang Long replied, leaping down from the tree branch and tightening the green gauntlets he had acquired from the system shop. He had little affinity for weapons. He reveled in the visceral satisfaction of hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 24. A Shared Fate Through Arrows. Zhan gazed ahead. There, a man was striding towards them with purpose. He had heard tales of the Dragon King and had glimpsed his silhouette from afar. Yet he had never beheld the true visage of one of the future 12 monarchs. However, he sensed an ominous intent emanating from this man. Indeed, within the next heartbeat, the man surged forward like a cannonball, a fierce wind swirling around him. Number 1, engage. Zhan took a step back, showing no inclination to attack. In contrast, Zhang Long remained unfazed by the rushing goblin. Shen Jiayuo had once remarked that the goblins resurrected by Lu Zhan were slightly stronger than they had been in life. Yet, how formidable could they truly be? It was merely a matter of a single punch. Zhang Long unleashed a powerful blow, intending to obliterate the diminutive goblin. In that instant, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Lu Zhan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly recognized the man's identity, a dragonblood warrior, whose battle cries were not mere displays of bravado. They possessed the capacity to disrupt the minds of foes and influence their states, a sonic assault. He had heard this sound before, and it was all too familiar. Ah yes, the Elven Queen and the Dragon King were inseparable. How intriguing. The very individuals who sought to take his life were destined to become a king and a queen. Rather than feeling fear, Lu Zhan's blood surged with exhilaration. This was a clear indication. He was no longer a mere pawn. The future Dragon King could not possibly surpass his current level, even if he were at level 6. His attributes would peak around 40. Meanwhile, number 1, despite the recent failed evolution, had managed to elevate its attributes beyond 50. Moreover, the effects of fear of death and the talent for growing stronger with each battle further assured Lu Zhan that number 1 would easily overpower the Dragon King. Ahead, just as Zhang Long's fist was about to land, he witnessed the goblin raise its axe, bringing it down with tremendous force. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over Zhang Long. Before he could comprehend it, every hair on his body stood on end, every cell sending out a signal. Danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively rolled aside, narrowly evading the axe's descent. With a thunderous crash, the axe struck the ground, creating fissures in the earth. Zhang Long's face contorted in shock. What sorcery was this? A mere goblin, yet it possessed such incredible strength. Moreover, he could feel his attributes inexplicably diminishing. Just as he was grappling with disbelief, number 1 raised its battle axe once again, charging towards him with even greater speed than before. Retreat! 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 Zhang Long's legs pushed off the ground, propelling him backward in desperation, while the battle axe smashed down where he had just stood. Had he hesitated even for a second longer, he would have been cleaved in two. The axe continued to rain down, leaving Zhang Long with no choice but to dodge. He feared that even a moment's delay would result in a fatal strike. The force of this axe was such that even a dragonblood warrior would likely be unable to withstand it. As for counterattacking, that was laughable. In the distance, perched on a tree branch, Shen Jiayuo watched the unfolding battlefield in horror. How could that goblin be so powerful? And beside Lu Zhan, there were a total of 14 goblins. If each one possessed such strength, she could scarcely bear to contemplate the implications. At that moment, a wave of unfamiliar emotions surged within her, a primal fear. Even during the apocalypse, when chaos erupted, she had only experienced a fleeting panic. Yet this enigmatic man instilled true dread within her. However, she quickly regained her composure. If things continued on this path, Zhang Long would surely meet his demise. Suppressing her fear, Shen Jiayuo released her ice breath arrow, aiming directly at the goblin. She had to rescue Zhang Long. As for eliminating Lu Zhan, her confidence had waned. Clang! Shen Jiayuo's shot was nearly flawless. Just as number 1 prepared to strike, the ice breath arrow struck true, encasing the goblin in crystalline frost, halting its movements. Yet, in the next heartbeat, number 1 shook violently, shattering the ice into countless shards. Nevertheless, this brief moment was enough for Zhang Long to escape several meters away. At that juncture, Zhang Long was consumed by a singular thought: escape. The thrill of encountering a worthy opponent was irrelevant. He was utterly humiliated by his inability to even contend with a subordinate. In the distance, Lu Zhan let out a cold laugh. As expected, Shen Jiayuo had intervened. However, did she believe she was the only one with allies? Casting a glance at the large black dog beside him, he noted that Bei Lahong was now crackling with electricity. How bold to attempt an ambush on his elder brother. Let him taste the sting of lightning. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning shot forth from Bei Lahong's form. Zhang Long, in the midst of fleeing for his life, had no inkling of such a monstrous creature. By the time he felt the danger signal surge through him, the lightning had already struck his back. Electricity surged through his body, transforming him into a living conduit of light. After a violent convulsion, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. After all, he was a dragonblood warrior. He still clung to life, albeit tenuously. At that moment, Zhang Long found it nearly impossible to move a single finger, let alone rise to his feet. Little did he expect that the apocalypse had merely begun, and his end was already nigh. A bitter smile crossed his face. He feared not death, having been nurtured as a death soldier from an early age. His only concern was for Shen Jiayuo. Miss, the path ahead is yours to tread alone. Shen Jiayuo, shall we converse? Lu Zhan called out, his voice echoing in the distance. Meanwhile, number 1 had seized Zhang Long, the battle axe poised at his throat. A mere flick of the wrist would suffice to end his life. His gaze remained fixed ahead, ready to strike without hesitation at the slightest movement. The elven queen had concealed herself too well. Even after her recent arrow, he could not discern her whereabouts. In light of this, capturing the Dragonblood warrior as leverage seemed a prudent course of action. From that very arrow, it is evident that the elven queen still holds a concern for Zhan. Otherwise, she would have long vanished without a trace. However, after a prolonged wait, Zhan received no response. Could it be that she truly left? A frown creased Zhan's brow. In light of this, just as he was about to instruct number 1 to take action, a voice finally resonated from afar. Shun spoke. Zhan, my hidden class possesses an extraordinarily unique skill, known as Arrow of Mutual Destruction. Once released, this arrow will relentlessly pursue you until death claims one of us. Of course, firing this arrow will also lead to my demise, so I will only resort to it if absolutely necessary. Release Uncle Zhan, or I shall be compelled to unleash this arrow. As her words fell, Zhan felt a jolt throughout his being. His instincts warned him that he was being locked onto by an exceedingly dangerous aura. Chapter 25, The Leaderboard. Do you believe I would take your words at face value? Zhan replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a thing. At his level, he had no access to any of the secrets held by the Elven Queen. Believe it or not, you'll know if you dare to test it. Came her voice once more. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth from Bei Lahong, towards the direction of the voice. The night illuminated briefly. Yet there was no sign of Shun Jiaoyuo. This woman was exceptionally adept at evasion. Zhan, should this occur again, I will not hesitate to release this arrow. And we shall all perish together. Shun Jiaoyuo's voice seethed with anger. Damn, how had he allowed himself to be threatened by this woman? Zhan cursed inwardly. It was she who sought to take his life. How could there be any semblance of reason in her actions? Truth be told, he was loath to gamble. If this so-called arrow of mutual destruction proved real, he would be trading his life for that of an elven queen and a dragon king, a certain recipe for disaster. His life was far too precious. Yet, could he simply let her go? How could Zhan endure such humiliation? For a moment, he found himself at a standstill. At that juncture, Zhan interjected, Little brother, the Shun family wields a power beyond your imagination. If you let us go this time, the Shun family will undoubtedly reward you handsomely in the future. Zhan raised an eyebrow. He was entirely unaware of the Shun family's significance. It seemed that Shun Jiaoyuo's ascension to Elven Queen was greatly influenced by her family's stature. Though the apocalypse had rendered wealth and status nearly obsolete, certain formidable factions still held innate advantages. They could rapidly amass resources, intelligence, and talent in these dire times. Zhanlong's words bore both a plea and a veiled threat. However, would a necromancer fear an overwhelming number of foes? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. At that moment, Shun Jiaoyuo spoke again. How about this? Let us collaborate. I can vow that I will not kill you due to the elven curse. Together, my family can provide resources that you cannot even begin to fathom. The apocalypse is fraught with peril. You could perish at any moment on your own. Why not join forces with me? In the end, you could gain so much more, even me. What a combination of threats and seduction. In his previous life, countless individuals would have clamored for such an opportunity. Yet now, Zhan felt that fate had irrevocably divided him and Shun Jiaoyuo into opposing camps. Collaborating with her would be akin to courting disaster. Any promises made would possess no real value. The fact that she resorted to seduction indicated a willingness to use any means necessary, which led him to distrust her further. No, he had to lure this woman out first. Thus, Zhan stated plainly, that might be feasible. How about this? You come out, and we can sign a contract or an agreement. Fine, you first let Uncle Zhan come over. You come out first, and I shall release Uncle Zhan. Damn it. Is she playing with me? Zhan cursed vehemently. Was she dragging this to the extremes? Just then, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted nearby. Following that, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the surroundings. Zhan's countenance shifted, and as he was about to command number 1 to act, he witnessed Zhanlong undergoing a transformation. Countless scales enveloped his body, his limbs swelling to several times their normal girth. His once human visage morphed into that of a beast. Zhanlong had transformed into a dragon man. This was the Dragonblood warrior's innate ability, dragonization. However, this skill bore a significant drawback, requiring a full 3 minutes of accumulation time, along with severe aftereffects. Shun Jiaoyuo was well aware of his ability. Their previous conversation had merely been a ruse to buy time. Empowered as a dragon man, Zhanlong's strength surged. And with a single mighty strike, he sent number 1 flying several meters away, before lunging fiercely toward Zhan. Yet, he underestimated Zhan's prowess. The moment the aura surged, Zhan had already reacted, swiftly retreating while summoning all his undead. Zhan was taken aback. What sort of profession was this? His dragonization time was limited. He could not possibly eradicate all his foes. In an instant, he made a decision to flee. With dragonization, all his attributes soared, and he moved with such swiftness that he left an afterimage in the air. By the time Zhan commanded number 1 to pursue, Zhan had already vanished without a trace. Damn it! Zhan's expression darkened. Only now did he realize he had been outmaneuvered. With midnight approaching, pursuing Zhan would be exceedingly perilous. The arrow of mutual destruction and this Dragonman transformation were abilities of top-tier powerhouses, and he still comprehended far too little about them. Taking a deep breath, Zhan calmed the turmoil within him and glanced at number 1. Very well, let us continue to sacrifice these ancestors. The 14 elite undead he had just enhanced promptly transformed into nourishment for number 1. However, after the sacrifice of all 14, number 1 still did not evolve, and every subsequent attempt to sacrifice ended in failure. Had he truly encountered the legendary bottleneck? Zhan felt a twinge of helplessness but ceased to force the issue. He hastily reincarnated and enhanced the 14 elite undead in preparation for the midnight hour. Moments later, a voice finally resonated in his mind. Ding! Mobile enhancement complete. Please locate your device for binding. Finally, without hesitation, Zhan summoned all 14 elite undead into the realm of the undead, leaving only number 1 outside. There was no choice. If he placed number 1 inside as well, Bei Lahong would likely betray him on the spot. This formidable black dog held immense potential, and Zhan was determined to keep him on his side. Subsequently, Zhan made his way back to the teaching building at the fastest pace, seeking refuge in a classroom. Just as he entered, an ear-splitting roar reverberated through the sky, revealing 3 colossal dragons soaring through the air. Throughout the university campus, strange and terrifying roars echoed intermittently. The novice village had come to an end. The true apocalypse had arrived. Humanity is poised to enter a prolonged period of evasion and concealment. Beside him, the loyal Bilahe seems to sense the ominous presence, lying still on the ground. Paralyzed by fear, number 1 remains motionless atop Bilahe's back. For the moment, disregarding the impending dread, Zhan retrieves his Mate 14 Pro Max, a phone that had previously been inoperable, now emitting a faint glow. A message appears on the screen. Would you like to bind the phone? Without hesitation, Zhan selects the option to bind. Soon, the phone's display begins to transform rapidly, revealing 3 applications: communication forum, trading market, and leaderboard. Devoid of signal and communication means humanity is scattered across the globe like grains of sand. Yet this phone emerges as a significant boon bestowed upon mankind in this apocalyptic era. Zhan first accesses the leaderboard app, and almost instantly, a notification pops up. Ding! Congratulations on entering the top 100 of the level leaderboard. Please choose to display or hide. Zhan opts for concealment, as he has always preferred to remain inconspicuous. In no time, the leaderboard showcasing the top 100 levels appears on his screen. First place, Huang Xingren. Level 10. Upon seeing this name, Zhan's heart skips a beat. Huang Xingren, the mightiest of the 8 sovereigns, is a veritable saint, as his name suggests. The sanctuary he established shelters the most humans and wields immense power. His profession is also a hidden class, and a formidable one at that. A forbidden spell mage. It is rumored that even the most mundane fireball spell, under his command, can unleash devastation akin to a forbidden incantation. In his previous life, Zhan had not discovered the phone in time, thus remaining oblivious to the overwhelming prowess exhibited by this legendary sovereign from the outset of the apocalypse. Level 10, 3 levels higher than him. Although Zhan has devoted considerable time to enhancing the undead, he knows that even if he relentlessly slayed goblins, reaching level 10 would be impossible. A forbidden spell mage, indeed, is a terrifying prospect. Glancing further down the list, he notes, second place, hidden, level 8. Third place, hidden, level 8. As for Zhan, he ranks at a modest 47th. Of course, this initial ranking holds little significance. Take Xin Jiaoyuo, for instance. If she were to return to her so-called prestigious family, with their backing, her level would likely soar in no time. There are also some classes that start weak, but become extraordinarily powerful in the mid to late stages. Closing the leaderboard, Zhan opens the trading market app. To his surprise, a variety of items are already listed, though most are merely whimsical offerings from curious individuals, such as mana potions and subpar equipment, hardly worth purchasing. Ignoring the trivialities, Zhan inputs enhancement stones. Soon, 5 listings for sale appear on the screen. At the dawn of the apocalypse, for most, the meager attributes provided by enhanced gear are negligible compared to the advantages of converting them into gold coins. After all, possessing gold ensures no worries about food, shelter, or necessities. The 5 enhancement stones are reasonably priced at a total of 800, and Zhan does not hesitate to buy them all. Next, he types sword, eager to see if any weapons with attributes are available. However, he is disappointed to find that while there are swords, they are all basic equipment. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing, so he decides to acquire one, especially since he currently has ample funds. Zhan selects a sword with an attack of 30 and purchases it. In the next moment, his gold decreases by 1,000, and a sword materializes in his hand. Finally, Zhan opens the communication forum app, where thousands of messages have already accumulated in a short time, most of which are desperate pleas for help. Among them, one message stands out prominently. I am Huang Xingren, the top of the leaderboard. Currently in Jinghai City, I have established a relatively safe location. Everyone is welcome to seek assistance. Zhan recalls this message had lingered in the most popular section for an entire month, with replies reaching a staggering million. In the future, the sanctuary established by Huang Xingren will be the largest among the 8 sovereigns, providing refuge to the greatest number of people. Moreover, the requirements for entry are minimal. Anyone with a certain level of combat capability can seek sanctuary there. In his previous life, Zhan had also wished to go, but the distance was too great. And with his strength, he would never have made it. With a sigh, Zhan clicks on the local forum, revealing information specific to Donghai City. He hopes to discover news about dungeons. In his past life, due to limitations in strength, he had access to scant information and was unaware of the dungeons that had appeared in this city and their locations. However, after perusing extensively, he finds nothing of value, forcing him to temporarily close his phone. Subsequently, he uses all 5 enhancement stones to enhance the ring of the undead. Lady Luck smiles upon him once more. As all 5 enhancements succeed, the ring of the undead is now at level 8. Mana 100, Spirit 3, skill cooldown 13 seconds. The addition of a spirit attribute is quite favorable. Glancing out the window, he spots a robust bull demon warrior dashing past. Zhan does not intend to venture out to hunt monsters any further. While leveling up is undoubtedly important, balance between work and rest is paramount. He requires a good rest. Tomorrow, a great battle awaits. Zhan recalls vividly that on the second day after the apocalypse erupted, a permanent adventure-level dungeon will emerge within the Silver Trade building of Donghai City. A permanent dungeon resets everything within upon completion, allowing humanity to continuously venture forth for rewards, a monumental treasure bestowed upon mankind by the apocalypse. Each completion yields different rewards, heavily reliant on luck. In his previous life, Zhan had accompanied several brothers to clear it once, and fortune smiled upon them, granting a purple equipment piece as a reward, only for it to be snatched away by those brothers the moment they exited the dungeon. He was undeniably a mere pawn. Regardless of the dungeon, the first clear rewards are the most generous, and substantially so. Thus, Zhan must secure the first clear of this dungeon. As an orphan without parents, siblings, or any ties in this world, his sole pursuit is strength, and his greatest objective is to survive. A glimmer of determination flashes in Zhan's eyes as he instructs number 1, keep a vigilant watch around us. Wake me at the slightest sound. He then leans against Bilahay's soft fur. The big black dog seems to resist, but a mere glare from number 1 quickly subdues it. The following morning, just as dawn breaks, Zhan, resting against Bilahay, suddenly opens his eyes wide. He can sense something approaching. In the next moment, a bipedal pig-like creature appears at the classroom door. Just as the pig-head monster revels in its discovery of food, an axe descends upon its head, wielded by number 1. Simultaneously, Zhan dashes out, his agility surpassing 50 due to the goblin warrior's leather armor, moving with lightning speed. Just as number 1's axe strikes the pig-head monster's cranium, Zhan's sword plunges into its throat. The pig-headed monster possessed an impressive constitution, withstanding 2 consecutive lethal blows that failed to claim its life in an instant. However, after delivering a strike with his axe, the first warrior raised his weapon once more for a second assault. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the pig-headed monster and gained 100 experience points and 100 gold. Zhan drew his sword, caressing the blood that stained the blade. Everything felt so palpably real. He was deeply afraid that yesterday had merely been a dream, and upon waking, he would find himself back in that feeble state. Yet, it was evident that this was no dream. After a moment of reflection, as Zhan prepared to convert the creature into a wraith, he suddenly heard Bei Laohe beside him emitting whimpering sounds, drooling over the pig-headed monster. The wound on the large black dog-s I had yet to heal, and it seemed destined to remain a one-eyed beast. However, that long scar only added to its ferocity, a stark contrast to its current pitiful demeanor of begging for food. After a day of goblin fare, Bei Laohe was thoroughly tired of it, and now, faced with the prospect of pork, how could it not feel enticed? Had the first warrior nodded in approval, it would have lunged at the prey without hesitation. Lu Zhan chuckled and said, "In consideration of your role as a pillow last night, I shall grant you this. After all, there are plenty of monsters of this level outside." With that, the first warrior hoisted the carcass of the pig-headed monster and tossed it before Bei Laohe. Given the authorization from its master, Bei Laohe immediately began to devour it voraciously. Seizing the moment, Lu Zhan stepped out of the classroom and observed his surroundings. Although a night had passed, many monsters were still scouring the area for humans. After a cursory glance, Lu Zhan noted 3 distinct monster races present within the campus: goblins, pig-headed monsters, and cow demons. As the saying goes, those not of my kind must have a different heart. Countless races of monsters existed in this other world, with goblins regarded as one of the weakest. Conflicts frequently arose among these various races as they fought over food. In a previous life, someone had analyzed that this so-called apocalypse resembled a grand battle among various races, with Earth serving as the battlefield, a war of multitudes rather than a mere clash between humanity and monsters. In mere minutes, Bei Laohe had completely consumed the pig-headed monster. Surrounding itself with crackling arcs of electricity, it appeared to have fully charged up. "Let us go," Lu Zhan said, eyeing a solitary cow demon warrior in the distance. It was time to refresh his wraiths, and his target was the cow demon warrior. Currently, among the 3 major races in the campus, the cow demon warrior was undoubtedly the strongest. The dungeon had yet to open, and even once it did, no one would likely be able to clear it in the short term. Lu Zhan had no need to rush, as he could prepare thoroughly before embarking on his quest. On the campus path, a cow demon warrior hefted its axe, its bovine eyes glaring like bronze bells. It had spent the entire night without capturing a single human for sustenance. Just as it was about to spiral into madness, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. With a sizzling sound, the cow demon warrior trembled, rendered immobile. In the next instant, a flash of sword light pierced its throat, while an axe cleaved into its skull. In a daze, the cow demon warrior could only see a human delicacy standing before it, before its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light. Chapter 27, Silver Trade Building. Little Cow 1. Lu Zhan gazed at the newly transformed Wraith Cow Demon, casually assigning it a name before inspecting its attributes. Wraith Cow Demon Warrior. Traits: Undead. Strength: 40. Constitution: 35. Agility: 33. Good heavens! With the enhancement from the Holy Grail Ring and its inherent talent, this converted Cow Demon Warrior boasted astonishing attributes, far superior to the elite Wraith Goblin. It was important to note that this was still a standard Wraith. If it were to be further enhanced to elite status, it would be utterly formidable. Reassessing his own capabilities in an extreme state, with 14 elite-level Wraith Cow Demons, plus the first one, Lu Zhan's strength could potentially exceed 100. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. Lu Zhan stored the Wraith Cow Demon back in the Wraith space and waved his hand. "Let us go hunt some cows." Moments later, Lu Zhan arrived at the cafeteria building. The once abundant goblin corpses outside had dwindled significantly. Those pig-headed monsters and cow demons were not picky eaters. When human flesh was scarce, goblins sufficed to fill their bellies. Not far away, 5 cow demon warriors were feasting on corpses. Naturally, 5 cow demon warriors could not be dispatched in an instant, but Lu Zhan was unperturbed. He summoned all his wraiths. Adhering to the Undead Mage's established principle of overwhelming numbers against fewer foes, swiftly resolving the threat posed by the cow demon warriors. His count of cow demon wraiths had now risen to 6. However, in comparison to goblins, the numbers of cow demons and pig-headed monsters were considerably fewer, which left Lu Zhan somewhat dissatisfied, unable to relish the thrill of continuous rebirth and sacrifice. Half an hour later, having roamed most of the campus, Lu Zhan finally amassed 14 cow demon warrior wraiths, and it seemed unlikely he could sacrifice them all into elite status in the immediate future. He did not press the matter further, and simply took out his phone to browse the forum. There was still no information regarding dungeons. Clearly, most individuals understood the value of these dungeons and were reluctant to share such information freely on the forum. With that in mind, he saw no need to waste time and decided to proceed directly to the Silver Trade Building. Lu Zhan mounted his dog, situating himself on Bei Laohe's back. The large black dog was long enough to comfortably accommodate both Lu Zhan and the first warrior. This creature had resigned itself to the fact that Lu Zhan was its master's master and no longer resisted, as long as it was fed. Then, Bei Laohe's 4 limbs crackled with electricity, and with a leap, it covered a distance of 5 meters in an instant. This large black dog not only possessed high innate talent, but also demonstrated remarkable agility, cleverly employing lightning to enhance its speed. Although the apocalypse had fully erupted, not all otherworldly monsters would arrive en masse. Lu Zhan remembered clearly that it would take a full 3 months for monsters of the hero level and above to descend. If a royal level goblin were to appear now, it could easily lay waste to the entire Earth. Powerful races, such as the dragon monsters, typically occupied vast territories as their domain. As superior monster races, they did not need to venture out to seek food. They merely remained within their territories, and lesser races would naturally pay tribute to them. The reason Zhan refrained from venturing out last night was to wait for those powerful races to delineate their territories. It seemed that the divisions had now largely taken shape. According to his recollection, Donghai City had not garnered the attention of those formidable races. Thus, Zhan did not need to be overly cautious. With his current strength, even if he encountered a hero-level cow demon, he could likely escape if he couldn't defeat it. Bei Lao He raced forward, and 3 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Donghai University. Gazing at the desolate cityscape, even Zhan, reborn, felt a sense of disconnection, as if he were in a different era. Just then, a gunshot rang out nearby. Unperturbed, Zhan extended his hand, and with a sharp crack, he caught a bullet in his grasp. Empowered by the presence of 15 undead, his physique and agility had reached a level comparable to that of a superhero, effortlessly catching bullets with his bare hands. At this moment, the entity capable of firing bullets was evidently a professional marksman. To his astonishment, upon exiting the campus, he found himself confronted by one of his own kind. The order of this world had already begun to unravel. Go ahead, eliminate him, Zhan casually remarked, as number 1, seated behind him, vanished atop the back of a dog. Anyone daring to launch an attack against him must be prepared for death. Not far away, a figure emitted not even a cry of despair before being cleaved in two by number 1's swift strike. Number 1 returned, wielding a bloodied axe, and leaped back onto Bei Lahong's back. Let us proceed. Zhan's expression remained unchanged. This was merely a trivial incident, unworthy of his concern. The Silver Trade Building, the sole commercial hub of Donghai City, stood at the very heart of the metropolis, teeming with the greatest foot traffic. In the apocalypse, an increase in crowds naturally signified a surge in monstrous entities. The city streets were choked with various vehicles, prompting Bei Lahong to leap onto the rooftops and sprint ahead. Along the way, many concealed individuals, hearing the commotion, peeked out. Big brother, save me. Can you take me along? Give me some food. These were the cowardly souls who dared not confront the beasts, merely hiding and awaiting rescue. Zhan paid them no mind. Their fate was already sealed. In this apocalyptic world, even sanctuaries offered no protection to the defenseless. What was needed were warriors capable of enhancing their strength, not mere consumers of resources. After all, even the 8 sovereigns could only secure a minuscule refuge in the apocalypse. Resources were finite. It was impossible to shelter everyone. Bei Lahong moved swiftly, his speed rivaling that of a sports car, as he carried both Zhan and number 1 at no less than 100 miles per hour. With no obstacles in their path, they reached the periphery of the Silver Trade Building within merely 10 minutes. Zhan did not rush inside. Rather, he instructed Bei Lahong to ascend to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise. Compared to the school, this area was evidently more chaotic and perilous, necessitating a careful observation before proceeding. Zhan's vision, now exceptionally sharp, allowed him to discern every detail in the plaza below from his elevated vantage point. A chaotic battle was underway. A dozen humans defended the entrance of the building while a multitude of monsters surged towards them. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming, and it was apparent that the human side was on the brink of collapse. Within that building, there could be hundreds, if not thousands, of humans. Should the monsters breach their defenses, it would surely be a feast for the fiends. Zhan refrained from descending immediately, opting instead to scrutinize the scene. Bull demons, pig-headed creatures, dog-headed men, and even a creature of the Yinzu tribe were present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 elite-level monsters, but no hero-level adversaries. This posed no significant threat. With number 1 by his side, if the battle were prolonged, even a hero-level enemy could be vanquished. The primary concern was that without eliminating these monsters, entry into the building was impossible. The entrance to the dungeon lay within its confines. The distance from this high rise to the building was several dozen meters, making a mere leap insufficient. Chapter 28. The Savior has arrived. At the Silver Trade Building, a muscular man bellowed, "How dare you wreak havoc on human territory? Die!" He hurled his axe, which spiraled through the air like a boomerang, cleaving several nearby monsters before returning to his grasp. Despite the impressive display, none of the creatures were slain. Alas, the muscular man was only at level 5, while capable of dispatching goblins. The sturdy bull demons and pig-headed brutes were beyond his reach. Observing the scene, he could not contain his frustration. "Teacher Lu, we can't hold out much longer. Tell the people inside to come out and fight. If this continues, we're all dead." "Indeed. Why should they hide while we fight for our lives?" Lu Yong furrowed his brow, replying angrily, "What have I taught you? With great power comes great responsibility. As he spoke, his massive sword sliced through a nearby Yinzu creature, silencing it with a shriek. This man was Lu Yong, the physical education teacher at Donghai University. Following his enlightening encounter with Lu Zhan, he had diligently rescued students while teaching them to slay goblins, swiftly clearing 2 dormitory buildings of the creatures. He had even formed a small team of capable students to protect those lacking combat skills. Subsequently, driven by the noble aspiration to save more humans, Lu Yong assembled a squad of 4 strong students, forming the saviors of the apocalypse. As fate would have it, upon successfully updating his phone, Lu Yong opened the forum to discover a multitude of distress signals, all emanating from the Silver Trade Building. It was evident that many had sought refuge there. Without hesitation, after a night's rest, the saviors set forth to the Silver Trade Building. Upon their arrival, they encountered several monsters attempting to breach the building and, without a second thought, engaged in battle. Initially, they managed to hold their ground, but as the conflict escalated, the monsters amassed in greater numbers, and they found themselves barely able to defend the entrance. Damn it, do you think you're Spider-Man? With great power comes great responsibility? I'm not dying for this. One of the students exclaimed. I'm leaving. While I admire your courage, I'm not ready to die. Let those inside fend for themselves. We're not their saviors. Lu Yong's party consisted of only 6 individuals, while the others were mere strangers. They lacked the noble spirit to fight, as they were merely in it for experience points and monster kills. With danger escalating, it was only sensible to retreat. After all, with their capabilities, even if the monsters breached the building, their chances of survival were still considerable. With the departure of these few, the pressure on Lu Yong and his remaining companions intensified. As their defense began to falter, Lu Yong shouted, "Fall back into the building." Though he had a compassionate heart, this was not the time for self-sacrifice. He needed to preserve his strength to save even more lives. Just then, Lu Yong spotted a green figure in the distance, wielding a massive axe and cleaving a pig-headed monster in 2. His heart surged with exhilaration. Everyone hold on. The savior has arrived. How could he not recognize that silhouette? Despite the change in weaponry, the familiar green form and immense power could only belong to Lu Zhan's goblin. Previously, during a moment of crisis, Lu Zhan had saved him, thereby saving everyone in the dormitory. Now, in this critical moment, Lu Zhan reappeared to rescue all those within the building. Was this not the very definition of a savior? Savior. Upon hearing Lu Yong's proclamation, several students felt a renewed sense of hope. Although Lu Yong's saintly tendencies were somewhat daunting, it was precisely this quality that assured them he would never utter foolish words in life-or-death situations. If he declared that the savior had come, then indeed, the savior had arrived. Yet, their curiosity lingered. Who could possibly be deemed the savior? And in the very next second, in the distance, flashes of lightning erupted suddenly, and a creature, resembling a wolf, leapt forth as if summoned by the thunder god himself. Wherever it landed, the monsters trembled in electric shock, their bodies tingling with an uncanny sensation, while a charred aroma filled the air. Several of them were even cooked by the very electricity. Woof! Bei Lao He landed gracefully before Lu Yong and his companions, letting out a thunderous roar towards the horde of monsters, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Yet, the power of its voice was somewhat diminished. After all, it was merely a dog's bark. Is this the savior? A dog? No, rather a thunder dog? What in the world is this creature? It can generate electricity. How terrifying. A few students stood frozen in astonishment. After all, animals are generally weaker than humans, and the evolution into extraordinary beasts is a rare phenomenon. This was their first encounter with such a creature. Even Lu Yong found himself somewhat at a loss. And what about Lu Zhan? Yet, he wasn't surprised by this thunder dog. It must be Lu Zhan's new pet. There was a twinge of envy within him. It was incredibly majestic and imposing. "Mr. Lu, what are you doing here?" Just then, a figure leaped down from the back of the thunder dog, smiling as he spoke. Lu Zhan had not anticipated that Lu Yong would be present. They had been too far apart earlier, and amidst the chaos of battle, he had been unable to discern faces. Only just now did he realize that it was indeed Lu Yong. "Lu Zhan, haha, I knew it was you." Lu Yong exclaimed excitedly. "Let's deal with these creatures first, Mr. Lu. Follow me. We need to hunt the elite monsters." As he spoke, Lu Zhan summoned forth 14 undead minotaur warriors to hold the entrance. As for number 1, it was already engaged in combat, and Lu Zhan had allowed it to strike first to rapidly enter a state of increasing prowess. After that, Lu Zhan leapt back onto Bei Lao He's back, sword in hand, charging towards the nearest minotaur berserker. All right. Lu Yong did not hesitate, understanding that the other was leading him to upgrade his abilities, and hurriedly followed. A few students exchanged puzzled glances. Before them, a dozen undead minotaurs were relentlessly attacking their former companions. The scene was utterly bizarre. Which one should we attack? They all look identical. Look at their eyes. Our teammates' eyes are glowing green. What teammates? You dare call these things teammates? Forget it. Let's take a break. My mana is nearly depleted. The Minotaur berserkers were stronger than ordinary minotaurs, but their weaknesses were also quite evident. Zhan patted the head of the dog beneath him and commanded, Bei Lao He, electrify it. Bei Lao He growled, expressing its dissatisfaction. However, recalling that even its elder brother had to obediently toil, it released a surge of electricity. Zzz. The Minotaur berserker was momentarily invigorated by the lightning, suffering no real harm. Yet it became enraged, charging towards them with a roar. Number 1, return. With the electric boost, Bei Lao He's speed surpassed Zhan's, effortlessly dodging the berserker's assault. However, Lu Yong, following closely behind, found himself in peril, deep within the throng of monsters. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Since Zhan was upgrading Lu Yong, he could not bear to watch him be slaughtered, so he called Number 1 back to fight alongside Lu Yong, thereby offering him protection. As for Number 1, its state of increasing prowess was already taking effect, and Zhan had no need to worry about its safety. It could be left to fend for itself. Chapter 29, Slaying the Elite. The Minotaur berserker brandished its axe in relentless pursuit, while Bei Lao He nimbly darted through the horde of monsters, occasionally turning back to zap the berserker with electricity, displaying remarkable agility. Moments later, the berserker let out a skyward howl, its body seemingly engulfed in an invisible flame. Its aura surging dramatically. Zhan's expression shifted. Rage. This was the berserker's special skill. Mr. Lu, get out of the way. Zhan quickly warned Lu Yong, who was still looting beside Number 1. Moo. The enraged minotaur charged forward like a mad bull, indiscriminately trampling everything in its path, seemingly fixated only on the thunder dog that had shocked it, roaring as it advanced. Its speed had more than doubled compared to before. Bei Lao He, you won't let this old bull outrun you, will you? Zhan patted the dog's head, encouragingly. Woof. Bei Lao He, upon hearing this, barked and, with an explosive leap, surged forth as if it had harnessed the very essence of thunderclouds. In terms of speed, no one could outpace a thunder dog. What a thrill. Clinging tightly to Bei Lao He's fur, Zhan braced himself. One moment of inattention could see him thrown off. Behind them, the enraged minotaur swung its axe wildly, oblivious to its own kind, and ended up slaying several of its fellow minotaurs. Yet, it could not keep up with the lightning-infused Bei Lao He, which left it trailing behind like a frenzied bull, unable to catch up. Bei Lao He, over there? Zhan managed to shout, steering the dog in a new direction. Woof woof woof. Bei Lao He leaped and barked, as if to say it wasn't a bicycle. Ultimately, however, it obeyed Zhan's command and charged ahead. Over there, an armored pig-headed monster was wielding a steel blade, seemingly unfazed. This creature was an elite-level pig-headed monster, distinguished from the ordinary by its armor, boasting formidable defenses. These low-tier monsters possessed limited intelligence and adhered to a specific code of conduct. For instance, they would not attack unless their subordinates were wiped out. Thus, as long as Zhan refrained from provoking them, he would not be beset by a horde of elite monsters. But now, Zhan's intent was to provoke this armored pig-headed monster. Bei Lao He charged directly towards the armored pig-headed monster, and just as it was about to collide, it leapt high, vaulting over its head. However, the berserk minotaur trailing behind did not react as swiftly, swinging its massive axe down heavily upon the armored pig-headed monster. Humph. The berserk minotaur's attack was outrageously powerful, and with one swing, it cleaved a gash in the pig-headed monster's armor. The armored pig-headed monster let out a pained cry, enraged, and retaliated with a horizontal slash of its blade towards the berserk minotaur. In an instant, these two elite monsters were engaged in fierce combat. This was precisely Zhan's plan, to provoke the minotaur berserker into a frenzy and then lead it towards the armored pig-headed monster. Information regarding these low-tier monsters would be readily available in the future, yet at this moment, it was incredibly valuable. Zhan, armed with this knowledge, was akin to having a cheat code, effortlessly crafting strategies to exploit the weaknesses of these monsters. All right, no more running. Let us head back. Zhan patted Bei Lao He's head, determined not to let the experience from these two elite monsters slip away. Woof woof woof. Bei Lao He barked in response, and Zhan accurately grasped its intent. Kill them, and I'll get beef. No, I need to convert these two elite monsters into undead, Zhan asserted. Look over there, there's a fire only. Let me tell you, the meat of a fire only is incredibly tender, far surpassing that of beef. Woof woof woof. Really? Would I lie to you? Woof woof woof. You would. What are you yapping about? If I say go, then go. As the battle between the pig and the bull neared its conclusion, Zhan hastily urged. Bei Lao He had no choice but to yield to Zhan's authority. Ahead, Even the formidable defense of the armored pighead monster could not withstand the onslaught of the enraged bull demon. Its armor was in tatters, and the ground was soaked with a veritable deluge of pig's blood. However, this creature, with its tough hide and robust flesh, was far from death's grasp. In contrast, the berserker bull demon, despite its fearsome appearance, was teetering on the brink of demise. The grotesque skill of frenzy bore terrifying side effects. Beyond the total loss of rational thought and recognition of kin, it would culminate in a state of extreme weakness once the frenzy subsided. Indeed, the bull demon's frenzied state was nearing its conclusion. As anticipated, just as Bei Lahong arrived, the bull demon collapsed like a sheep deprived of its strength, unable to even lift its axe, which clattered to the ground. The armored pighead monster raised its massive blade, emitting a chilling cry that seemed to mock the fallen bull demon. Yet, just as the blade was poised to descend, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, coursing through its entire body, leaving it momentarily paralyzed. In the meantime, a shadow emerged, delivering a flurry of thrusts to the severely weakened bull demon, each strike finding its mark with deadly precision. Within 3 seconds, the life of the berserker bull demon was extinguished. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the berserker bull demon, earning 400 experience points and 400 gold. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. At last, he had achieved a new level. Lu Zhan's spirits soared as he gazed upon the lifeless form of the bull demon, only to discover it had dropped a mere evolution stone, an infuriatingly meager reward. Picking up the evolution stone, Lu Zhan's eyes glimmered with greed. Arise, my little bull. Suddenly, the previously lifeless bull demon opened its eyes wide and rose to its feet. Upon transformation into an undead, its weakened state vanished, and its power surged, rivaling that of its frenzied form. Raising its axe, it swung at the still-dazed armored pighead monster. Lu Zhan was not idle either. He thrust his sword towards the pighead. The monster, already battered and bloodied, succumbed to the combined assault of both the living and the undead within mere seconds. Lu Zhan's eyes brightened with excitement. An equipment drop. The item resembled the armor worn by the defeated foe. He swiftly picked it up and activated his necromantic rebirth, transforming the pighead into an undead creature as well. Both elite undead boasted impressive attributes, and bolstered by a total of 17 undead, Lu Zhan's strength and constitution surpassed 60. He felt invigorated, and with a swift thrust of his long sword, he pierced the head of a bull warrior, dispatching it in an instant. However, at that moment, a cacophony of anguished cries echoed from a distance. Lu Zhan turned to investigate, and was met with a scene of utter astonishment. He beheld Yihao relentlessly pursuing a flame goblin. Beside him, Lu Yong cleverly interjected with strikes of his own, harvesting a share of experience points. Most astonishingly, the ground in that area was littered with the corpses of monsters, each death more gruesome than the last. What had Yihao accomplished while he was distracted? It was unfathomable that he was now capable of pursuing elite monsters. It was important to note that the flame goblins were not the feeble creatures akin to goblins, and Yihao himself was merely of elite caliber. Woof, woof, woof. Bei Lahong barked incessantly, brimming with pride. With such a powerful master, the status of this little subordinate sword. Chapter 30. The 5-person team. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest. After all, it's rare for a necromancer to join the fray personally. Lu Zhan sighed with resignation and sheathed his sword, heading towards the entrance of the building. The remaining monsters were left for Yihao to showcase his prowess. At the building's entrance, several students witnessed Lu Zhan's approach and instinctively took a few steps back. Their expressions filled with awe. He was the savior spoken of by their teacher Lu, truly a figure of remarkable might. Yet, judging by his appearance, he seemed to be one of their classmates, leading to much speculation among them. 5 minutes later, Yihao suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that struck him directly. However, in the next moment, Yihao emerged from the inferno, resembling the Grim Reaper, and with a swift swing of his axe, severed the flame goblin's head. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the flame goblin, earning 400 experience points and 400 gold. Lu Zhan's eyes sparkled. It seemed another item had dropped. Approaching, he picked it up and discovered it was a stone. Flame grinding stone can be used to enchant weapons, bestowing them with burning damage. What a valuable find. Lu Zhan's eyes shone even brighter. Although the initial burning damage seemed modest, this special attribute could grow exponentially with enhancement. Imagining the potential of a burning damage amplified to 100, incinerating a dragon was not beyond the realm of possibility. Unfortunately, he currently lacked a suitable weapon. The sword in his hand was pitifully inadequate. Only a fool would consider enchanting it. Yihao's battle axe, however, was commendable. Yet to enchant it would require an exorbitant amount of enhancement stones. Was that not a tad extravagant? Faced with this dilemma, Lu Zhan reluctantly stowed the stone away and retrieved the corpse of the flame goblin, tossing it towards Bei Lahong's eager maw. Having promised the black dog, he could not go back on his word. Bei Lahong's remaining eyes sparkled with excitement as it began to devour the offering. The nearby students trembled in shock. How ruthlessly savage. Feeding an elite monster to a pet. Was this even human? Ahead, Yihao had once again entered a state of unbridled slaughter. At this point, nearly no monster could withstand a single blow from him. The true harbinger of death had arrived. Meanwhile, Lu Yong displayed his own cleverness. Knowing that Yihao would ultimately slay all the monsters, he opted to attack indiscriminately, adopting a strategy of shared spoils. Any damage he inflicted would earn him experience, albeit in smaller amounts, but the sheer volume made up for it. You lot, why not join in? Lu Zhan glanced at the students beside him and spoke. Having remained behind instead of fleeing, they chose to fight alongside Lu Yong, which he found commendable. Thank you. Thank you. The students, already eager, surged forward as Lu Zhan spoke, racing to keep pace with Yihao's rapid slaughter. Just then, a large group of individuals burst forth from the building, weapons in hand. Their expressions fierce as they prepared to confront the monsters. However, they had barely reached the entrance when a ferocious dog stood guard, its body crackling with lightning. The group was understandably taken aback, hesitating to advance any further. If you wish to hide, do so properly. Don't dare to step out now that it seems safe. Lu Zhan said coldly, standing beside Bei Lahong. Why should we allow you to impede our exit? Move aside. What are you even? I'll report you for illegal detention. I'm a lawyer, and I'm formally warning you that you are breaking the law. I am the son of Lu Zhongming. Do you dare to stop me? Lu Zhan chuckled. Some people, even a day into the apocalypse, still failed to grasp the new reality. They remained oblivious to the rules of this world. Only the strong prevail. Thus, Lu Zhan had no qualms about imparting this lesson to them. Thus, he patted the shoulder of Bei Lahai. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning erupted from Bei Lahai's body. The few individuals who had been the most vociferous at the forefront, caught completely off guard, were struck by the lightning, their anguished screams echoing as they were instantly reduced to charred remains. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone in a state of shock, their faces etched with terror. Once I have vanquished the monsters outside, you may go wherever you please. For now, get the hell back, Lu Zhan declared, his patience for idle chatter exhausted. Among this group were former titans of wealth and power, who had never before endured such indignity. Yet, casting a glance at the lifeless charred forms before them, they could only retreat in silence. Just as Lu Zhan was about to turn away, he suddenly thrust out his sword to the side. A metallic clang echoed as a figure materialized from thin air, their dagger meeting Lu Zhan's sword with a jarring impact. The thief's face was filled with horror, bewildered by how his presence had been detected. Have I slain even the elven rogue? And yet, a mere common thief dares to flaunt invisibility before me? Lu Zhan scoffed, exerting sudden force. The thief was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Among the crowd, a woman raised her staff and waved it casually. A radiant light descended upon the thief's head, instantly restoring color to his previously pallid visage. Moments later, 3 more figures emerged from the throng, joining the rogue. Within the silver trade building, resources were abundant. It was not merely cowards who sought refuge inside, but many formidable beings as well, either resting or scavenging for supplies. Clearly, this was a well-balanced 5-member team comprising a rogue, a priest, a shield warrior, and 2 gunners. Though lacking hidden classes, the duo of gunners was already quite formidable in the early days of the apocalypse. The rogue once again slipped into invisibility, lying in wait for an opportunity to strike, while the gunners raised their weapons, aiming them at Lu Zhan. The shield warrior lifted his shield, seemingly bracing for an attack from the large black dog. The priest took cover behind the shield warrior, remaining silent as the 5 fell into a combat-ready stance. The onlookers also prepared to spectate, eager to see how this quintet would dispatch the massive beast. However, the next moment, a minotaur warrior strode through the entrance, followed closely by a second and a third. Before long, a total of 16 monsters stood before Lu Zhan, their eyes glowing ominously green, exuding an aura of terror. Lu Zhan had summoned all the undead, leaving just one to guard the outside. He mounted Bei Lahai's back, a knowing smirk on his face as he regarded the wary 5. As if inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to engage?" In the air, the rogue reappeared. With so many monsters surrounding him, he found it impossible to approach. Invisibility could not penetrate solid objects. Furthermore, given the enemy's formidable lineup, advancing would be tantamount to delivering himself as a sacrifice. He resolved that if a confrontation ensued, he would retreat without a second thought. As for his teammates, they were of no concern. The shield warrior, evidently the leader among them, lowered his shield, transforming the atmosphere with a faux earnestness. "Friends, we are all human beings and should not turn against one another. Our true enemies are those monsters outside." Internally, He was frantically losing his mind. What kind of monstrous class was this? Were they using hacks? It shattered the balance. If there were a reporting function, he would lodge complaints by the hundreds. But how could I shake the feeling that you were just moments ago intent on killing me? Zhan mused, stroking the dog's fur nonchalantly. He had experienced this dramatic scenario countless times before, always relegated to the role of a mere supporting character or bystander. Yet this time, he was the protagonist. One could not deny the exhilarating thrill of being in the spotlight. No wonder protagonists in online literature reveled in ostentation. It was all a misunderstanding, the shield warrior said with a forced grin, seemingly oblivious to the fact that this hulking figure, who appeared so affable, could lie with such composure. Since you say so, we shall remain here a little longer. Once your business is concluded, we will exit. As he spoke, he motioned for his companions to withdraw. Not so fast. Zhan interjected. Leave behind some compensation for your lives. Let us see if it's sufficient to buy your survival. I offer but one chance. If you insult me with paltry offerings, I will not hesitate to come for you myself. The shield warrior froze, his back rigid. Though his face was hidden, one could imagine the turmoil within. The other four looked to their leader, awaiting his decision, comply or flee, entirely at his discretion. As for fighting, they had not yet exhausted their lives. The shield warrior was ensnared in a web of indecision, calculating the odds of a successful escape and the means by which to flee. Should he sacrifice one of his team members? Or if they were to buy their lives, what could they possibly offer? He had been fortunate enough to clear a dungeon before and possessed some valuable items. After a full minute of inner turmoil, the instinct for self-preservation ultimately triumphed. With a beaming smile, the shield warrior turned around and produced an item from his pocket, saying, "Brother, will this suffice to purchase our lives?" Zhan glanced at the item, a piece of paper. Clearly, whatever they could produce wouldn't be merely a sheet of paper. It was likely a blueprint. Naturally, Zhan had no intention of retrieving it himself. With a thought, an undead minotaur stepped forward, startling the onlookers. However, the minotaur simply took the item from the shield warrior's hands and returned, presenting it respectfully to Zhan. This left everyone curious about the nature of his profession, which could command such obedience from monsters. Zhan examined the paper in his hands. As he had surmised, it was indeed a blueprint for a piece of equipment. Moreover, the description was written in red, indicative of a red-grade item. Most enticingly, it was a blueprint for a sword, tailor-made for him. Blood's Lament, blueprint, grade, red materials, 100,000 gold coins, 1 drop of blood of the bloodthirsty eye, 500 grams of Taiguang stone, 500 grams of mithril, 500 grams of extraterrestrial flame iron. Zhan's heart raced. In approximately a week, a new equipment rankings list would be updated on his mobile device. This list could conceal the names, attributes, and owners of the equipment, but not their levels. He recalled vividly that a year later, on the day of his demise, the equipment rankings featured merely 3 golden items, 7 black items, and 83 red items, with the 94th item being the first purple-grade piece. Thus, should he successfully craft this item, even a year later, it would still be among the most elite of gear, capable of gracing the rankings. Such an item appearing in this context was even more absurd than a hidden class. The Marine could surmise the reason behind the shield warrior's decision to relinquish this item. At this stage, many individuals had yet to even lay eyes on such equipment, let alone comprehend its tier. There were no system explanations for these matters, as humans only began to decipher them later on. Hence, that individual was entirely unaware of the true value of this item. To him, a mere blueprint, with materials he had never even heard of, rendered anything unattainable as nothing more than worthless parchment. However, he was not entirely foolish. He recognized that should this material be successfully crafted, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable asset, which is why he was willing to part with it for his life. Nevertheless, the cost of these materials was indeed staggering, an exorbitant sum of 100,000 gold coins. The rest were primarily products from dungeons, with the most crucial component being the blood essence of the Bloody Eye, a creature of heroic caliber. Moreover, it was not a lowly monster like a goblin, bull demon, or pig-headed beast. For the current Marine to seek out such a creature would be a foolhardy endeavor, a clear invitation to certain death, with no glimmer of hope for success. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased with the blueprint, as it provided him with a goal to strive toward. Nodding, he declared, "Very well. You may leave now." The shield warrior exhaled a sigh of relief, though a hint of regret lingered. From the earlier expression of the Marine, he too could deduce the value of the blueprint, but having already given it up, he found himself powerless to retract his decision. The Marine tucked the blueprint into his bosom, knowing that gathering the requisite materials would be a gradual process, one that could not be rushed. Just then, amidst a flurry of excited chatter, Lu Yong entered with his students. all wearing expressions of satisfaction that evoked envy among those within the grand hall. Marine. We vanquished them all. This little creature was truly ferocious, Lu Yong remarked with a reverent gaze towards the number 1 warrior. Who would have thought that such a diminutive goblin could unleash such formidable power? This creature is vastly stronger than when we first encountered it. The Marine nodded in acknowledgement. Addressing the gathered individuals, you may exit now. As he spoke, he summoned all but the number 1 warrior back into the realm of the undead. If anyone dared to ambush him, he would welcome the challenge, for while he lacked experience in killing, he believed there could be unexpected rewards. However, none dared to make a move, nor did they utter a word, retreating back into the hall. With all the monsters slain, what purpose would their exit serve? Remaining within the safety of the building was far preferable, as venturing outside meant confronting death at any moment. Not everyone, however, exhibited such cowardice. A few individuals, laden with backpacks, ventured out. They appeared to be seasoned hunters of monsters, akin to the 5 shield warriors who had come to the Grand Hall primarily for supplies and rest. Once replenished, they would naturally seek to engage in further monster hunting to level up. Clearly, these individuals had acclimatized to the rules of this post-apocalyptic world. The Marine paid them no heed, pulling out his phone to address Lu Yong. Teacher Lu, let us add each other as friends. You all should rest inside for now. I may need your assistance shortly. With no access to phone numbers or WeChat, the phone's built-in friend request feature within the Forum app would suffice. Alright, we're quite tired as well. We'll remain inside, so feel free to issue any commands, Lu Yong replied readily. Indeed, Marine, just tell us what you need. We'll face any peril for you. The students behind Lu Yong echoed their sentiments, eagerly pulling out their phones. At that moment, the Marine appeared to them as a true savior, a formidable ally, and they were determined to curry favor with him. The Marine said nothing further, merely waving his hand dismissively. He had witnessed the treachery of human hearts too many times. Perhaps, in one fleeting moment, they would risk everything for him, only to turn and stab him in the back for their own gain in the next. Only one's own strength remained the most reliable asset. Chapter 32, Fusion Skill Rampage. Stepping outside the Grand Hall, the Marine surveyed the ground strewn with monster corpses, feeling invigorated. With such a bounty, he could surely offer sacrifices to summon 4 or 5 elite undead. Thus, he resolved to commence his work. Aside from the number 1 warrior, he possessed a bull demon berserker and an armored pig-headed monstrosity, both formidable undead. The remaining 14 were mere ordinary undead, expendable for sacrifice. With a thought, his mana began to deplete rapidly. Simultaneously, the undead within the realm began to disappear one by one, merging into the body of a common undead bull demon. Upon completion of the sacrifice of 13 ordinary undead, he unexpectedly succeeded in summoning an elite undead. He distinctly recalled the goblin stating that approximately 18 were required for an upgrade to elite status. Thus, he was astonished that the bull demon required only 13. With this in mind, the corpses littering the ground would suffice for him to enhance several elite undead. Undead bull demon warrior. Characteristics: elite level undead. Strength, 65. Constitution, 59. Agility, 48. These attributes were undeniably impressive. Undead rebirth, activate. Undead sacrifice, activate. Both skills required no actions from him. The Marine simply sat down on the ground, his eyes glowing green as he gazed at the corpses. Above in the Grand Hall, many individuals peered through the windows at the scene unfolding in the plaza, filled with astonishment, confusion, and trepidation. The sight resembled the Marine incessantly consuming the remains of the monsters, an eerie spectacle. The Marine paid them no mind, let them observe. Even if they witnessed these events, they could never fathom the extent of his true power. After a full half hour, the Marine finally rose to his feet. The corpses on the ground had dwindled to almost nothing. His realm of the undead now brimmed with a total of 10 elite undead. With the collective efforts of these elite beings, his strength had surged to 85. Should he manage to enhance 4 more, he would indeed break the 100 mark. However, the Marine chose not to press on. Firstly, the corpses were insufficient. Secondly, there was a small creature awaiting enhancement. The number 1 warrior. He intended to utilize the remaining corpses exclusively for its enhancement. He could not afford to abandon this little one and must continue to bolster its power. Since those goblins had become largely ineffective against it, he would experiment with different varieties of undead. Ding! Regretfully, the sacrifice has failed. The first attempt was a failure. Ding! Congratulations, the sacrifice was successful. The second attempt succeeded, yet only yielded a modest increase of 1 or 2 points in attributes. Very well, let us continue. Ding! Regretfully, the sacrifice has failed. 6 consecutive failures followed. Ding! Congratulations, the sacrifice was successful. Another success, yet again only yielding a mere increase of 1 or 2 points. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining corpses had been entirely consumed, resulting in only 3 successful enhancements, which raised the number 1 warrior's attributes by a meager 5 or 6 points. This transaction was undoubtedly a significant loss. The Marine felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he gazed at the newly formed elite undead bull demon warrior within his realm. Would utilizing these for enhancement be too extravagant? Ultimately, he could not bring himself to commit to that course of action, fearing that once he began, he might find it impossible to stop. If he ended up sacrificing all 10 elite beings without successfully evolving the number 1 warrior, he would truly be despondent. It is estimated that shortly, the dungeon will soon be activated, and he has no time to hunt down numerous magical beasts. However, the thought of abandoning the endeavor leaves him somewhat discontented. In his turmoil, his gaze falls upon the 2 elite monsters that have transformed into undead. Although their attributes are slightly superior to those of ordinary monsters, they still pale in comparison to elite undead. Even if he were to waste time on them, the pain of loss would be somewhat alleviated. Armored pighead monster, sacrifice. Beep, regrettably, the sacrifice has failed. Damn. Zhan cursed inwardly. Minotaur berserker, sacrifice. Beep, congratulations, your sacrifice was successful. Beep, congratulations, your undead has successfully fused the skill frenzy. As expected, there is still no evolution. It seems that to allow the first undead to evolve, he will need one that has been reincarnated from a heroic level monster. In that case, he must first acquire a skill point to upgrade the undead's reincarnation. Otherwise, even if he kills a heroic level monster, reincarnation would not be possible. In the midst of his ponderings, Zhan suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Did he overlook something? There was a system prompt message just now. Skill frenzy? Zhan stared blankly at the attributes of the first undead, and then, elation washed over him. He immediately picked up the little creature, wanting to give it a hearty kiss. However, upon bringing it closer, he awkwardly set it down. Better not. This little thing is just too ugly. Undead Goblin. Traits: elite level undead. Strength: 58. Constitution: 55. Agility: 68. Talent: braver in battle. As combat progresses, strength, constitution, and agility will continually increase. Note: the talent carries a negative effect. The longer the battle, the more severe the negative effects become. Those with low mental states should exercise caution. Skills: Deathly Fear LV1. Passive skill: the aura of death emanating from the user instills fear in enemies, causing a 10 reduction in attributes. Frenzy: all attributes double, but the user loses rationality, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, lasting for 1 minute. After the skill ends, the user enters a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 70 for 5 minutes. Skill cooldown time is 30 minutes, though it has not evolved. This frenzy skill is sufficient to fundamentally transform the first undead's power. For the Minotaur Berserker, this is merely a skill that temporarily doubles attributes, which might even be more detrimental than beneficial, becoming a weakness to be exploited. However, the first undead is different. This skill can be perfectly paired with its talent. Consider this: after prolonged battle, when the first undead's attributes grow into the hundreds or thousands, activating frenzy would immediately double its attributes, transforming it into a formidable overlord. As for losing rationality, what a joke. Do undead even possess rationality? The weakened state requires some caution, but even then, the talent of braver in battle remains effective, allowing it to recover its attributes in the shortest amount of time. The value of this Minotaur Berserker's sacrifice is immeasurable. Zhan's previous frustration evaporated, and his spirits soared. Let us go inside and enjoy ourselves. As the only commercial center in the East China Sea, the Silver Trade Building is a veritable treasure trove of amenities. Food, drink, entertainment, and accommodation are all encompassed within. And now, everything is available at zero cost. In the luxury goods section, Zhan even observed numerous men and women clutching designer labels, eagerly swapping outfits they had previously never had the chance to touch, adorning themselves with glittering jewelry. Their faces were alight with excitement, devoid of any fear of the apocalypse. Ignorance begets fearlessness. It was only when they caught sight of Zhan, Beilahe, and the first undead that they screamed and fled, unwilling to relinquish their luxury items even as they escaped. Zhan paid these people no mind. He was here primarily to change his attire. His current clothing was splattered with various substances during battle, making it uncomfortable and utterly foul-smelling. Chapter 33, Adventure Level Dungeon. Zhan quickly selected an outfit. It must be said that, disregarding the price, luxury goods are indeed exceptional. At the very least, the materials are top-notch, and they are comfortable to wear. However, he chose not to change on the spot, instead taking the clothes directly to the top floor of the building. The top floor houses the presidential suite of a hotel, and for Zhan, having lived 2 lifetimes, it was his first visit to such a place. Upon reaching the door of a room, He gestured, and the first undead promptly smashed the door to pieces with a single swing of its axe. Beilahe was the first to rush inside, leaping onto the soft bed and comfortably sprawling out. This dog had certainly learned to enjoy life after its mutation. Zhan ignored it and walked straight into the bathroom, turning on the tap. Thankfully, there was still water. 5 minutes later, having finished his shower and donned his new clothes, Zhan stood before the mirror. No wonder the saying goes, a man is judged by his attire. Clad in luxurious garments, Zhan exuded an air of nobility. Particularly striking were his eyes, which, having witnessed countless tribulations, now reflected a blend of melancholy, ferocity, and ruthlessness that sent chills down one's spine. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Zhan was lost in self-admiration, Beilahe began to bark. What is it? Do you want to wash too? Zhan asked, somewhat speechless. Although one could not comprehend dog language and the other could not speak human words, they managed to communicate adequately. Woof, woof, woof. Of course. I smell bad too. Then go wash yourself. There's a bathtub inside. Woof, woof, woof. You help me wash. Get lost. Beilahe could only droop its ears and shuffle into the bathroom. Soon, cheerful barks echoed from within. A smile involuntarily crept onto Zhan's face. At this moment, he experienced a rare sense of relaxation and joy. However, the time for leisure and enjoyment had not yet arrived. Zhan took out his phone and opened the forum, sending a message to Lu Yong. Teacher Lu, come to the top floor, room 888, and bring your students along with some food. Okay, I'll be there shortly. A reply soon came through on his phone. Just 10 minutes later, Lu Yong arrived at the door with 4 students in tow, carrying a substantial amount of prepared food, fish, meat, lobster, everything imaginable. Of course, all of this had been frozen beforehand. After all, the live ones had undergone mutations, and no one dared to eat them. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and these frozen items were still relatively fresh. Lulu Gu. The students looked at Zhan with a mixture of apprehension and reverence. Having changed into fresh attire, Zhan was devoid of the previous ruthlessness and ferocity. Yet he now exuded an even more daunting aura, as if they were from entirely different worlds. Teacher Lu, come in and eat with us, Zhan beckoned. Sure. Lu Yong was much more at ease. In his heart, Zhan was nothing short of a savior, a genuinely good person. All the food was laid out. Filling the table, Zhan took a bite of the Australian lobster, and it was quite delectable. This was his first experience tasting it. Lu Yong also sat down to eat, while the other 4 students lacked the courage to join and remained standing in the background. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a flustered blonde youth suddenly rushed in through the door, panting heavily, and exclaimed, Han Gu, there's a situation. Shut up. Can't you see Lu Gu is eating? The individual referred to as Han Gu is indeed one of the 4 students, who hastily explained, Lu Gu, I apologize. This is my newly recruited junior, a bit reckless. Naturally, Zhan was not angered by this and waved his hand, inquiring, what is the situation? What is going on? Faced with the formidable presence of their leader, the boy with yellow hair dared not delay and quickly reported, a black hole has appeared in the hall on the 1st floor. I'm not sure what it is, but they say it resembles a dungeon. I've already seen several people enter. Zhan paused momentarily, his chopsticks halting in midair. A dungeon had emerged. A dungeon? Is this world truly transforming into a game? Lu Yong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Dungeons were indeed rare, and he had yet to encounter one. Zhan, should we go take a look? Not in a hurry. Let us finish our meal first, Zhan replied with a smile. He recalled that the dungeon's difficulty was exceedingly high. On the first day, no one had managed to clear it. It was only after some had posted about it on the forum, attracting numerous powerful individuals, that it was finally completed on the 3rd day. Presently, the dungeon had only just opened. There was no rush. With Zhan's words, Lu Yong naturally had no further objections. They continued their meal. After a satisfying 10 minutes, Zhan finally stood up and said, let us go take a look together. In the very center of the hall on the 1st floor, a swirling vortex resembling a black hole materialized in midair, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Among them was the 5-member team of the Shield Warrior. Having previously cleared a dungeon, they understood what this phenomenon entailed. Moments ago, the Shield Warrior had approached and touched the vortex, causing information about the dungeon to flood his mind. Adventure-level dungeon. Those words had caused him to hesitate. His original teammates were not the current 4, but another set of 4, much stronger than the present group, where he played the role of a junior. The team leader had been a powerful hidden class Sword Soul. Yet, such a formidable team had nearly faced total annihilation in that dungeon, with him surviving solely through a stroke of luck, ultimately clearing it. Of course, he had reaped significant rewards from that dungeon and, upon emerging, had reassembled a new team, claiming the role of leader. That dungeon was merely ordinary, while the one before him was of adventure level. Entering recklessly would likely lead to immediate obliteration. Boss, what do you think? Shall we enter? The excited rogue behind him inquired eagerly. Though he had never entered a dungeon, he had heard tales from the shield warrior. Dungeons were places where danger coexisted with treasures. He willingly overlooked the peril, focusing solely on the prospect of riches. Since its appearance, 15 individuals had already ventured inside, and the current count indicated 3 remaining, implying that 12 had perished. The nearby priestess, being astute and cautious, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Boss, it seems quite perilous in there. Remember, only 10 minutes have passed. Let us leave and hunt monsters elsewhere to level up." Ultimately, the shield warrior took a deep breath and decisively stated, "I don't believe I have another stroke of luck to survive again." However, the rogue, visibly discontent, protested. The 2 marksmen also expressed their dissatisfaction, clearly reluctant to miss out on this opportunity. "If you wish to go, then you may do so without me." "I will not enter," the shield warrior declared resolutely. After all, this was a casually assembled team, and he had no deep ties to them. If they chose to seek death, he would not hinder them. He turned to leave. At that moment, a series of dog barks echoed, and from the stairway emerged a formidable, majestic dog. The shield warrior's departure was abruptly halted. Chapter 34, Tribal Guardian. Zhan gazed at the black vortex in the air, feeling a surge of excitement. This was indeed it. After all, he had previously cleared it once. Most of the surrounding onlookers had witnessed Zhan's earlier display of power and, upon seeing this ominous manifestation, instinctively stepped back several meters. Woof woof woof. Bei Lao He lifted his head and barked fiercely, perceiving the crowd's fear of its presence, which inflated its sense of pride. Zhan could only shake his head in disbelief. In this day and age, even a dog had become so vain. "Let us go, stop posing," Zhan chided. Patting the dog's head, Bei Lao He growled in discontent but obediently stepped forward, approaching the vortex. Zhan extended his hand to touch the vortex. Soon, the information about the dungeon appeared in his mind. Dungeon, Tribal Guardian, permanent. Type, City Defense Dungeon. Level, Adventure. Player limit, 110. Current count, 3. This was the distinction between a one-time dungeon and a permanent dungeon. A one-time dungeon provided no information. Upon contact, there were only 2 choices, clear or die. In contrast, a permanent dungeon merely displayed information upon contact, with true entry requiring one to step inside. A so-called permanent dungeon would exist indefinitely. After clearing, everything within would refresh, allowing humans to repeatedly enter, gaining experience and various treasures. Thus, these types of dungeons were strategic resources fiercely contested by major factions. However, one universal rule applied to all dungeons. Death within meant true death, with no second chances. Zhan did not immediately enter, but turned to Lu Yong and the others, saying, "Teacher Lu, this is what I need your help with. This dungeon." Lu Yong responded without hesitation, "Rest assured, we will enter together and assist you in clearing it." Behind him, his classmates echoed their assurances. Though they had never ventured into a dungeon, they had all played games and vaguely understood what this entailed. With a formidable ally leading them, they had no reason to decline. They practically yearned to dive in head first. Yet, Zhan shook his head, stating, "Your abilities are too weak. You would offer me little assistance inside." While his words may have seemed harsh, they were the truth. And Zhan saw no need to beat around the bush. Lu Yong and the others were momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat awkward. Ignoring their discomfort, Zhan surveyed the crowd, which stood at a distance yet continued to watch intently. With Lu Yong's group of 5 and himself, that made 6. He still required 4 more individuals. Just then, he spotted someone, the shield warrior who had previously provided him with the equipment blueprints. His heart stirred, and he called out, "Brother, are you interested in entering the dungeon?" The shield warrior, initially engrossed in the unfolding drama, was taken by surprise at being directly addressed. After a moment of shock, he quickly composed himself. After all, this was a dungeon. Having entered once before, he was well aware of the immense benefits it could offer. To claim he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Yet, the prospect of entering alongside such a terrifyingly powerful figure was worth the risk. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, disregarding the fact that he was older than the other party, and directly inquired, "Elder brother, are you taking me into the dungeon?" His 4 companions, witnessing the situation, anxiously chimed in, "Boss, take me along." Me too." The shield warrior paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Zhan. For the decision lay not with him. "Choose 3 to accompany us into the dungeon. You have 1 minute, Zhan stated decisively. After all, they were merely tools in his eyes, and it mattered not who he selected. The shield warrior had already bestowed upon him a considerable surprise. It would be prudent to offer him a slight advantage. In less than a minute, merely 10 seconds, the shield warrior had made his choices, excluding the rogue without hesitation. The reason was simple. He did not care for the fellow. The rogue, despite harboring numerous grievances, could only swallow his discontent. Zhan reached towards the vortex once more. Only one person remained alive. The other two had perished. He then addressed the 9 individuals before him, stating, first and foremost, allow me to clarify that what follows is a notification, not a discussion. If you have differing opinions, feel free to leave. I am certain many would be eager to enter alongside me. Once inside, you will also be required to fight, as this is a rule set in stone. However, as long as you do not act recklessly, I shall endeavor to protect you. Of course, I cannot guarantee your lives. The dangers of the dungeon are well known, and you should be fully aware. Should you perish, do not blame me. The equipment and items dropped by the monsters within the dungeon, as well as the substantial experience points awarded upon completion, will serve as your rewards. Lastly, and most importantly, a treasure chest will be awarded upon clearing the dungeon. Regardless of its contents, it shall belong solely to me. Having concluded his statement, he allowed them to deliberate. Moments later, the 9 remained stationary, showing no inclination to depart. They were all astute individuals. Upon hearing Zhan's words, they comprehended his motivation for including them in the dungeon run. It was indeed for the final treasure chest. Yet, they thought, what of it? The rewards for clearing the dungeon were already significant. Even without the treasure chest, it merely meant a slight reduction in their earnings. Zhan nodded, declaring, very well, since you have made your decision, I must forewarn you. Those who do not abide by the rules shall not expect my mercy. Indeed, his intention in gathering 10 individuals was solely for that treasure chest. In his previous life, many powerful beings had employed similar tactics, seeking 9 tools to enter the dungeon effectively equated to opening 10 treasure chests. He himself had once been regarded as a tool, fortunate enough to have been taken along by a formidable ally to clear this very dungeon. And now, he had ascended to the role of that ally. As for what treasures the chest might hold, that was a matter of chance. It could be a mere enhancement stone, or perhaps an exquisite piece of equipment, a skill book, or other valuable items. However, there was a pattern. Typically, the first run yielded the best rewards, with subsequent completions resulting in diminishing returns. After 4 or 5 attempts, one might even receive a low-grade mana potion. This time, however, all 10 participants were entering for the first time, so they were bound to uncover at least 1 or 2 exceptional items. Contemplating this, Zhan turned to the shield warrior and asked, by the way, what is your name? Greetings, elder brother, my name is Zhang Tianfu. At that moment, the shield warrior appeared as compliant as a dutiful spouse. Zhang Tianfu. Yet, upon hearing the name, Zhan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he fixed an intense gaze upon the other. Is there something wrong with that name? Elder brother? Zhang Tianfu inquired timidly, unnerved by the fervor in Zhan's expression. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he braced himself, fearing that the other might possess an unusual proclivity. Chapter 35, The Divine General Tianfu. Had Zhan been aware of the suspicions surrounding his inclinations, he would have demanded that Bei Lahong give him a jolt. His astonishment, however, was not directed at Zhang Tianfu himself, but rather at the name Zhang Tianfu, a future powerhouse of the apocalypse. Among the human race, the 8 emperors were revered, followed by the 12 heavenly kings, and beneath them were the 36 divine generals. Among these formidable figures, one stood out as particularly extraordinary. He was not a hidden class, nor was his profession considered particularly strong, yet he ascended to the ranks of the 36 divine generals solely due to his astonishing luck. This individual boasted an abundance of divine gear, even surpassing some of the emperors, and was renowned for having friends across the globe. Even the emperors treated him as a guest of honor. Bringing him into a dungeon often resulted in exceptional loot, making him akin to a talisman, an embodiment of good fortune. This unique entity was none other than Zhang Tianfu, the divine general Tianfu. Although many shared his name, Zhan had no doubt that the individual before him was indeed the divine general Tianfu. How else could he have obtained the blueprint for the blood lamentation so soon after the apocalypse began? Zhan leaped down from Bei Lahong's back, approached Zhang Tianfu, and clapped him on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I am Zhan. From now on, you shall accompany me. Such a top-tier talisman was not something to be left behind. Hello, brother Lu. Zhang Tianfu, towering in stature, could not help but tremble slightly, steeling himself in resignation. He was prepared to go all in. After all, what harm could come from enduring a little discomfort? Satisfied, Zhan thought that as long as they could clear the dungeon, a top-tier treasure was all but guaranteed. Approaching the vortex, he reached out to touch it, and the information displayed that all within had perished. It was time to enter. Bei Lahong, you stay outside to guard. Zhan patted the dog's head. This dungeon was a gift from the apocalypse to humanity. Monsters could not enter, nor could aberrant beasts. Thus, Bei Lahong had to remain outside. Should this great black dog decide to flee when faced with the elder brother? Lu Zhan would be at a loss, for he could not delay entering the dungeon indefinitely. Woof, woof, woof. Bei Lahong held his head high, barking several times as if to say, "Don't worry, boss. I'll be a good guard dog. Let us go into the fray." With that, Lu Zhan stepped into the vortex, his form vanishing from sight. Behind him, Lu Yong and Zhang Tianfu exchanged glances. They were now two factions, each with a hint of rivalry. Woof, woof, woof. Bei Lahong barked at the others, seemingly urging them to hasten and follow Lu Zhan. Lu Yong, of course, had no hesitation, swiftly following the path of the savior. Soon, all 9 entered the vortex. Bei Lahong indeed prepared to serve as a vigilant guard dog, lying beneath the vortex, dissuading onlookers from approaching. Fight, fight, fight. Slay these wretches. As warriors, your duty is to combat. Whoever dares to retreat shall face my wrath. The cacophony of battle erupted around Lu Zhan as he entered, the sounds of clashing steel, the roars of monsters, and the shouts of humanity ringing in his ears. Yet, he remained unperturbed, having experienced this once before. In the next moment, light began to appear before him, and everything around him became clear. He found himself upon a city wall, gazing out at the countless humans engaged in combat and slaughter. These are the so-called copy NPCs, and their adversaries are naturally the monstrous entities. Beneath the city walls, a multitude of these creatures is charging toward the citadel. This is what is known as a city defense instance, where the objective is to withstand the onslaught of these monsters and protect the city. Where's this place? Boss, I am terrified. Wow, this is incredibly exhilarating. Look below, it's teeming with monsters. Lu Zhan, what should we do? Just then, the figures of Lu Yong and others emerged. Aside from the female priest, the other 8 young men appeared somewhat exhilarated. This sensation was akin to stepping into an immersive game. If only there were no death mechanics. It would be even better. Alas, reality offers no such ifs. After the initial excitement, a sense of fear began to creep in. What are you all dawdling for? Get down there. Those monsters are assaulting the city gate. Suddenly, the commander beside them shouted vehemently. Ensure that you defend the city gate. Hurry up. I will count to 10. If you don't get down, I'll personally cut you down. I need warriors, not cowards. The commander, wielding a large blade, bore a fierce countenance, resembling a terrifying deity of death. If you wish to avoid death, jump down with me. As he spoke, Lu Zhan had already leapt from the city wall. This commander was not jesting. Players who avoided combat or remained atop the walls would be swiftly dispatched by him. Moreover, no matter how powerful a player was, they could not escape the blade of this commander. Lu Yong and the others glanced at the height of the wall, their hearts pounding. A normal person would undoubtedly perish from such a fall. Although they were all professionals with extraordinary physical capabilities, none had ever jumped from such a height, leaving them feeling uncertain. Xiaoyao, I'll jump first and catch you below. Trust me, Zhang Tianfu said to the priest and leapt down. Jump. The commander surely wasn't he joking. If we don't jump, we really will be killed. Lu Yong glanced at the commander who was staring directly at them. Understanding that this was the nature of the instance, there was no other choice, and he jumped as well. The remaining students nodded, gritted their teeth, and closed their eyes. Taking a leap of faith, the priest Xiaoyao and 2 gunners exchanged glances. Now that they were already in, what else could they do? They jumped, after all. It was merely a matter of closing and opening their eyes. However, the anticipated sharp pain upon hitting the ground did not come. Instead, they felt as though they had been caught by something. Upon opening their eyes, a fearsome bull demon loomed ominously close, nearly causing them to suffocate from fright. Fortunately, having encountered Lu Zhan's undead bull demon before, they quickly regained their composure. It turned out that their leader had long since made arrangements for everything, filling them with a sense of gratitude. Since Lu Zhan desired their treasure chest, he certainly would not allow them to fall to their deaths. At this moment, behind the 10 of them stood the city gate. Relying solely on themselves, they could not possibly protect the entire city. Their task was simply to safeguard this gate. Ahead, dozens of monsters charged toward the gate. Most of these creatures were ordinary, with a few elites mixed in, and they belonged to various races, none of which were the pathetic goblin variety. And this was merely the first wave. One could easily surmise that subsequent waves would be increasingly formidable. Behind Lu Zhan, the expressions of the others turned ashen. If it were just them, they would likely not survive even the first wave. However, Lu Zhan remained unfazed. Having entered, he must have had confidence. Chapter 36, Defending the City Gate. Lu Zhan's mind stirred, and a dozen undead formed a semicircle, enclosing the gate and the 10 individuals within. This effectively created a defensive line of undead, composed of elite entities, which the ordinary monsters could not possibly breach in the initial waves. Even if one of these defenses fell, Lu Zhan could promptly replenish their ranks through resurrection. Theoretically, this was an unyielding line of defense. Number 1 and Lu Zhan would maneuver as needed, darting wherever required. Number One's abilities had yet to manifest, and it was certainly not the right time to charge into the throng of monsters. This type of instance was akin to a cheat for Number One. The attacking monsters would grow stronger, but Number One would also become increasingly powerful. Given sufficient time, even if the final boss were a commander-level monster in a frenzy, Number One could still vanquish it. This was the source of Zhan's confidence in conquering this instance solo. The fighting prowess of the 9 behind him had never been factored into his calculations. They were merely tools to obtain the treasure chest. How much experience they garnered depended solely on their own efforts. Zhan stated, then charged to the left, where an elite monster was assaulting. It was essential to prioritize its elimination. Let each rely on their own skills. Brother Liu has already arranged everything for us. Zhang Tianfu felt a surge of emotion. Under these circumstances, as long as the undead line held, they merely needed to avoid recklessness and would not be in danger. How could one not be moved by such a considerate leader? Liu Yong displayed an expression of realization. He had cooperated with Zhan on 2 previous occasions, both of which had been fraught with danger, but ultimately successful. This time was no exception. Truly, he was the savior. In an instant, each began to display their abilities, their singular aim being to maximize damage against the monsters. Even the priest Xiao Yao raised her staff to strike the monsters. Of course, this was not without risk. While attacking the monsters, they also faced the possibility of being attacked. However, with the undead shielding them in front, if they couldn't evade even this level of attack, they deserved to meet their demise. In this scenario, the 2 gunners and a fire mage among Liu Yong's companions reaped the most benefits. They merely needed to position themselves centrally and unleash their ranged attacks freely. The thrill was truly exhilarating. Each individual felt the surge of experience. As for Zhan, with his formidable strength of 80, he swiftly dispatched the elite monster within mere seconds. Subsequently, his eyes glowed green, and the recently fallen elite monster rose once more. But that was not the end. By now, numerous monster corpses littered the ground, prompting Zhan to conduct a resurrection and sacrifice right there. He currently had 10 elite undead and could easily fill the vacant slots during battle. Under the onslaught of everyone's firepower, the first wave of dozens of monsters was annihilated in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, these monsters allowed Zhan to summon 3 additional elite undead. This is unbelievably exhilarating. I've leveled up to 5. Indeed, this is astonishingly fast. Haha, how many more monsters are there? Bring them on. Liu Yong and the others were filled with elation. And the second wave of monsters was already charging in. This wave, too, was primarily composed of ordinary monsters, interspersed with a few elite ones. However, their races were significantly stronger: demon wolves, fiery tigers, golden lions. As soon as the monsters appeared, Number One dashed out from the undead line, taking the initiative to attack. Its growing ferocity necessitated continuous battle, otherwise, a pause would lead to significant losses. The land battle could not allow it to charge directly into combat. Instead, it would strike once and retreat, then strike again before withdrawing. By the time that horde of monsters reached the defensive line, the first unit had already returned. As per usual, the battle was reignited. However, just as the others were about to launch their excited assaults, a terrifying roar of a tiger echoed through the air. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed, feeling as though they had been struck by a colossal hammer to the chest. Those with weaker constitutions spat blood, their faces ashen. Though Zhan remained unharmed, a slight frown creased his brow. That roar had been the skill known as Tiger's Roar from the elite monster, the Howling Tiger. It was a lapse in his judgment, as he had forgotten about the widespread area damage skills possessed by these elite tier monsters. If it roared a few more times, even if they did not breach the defensive line, the subsequent group could very well perish from the auditory onslaught. It seemed that he would need to take some risks. Zhan tightened his grip on his sword, called out to the first unit, and leaped out from the undead defense line, charging towards the Howling Tiger. The multitude of monsters surrounding him unleashed numerous attacks, but Zhan's physique had now surpassed 90. The strikes from these ordinary monsters merely tore at his garments. The first unit, although slightly weaker in constitution, possessed an astonishing agility that had reached 110, moving through the horde like a wraith. In merely 3 seconds, Zhan and the first unit had closed in on the Howling Tiger. With a sword and an axe, they attacked simultaneously. The Howling Tiger boasted average attributes of 70, which would be considered a formidable boss-level threat to most humans. Yet, faced with Zhan and the first unit, it could not even endure for half a minute before succumbing to defeat. After dispatching the creature, Zhan did not even have time to collect the spoils it dropped before transforming it into a new undead. After all, the loot would not disappear, and the monsters could not claim it. There was no urgency in that regard. In an instant, Zhan felt a significant enhancement in his physique and strength. The Howling Tiger, reborn as an undead, saw its attributes soar, with both strength and constitution reaching 99, becoming truly terrifying. Under Lu Zhan's command, this undead tiger unleashed its colossal paws, swatting and crushing the ordinary monsters as if they were mere ants. Lu Zhan paid it no heed, allowing the undead tiger to wreak havoc while he surged towards another elite monster. Following the same strategy, he swiftly eliminated that elite monster and transformed it into another undead. This tactic effectively subverted the enemy's most potent forces. In an instant, the horde of monsters descended into chaos as their commanding leader turned against them. Lu Yong and the others watched in stunned silence. What a freakish display. Just what kind of profession does Lu Zhan belong to? A summoner? A puppeteer? A beastmaster? Yet, logically, these professions should rely on minions for combat, leaving their main bodies weak. Why is Lu Zhan so formidable himself? He is utterly invincible, with no apparent weaknesses. He alone constitutes an entire army. It's astounding. I feel he could take on all 9 of us by himself. No, even his minion could defeat us all. After vanquishing 3 elite monsters, Lu Zhan retreated back to the defensive line. Although he still had the capacity to fight, it was unnecessary. Battles that his minions could handle did not require the intervention of their leader. As for the first unit, it was now in a state of autonomy. Its 3 attributes had all surpassed 100, rendering it nearly invincible among the current monsters. What was even more frightening was that it showed no signs of fatigue. Truly a relentless war machine. Chapter 37, The Troll Wolfman. Just as Lu Zhan returned to the city gate, the sound of leveling up reverberated in his mind. Level 9. That meant 19 undead. On this side of the undead defense line, only 10 elite undead were necessary for adequate defense. The rest of the undead, including the first unit, were all engaged in combat outside. In merely 3 minutes, the second wave of monsters had been completely eradicated. The third wave soon appeared before them. A formidable army comprising several elite monsters alongside nearly 100 ordinary monsters, densely packed like dark clouds looming ominously. This horde of monsters moved with the precision of a well-trained army, far surpassing the previous 2 waves. At the forefront stood the leader of this army, a terrifying creature, a wolf-headed humanoid, nearly 3 meters tall, with exceptionally robust limbs and claws that gleamed like metal, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Additionally, it rode atop an elite monster known as the Gale Wolf. What is that? Zhang Tianfu turned pale. Even from a distance, he could feel the overwhelming aura approaching. A hero-level monster, the Troll Wolfman. Lu Zhan took a deep breath and spoke. This was the second hero-level monster he had faced since his rebirth, and this one was significantly stronger than the Goblin warrior. In his past life, countless individuals had perished at the hands of this wolfman after attempting to breach the first 2 trials. This was the final wave. Be cautious, I cannot oversee everything. Lu Zhan warned. No sooner had his words left his lips than the first unit charged forward, swinging its axe at the leading Troll Wolfman. The Troll Wolfman showed no fear, extending its metallic claws to seize the axe. This was the first time a monster had been able to directly counter the first unit's battle axe, and it did so while in a state of escalating ferocity. In the next moment, the first unit swiftly withdrew the axe, retreating instantly. After all, it did not seek a one-on-one confrontation but aimed to maintain its increasing battle momentum. Whoa! Though that swing did not inflict physical harm on the Troll Wolfman, it dealt a significant blow to its spirit. When had a mere goblin dared to challenge it? With a fearsome howl, the monsters behind it began to glow with a red light, subsequently launching their charge. Were they commencing with a war cry from the outset? Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes. If memory served correctly, the effect of this skill was to enhance the attributes of the entire team by 10, and most terrifyingly, it had no duration. As long as the Troll Wolfman remained alive and present on the battlefield, this buff would persist indefinitely, a veritable battlefield miracle. Perhaps the first unit could unleash its fury and take down the Troll Wolfman, thus nullifying this buff. However, that would leave them without this formidable force to eliminate the remaining 100 or so monsters, making the task exceedingly difficult. Better to wait a moment longer. In the instant that decision was made, aside from the first unit, all 18 undead surged forward, clashing with the monster horde. With so many monsters charging, especially with the buff in play, relying solely on the dozen or so undead to hold the line would be utterly futile. Moreover, with the Troll Wolfman present, Lu Zhan could not afford to charge into the monster throng as he had previously. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, he resolved to abandon defense entirely and engage in chaotic combat. Given Lu Zhan's current attributes, aside from the Troll Wolfman, the other monsters posed little threat to him. It was Lu Yong and the others who were in grave danger. The 18 undead up front could not hope to withstand the monster army, and several had already begun charging towards the group. For this reason, Lu Zhan and the first unit refrained from rushing forward. You lot, don't stray too far. I can't eliminate them all, and I will let some weaker monsters through. With a swift command, Zhan thrust his sword forward, impaling the foremost demon and delivering a decisive blow to its head. Beside him, Number 1 brandished his battle axe with ferocity, cleaving through another foe with alarming brutality. However, despite their rapid onslaught, it was impossible for the two to eliminate the throng of demons in an instant. Soon, 2 or 3 of these creatures charged toward Lu Yong and his companions, ready for combat. Xiao Yao remained at the rear, while Xiao Li and Xiao He unleashed their full power. Zhang Tianfu, being a capable squad leader, demonstrated considerable fighting prowess, raising his shield to deflect incoming attacks. The 2 demons collided with his shield, a classic demonstration of the taunt skill employed by shield warriors. Yet, before the 2 ranged attackers could react, Lu Yong's colossal sword had already struck, delivering a flurry of blows to the 2 demons. In a mere 5 seconds, he had felled one of them. Zhang Tianfu raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lu Yong's formidable combat ability. Their collaboration was proving fruitful as Lu Yong continued to strike at another demon. Remarking on their mutual strength, which was indeed considerable among the current human ranks. However, Lu Zhan's extraordinary prowess rendered their own capabilities somewhat overshadowed. At this moment, their synergy made slaying ordinary demons seem effortless. Lu Zhan, undistracted by his allies, focused on eliminating the advancing demons while simultaneously reviving his undead. Maintaining a continuous presence of 19 undead minions, his mind intensely concentrated. Just then, the ogre werewolf let out another roar, and 5 elite demons encircled Lu Zhan in a pincer formation. The intellect of the brave ogre werewolf was not to be underestimated. It understood the necessity of neutralizing Lu Zhan first, who was controlling its minions, while it remained in the rear, adhering to its principle of not engaging unless its subordinates were entirely defeated. Lu Zhan tightened his grip on his sword and began to run. Being cornered by 5 elite demons posed a significant threat, even to him. In such dire circumstances, he wisely opted for evasion rather than confrontation. As for Lu Yong and the others, they were of little concern for the moment. The 5 elite demons, under their leader's orders, relentlessly pursued Lu Zhan, which inadvertently played to his advantage. As long as he remained unpursued, he effectively distracted the 5 elite demons. In the next moment, the slowest of the 5 elite demons suddenly found itself in darkness as an axe swung down toward its head. It was Number 1, preoccupied with chasing Lu Zhan. The demon was caught completely off guard and had its skull cleaved nearly in half. Number 1 did not pause. He withdrew his axe and struck again, severing the demon's head entirely, ending its life. The remaining 4 elite demons halted momentarily, caught between their leader's command and their instincts, before ultimately choosing to ignore Number 1 and continue their pursuit of Lu Zhan. It must be said that in this apocalypse, humanity's greatest advantage lay not in their professions or equipment, but in their intellect. Were it not for the general incompetence of these lowly demons, humanity would scarcely have had a chance. Thus, Number 1 swiftly dispatched 2 elite demons, prompting the commanding ogre werewolf to realize the unfolding predicament and let out another howl. The remaining 3 elite demons immediately redirected their assault toward Number 1. Lu Zhan dismissed them, confident that these 3 posed no threat to Number 1, who had just dispatched several of his undead and urgently needed reinforcements. At that moment, a pained cry echoed from the city gate. It was Lu Yong, whose student had been severely injured, half of his body viciously bitten away by a demon wolf, leaving him in a bloody mess. Nearby, one of Zhang Tianfu's team members lay motionless on the ground. This was an unfortunate reality, given their strength. Without Lu Zhan, they would have been wiped out during the initial wave. However, with Lu Zhan now available to assist, he swiftly summoned 5 undead to aid them, temporarily alleviating the crisis. Though the loss of 2 treasure chests weighed heavily on his heart, surveying the battlefield, he noted that Number 1 had once again dispatched 2 elite demons, leaving only 1 remaining, which would soon meet its demise. Moreover, the undead he continuously revived had significantly weakened the remaining demons. It was time to act. Lu Zhan felt a surge of determination as Number 1 abandoned the last elite demon and dashed toward the ogre werewolf like a bolt of lightning. The ogre werewolf, noticing this, unleashed its razor-sharp claws toward the sky. With a resounding clash, the claws intercepted Number 1's battle axe. Yet, to the werewolf's astonishment, it felt its claws beginning to fracture against the intensity of Number 1's strength. Had this foe suddenly grown stronger? In the next instant, the wind wolf beneath the werewolf opened its jaws, unleashing a wind blade aimed directly at Number 1's hands. The wind wolf was more than just a mount. It was a formidable elite demon in its own right. Number 1 leaped into the air, slicing downward with his axe to disperse the wind blade. The ogre werewolf, unable to remain passive, lashed out with its claws, but Number 1 had already soared into the air, evading the attack. Before the werewolf could react, Number One's axe struck its shoulder, and without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his weapon and leaped aside. Goblins were agile creatures known for their speed, and in that moment, Number One fully unleashed his swiftness, darting around the ogre werewolf with rapid spins and strikes. The werewolf roared in fury. This creature was notorious as the Undying Werewolf, possessing an exceptionally grotesque passive ability known as super healing. Any inflicted wounds could heal at an astonishing rate, rendering the damage inflicted by Number One nearly inconsequential. What was even more outrageous was that it bore no discernible weaknesses. Severing its head or piercing its heart would not prevent it from regenerating. The Undying Werewolf was among the most dreaded foes faced by early humans, for it was notoriously difficult to kill. Often, one would exhaust themselves trying to slay it while it remained unharmed. The only method to defeat it lay in inflicting damage far exceeding its healing capabilities. Yet, this was no easy feat, as the ogre werewolf was no stationary target, unwilling to stand idly by to be dealt damage. At the city gate, as Zhan continued to revive his undead, he kept a watchful eye on the battle involving Number One. Despite the prolonged engagement, Number One had yet to inflict significant harm. However, as an undead, fatigue was not a concern for him. Zhan permitted Number One to continue this relentless assault, not for the sake of physical damage, but to inflict psychological distress. The incessant buzzing of this mosquito around the ogre werewolf would undoubtedly incite its wrath. Zhan awaited the moment when the werewolf would lose its composure and unleash his skill. Just half a minute later, the colossal troll werewolf could no longer bear it and let out another furious roar. In an instant, a blood-red glow enveloped its form, and its wolf-like eyes gleamed with a sinister crimson hue. The next moment, the troll werewolf struck with a claw, its speed akin to lightning, directly slamming into Subject One and sending it hurtling away. Zhan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. The troll werewolf skill. Troll power, upon activation, increased agility by 50 at the cost of a 50-point reduction in constitution. Witnessing this scene, Zhan promptly issued a command to Subject One. So you can transform, huh? Subject One, go berserk. Under normal circumstances, even with its berserk state, Subject One would struggle to swiftly dispatch the troll werewolf. However, the situation had drastically changed. As Subject One was propelled through the air, it activated its berserk skill mid-flight, instantly doubling its three primary attributes. Its body contorted in an eerily agile manner, reversing its trajectory from a backward flight to a direct charge at the troll werewolf. With a deafening roar, the werewolf, empowered by troll power, showed no sign of fear. To it, this little insect was merely quick, and it felt utterly unfazed by the impending confrontation. Yet, just as it finished its roar, it noticed a blur, and that little insect had vanished from sight once again. Shortly thereafter, a sharp and blood-curdling scream echoed from below. Lowering its gaze, it beheld the head of the wind fury wolf rolling to the ground, blood gushing forth. At the level of the troll werewolf, a creature of considerable intelligence, its mind momentarily blanked, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. In an instant, it seemed to witness another head tumble down. This one appeared to be its own. The troll werewolf could barely catch a glimpse of a green figure wielding an axe, relentlessly hacking away at its body, unable to mount any form of defense. The adversary moved with such swiftness that it was incomprehensible. After entering its berserk state, Subject One's agility had surpassed 300, reaching unprecedented heights. Ordinarily, even with the troll werewolf's formidable defense, it would require 2 or 3 axe strikes to sever a limb. Yet now, with its defenses halved, Subject One could effortlessly cleave off a body part with a single strike, executing each blow with remarkable fluidity and without hesitation. At the city gates, Zhan could barely discern Subject One's silhouette, only catching fleeting glimpses of crimson flashes as the troll werewolf's form began to disintegrate. Healing? It was far too late for that. In a mere 10 seconds, the massive wind fury wolf had been reduced to a heap of shredded flesh, still twitching on the ground, as if attempting to heal. One had to admit, this creature possessed an astonishing resilience. Subject One continued to strike at the remnants of the flesh for a full 5 seconds, until Zhan finally heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have slain the troll werewolf, earning 3,000 experience points and 3,000 gold. Upon hearing this, Zhan exhaled a sigh of relief. This dungeon was secure. With the troll werewolf defeated, Subject One's berserk state still had half a minute remaining, and it was imperative not to waste it. Transforming into a harbinger of death, it charged into the remaining horde of monsters, akin to a max-level veteran storming through a novice village, indiscriminately unleashing chaos. Even the elite monsters were unable to withstand even a moment of Subject One's onslaught. As the berserk state concluded, There were no monsters left standing on the battlefield. Once again, Zhan's mind resonated with the sound of leveling up. Finally, level 10. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 10, triggering a class advancement quest. Chapter 39. The completion of the treasure box. Truly remarkable, Lu Yong and the others stood in stunned silence. In their eyes, the once fearsome creatures now resembled mere stalks of straw, mowed down one after another. The scene was nothing short of surreal. Boss, is it possible to cheat in this game? Priest Xiao Yao said, dazed. What? You want to report it? Zhang Tianfu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He cared not for the possibility of cheating. He had already decided to regard this brother as a formidable ally. No one, not even Jesus, could stand in their way. Zhan approached the battlefield. At this moment, only one monster remained, pinned to the ground by 3 undead, unable to move. This was a captive he had intentionally spared. If all were slain, the dungeon would be cleared, and the commander above would inevitably expel them. There were still many items dropped by the monsters on the ground that needed collecting. Being driven out would be a tremendous loss. At the city gates, the remaining marksman gazed at the multitude of floating orbs littering the ground, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes as he unconsciously took a step forward. One must know what to take and what to forego. Zhang Tianfu shot him a glare, coldly stating, Boss, I certainly know that. The marksman smiled as he replied. Of course. Zhan began collecting the orbs from the ground, finding little of value, mostly enhancement stones. A few green items were present as well, but they bore lackluster attributes. Given his current level, defeating elite monsters was unlikely to yield anything worthwhile. The main prize was still the troll werewolf. As he approached the creature's corpse, Subject 1 stood nearby, wielding its battle axe, its diminutive frame radiating an intimidating aura. Although it no longer possessed the momentum of its previous state and had entered a weakened condition, with an 80 reduction in all attributes, it mattered little. Zhan patted his loyal companion's shoulder and then turned his gaze to the troll werewolf's dismembered remains, quickly spotting something of value. A skill point. This was an item Zhan had eagerly awaited, aiming to elevate his Undead Rebirth skill to level 3. That would enable him to transform into a hero-level undead. Unfortunately, the troll werewolf's corpse had already deteriorated into a mass of mush, likely rendering it incapable of resurrection. Otherwise, this undead could have provided him with a significant boost to his attributes. Without hesitation, Zhan directly allocated the skill point to Undead Rebirth. Subsequently, his eyes glowed with a green light. As expected, there was no response. He let out a disappointed sigh and turned his attention to the other orbs. To his surprise, he discovered a pulsating heart. Even with Zhan's extensive experience across 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a thing. Crushing the orb, the information regarding the heart quickly materialized. Troll heart. Consuming this will grant you troll power. Upon reading this, Zhan found himself in a dilemma. Troll power. Who could say what that might entail? After some contemplation, he decided to store the item for the time being. One should never consume the unknown recklessly. In addition to this peculiar heart, he found another green piece of equipment, werewolf necklace. Equipment requirements, agility 30, level 5. Attributes, agility 10. Ability, Howl of the Werewolf. Upon activation, enhances the team's agility, strength, and constitution by 10, while reducing intelligence by 20. Applicable to a team of up to 10 players, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 hours. What a remarkable item with an active ability. Zhan couldn't help but smile. This item would grant an additional skill, and a rather impressive one at that, making it well deserving of the title top-tier green gear. Such a valuable artifact was certainly one he intended to keep for himself. Zhan donned the necklace around his neck, and, with a thought, turned to Lu Yong and the others. A plus sign suddenly appeared on their bodies. This is the method of team formation. Most importantly, even the undead bore this mark, including number 1. This indicates that Zhan can directly form an undead team, enhancing their attributes by 10. As for the reduction of 20 intelligence, what use does intelligence hold for the undead and the feeble-minded mages? After gathering the spoils, Zhan returned to the city gate and issued commands for the undead to end the life of the last remaining monster. Subsequently, he recalled all the undead into the realm of the undead. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon tribal guardian. As you are among the first humans to complete this dungeon, your rewards are doubled. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained 5,000 experience points and 5,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a completion treasure chest. Ding. The dungeon will restart in 3 minutes. Please prepare to leave. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 11. The experience gained from the troll werewolf, combined with the completion experience, allowed him to level up once more. What an exhilarating feeling. However, this reward was merely a trifle. The true jackpot awaited ahead. 8 completion treasure chests. Lu Yong and the others also found a golden box materializing in their hands, each wearing a smile of delight. They had all leveled up. This expedition through the dungeon had been bountiful, with experience and gold alone yielding an abundant harvest. Yet before their joy could fully blossom, Lu Zhan's authoritative voice rang out. Open the completion treasure chests and hand over the contents to me. The treasures within could only be determined upon opening. So Lu Zhan could not simply take the boxes. Otherwise, even if 10 treasure chests were opened, the contents would progressively diminish, with the possibility of the 10th yielding nothing at all. Without hesitation, Lu Yong opened the completion treasure chest and, without a glance, handed it over to Lu Zhan. Upon inspection, Lu Zhan's heart soared. To his surprise, the first item was indeed a valuable one. It was yet another box, a reward magic box. It was worth noting that the crucial skill, Undead Sacrifice, was acquired through this very item. However, now was not the time to open it. Lu Zhan turned his gaze to the others. Zhang Tianfu followed suit, presenting Lu Zhan with the item he had obtained, a book, a skill book. But upon reading the description of this skill book, Lu Zhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Powerful Guardian. Learning requirements. Level 7, Profession Attribute Defense. Upon release, it activates an aura that enhances the vitality of teammates within its range. The more teammates present, the greater the enhancement, with the aura's range expanding alongside the practitioner's level. This was clearly a defensive skill, tailor-made for Zhang Tianfu. Truly, the god of fortune favored him, as even the items he opened were advantageous to his own abilities. Lu Zhan had already decided to bring this deputy along. The skill book must be returned to him. The third item was opened by one of Lu Yong's students, who bore a look of despair and meekly said, Brother Lu, I'm sorry, but I only got this. It was an enhancement stone. One couldn't help but acknowledge the sheer bad luck. No matter, Lu Zhan replied as he accepted the enhancement stone, choosing not to comment further. Luck was a fickle mistress. However, when another enhancement stone was presented, Lu Zhan could hardly contain himself. What is this nonsense? Brother Lu, I don't know how good this is. The shooter timidly offered, presenting a ring at that moment. Chapter 40, Storage Ring. At a mere glance, Lu Zhan could not tear his gaze away. The design of the ring was quite distinctive, and such a design belonged solely to one type of ring, the storage ring. Although he was unaware of the ring's level, even the most basic one was a rare treasure. In his past life, storage rings symbolized strength. Anyone lacking sufficient power who dared to wear one could only await their demise at the hands of stronger foes. This ring was too precious, capable of inciting the envy of many powerful individuals. Its unique design made it impossible to conceal. Thus, the best course of action for the weak to acquire such an item was to sell it to the strong or directly present it to them for protection. Lu Zhan had not anticipated this twist of fate. While the god of fortune had not surprised him, this young lady had. Excellent, truly excellent. Lu Zhan unabashedly displayed his inner joy as he took the ring. As the unquestionable and absolute master, there was no need for concealment. Intermediate storage ring contains 100 square meters of extra-dimensional space. To his delight, it was indeed of intermediate level, and 100 square meters could hold a considerable amount. Lu Zhan happily donned the ring, but suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a skill book from the backpack he had been carrying and handed it to the priest, Xiao Yao. Take this, it's for you. Thank you, Brother Lu. Xiao Yao exclaimed with excitement. Until now, she had only known a single low-level healing spell, and this was her first acquisition of a skill book. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, but I only got this. Came a sheepish voice from the side. The shooter held out an enhancement stone, presenting it to Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan accepted the enhancement stone, regarding the shooter with a bemused smile. Are you certain this is what you opened? Brother Lu, would I deceive you? It truly is this. My luck is just too poor. There's nothing I can do, the shooter earnestly explained. But the next second, a flash of sword light cut through the air. The shooter's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, blood gushing from his hands as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. I detest being deceived. Lu Zhan wiped the blood from his sword and spoke coolly. He then bent down to retrieve an item from the shooter's grasp, a skill book, Glamorous Revolver. It was evidently a skill of the shooter. No wonder he had been eager to keep it for himself. Even if Lu Zhan had no use for it, he could sell it for a good price. Throughout this ordeal, no one dared to utter a word. Even Zhang Tianfu, the shooter's leader, merely sighed. He had already warned that fellow. Now, only one remained, the student brought along by Lu Yong. The reason he was left for last was undoubtedly due to his own thoughts. However, after witnessing the shooter's fate, those thoughts evaporated entirely as he obediently presented his item. It turned out to be a mask. Disguise mask. Wearing this mask allows for disguise, with a maximum storage of 3 appearance templates. This item was quite decent, to put it simply. It allowed for a change of face, though one's shape could likely not be altered. Nevertheless, it would certainly prove convenient for any clandestine activities in the future. Thus, all 7 treasure chests had been opened. As for Zhan's own treasure, he was not in a rush. That could wait. Just then, Zhan suddenly remembered something and dashed back to the battlefield to collect the pile of rotten flesh from the troll werewolf and tossed it into the storage ring. Within the confines of the storage space, time flows not. Whether it be a corpse or provisions, nothing within succumbs to decay. Previously, he had not considered it. But with the possession of this storage ring, it dawned upon him that there was still a younger brother outside. After all, he was a formidable creature of the hero class. Although it could not be reborn as an undead, it could certainly be taken back to provide substantial nourishment for the great black dog. Just as he finished tidying up, he felt a sudden darkness envelop him. The dungeon had entirely shut down. Half an hour prior, while Zhan and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle within the dungeon, an unwelcome guest had arrived at the Silver Trade building. To be precise, it was a creature. In Donghai City, there exists a nationally recognized 5A scenic spot, the Donghai Wild Animal Park, renowned as the most famous tourist attraction in Donghai. The Great King was a northeast tiger residing within this zoo, regarded as a star attraction. As the largest tiger in the zoo, it weighed an impressive 280 kilograms and measured a remarkable 28 meters in length. Anyone who beheld it could not help but exclaim its majestic grandeur. In the past, the Great King's mind was a muddled haze, spending its days in a cycle of eating and sleeping, occasionally performing for the visitors by devouring meat. It had no understanding of concepts such as joy or distress. It merely existed in that manner. Until one fateful day, an innumerable horde of green little creatures stormed into the zoo. Indeed, those goblins appeared to it as mere infants. The most infuriating aspect was that these little ones dared to wield knives against it. The Great King promptly crushed one underfoot, its hunger overtaking it as it began to feast without a shred of courtesy. In that very instant, a peculiar energy surged into its being. It was as if a beam of sunlight had penetrated its consciousness, dispelling the haze. The Great King gained profound insights. It understood its name was the Great King and grasped the significance of eating, sleeping, and relieving itself. Most importantly, it realized that devouring these little creatures would enhance its strength. Thus began its relentless hunt for these diminutive beings. 1, 2, 3 however. It soon grew weary of their pungent taste and pondered whether cooking them would improve the flavor. Attempting to breathe fire, it instead inadvertently unleashed a bolt of lightning. Although the result was somewhat lacking, the lightning could indeed cook, and the Great King was not averse to it. Anything was preferable to consuming it raw. As it continued feasting, it discovered that other creatures were vying for its food. Lions to the east, bears to the right, pandas to the west. This was intolerable. Who dared to steal from it? Those who did would be struck down. As it unleashed its fury, the competitors begged for mercy, offering to become its subordinates. What could it do? Accepting subordinates was acceptable. Being a leader was quite enjoyable, requiring no effort to seek out food, as there were subordinates to deliver sustenance right to its mouth. Thus, it became the ruler of the zoo. After a day of indulging in this lifestyle, the Great King suddenly felt something was amiss. This was a life unworthy of a king. It was akin to that of a pig. It was the king of beasts. And how could it allow itself to descend into such decadence? Therefore, the Great King ventured beyond the confines of the zoo. In human terms, this could be described as leading a personal expedition. It sought not merely to reign over the zoo, but to claim dominion over the world. Thus, it began with the conquest of this city. Along the way, the Great King encountered numerous new sources of sustenance: cattle, pigs, wolves. This delighted it immensely, as it feasted while traversing. Regrettably, it encountered no suitable subordinates. Those animals were far too feeble to catch its eye. As for humans, it held them in even lesser regard, having even devoured a few, only to find them utterly distasteful. Unbeknownst to it, the Great King wandered to the vicinity of the Silver Trade building, only to discover a lack of food. Just as it was about to depart, it sensed a peculiar energy, the energy of lightning. Being the Lord of Thunder itself, it was irresistibly intrigued and boldly strode through the entrance. What was that? Run, quickly. What are you waiting for? Kill it and loot its gear. A cacophony of human voices erupted around the Great King, which flicked its tail in impatience. In an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot forth, traversing the crowd with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Within a mere second, all sounds ceased. Dozens perished without a single survivor. Chapter 41, The Canine and Feline Conclave. Bilal Hay gazed upon the imposing tiger before it, its canine fur standing on end, and its single eye wide with astonishment. It sensed an unprecedented, overwhelming pressure. This tiger was mightier than its own master, even more formidable than its master's master. What were its intentions? The Great King, in turn, scrutinized the great black dog. evaluating whether this creature possessed the merit to become its subordinate. The great black dog was robust, its limbs muscular and powerful, its coat a lustrous black. Most importantly, it emanated a crackling energy akin to lightning, a shared essence. Its only flaw was its rather unattractive appearance, particularly with one eye rendered blind, which indeed detracted from its allure. Nevertheless, the Great King prided itself on being a leader who valued substance over superficiality, eschewing shallowness. Thus, it roared, "Roar, roar, roar. Great black dog, become my subordinate, and you shall enjoy the finest delicacies." Bilao He breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was not being targeted for death. Woof, woof, woof. I already have a master. Though one understood not the language of tigers, and the other the tongue of dogs, they were both sentient beings capable of mutual understanding. Roar, roar, roar. Who is your master? Let it step forth and face me in single combat. Woof, woof, woof. My master is quite powerful. You should leave. Roar, roar, roar. You dare to belittle me? Then I shall slay it. Woof, woof, woof. My master is not present. Roar, roar, roar. Are you attempting to deceive me? Woof, woof, woof. Hurry and depart. My master will return soon. Roar. The Great King grew impatient, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the ground before Bilao He, creating a massive crater. Roar, roar, roar. Do not presume to give me face. Bilao He fell silent, its body crackling with electricity. It was a dog of integrity, having pledged allegiance to but one master throughout its life. The Great King was now thoroughly incensed, and it cast forth another bolt of lightning, this time aimed directly at the great black dog. Bilao He stood undaunted, retaliating with its own lightning. The two energies collided in midair, and the victor was evident. Bilao He's lightning was swiftly consumed by that of the Great King. With a resounding explosion, Bilao He finally comprehended the sensation of being struck by lightning, an indescribable, electrifying anguish. Roar. Will you join me? The Great King leaped forth, landing beside the great black dog. Woof, woof, woof. I have a master. Bilao He struggled to rise. With a resounding crack, it stood tall. As soon as the words left his mouth, another bolt of lightning struck Bilao He, sending him crashing to the ground once more. His flesh torn and mangled. Roar. I'll ask you once more, will you follow me? Bilao He's fur was drenched in blood, his entire body exuding a charred aroma, with his legs revealing stark, white bones. Yet, Bilao He remained unyielding, trembling as he rose again. He held his head high, silent, but his intent was unmistakable. Witnessing this scene, the king's fury dissipated slightly, transforming into admiration. Such a loyal dog. It was only fitting to take him under his wing. Roar. Follow me, and you can become my second in command. Woof. Just kill me. Roar, roar, roar. Very well. I shall wait here and see who your master truly is. The king plopped down on the ground, clearly incensed, determined to make this great black dog his subordinate. Bilao He felt utterly helpless, secretly anxious. If the boss emerged, he would surely be no match for this mighty tiger. What to do? Should he flee directly? Draw this great tiger away? No. With his speed, he feared he would be reduced to ashes before even escaping the building. How infuriating. How could this great tiger be so powerful? It was all the fault of his master's master, that fool. If only he had given me more to eat. I too could be strong, and what would I have to fear from this great tiger? That fool. That great fool. Just as Bilao He continued to curse someone, a sudden flash of light erupted from the portal beside him. In that instant, Bilao He's heart tightened. He instinctively knew that the boss was about to emerge, and it could lead to their total annihilation. What to do? The king, however, remained completely unfazed, leisurely rising to his feet and roaring. Roar, roar, roar. Is your boss about to come out? No sooner had he spoken than the figures of Zhan and the others materialized in the hall, each wearing a broad smile, clearly reveling in the joy of successfully clearing the dungeon. However, as soon as they appeared, the smiles on their faces froze. A massive tiger stood right before them. Who could possibly ignore that? Lu Yong and the others dared not breathe, their eyes all turning to Zhan, awaiting this extraordinary leader's command. Little did they know, Zhan was in a state of panic. As a reincarnated individual who had endured an apocalypse, he was acutely aware of the impending doom. This great tiger before him was none other than the super-strong being who would be known as the Thunder Tiger God in the future. Even the 8 monarchs, the slightly weaker ones among them, would pale in comparison. He knew this Thunder Tiger God resided within this city, for in his previous life, he had survived under its protection for a considerable period. Such terrifying powerhouses would hardly concern themselves with insignificant ants like Zhan living in their territory, as monsters were merely sustenance for them. Thus, Zhan felt relatively safe residing within the city, needing only to guard against ill-intentioned human compatriots. However, later on, the Thunder Tiger God grew tired of ruling solely over this city and sought to expand into broader realms. Lu Zhan could never have anticipated that this renowned thunder tiger god would appear here, seemingly guarding the dungeon entrance. What on earth was happening? While Lu Zhan considered himself among the top-tier humans, facing such a fearsome creature left him feeling less than assured. Both he and Bilahe possessed lightning-based abilities. Yet this great tiger was like a colossal thunderstorm compared to a mere flicker of lightning. Just then, the king spoke up. Roar, roar, roar. Which of these humans is your boss? Though Lu Zhan could not comprehend the tigress language, he instantly grasped the essence of the inquiry. The creature had its sights set on Bilahe. This was a case of having a precious gem brings trouble, and Bilahe had become that gem. Glancing at Bilahe's pitiful state, it was evident he had endured a severe beating. However, this great black dog appeared to have remained loyal to the first-in-command, which surprised Lu Zhan. His mind raced. The fact that the tiger had not immediately attacked suggested there was still room for negotiation. Handing Bilahe over to the tiger? That would likely be unwise. The charred bodies of humans scattered around hinted that this great tiger would kill without hesitation. It seemed the only option was to flee. As for Lu Yong and the others, he could not concern himself with them. They would have to fend for themselves. As for his escape, it would require a gamble, depending on whether Bilahe would rise to the occasion. Chapter 42, Showing Off in the Tiger's Denver. With determination, Lu Zhan steeled himself, repeatedly affirming in his mind, I am invincible. I am invincible. In an instant, he straightened his posture, a proud demeanor emanating from him, exuding the aura of a powerful being. Lu Yong and the others exchanged glances, their own resolve strengthening as their leader found his footing. Even the king turned its head to regard Lu Zhan, sensing a hint of threat emanating from this human. Bilahe, what is happening? Who is this great cat? Did it inflict such suffering upon you? Lu Zhan calmly approached Bilahe, patting his shoulder and saying nonchalantly, in an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth. A great cat? This human dares to refer to it as a great cat. The king was enraged. Yet the next moment, it found itself gazing into this human's cold eyes. Just that single glance caused the king to tremble, uncertain whether to be angry or not. That look was filled with overwhelming confidence and disdain. Most importantly, it was clear that the master who commanded Bilahe's unwavering loyalty could not possibly be an ordinary individual. No, I am now an intelligent being. I cannot act recklessly. What if I truly cannot win? Perhaps I should probe further. The king pondered, then coldly declared, You dare to acknowledge a human as your elder brother. You traitor. It intended to provoke the human to act first, allowing it to determine whether to fight or flee. Humph, strength is paramount. Lu Zhan responded with an equally disdainful snort. You, great cat, appear to be quite formidable. What say you? Would you care to join me? As he spoke, Lu Zhan gestured lightly, and a pile of minced meat appeared before Bilahe. Here is your takeaway. Eat up. Strengthen yourself, lest you be bullied by this great cat. Bilahe's eyes sparkled with excitement. This pile of meat was incredibly appetizing. When had the boss ever been so generous? He could think of nothing else and immediately began to devour it voraciously. Meanwhile, the king's gaze grew increasingly wary. It could not comprehend where this human had procured such amount of meat. What was this sorcery? Lu Zhan, noticing the tiger's expression, realized he had managed to intimidate it. Though these otherworldly beasts had awakened their intelligence, they were far from cunning compared to humans. Sometimes, their newfound intellect could even become a burden, as they overthought matters. If it were truly a beast, why bother with so much hesitation? It would have charged forth long ago, as Bei Lao Hai continued to devour the flesh of the troll werewolf. The wounds upon its body began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace, far surpassing the bounds of normalcy. Lu Zhan felt a surge of joy within. Goodness! Could it be that this black dog has absorbed the troll werewolf's rapid regeneration ability? That would be utterly monstrous. What say you, big cat? Follow me, and enjoy the fine delicacies. As Lu Zhan kept a watchful eye on Bei Lao Hai, he glanced at the Tiger King, who roared in righteous indignation, conveying its disdain for the proposition. If it refused, so be it. After all, he already had the mighty black dog. Lu Zhan feigned indifference, though inwardly he cursed. Why was this old tiger still lingering? Moments later, having consumed most of the troll werewolf, Bei Lao Hai's wounds had completely healed, and it appeared even more formidable. Clearly a notch stronger than before. This creature cast a provocative glance at the Tiger King, evidently displeased by its recent humiliation. Lu Zhan felt a jolt of alarm. He hoped this foolhardy dog wouldn't rashly charge forward. That would surely spell disaster. He quickly composed himself and said, Let us depart. We shall hunt other fiends elsewhere. There was no choice. Since the Tiger King was unwilling to leave, they would have to move on. With that, he leaped onto Bei Lao Hai's back, directing it towards the exit. Lu Yong and the others hastily followed, aware that without Lu Zhan, they were mere ants in the eyes of the tiger, and remaining behind would be tantamount to courting death. Upon reaching the doorway, they collectively exhaled in relief. The oppressive aura of the Tiger King was truly terrifying. However, in the next moment, Lu Zhan's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Run." Hardly had the words left his lips when he seized Zhang Tianfu, while Bei Lao Hai, already in motion, transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing away at breakneck speed. Lu Yong and the others reacted swiftly, sprinting to the side with all their might. Just where they had stood, a bolt of lightning struck down. The Tiger King, seeing Lu Zhan and the others retreat, assumed that even if it could not defeat them, escaping would be easy. Thus, it could not resist the urge to unleash a bolt of electricity as a probe. Fortunately, Lu Zhan remained vigilant, attentively monitoring the Tiger King's movements, and the moment he sensed an anomaly, he bolted, roaring in fury. The Tiger King realized it had been deceived and unleashed a torrent of lightning as it pursued Bei Lao Hai. At the entrance, Lu Yong and the others trembled. Though they had escaped the strike, the air around them crackled with electricity, leaving them feeling numb. Thankfully, as the Tiger King departed, the atmosphere began to settle. "Teacher Lu, that was truly terrifying." A student quivered, watching the two streaks of lightning fade into the distance. Lu Yong's eyes brimmed with awe, but more so with a sense of responsibility and the fervor to achieve world peace. The burden upon his shoulders felt heavier than ever. Meanwhile, the priestess Xiao Yao was utterly bewildered. Her leader had been captured. What was she to do? "Come with us. We are in need of a priest." Lu Yong intently observed the young girl's confusion and spoke earnestly. In that moment, it seemed as though the man before her radiated light, the light of the divine. "Woof woof woof. What should I do? This big cat is relentless in its pursuit." Bei Lao Hai, akin to a tempestuous black dog, leaped swiftly to escape. The Tiger King's speed was astounding, and it appeared poised to catch up. "Do not panic," Lu Zhan managed to speak amidst the chaos. The gale rushing past felt like razor blades, making it exceedingly difficult to utter a word. He placed Zhang Tianfu onto the dog's back. After all, he was a defensive-type character and unlikely to be blown away by the wind. Besides, the god of fortune was not so easily dispatched. Zhang Tianfu, however, was frightened to the core, clinging tightly to the dog's back, utterly perplexed as to why Lu Zhan had seized him. Was he to be used as a meat shield? The thought only intensified his trembling. Lu Zhan, refusing to look back, unleashed 3 undead minions behind him. These loyal guardians charged forth, weapons at the ready, towards the Tiger King. Yet, before they could approach, they were struck down by the lightning, reduced to mere remnants. Nevertheless, they had managed to delay the inevitable by a second or two, fulfilling their purpose. The Tiger King, now even angrier, roared, enraged that the opponent would dare to hurl such feeble minions at it. How dare they? The Tiger King surged forth, its body crackling with renewed electricity, accelerating with newfound vigor. In the next instant, it witnessed the trickster ahead casting 5 more feeble minions in its direction. The Tiger King roared in fury once more. Did this fool believe it could treat it like a mere garbage can? Yet, it could not ignore these 5 threats and had to divert some of its lightning to purify them, which slowed it down once again. On the back of Bei Lao Hai, Lu Zhan felt a rising sense of urgency. If this continued, his undead minions would soon be exhausted, and he could not afford to sacrifice his first minion. At a critical juncture, he might even have to consider using Zhang Tianfu as a shield. "Damn it, you big black dog. After consuming so much, why are you still so slow?" Lu Zhan scolded Bei Lao Hai with difficulty. "Woof woof woof." Bei Lao Hai, equally perturbed, shot back, "Stop barking and run. The big cat is about to catch up." No sooner had Lu Zhan finished speaking than a bolt of lightning descended, striking Bei Lao Hai directly on the back. Damn it. Lu Zhan immediately shielded Zhang Tianfu with his own body, bracing for the impact of the lightning strike. He would not abandon the god of fortune unless absolutely necessary. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through him, accompanied by a numbing sensation, as blood and flesh erupted, rendering him a grotesque sight. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lu Zhan released all his remaining undead except for the first one. Bei Lao Hai let out a howl of anguish, its flesh torn and shredded. However, it began to heal quickly, evidently having absorbed the troll werewolf's extraordinary regenerative prowess. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Zhan. From his storage ring, he retrieved an item, the troll's heart. According to the description, consuming this would bestow him with the power of a troll. What that power entailed, Lu Zhan did not know, so he had no intention of consuming it himself. Instead, he presented it to Bei Lao Hai, urging, "Eat." If things continued as they were, they would undoubtedly fall prey to the Tiger King's relentless pursuit. With the big cat launching 2 or 3 more lightning strikes, they would be reduced to ashes. Thus, it seemed wiser to take a gamble. Based on the troll werewolf's performance, it was highly likely that the troll's power could enhance speed. Woof woof woof. What is this? It smells quite delectable. Bei Lao Hai sniffed the heart and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. In this dire situation, it did not believe Zhan would harm it. Simultaneously, a primal howl erupted from Zhan, a manifestation of the werewolf necklace's inherent ability, Werewolf's Howl. With his buffs maximized, their fate now hinged on this decisive moment. The king has already dealt with all the undead, and with a glimmer in his eye, a terrifying bolt of lightning formed directly above the head of the massive black dog, instantly striking downwards. This was indeed its skill. However, at the very moment the lightning was about to hit, the speed of that great black dog unexpectedly doubled, causing it to vanish from sight, leaving the lightning to strike nothing but air. The character of the king furrowed his brow, for in that fleeting instant, the black dog had completely disappeared. What was happening? Woof 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 woof. At this moment, Beilao felt as if a colossal nuclear bomb was about to explode within him. The overwhelming energy surged through him, leaving him no outlet but to dash wildly while barking incessantly, akin to a frenzied male dog in heat. Damn, what in the world is this? Zhan silently lamented. He had not anticipated such ferocity from this creature. He could only cling tightly to Beilao back, while holding Zhang Tianfu's body in place to prevent him from being thrown off. In this chaotic sprint, the great tiger was flung off, but if this continued, Zhan too would eventually succumb. Most importantly, at such high speeds, even attempting to jump off was impossible. Zhan could only hope that the effects of the potion would not last too long. Time passed, and Beilao leaped 3 meters high, bursting forth from the city and galloping down the highway. This continued for nearly 10 minutes, and at last, Beilao seemed to calm down, collapsing onto the road. Zhan and Zhang Tianfu tumbled off its back, both men now resembling bloody messes, their bodies marked with wounds inflicted by the raging winds. Without the support of the undead, Zhan's physical condition plummeted, leaving him on the brink of death. After a moment, he managed to sit up with great effort, retrieving 2 bottles of intermediate healing potions from his spatial ring, consuming one in a single gulp. Given his injuries, a lower-grade potion was insufficient. Fortunately, he had stocked up on several intermediate ones. These potions were not cheap, costing 1,000 gold coins each, and even Zhan, despite his wealth, felt a pang of regret. Damn it, one day, I shall strip you of your tiger skin, feast upon your flesh, and brew liquor with your bones. Zhan vented his anger while forcing Zhang Tianfu to drink a bottle of intermediate healing potion as well. Under the influence of this miraculous elixir, the blood flow from their wounds finally ceased, and the injuries began to heal slowly, allowing them to regain a semblance of life. However, the effects of a single intermediate healing potion could not lead to full recovery, and with a cooldown period in place, they could not consume another for the time being. The remaining pain was something they would have to endure on their own. Brother Lu, if you intend to kill me, just say so. Zhang Tianfu lamented as he lay flat on the ground, tears of despair welling in his eyes. What kind of predicament was this? Why did Brother Lu choose to capture him of all people? Comrade Xiao Zhang, this is my test for you, Zhan said earnestly. Congratulations. You have successfully passed my trial. You are now my #1 subordinate. He could hardly confess that he had chosen him for his luck. #1 subordinate? Zhang Tianfu found himself at a loss for whether to feel honored or unfortunate. Regardless, the die was cast, and he had no choice but to accept his fate. At least Zhan, as a human, was undeniably strong. He had originally intended to cling to this powerful ally, though the process had been somewhat rough and tumultuous. So, Brother Lu, what shall we do next? Despite being older, larger, and more robust than Zhan, addressing him as Brother Lu felt entirely natural. What comes next? Zhan stood up, feeling sticky and uncomfortable all over. Naturally, we need to find a place to clean up. But where on earth can we find such a place? The highway was desolate, devoid of humans or monsters. Without a map, he had no idea where they were. After pondering for a moment, Zhan approached Beilao side. Dead dog, are you alive? Can you get up? Woo 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 woo, what the hell did you feed me? Beilao lay limply on the ground, emitting weak whimpers. After some contemplation, Zhan finally grasped the meaning behind the black dog's distress. The overwhelming energy from earlier had utterly destroyed its body, and now it was unable to move, let alone rise. Strangely, another peculiar energy was nurturing it from within, rebuilding its form. To put it simply, Beilao body resembled a house, while the heart of the giant troll was akin to a savage contractor, barging in and violently tearing down the interior, leaving only a bare shell. Then, that contractor began to remodel the empty structure. As for what it would ultimately become, that remained a mystery. Chapter 44, The Advancement Quest. Zhan surveyed the fallen man and dog, utterly exasperated. Resigned, he sat down on the ground. What else could he do? He couldn't possibly carry both of them. Could he? Would he have his #1 subordinate carry the load? That would surely lead to accusations of employee abuse. He decided to wait for the potion's cooldown. Presumably, After consuming a couple more bottles, both he and Zhang Tianfu would recover, and at that point, they could manage to carry only one dog. It was also an opportune moment for him to rest. Number 1, come forth. After sitting down, Zhan summoned his number 1 subordinate to scout the vicinity for any monsters. He was in dire need of replenishing his undead forces. Subsequently, Zhan produced his dungeon completion treasure chest and opened it. In an instant, the chest vanished, leaving a gray-black shard in his hand. Shard of the Death Wing. Collect 10 shards to forge the wings of the Death Wing. Gazing at this item, Zhan was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Even the most ordinary wings, those merely granting flight attributes, were coveted by all players. After all, who did not yearn to soar through the skies? Moreover, the name Death Wing hinted at something extraordinary, seemingly tailor-made for him as a necromancer. Yet, it had presented him with only a shard, requiring 10 in total, which posed a significant dilemma. Where on earth could he find the other 9? Was he to rely solely on luck from opening treasure chests? That could take an eternity. With a sigh, Zhan resigned himself to fate, stowing the shard in his storage ring. He then opened his attribute panel. In addition to his attributes, a new quest was displayed. Necromancer Class Advancement Quest. Slay 50 Elite Monsters, 050. Slay 10 Heroic Monsters, 010. Rebirth of 100 Undead, 0100. Kill 1 Holy Attribute Class Holder. This quest caused Zhan's brow to furrow in concern. He had heard that the advancement quests for hidden classes were significantly more challenging than those for standard classes. However, he had not anticipated it to be this arduous. He recalled that during his previous life, the advancement quest for a spirit swordsman involved slaying merely 1 heroic monster and 10 elite ones. The growth of this necromancer is nearly exponential. As for the monsters, they are manageable, merely requiring additional time. However, the holy attribute practitioners pose a significant challenge. The only professions that Zhan can think of are paladins and holy mages, all of which are undoubtedly hidden classes of formidable strength, making them elusive to find. Nevertheless, one can imagine the unparalleled power that the necromancer will wield upon advancement, given the rarity of such an ascension quest. Alas, this task must be approached step by step. Furthermore, the materials for the red equipment, Blood's Lament, remain an enigma. In that moment, Zhan found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action. His previous life had rendered him exceedingly weak, resulting in a dearth of information. Take dungeons, for instance. He only knew the locations of a few well-known permanent dungeons, while other details eluded him entirely. The advantage of being reborn seemed almost negligible. At that moment, a sudden snoring sound interrupted his thoughts. Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Tianfu, this carefree fellow, had fallen asleep while lounging. Truly, he lived up to his moniker. As anyone else with such a relaxed demeanor would have met their demise countless times by now. Perhaps bringing this guy along would grant him a stroke of good fortune. With that thought in mind, Zhan unceremoniously roused him, saying, "Here, this belongs to you." Awakened from his slumber, Zhang Tianfu's eyes widened as he recognized the skill book he had obtained from the treasure chest, and he was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you, Brother Lu." Seeing the skill book vanish from his hands, Zhan understood that he had learned it, and promptly inquired, "How was it? What is the effect?" Previously, he could only view the basic information of the skill. The specifics would only be revealed upon mastery. Zhang Tianfu furrowed his brow and replied uncertainly, "For every additional teammate. It increases my constitution slightly, within a range of 10 meters, costing 10 mana points per minute." Brother Lu, it seems a bit minimal for just 1 point. Having activated the skill, he noted an increase of 2 points in his attributes after adding Zhan as a teammate, which felt rather inconsequential. "Can you try to add that dog as a teammate?" Zhan gestured toward the slumped figure of Beilahe. "A dog? Is that even possible?" Zhang Tianfu asked, perplexed. Just then, Beilahe turned his head, glaring menacingly at him. "What do you mean? What is wrong with the dog?" "Forgive me, O noble canine. I was mistaken." Zhang Tianfu quickly backtracked, having witnessed the dog's ferocity firsthand. A single bolt of lightning from it could obliterate him. Without further ado, he attempted to include the dog within the teammate range, and to his astonishment, it worked. His constitution increased once more. Zhan, noticing the change in his own attributes, called back number 1, saying, "Let us see if it can be added as well." Moments later, he observed another increase in his constitution. Indeed, it seemed that even undead could be included within the range of teammates. This was remarkable. Each teammate contributed 1 point, with no limit to numbers. If he could amass 100 undead within range, that would translate to 100 additional points in constitution. And this was merely a first-level skill, with possibilities for upgrades in the future. One could envision the breathtaking scene where thousands of undead would yield thousands of constitution points, creating an unstoppable army of the undead. Zhan, filled with elation, was about to lavish praise when suddenly, the distant roar of an engine reached his ears. His heart skipped a beat. "Brother Lu, a vehicle is approaching," Zhang Tianfu exclaimed, equally thrilled. A vehicle meant they would not have to lie on this road any longer. But what if they don't stop for us? In this era, strength was paramount. With Lu Zhan around, what were they to fear? Lu Zhan quickly rose to his feet and gazed into the distance. A rugged SUV sped toward them, pursued closely by a fierce wind wolf and its pups, matching the vehicle's speed with alarming agility. If the SUV slowed even slightly, it would surely be caught by the wolf. The occupants of the vehicle seemed to have noticed Lu Zhan and his companions, frantically honking the horn to alert them. "Dad, there are people ahead. Hurry, stop." A beautiful young girl in the passenger seat exclaimed, her face pale as she clutched the arm of the man in the driver's seat. However, the man showed no inclination to hit the brakes. His gaze was resolute, veins bulging on his forearms as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, murmuring, "We can't stop, Xiaoying. Listen to your father. If we stop, we're done for. Just a moment's pause, and those monsters will catch up to us. And we'll be doomed, just like them. It's their fault for not yielding this ISNT on us. Don't worry, Xiaoying, your father will keep you safe." Having lived a life of integrity, he had never harmed anyone. Yet, in this moment, for the sake of his daughter, he would not hesitate to run over a few people. After all, the world had already ended. Chapter 45, Bloodblade Ancestor. Seeing the speeding SUV, Lu Zhan remained utterly unperturbed. In the next instant, Number 1 leapt forward, extending its frail arms in front of the vehicle. With a resounding crash, Number 1's hands came to rest against the front of the SUV. The tires screeched in protest, leaving a long skid mark as the vehicle was forcefully halted. This scene was one that could only be witnessed on television before. The middle-aged man behind the wheel was momentarily stunned, as the sight before him surpassed all comprehension. However, he quickly regained his senses, gripping the knife in the back seat tightly. No matter what, he had to protect his daughter. Feeling a surge of inspiration, Lu Zhan noticed Number 1 had already departed from its original position, charging toward the pursuing wolves. With a smile, he addressed the driver, "Brother, would you mind giving us a lift?" Despite the man having just contemplated running him down, Lu Zhan was a reasonable person. In such a scenario, he too would have pressed the accelerator rather than the brake, indicating that the man understood the rules of the apocalypse. The man flung open the car door, storming out with the knife in hand, shouting, "You fool, didn't you see those monsters chasing us? Are you referring to those wolves?" Lu Zhan pointed toward the rear of the vehicle. There, Number 1 had already dispatched the wolf pups, and the fierce wind wolf lay defeated as well. The man, confused by Lu Zhan's words, turned to look just in time to see the wind wolf fall, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Dad, those wolves are dead. That goblin is so powerful." His daughter, Xiaoying, had also exited the vehicle, her face a mask of astonishment. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she jumped up and pointed at Lu Zhan, exclaiming, "I know. Your profession is Beastmaster, right? That goblin is your spirit beast, isn't it? Brother, you're amazing." Lu Zhan found himself at a loss for words. This maiden possessed a visage akin to that of a celestial being, yet her intellect seemed rather simplistic. Moreover, her imagination was remarkably vivid. However, since she had already concocted an identity for him, he decided to play along with her whims. To his surprise, she saw right through him. With a gentle smile, Lu Zhan inquired, "Where are you headed? Might you be so kind as to allow us to accompany you?" The middle-aged man cast a wary glance, furrowing his brow. In this apocalyptic world, order had utterly collapsed, and countless individuals had sought to exploit his daughter. Fortunately, his profession endowed him with sufficient strength to protect her. Yet, the man before him exuded power beyond his expectations. Should he harbor ill intentions? The implications were too daunting to contemplate, and he found himself at a loss for how to decline. At that moment, his daughter, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Father, we have hope. Our village may yet be saved." With that, she seized Lu Zhan's arm, pleading earnestly, "Brother, you possess such incredible strength. Please, rescue our village. We were attacked by monsters, and my father barely managed to bring me to safety. But my grandmother, my friends, and many relatives remain in the village. I implore you, save them." Lu Zhan sighed inwardly. Clearly, she exhibited a savior complex. While Lu Yang's altruism stemmed from his own formidable prowess, this girl, though strikingly beautiful, lacked both intellect and strength, and her saintly disposition rendered her akin to a leading lady in a television drama. In reality, without her father's protection, she would have likely met her demise countless times over. Nevertheless, her naivete was her own affair, not his concern. Thus, Lu Zhan smiled warmly, his demeanor exuding kindness as he assured her, "Rest assured, we are all human. I shall not allow these monsters to wreak havoc upon my fellow kin. Let us proceed to your village." Presently, He sought a means to locate and vanquish these creatures, and he also required a good wash and some rest. Why not embrace the role of a savior? Upon hearing his words, the girl beamed with joy. Father, hurry. We must return, with brother here. Our village will surely be saved. The middle-aged man frowned. In his heart, the lives of an entire village paled in comparison to that of his daughter. Yet, with Lu Zhan's insistence, he could not refuse, and ultimately nodded, heading towards the driver's seat. Moments later, the middle-aged man resumed his place behind the wheel, his daughter beside him, while Lu Zhan, Zhang Tianfu, and Yihao occupied the back seat. As for Beilahong, he was unceremoniously placed atop the vehicle due to his size. There simply was no room for him inside. The car echoed with his plaintive cries. Soon, Jia Zheng started the engine and turned the vehicle around, retracing their path. As they passed the corpses of the monstrous wolves, none noticed that the bodies had inexplicably vanished. This was, of course, due to Lu Zhan transforming them into undead and summoning them directly into the realm of the undead. Brother, is that large dog also your spirit beast? The girl in the front seat turned her head, gazing at Lu Zhan with awe. She had once been an avid reader of novels, particularly those featuring beast tamers, and had envied them immensely. Indeed, Lu Zhan nodded, adopting an air of mystery. By the way, my name is Lu Zhan. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Lu. Of course, Brother Lu, the girl replied. I am Jia Ying. And this is my father, Jia Zheng. Jia Zheng sighed inwardly. His foolish daughter had barely known Lu Zhan for a short time and was already completely smitten. He could hardly blame her. Having only one daughter, he had always indulged her. In a time of peace, such affection might be acceptable, but in this apocalyptic era, innocence and kindness could prove to be deadly vices. Nonetheless, as long as he drew breath, he would not allow any harm to befall her. Jia Zheng. Lu Zhan's smile faltered slightly as a shock ran through him. He glanced at the blood-red blade resting at the man's feet. What a revelation. In the future, figures such as the Emperor, the Heavenly Kings, and the Divine Generals were regarded as paragons of virtue. Yet humanity is inherently complex. Some who acquire great power become heroes, while others become more fearsome than the monsters they fight. Jia Zheng was among the most notorious of these demons, a name that inspired terror in the hearts of many. He was known as the bloodblade ancestor, a title that resonated with the infamous villains of martial arts novels, epitomizing his essence. Chapter 46, Annihilation. In truth, Lu Zhan did not possess extensive knowledge about this demonic figure, nor was he even clear on Jia Zheng's profession. However, one fact was universally acknowledged. Before a certain incident, Jia Zheng was but a nameless entity. Following that event, he became the infamous bloodblade ancestor, having single-handedly slaughtered an entire city. Indeed, he had exterminated every human within that city, which had previously been a sanctuary for many. Tens of thousands perished at his hands. Yet the reasons behind such a massacre remained shrouded in mystery. Lu Zhan never expected to encounter such a terrifying presence here, a supervillain rivaling the Emperor himself in the future. Should he take advantage of this opportunity while Jia Zheng was still weak and eliminate him for the greater good? If successful, Lu Zhan could claim to have saved countless lives, earning the title of savior. However, in the next moment, he dismissed the thought. Let it be. Whether he was the bloodblade ancestor or the black sword ancestor, so long as he did not provoke him, what concern was it of his? As he glanced at Jia Ying in the passenger seat, a theory suddenly emerged in Lu Zhan's mind. Could Jia Zheng's citywide massacre be connected to his saintly daughter? The possibility seemed high. Regaining his composure, Lu Zhan smiled and asked, Ying, what is your profession? Ahem. The driving Jia Zheng coughed a few times, evidently signaling his daughter to refrain from divulging too much information. Yet, Jia Ying, captivated by Lu Zhan's presence, completely missed her father's hint and eagerly replied, Brother Lu, my profession is that of a musician, and it even indicates that it's a hidden profession. Isn't that impressive? She then excitedly lifted a small violin from beside her, continuing, Look, this is my initial weapon. However, I currently possess only one skill, which is a healing ability, lacking any offensive capability. But my father is truly remarkable. His profession is bloodblade user, also a hidden profession, incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the presence of an elite monster among those wolves, my father could have easily dispatched them all with a single stroke. Jia Ying began to recount her father's heroic deeds since the onset of the apocalypse, while Lu Zhan listened, reflecting on the unfolding situation. A musician, a bloodblade wielder. This father-daughter duo both possessing hidden professions, truly a blessing from the heavens. Jia Zheng had completely relinquished his struggle. What could he do? After all, it was his own daughter. Who could he blame for selling himself? After the vehicle had been in motion for several minutes, a series of anguished cries suddenly echoed from a distance. Jia Ying hastily paused her recounting, anxiously exclaiming, Brother Lu, ahead is our village. I hope not too many have perished. Father, hurry, drive faster. Hold on tight, little brother. Zhan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator to the floor. On the roof, Beilahe clung to the vehicle with its claws, preventing itself from being thrown off. At this moment, it finally possessed a semblance of strength to move. Ah Fu, drink this. Zhan handed a bottle of intermediate life potion to Zhang Tianfu, while simultaneously consuming one himself. The cooldown for the potion had finally elapsed. After drinking the life potion, both of their injuries had nearly healed. Before them loomed the shadow of a small village. It appeared to have been utterly overrun, as hordes of demonic wolves surged into the village, rampantly hunting. Tears streamed down Jia Yingying's face, her heart aching to charge into the fray. In the next moment, a figure leapt directly from the window of the vehicle, shooting forward. Jia Zheng's heart jolted. The speed was astounding. He hadn't witnessed this goblin-like creature slaying the demonic wolves earlier, but he had already assessed its power to be formidable. Yet now, it seemed he had underestimated it. A beastmaster? Was it truly this powerful? Let my spirit beast take the lead in slaying the monsters. That way we might save as many lives as possible. Zhan spoke with a countenance of sorrowful compassion. Brother Lu, you are such a good person. Jia Yingying looked at him with gratitude and admiration. Moments later, Jia Zheng slammed the brakes, bringing the off-road vehicle to a halt outside the village. He could not allow his daughter to rush directly into the throng of monsters. That would be tantamount to seeking death. The village before them had long since lost its former appearance, drenched in blood and chaos. Witnessing the place where he had grown up transformed into such a state, Jia Zheng felt a pang of sorrow and inquired, Zhan, what do you plan to do? There are likely close to 100 demonic wolves in this village, not to mention several elite-level Gale demonic wolves. With my strength, I have no idea what to do. We just need to wait. My spirit beast will annihilate all the demonic wolves, Zhan said leisurely, showing no intention of exiting the vehicle. As you know, I am merely a beast master with little combat prowess, so I shall remain here. If you wish to gain some experience, feel free to go down and slay a few demonic wolves. Rest assured, Yingying is quite safe in the vehicle. My butler and bodyguard Ah Fu is with her, so there is no danger. Since he had decided to play the role of a beast master, he naturally needed to embody it convincingly. However, with merely 100 demonic wolves, it was anticipated that number 1 could resolve the situation within 20 minutes without incident. Hearing this, Zhang Tianfu cooperatively demonstrated his skills, showcasing his strength. This caused Jia Zheng to frown, feeling somewhat speechless. Although that goblin-like creature was indeed impressive, could it truly take down all the wolves alone? Ultimately, with a sigh, Jia Zheng kept his foot poised on the accelerator, ready to flee at a moment's notice. This individual might just be an arrogant fool. As for going down to slay the demonic wolves, he was not comfortable entrusting his daughter to 2 people he had just met. Beside him, Jia Yingying wore a worried expression, wishing to say something but unsure of what to articulate. Zhan paid no heed to them. Upon hearing the voice in his mind signaling the acquisition of experience points, he knew that number 1 had commenced its slaughter, so he casually took out his phone. First, he opened the forum, selecting local posts to check for any information on dungeons. However, after scrolling through, nearly 99% of the posts were pleas for help. After closing the forum, he opened the trading app. He tentatively entered the materials for Blood's Lament and was pleasantly surprised to find a gem, Taiguang Stone, 300 grams. Price, 300 gold coins. This was akin to finding money on the street. Clearly, the seller was unaware of its true value. Without hesitation, Zhan purchased it all. There were no other materials available, and there was no rush for them. After all, it was a red-grade equipment, and Zhan did not expect to craft it in the near future. Subsequently, Zhan entered enhancement stones as usual. As long as the prices were not exorbitant, he would acquire them all. After this series of transactions, his storage ring now contained a total of 15 enhancement stones. Needless to say, these stones would be exclusively used to enhance the ring of the undead. However, luck seemed to be less favorable this time. Out of 5 enhancement stones, only 2 enhancements succeeded. The ring of the undead finally reached level 10, gaining a new attribute. Ring of the undead level 10, mana 200, spirit 5. Skill cooldown 15 seconds. All attributes of summoned undead increase by 1. Zhan felt a surge of joy, another enhanced attribute. It appeared he was destined to pursue the path of strengthening the undead. Although the increase of 1 was modest, it would continue to rise with further enhancements of the ring of the undead. With 10 enhancement stones remaining, he decided to continue enhancing. Ding! Enhancing the ring of the undead requires 3 enhancement stones and 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? 3 stones and 1,000 gold coins? This was becoming increasingly costly. If he failed even once, it would be devastating. Enhance. Congratulations, enhancement successful. Zhan glanced at the attributes. Indeed, the undead attribute increase had risen to 15. Continue. Ding. Enhancing the ring of the undead requires 3 enhancement stones and 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? Enhance. Ding. Insufficient gold coins. Frustrated. Zhan cursed under his breath, drawing the attention of the 3 individuals in the vehicle. Brother Lu, is something wrong? Jia Yingying asked, her concern evident. It's nothing. Zhan took a deep breath and smiled. He glanced at his remaining gold coins. Only 583 remained. He had spent 2 extravagantly earlier and had not anticipated running out so quickly. After pondering for a moment, Zhan reopened the trading app. He clicked on the sell option. Soon, the interface displayed all the items he currently possessed and could sell. Zhan clicked on the skill book Glamorous Revolver. As for the price, he entered a bold 10,000 gold coins. As a class that was exceptionally powerful in the early game, even rivaling some hidden professions, the skill book certainly warranted a high price. Father, what is happening? Just then, Jia Yingying in the front seat shrank back, a hint of fear in her voice. Jia Zheng furrowed his brow. Ahead, the village that had been filled with agonizing cries had suddenly fallen silent, an eerie quiet settling over the area. A chilling realization struck him, and his eyes widened in alarm. They beheld a diminutive figure gradually emerging from the village, wielding an axe, its form drenched in blood. Resembling a harbinger from the depths of hell. Had every last one been slain? Jia Zheng's face was a canvas of terror, rendering him motionless. It was only when a faint voice resonated behind him that he regained his composure. Come now, disembark, the demon wolves are all dead. Zhan alighted from the vehicle, while beside him, Zhang Tianfu appeared utterly unfazed. On top of the vehicle, Bei Laohai leapt down with agility, landing firmly on the ground. Woof woof woof. At last. I can walk. Can I ride? Zhan glanced at the large black dog and inquired directly. With a thud, Bei Laohai flopped back down. Woof woof woof. Not yet. Not yet. Brother Lu, you're so impressive. Jia Yingying, having disembarked, was starry-eyed, completely enamored. Jia Zheng's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Honestly, he found it impossible to fathom the depths of the individual before him, whether in strength or intent. Given his experience, he could discern that Zhan's arrival was not merely for the purpose of rescue. What, then, was his true objective? In this apocalyptic world, everyone sought to cling to a powerful ally. Yet sometimes, the ally one clings to may be one with thorns. Chapter 47, The Village Chief's Daughter. Upon entering the village, Jia Zheng and his daughter were once again struck with astonishment. The sight before them was rife with the carcasses of demon wolves, each one seemingly dispatched with a single blow, a scene of utmost horror. As for the villagers, none were to be seen. It was only natural. Although the demon wolves had perished, encountering the even more terrifying goblins would surely send them into hiding. Everyone come out. We have returned. Jia Yingying called out cheerfully, her voice ringing through the village. Moments later, a figure emerged from the nearby ruins, gazing incredulously in their direction. Zhang, Yingying, did you not flee? Uncle, we are back, and we have brought Brother Lu. He is remarkable, a beast master whose spirit beasts have vanquished all the monsters, and now we are safe. The individual emerging was none other than Jia Zheng's brother, Jia Ji, the uncle of Jia Yingying. Their successful escape had largely been due to his assistance, though he had not managed to board the vehicle. Seeing her uncle alive brought immense joy to Jia Yingying. They're all dead? Jia Ji marveled at the sight of the demon wolf corpses surrounding him. Having hidden beneath the ruins, he had not witnessed the massacre. Benefactor. At that moment, an elderly man, over 50, emerged from a nearby building, trembling as he approached Zhan and unexpectedly knelt before him, tears streaming down his face. Benefactor, we have finally awaited your arrival. Zhan instinctively took a step back, frowning slightly. This was a bit too theatrical. Village chief, please rise. Brother Lu does not require such gestures. He is a good man. Jia Yingying hurriedly assisted the old man to his feet. This man was the former village chief, Jia Gongxian. Their village was named Jia Village, with nearly 80 to 90% of its inhabitants sharing the surname Jia. Yingying, did you bring the benefactor here? We owe you our gratitude. Alas, so many have perished, and as village chief, I could not protect them, Jia Gongxian lamented, wiping his tears. Yet Zhan could see that the old man was covertly scrutinizing him, clearly performing for an audience. Not a good person at all. Zhan silently concluded in his mind. Soon, the survivors emerged one by one from their hiding places, surveying their surroundings with expressions of relief at having survived. Their gazes towards Zhan varied. Most were filled with gratitude, while some were tinged with fear and jealousy. They had just heard that this man was a beast master, and that the formidable goblin they had witnessed being slain was merely one of his spirit beasts. Jia Yingying looked around, overwhelmed with sorrow and guilt. The village had once been home to over 100 good people, yet now only 20 or 30 remained. If only she had returned with Brother Lu sooner. Everyone, come forth. Let us express our gratitude to this benefactor. Village Chief Jia Gongxian beckoned for everyone to gather. Enough, it's unnecessary. Where can I bathe? I would like to clean myself first, Lu Zhan remarked, his brow furrowing in impatience. He had no desire to assume the role of a savior. He had come here solely to eradicate the monsters and to recuperate. Saving people? That was merely incidental. Jia Yingying appeared troubled. In this post-apocalyptic world, running water had long ceased, and clean water sources were extremely scarce. Using water for bathing was a luxury indeed. Benefactor, come to my home. I still have plenty of water. Jia Gongxian quickly offered. Very well, let us go to your home, Lu Zhan replied nonchalantly. The location of his bathing was inconsequential to him. Woof woof woof. At that moment, Bei Laohai barked, startling the crowd. The large dog appeared quite fearsome, deterring most from approaching. Do not be afraid. This dog is also Brother Lu's spirit beast, Jia Yingying swiftly reassured the onlookers. You may eat, just don't consume the sustenance meant for the elite. Lu Zhan instructed Bei Laohai, ignoring the crowd. This creature's body was akin to being newly reshaped, necessitating a substantial energy replenishment. Upon hearing this, Bei Laohai gleefully began to gnaw on a nearby demon wolf carcass, devouring it in mere bites, causing the onlookers to blanch and retreat. Let us move, Lu Zhan stated. A short while later, Lu Zhan stepped through the door of Jia Gongxian's home. The village chief appeared to have made quite a fortune in the past. This house could be considered a top-tier residence in the rural village, remarkably intact since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Upon entering, Lu Zhan spotted a statuesque young woman standing nervously in the living room, her anxiety palpable. Father, you have finally returned. Ting Ting, this is Lu Zhan, our benefactor. He has just saved the entirety of our village, Jia Gongxian exclaimed, pulling his daughter close to Lu Zhan. Benefactor, this is my daughter, Jia Tingting. Lu Zhan nodded, noting that the old man was blessed with a daughter in his later years, raising her to be even more graceful than Jia Yingying. However, he was not there to admire beauty, and he directly asked, where's the bathroom? Benefactor, this way, please, Jia Gongxian led Lu Zhan upstairs. Entering a room while discreetly signaling to his daughter, Lu Zhan stood at the door, slightly furrowing his brow. The room's decor was unmistakably feminine, with a faint scent characteristic of young girls wafting through the air. Without needing to guess, it was clearly Jia Tingting's. Jia Tingting, evidently quite experienced, grasped Lu Zhan's arm and nudged against him, saying, Benefactor, you can wash in here. My father's room is far too musty. Very well, I shall use this one. Lu Zhan acquiesced. Lu Zhan smiled and directly strode forward, thinking to himself, what is there to fear for a man like him? By the way, let us find a place for a foo to freshen up as well. Certainly, my benefactor, rest assured, replied Jia Gongxian. A foo, is it? Come this way. He cast a significant glance at his daughter, the implication unmistakable. Good daughter, handle him. His daughter, Jia Yingying, was a stunning beauty with fair skin, raised not merely for admiration. Since childhood, she had been groomed as a tool to please men, even receiving specialized training in that regard. As the saying goes, one cultivates soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a moment. A month ago, Jia Gongxian finally sent his daughter to the battlefield for the first time, and her achievements were quite remarkable. Without this apocalyptic world, he would likely have risen to the position of town mayor in just a few days. Alas, fate had other plans. The apocalypse had arrived. Everything could only be attributed to destiny. Little did he expect that the heavens would send Lu Zhan, this formidable man, his way. Jia Gongxian was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was utterly inept when it came to fighting. Thus, he had to seize the opportunity presented by Lu Zhan. Zhang Tianfu chuckled, understanding the unspoken camaraderie between men. Chapter 48, Night God. Inside the bathroom, Lu Zhan tilted his head back, closing his eyes as the water cascaded over his face. After a moment, he heard the soft sound of footsteps approaching. Without opening his eyes, he spoke nonchalantly. I am quite irritable right now. Lu Zhan was no eunuch, nor was he an inexperienced youth. In his past life, he had engaged with numerous women, not for love, but as a natural human necessity. In times of peace, love serves as the foundation. Yet in an apocalypse where death lurks at every corner, there is no time or opportunity to cultivate romance. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. After all, such encounters are among the few pleasures one can still find in this desolate world. Outside the village chief's villa, Jia Gongxian wore an air of triumph as he addressed Jia Yingying. You all may return. Benefactor Lu is still bathing, and he has decided to spend the night at my home. But chief, it's been an hour, and he has still not done? Jia Yingying questioned, somewhat skeptically. Let us go in and see Brother Lu. We must express our gratitude properly. Hee, Yingying, I shan't hide it from you. I'll be frank. Benefactor Lu has taken a liking to my daughter Tingting and specifically requested her company during his bath. They are likely enjoying themselves immensely right now. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to interrupt, Jia Gongxian explained, his meaning unmistakable. Though Jia Yingying was a pure-hearted young girl, she comprehended the implications clearly, leaving her momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. At her tender age, she was just beginning to experience the stirrings of affection. In a life-and-death situation, Zhan had appeared before her like a hero, subsequently aiding her in rescuing the villagers. To say she felt no fluttering in her heart would be a lie. Now, hearing such news was like being struck by lightning. No, that can't be. Brother Lu is not that kind of person. In her eyes, even if Zhan were indeed enamored with Jia Tingting, he would not act so brazenly after just their first meeting. It was inconceivable. This could only imply that Zhan was a lecherous man, completely at odds with the image she held of him. Humph. I knew that guy wasn't a good person. Jia Zhang, standing nearby, wore an expression of anger, albeit also a hint of relief. Fortunately, that fellow had not yet laid his hands on his daughter. Yingying, let us go, Jia Zhang said, pulling his daughter away, determined to take her home. Jia Yingying's eyes were filled with dejection, as if her soul had departed, allowing her father to lead her away. She could not bring herself to believe that Zhan was that sort of person. Even after being dragged back home by her father, she remained in a state of sorrow and disbelief. Yingying, should we leave this place? Jia Zhang pondered before speaking. If not for Zhan, they would have already departed. Although the crowd here seemed to provide safety in numbers, Jia Zhang had come to understand that sometimes a multitude can become a liability rather than an advantage. Both he and his daughter were of hidden professions, granting them a significant advantage over ordinary folk. To speak bluntly, these villagers would only serve as a burden to them. He did not possess his daughter's benevolent heart. Only by leaving could they grow stronger more swiftly. Father, I wish to wait one more day. Until tomorrow when I can see Brother Lu and ask him personally, all right? Jia Yingying pleaded, nearly in desperation. Sigh. Very well. We shall wait until tomorrow, Jia Zhang sighed. No longer pressing his daughter. At 11 o'clock that night, the entirety of Zhujia village had succumbed to silence. Only 3 or 4 individuals patrolled the vicinity. Jia Zhang awoke in a sweat, breathing heavily, while his eyes turned bloodshot. So uncomfortable, he felt an overwhelming, insatiable craving surge within his mind. A desire he found impossible to suppress. It was a bloodthirsty craving. This sensation was not foreign to Jia Zhang. On the night the apocalypse erupted, it was also when he chose to become the bloodblade messenger. He had experienced this desire before. That night, he had surreptitiously drained the blood of a villager. Jia Zhang glanced at the blood-soaked blade resting against the bed, emitting an eerie crimson glow in the moonlight. To be precise, it was not he who thirsted for blood, but the blade itself. The bloodblade messenger. The blade was the true entity, while he was merely the messenger. Jia Zhang gripped the headboard tightly, attempting to suppress this impulse. Yet, within 5 seconds, he succumbed. It felt as though 1,000 ants were crawling through his heart, an unbearable sensation. In the next moment, Jia Zhang seized the bloodblade, forcing himself to the door of his daughter's room, using the blade's tip to inscribe a blood-red formation. Soon, the formation activated, enveloping the entire room in a shroud of blood mist. This was his skill, the guardian blood formation. Anyone who intruded would be subjected to its assault. Such an attack would be trivial for a powerhouse like Zhan, but more than sufficient to deal with the villagers. Having completed this, Jia Zhang's figure vanished from the spot. He could no longer contain his anticipation. Outside the village, Zhan felt a chill breeze sweep by, causing him to tighten his clothing. At this hour, he ought to be nestled under the covers with his wife, sleeping peacefully. Cursed be this wretched apocalypse. The thought of his wife being brutally slain by that goblin filled his heart with rage. Alas, his strength was insufficient. He needed to grow stronger. He vowed to become as formidable as the one who saved the village today. Zhan clenched the axe in his hand, silently swearing. Just then, he suddenly frowned, as if he caught a whiff of something, an acrid, foul odor. Was that the scent of blood? Startled by this realization, Zhan felt a sudden jolt within his heart. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jia Zhang hoisted the individual and swiftly distanced himself from the village. At this moment, a flicker of rationality and kindness still lingered within him. He was reluctant to take the lives of former friends and neighbors in the vicinity of the village, even if his actions would go unnoticed. The overwhelming guilt would still weigh heavily on his conscience. He resolved to move away from the village, drain the blood, and return as if nothing had transpired. Not long after Jia Zhang's departure, a group of figures emerged not far from the village. Dragon, how shall we deal with this small village? This was a 7-member team, all clad in identical black attire, with the only distinction being the animal emblem emblazoned upon their garments. The individual who posed the question bore a mouse insignia. The 7 members were not particularly tall, with the tallest barely reaching 1.70 meters, yet they exuded an aura of extreme danger. To encapsulate them in 2 words, murderous intent. According to the narrative, these were 7 individuals brimming with lethal energy. Clean up, responded the one known as Dragon, whose black attire was adorned with a dragon motif. He was the eldest among the group. No problem, boss, the remaining 6 replied, vanishing into the night in an instant. Only Dragon remained, standing still as he gazed at the village before him. A mere assembly of ordinary villagers did not warrant his intervention. They were not a team forged in the aftermath of the apocalypse. They had been steadfast allies long before the world fell into chaos. Their names may have been obscure among common folk, but in the mercenary realm, they inspired dread in all who heard their name. Night God. Chapter 49, Massacre. International Mercenaries. A group devoid of nationality, morality, existing solely for the sake of profit. Night God was among the elite of this organization. In the top 10 of the international mercenary rankings, 9 were large organizations with hundreds of members. Only the 5th place had remained a steadfast group of 7 since its inception, maintaining an unbroken record for 5 years with no departures, deaths, or additions. That was Night God. Though Night God had completed only 15 missions, each bore an S-level difficulty, with a flawless success rate. Furthermore, Night God possessed a peculiar quirk. They only operated under the cover of night, evading even the most stringent surveillance. No one could have anticipated that this fearsome Night God would appear near such a small village. This was all due to the fact that the 7 members of Night God were, in truth, citizens of Country Z. As the apocalypse dawned, their innate prowess granted them a considerable advantage over ordinary people, particularly the 7 of Night God, who adapted to the New World's rhythm with remarkable swiftness, beginning their slaughter of monstrous creatures. Presently, all 7 had ascended into the upper echelons of the ranking leaderboard. Naturally, they concealed their true identities. Just as in the pre-apocalypse era, Night God remained accustomed to resting by day and prowling by night. At this moment, it was their hunting hour. Yet they had stumbled upon a small village. In light of this, they could not afford to let the opportunity slip. While they may lack experience in murder, the prospect of reaping gold coins and perhaps even unexpected spoils, such as equipment, was too enticing to resist. Night Dragon stood amidst the shadows. The darkness unable to impede his vision, everything within the village was laid bare before his eyes. His comrades swiftly infiltrated one house after another, their movements rapid, likely leaving their victims unaware in the depths of slumber. Suddenly, he observed a crimson glow erupting from one of the houses, its power considerable. Night Dragon vanished from his position, racing towards the source of the disturbance. Though he was the leader of Night God, the 7 had been bound together since childhood, sharing life and death, closer than blood brothers. He would not stand idly by while his brother encountered peril. Snake, what transpired? He inquired as he arrived beside the house. Dragon, what brings you here? Night Snake replied. Interesting. It appears to be an automatic defense mechanism. Any attempt to breach it triggers this blood mist attack. This trivial obstacle poses no challenge for me. With that, Night Snake drew a dagger and plunged it into the blood mist. In the next moment, a wave of green energy emanated from the dagger, eroding the surrounding blood mist. Within half a minute, the entire blood array had succumbed to the green corruption. All set. Night Snake declared triumphantly, withdrawing the dagger as the blood array collapsed soundlessly. His profession was that of a poison master, capable of corroding all, including energy. Subsequently, Night Snake entered the room, having spotted the young girl lying upon the bed. The dagger in his hand radiated a chilling glow. Night Dragon shifted his focus elsewhere. Since Snake could handle this easily, it suggested the individual who had set the blood array was not particularly formidable, at least not relative to them. However, unbeknownst to him, at the very moment Night Snake dismantled the blood array, a pair of eyes within a nearby room shot open. Zhan lay bare upon a soft bed, beside him. The similarly unconscious Jia Tingting. This woman had been thoroughly exhausted by him. There was no other choice. After his physical enhancement, little Zhan had become exceedingly powerful. Beside the bed, Bei Lahe lay motionless on the floor, while number 1 stood silently nearby. Within Zhan's necromantic space, there were already 22 magic wolf specters. Though most were mere ordinary magic wolves, their strength negligible. Zhan gazed out the window, the silence palpable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a wave of danger jolted him awake from his slumber. This sensation was unmistakable. Danger was imminent. As he took a deep breath, he could even detect a hint of blood in the air. A thought sparked within Zhan, and number 1 leapt out the window, landing upon the rooftop to survey the surroundings. Zhan could not perceive the perspective of number 1, but the sight of such a small green figure on the rooftop indicated that if danger was present, action would surely follow. Indeed, in the next moment, Zhan heard several presences hastening toward the house. The auras were faint, but Zhan could still sense them. Goodness, it seems there's more than one. A goblin? What was happening? On the rooftop, Night Mouse arrived first, but refrained from attacking immediately. The sudden appearance of a goblin leaping onto the roof was simply too peculiar. Be cautious, something feels off, he warned. Soon after, the only female member of the seven, Night Cat, also arrived nearby. Moments later, all seven, including Night Dragon, had gathered. At this point, the remaining villagers had been largely dealt with, leaving only the living within this villa. As the seven arrived, number one had already jumped down from the rooftop and re-entered the house. Dragon, what shall we do? The other six individuals all turned their gazes toward Night Dragon, awaiting his decision. At that very moment, the door of the villa swung open unexpectedly. What is going on at this hour? Are you all trying to disturb someone's rest? Came the irate voice of Jia Gongxian as he emerged, grumbling. With Lu Zhan, a formidable figure, now his son-in-law, Jia Gongxian was rather full of himself. He had merely gotten up to use the restroom when he heard a faint noise, which turned out to be the sound of number one bouncing around. The Night God's seven members moved with such stealth that they made not a single sound. Just as Jia Gongxian was about to glance up at the roof to identify the source of the disturbance, a silent arrow suddenly appeared before him. With a soft thud, the arrow embedded itself in his temple, penetrating straight through. In an instant, Jia Gongxian's eyes lost all their luster. He never grasped what had transpired. The archer, Night B, frowned, unable to fathom how this individual could be so weak. Let us go in, Night Dragon commanded, his figure vanishing from sight. As if he had melded with the night itself, utterly silent. However, at that moment, a pack of over a dozen magical wolves surged forth from the villa, charging toward Night B like a ravenous horde. This scene caught the Night God's seven off guard. No one had anticipated so many magical wolves would be lurking within the villa. Yet, being seasoned warriors, they quickly adapted. Night B immediately unleashed 3 arrows, striking 3 of the magical wolves. To his astonishment, the wolves showed no signs of faltering, continuing their relentless advance. These magical wolves are unusual, he realized, leaping into the air while alerting his comrades. Meanwhile, Yiyong raised his black staff, conjuring a dark energy sphere that shot straight into the wolf pack. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated amidst the wolves. Yiyong, a dark mage of a semi-hidden class, wielded a form of magic far more destructive than ordinary nature-based spells, also inflicting various lethal negative effects. As the dark energy sphere detonated, the magical wolves were sent tumbling, some even losing limbs. Strangely, however, there were no cries of agony or moans of despair. The fallen wolves quickly regained their footing, and one, missing both forelimbs and hind limbs, continued to crawl across the ground. These are not mere magical creatures. They resemble something akin to the undead, he observed. In the shadows, Night Dragon's voice emerged. You've all seen The Walking Dead, right? Aim for their heads. Undead have appeared? How intriguing, remarked Night Cat, producing a dagger in each hand, moving with the grace of a feline and positioning herself above the magical wolves to strike down. In an instant, the heads of 2 magical wolves were pierced and exploded, collapsing to the ground. However, that was not the end. Night Cat deftly stepped upon the bodies of the wolves, reaching above 2 more, poised to replicate her earlier success. Cat, get out of the way. Night Dragon's voice suddenly rang out, and his form appeared near Night Cat. Yet, it was too late. A green figure emerged from beneath one of the magical wolves, wielding a massive axe and delivering a mighty blow. It was indeed number one, whose diminutive stature allowed him to hide perfectly beneath the elite magical wolves, with only the axe being somewhat conspicuous. With a sickening sound, Night Cat's body was cleaved in 2 at the waist. Her upper half maintained a forward charge while her lower half fell amidst the pack of wolves. Cat. The remaining 6 watched in horror, their hearts torn. Night Cat was the youngest among them, and the only female, showered with affection, making this a devastating blow. You're courting death, Night Dragon roared, transforming into a cloud of black mist and weaving through the throng of magical wolves. Wherever he passed, the wolves' heads exploded in succession. His class, the Hidden Night Demon, rendered him nearly invincible in the darkness. Meanwhile, the other 5 members swiftly joined the fray, slaughtering the remaining magical wolves. In mere seconds, the heads of a dozen magical wolves were obliterated. However, the true perpetrator, the Goblin, had long since vanished. Cats, rest easy, Night Dragon murmured, cradling Night Cat's severed body, tears streaming down his face. Why did this happen? In the next instant, Night Cat's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 daggers lunged towards him. Immersed in sorrow, Night Dragon had no time to evade, and the daggers pierced him directly. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the impacted portion of his body transformed into mist. The daggers passed harmlessly through the dark vapor, causing no injury whatsoever. Damn it. The expressions of the others morphed into a blend of rage and grief. The unseen assailant not only murdered Cat, but sought to defile her remains. "Cat, find peace," Night Dragon said, extending a hand to grasp Night Cat's head. With a fierce squeeze, crack, Night Cat's head exploded, and the arms that wielded the daggers finally fell limply to the ground. Gently placing her remains down, he stood, consumed by an aura of murderous intent and coldness. Stepping resolutely into the villa. This guy is a bit unhinged. No wonder he is the future Night Emperor, thought Zhan. Peering through the gap in the window to witness the unfolding chaos below, Zhang Tianfu crouched nearby. Having been roused by Zhan, he dared not utter a sound. Fully aware that the newcomers were formidable beings. Without Zhan's protection, he would be cut down in an instant. As for Beilao, the dog was still asleep. Zhan noted that it had devoured so many magical wolves and was now in a crucial phase of digestion and bodily reconstruction. Number 1, who had achieved great merit, had returned to his side. What a pity. Night Cat, reborn, failed to deliver a blow against Night Dragon, nor did she inflict any damage. His understanding of the Night Emperor's abilities was still quite limited. Moments earlier, when Zhan sensed an approaching presence, he had initially prepared to charge out, eager to display his prowess. After all, at this moment, he was not merely formidable within the human realm, but likely among the top 100. Yet, upon hearing a single word, his heart sank, compelling him to retreat into the safety of his room. Dragon. Among the 8 future emperors of humanity, one strong individual bore that very name, Night Emperor. The 8 emperors of humanity. Officially, their ranks were said to be unerdeered, but where there are people, there exists hierarchy. And some enthusiasts would invariably seek to establish a ranking. In various iterations of rankings, only the top 2 positions remained eternally unchanged, the Holy Law Emperor and the Night Emperor. In truth, the question of who is stronger between the two remains shrouded in ambiguity. The Holy Emperor, as a master of forbidden spells, boasts an unparalleled capacity for devastating destruction and extensive area damage, undeniably positioning him as a leader among humanity. Conversely, the Night Emperor is enveloped in mystery and enigma. Few even know the nature of his profession, save for the fact that he excels in assassination, having once single-handedly slain a formidable royal monster. Many assert that the Night Emperor possesses the prowess to eliminate any of the other 7 monarchs. Moreover, the realm he governs, the Night Kingdom, stands as the smallest yet most powerful sanctuary among the 8 monarchs. Rather than merely a refuge, the Night Kingdom functions more as a militant organization, its actions driven by self-interest and often leading to conflicts with other sanctuaries. As for the terrifyingly enigmatic Night Emperor, Zhan knows little about him, save for the fact that his name consists of a single character. Long additionally, it is noted that the Night Emperor is accompanied by 6 shadows, who, while not among the 12 kings, are no less formidable. These 2 pieces of information led Zhan to strongly suspect that the entity approaching from outside is indeed the future Night Emperor. Were Zhan in peak condition, bolstered by the presence of 22 elite undead, he would undoubtedly feel confident. Yet, in his current state, he possesses only 1 elite undead, with the remainder of his undead hailing from the realm of ordinary beings, many of which are merely reincarnated mundane wolf spirits, rendering a direct confrontation unfeasible. Thus, he devised a cunning plan, allowing his undead to venture forth and probe the situation. As for the elite undead, it was a gamble worth taking. If successful, it would yield great rewards, but failure would entail no significant loss. Unexpectedly, the ambush resulted in the demise of one adversary, a fortuitous turn of events. Nonetheless, these opponents are indeed formidable, and had Zhan charged out recklessly, he might have faced dire consequences. Witnessing the Night Emperor enter the villa to capture him, Zhan felt a surge of determination, prompting his elite undead to leap out of the window once more. Chapter 51, Another Kill. Only the Night Dragon entered the villa, while the remaining 5 stood guard outside, intent on not allowing even a fly to escape. Following the recent display of carnage, Zhan had gleaned a rough understanding of the capabilities of the remaining 6. As long as the strongest, the dragon, was absent, his elite undead would be in no mortal danger. After all, the elite undead did not seek to eliminate the foe, but rather to evade while engaging in combat. With its speed, it could undoubtedly endure for a considerable duration. The longer it persisted, the stronger it would become. When the time was right, unleashing its frenzy would render the so-called Night Emperor inconsequential. Having bested the elven queen, taking down another monarch would pose no challenge. As for the other undead, Zhan intended to reserve them to augment his own attributes, rendering it impossible to send them forth to meet their demise. Upon stepping into the villa, the Night Dragon closed his eyes. In an instant, his body functioned like a radar, absorbing all the life forces within the villa. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 4 life forms in total. One was as weak as an ant, breathing steadily in slumber. Another's aura fluctuated between strength and weakness, but presumably also in a state of sleep. The remaining two exuded active presences, one extraordinarily potent, the other average. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that the exceptionally strong presence belonged to the one capable of manipulating and transforming corpses, the very killer of the night cat. Having pinpointed his target, the night dragon vanished from sight, silently advancing towards it. His audacity to enter alone was a testament to his unassailable confidence. In the cloak of night, he was an invincible force. Regardless of how formidable his opponent might be, within the shadows, no one could escape his lethal grasp. Dare you emerge? Outside, the night rat, upon spotting the elite undead, nearly erupted in fury. Yet, the elite undead did not hesitate to confront him. Launching an assault with lightning speed, the night rat's figure vanished in an instant. His profession as a shadow rogue endowed him with an additional shadow trait. The Night Seven, after all, were elite mercenaries of the night, proficient in assassination. It seemed as though fate had aligned to grant them roles that complemented their skills: thief, assassin, dark mage. Losing sight of his target, the elite undead remained unfazed, as it was inherently composed. It swiftly altered its course, attacking the night snake instead. In the next moment, a figure materialized beside the elite undead, a dagger thrusting towards its head, none other than the night rat. Die, he cried, invoking his skill, critical strike. Critical strike, when targeting an enemy's vital point, amplifies attack power by 500. The night rat, unaware of the true nature of the creature before him, recognized that the head was indeed its weak point. With this strike, he aimed to avenge the night cat. As his dagger was poised to pierce the goblin's skull, the night rat was suddenly struck by a blinding flash. In the next instant, he beheld his own hand, still clutching the dagger, severed from his arm, blood gushing forth. The goblin had reacted in the blink of an eye, cleaving upward with its axe. Before the night rat could even comprehend the situation, his hand was brutally severed. Even though the others were aware that the elite undead was no ordinary goblin, its appearance still held a deceptive quality. Coupled with the night rat's anger-clouded judgment, he had underestimated the elite undead, daring to confront it alone. However, true to his name, the night rat endured the excruciating pain without emitting a single cry of anguish. Swiftly fleeing instead, the elite undead was about to pursue when, on the other side, the night wolf and night snake intercepted its path. They had already lost one brother. They could not bear to watch another fall. Meanwhile, the night bee and night goat refrained from acting impulsively, biding their time. Though their melee capabilities were commendable, they were primarily ranged fighters. Engaging in close combat against skilled opponents would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the pace of the battle was too swift. A miscalculated strike could inadvertently injure a comrade. Having narrowly escaped, the night rat quickly consumed a bottle of mid-tier healing potion and retrieved bandages from his pack, hastily tending to his wound. On the third floor of the villa, Zhan observed the unfolding scene. Stay hidden and do not move. Rest assured, fate shall favor you. Recognizing the opportunity at hand, he seized the moment to speak. Although he was unaware of the Night Emperor's abilities, it was clear that he excelled in stealthy assassinations. Remaining immobile could lead to an untimely demise. Thus, it would be wiser to venture forth. There is wisdom in the adage that movement often denies assassins their chance. As for Zhang Tianfu, he believed the night god would surely recognize him as the one in command. Should he reveal himself, the Night Emperor would undoubtedly pursue him, leaving Zhang Tianfu and Bei Lahong safely ensconced within. After all, the god of fortune was said to bestow blessings. It would be no trivial matter for him to perish so easily. Zhang Tianfu naturally harbored no objections, remaining as motionless as a statue. Indeed, as Zhan leaped out of the window, he beheld a swirling mass of black mist emanating from the second-floor window, rapidly advancing towards him. Simultaneously, a voice filled with urgency resounded from within the darkness. "Mouse, get out of the way." The target of Zhan's descent was none other than the injured Yi Mouse, who was still tending to his wounds. Not far off, the vigilant Feng and Yang acted with remarkable swiftness, launching their attack the very moment Zhan exited the window. A black energy sphere and arrows were simultaneously unleashed toward him. Anticipating the assault while still airborne, Zhan deftly accelerated in midair, evading the black energy sphere. However, he was unprepared for the arrows, which possessed homing capabilities. Resolute, Zhan decided to confront the threat head-on. He could not evade, so he would retaliate, aiming to eliminate one adversary first. Although his physical prowess had yet to reach 100, he commanded the presence of 9 elite demonic wolves, alongside a powerful ally. Additionally, at the onset of the battle, Zhang Tianfu had activated robust support for him, augmenting his physique by a full 12 points. With this enhancement, he could withstand an arrow without significant consequence. Despite Yi Mouse's formidable will, he could not entirely disregard the excruciating pain of his severed hand, which severely hampered his reflexes and actions. By the time he registered Long's warning and attempted to flee, it was already too late. A sword pierced his heart at blinding speed, followed by a violent twist. In an instant, Yi Mouse's life was extinguished, and simultaneously, Zhan felt a sharp pain in his back as an arrow buried itself halfway into his flesh. Unfazed, Zhan's eyes gleamed with an emerald light. The once falling Yi Mouse was instantaneously transformed into a wraith. Alas, upon resurrection, the enhancements of his previous profession vanished entirely, rendering the attributes of this wraith inferior even to that of the demonic wolves. Chapter 52. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Tang's son. Hee. If I claim my actions were inadvertent, could we shake hands and be friends? Zhan proclaimed, standing behind the wraith of Yi Mouse, while deftly extracting the arrowhead from his back. Fortunately, there was no blood. It was merely a fleeting pain. You shall die? In the next moment, a swirl of black mist descended to the ground, taking on a humanoid form. It was Night Dragon. You come in here, slaying without a word. I am merely acting in self-defense, Zhan remarked nonchalantly. If his suspicions were correct, the villagers had likely been slaughtered en masse. It was a pity for that bloodblade ancestor. Had it not been for him, Zhan would have probably fled with his daughter by now. Instead, due to his presence, the future archvillain was assassinated by the forthcoming Night Emperor. This, in essence, was a form of public service, ridding the world of a scourge and saving an entire town. Although the Night Emperor's faction had not yet managed to eliminate him, one could only imagine what fate awaited Zhan had he not been roused from his slumber. If you seek to kill me, I shall return the favor. Such are the rules of the apocalypse. There is no concept of excessive self-defense here. How about this? I will return this brother to you, and we shall part ways peacefully. Look at him. He can still move and walk, just like the living. Alas, it is unfortunate that you crushed that little sister's head. Otherwise, I could have revived her, and we could have been a complete family together. As Zhan spoke, he made the wraith of Yi Mouse move its hands and feet. However, his words were akin to a dagger to the hearts of the remaining 5 night gods, prompting a desire to rend Zhan into 1,000 pieces. Infuriated to the extreme, Night Dragon suddenly regained his composure, suppressing his murderous intent. Very well. If you release your control over Mouse, we may negotiate. The agony of having crushed Night Cat's head had already inflicted immense suffering upon him. With Yi Mouse dead, he wished to at least preserve the body. Moreover, Night Dragon believed he had grasped the current situation. Though he remained unaware of Zhan's profession, he was certain that the latter could only manipulate corpses. With no additional bodies around to control, Zhan's power must have diminished significantly. In this scenario, Night Dragon felt confident he could easily reclaim Yi Mouse's body and eliminate Zhan without hesitation. With 5 of them still standing, dispatching Zhan would be a trivial matter. The deaths of Night Cat and Yi Mouse were both the result of ambushes. In a direct confrontation, he was confident he could overpower Zhan. This was an invincible confidence. I trust you not at all, Zhan mused internally. The reason he concealed himself behind Yi Mouse was to use him as a shield. If these individuals truly shared a bond of brotherhood, they would undoubtedly exhibit some restraint. Of course, should they prove to be cold-hearted, Yi Mouse could serve as a meat shield, facilitating Zhan's escape. Is it despicable? Indeed, in the apocalypse, such cunning is one of the most potent survival tools. It appeared that the Night Emperor was indeed a man of loyalty and integrity, which opened up channels for discussion. At this moment, Zhan relished the opportunity to engage in dialogue, prolonging the exchange. Meanwhile, on the other side, Number 1 was engaged in fierce combat against Snake and Wolf, steadily gaining momentum as his enhancements began to manifest. To avoid detection by these adversaries, Zhan had even instructed Number 1 to maintain a facade of balance, ensuring it appeared that he was evenly matched against both foes. Thus, feigning contemplation, Zhan declared, "Let us speak openly. In truth, my profession is that of a puppeteer, and this brother here is merely a puppet under my control. If I were to release him, he would revert to being an intact corpse. Of course, resurrection is out of the question. However, as the saying goes, even in death, one should return to their roots. Should they not? You must also desire your brother to rest in peace, return to his homeland for a proper burial. As a person who enjoys lending a helping hand, I would be more than willing to facilitate that for you. By the way, allow me to inquire once more, do you wish for this brother's body? If so, simply express your desire. How could I know your intentions if you remain silent? Should you wish for it, I assure you, I will return it to you. For it serves me no purpose to keep it." Just as Zhan continued his incessant prattling, an arrow suddenly soared from a distance. Zhan remained motionless, allowing Yi Mouse to shield him. With a soft thud, the arrow pierced Yi Mouse's body. "I apologize, I could not contain myself," Nightbeast said, her face contorted. No worries, I understand. I too am on the verge of losing control, Night Goat reassured her, patting her shoulder. Just moments ago, his staff had already been raised. Is this guy truly a reincarnation of Tangsen? Return him to us, and state your terms. Night Dragon, as the leader, maintained a far greater composure, his expression inscrutable. Nevertheless, even so, the twitching muscles on his face betrayed his agitation. Very well, since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. I desire a piece of golden equipment. Zhan declared, his demeanor earnest. Night Dragon paused to reflect carefully before shaking his head. Apologies, I have not heard of the golden equipment. Very well. I shall not put you in a difficult position. I shall simply demand 100 million gold coins. Surely, you have encountered gold coins before? Are you jesting with us? Night Dragon finally could not contain himself. He merely sought to preserve Night Rat's corporeal form, and if that proved impossible, he would destroy it with his own hands. As he observed the opposing party preparing to act, Zhan hastily interjected, Wait, it was merely a jest, do not take offense. My request is quite simple. If you distance yourself from me by 100 meters, I shall return this fellow to you. What say you? Agreed. Night Dragon contemplated for a moment before nodding without hesitation. Upon concluding his words, Night Dragon leapt several times, swiftly covering the 100-meter distance. Throughout this interval, his gaze remained fixed on Zhan, ready to strike should the latter make any sudden movements. He was prepared to obliterate Night Rat's corpse, if necessary. Indeed, a man of his word, Zhan proclaimed loudly, expressing his admiration. You all wait here, I shall summon him over. Would you care to welcome him? With that, the undead Night Rat began to approach the location of Night Snake and his companion. The duo exchanged glances with Night Dragon, uncertain of how to respond. Naturally, they could not genuinely advance to greet him. Once more, I demand you release your control. Night Dragon stated coldly. I sincerely apologize. Were I able to lift the control, I would do so. Alas, I cannot, Zhan replied with a smile. With this declaration, Night Dragon realized he had been deceived, and his murderous intent surged forth as he charged at Zhan. Night Snake inhaled deeply, releasing an arrow aimed directly at the head of his former brother. Chapter 53, Departure. Number 1, eliminate those two. As Night Dragon advanced, Zhan remained unfazed, declaring loudly. Number 1, who had previously been evenly matched with the opponent, suddenly unleashed his full might, doubling his speed, and swung his axe horizontally. Night Snake and the wolf were taken aback, exclaiming, Save us. To be honest, they had been cooperating with their leader, attempting to retrieve Night Rat's body, thus leaving room for negotiation and deliberately stalling alongside the goblins. They had not anticipated that this small goblin would also be holding back. No, this was not merely holding back, it was as if he had left a vast ocean. With such power, it was feared that within 5 seconds, one of them would be slain. Night Dragon naturally sensed the sudden shift and could no longer afford to focus on killing Zhan. He redirected his efforts to aid his brother. I've been waiting for this. Zhan sneered, and at the moment Night Dragon drew near, he commanded Number 1 to enter a frenzied state, intent on annihilating this future Night Monarch. Once he was eliminated, the remaining lackeys would pose no threat. As Night Dragon approached, he noticed that the diminutive goblin had vanished from sight, moving with such swiftness that even he could not track him. In the next instant, an axe descended upon him from above, cleaving downwards. In that critical moment, Night Dragon's entire form transformed into mist. This was the initial skill of the Night Demon, mist transformation. In the darkness, the Night Demon could render his body into mist, rendering himself immune to the majority of assaults. Indeed, it was an invincible skill, with only some exceptionally unique abilities capable of striking him in his mist form. Though Night Dragon had yet to encounter any of those abilities, he could choose to mist away part of his body, just as he had previously evaded Night Cat's undead attacks. Or he could envelop his entire form in mist to launch his own assault. With this singular skill, Night Dragon was an unparalleled entity within the shadows. At this moment, Number 1's axe seemed to strike nothing, passing through Night Dragon's form without inflicting a single wound. Night Dragon had completely transformed into mist, enveloping the goblin entirely. Numerous attacks struck Number 1, yet they only resulted in superficial injuries. Heaven could not bestow upon him a flawless skill. While misting allowed him to remain nearly unscathed and significantly enhanced his attack speed, it drastically reduced his offensive power. Moreover, Number 1's formidable constitution post-frenzy was nothing to scoff at, rendering him impervious to significant harm. However, Number 1's movements were indeed restricted. Observing this, Night Dragon no longer hesitated, commanding, Flee. His mist form was not limitless. Once it dissipated, he would be unable to withstand the formidable goblin. The other four fled without a moment's hesitation. Unconditional obedience to their leader's command was their foremost principle. While entangled with number 1, Night Dragon remained vigilant, monitoring Lu Zhan's actions. Noting that he did not pursue, he felt an unusual relief wash over him. In that moment, he perceived a profound sense of threat emanating from this individual, a formidable adversary. Since his debut, Night Dragon had never encountered a foe worthy of such regard. Yet, what did it matter? This individual had already ascended to his death list. Silently vowing vengeance, the misty Night Dragon swiftly distanced himself from number 1, retreating at an astonishing speed, akin to a teleportation. In but a second, he had reached 100 meters away, as if he had vanished. His mist form was nearing its conclusion. Should he delay any longer, even he might be ensnared. How swift, Lu Zhan mused, regretting the missed opportunity to slay a monarch. Pursuit was out of the question. Number 1's frenzy was close to an end, and attempting to chase him down would be tantamount to courting death. The fact that they had compelled the esteemed Night Monarch to such an extent was largely due to the latter's unfamiliarity with them and the element of surprise. If they were to cross paths again, it would likely not be so effortless. Yet, Lu Zhan harbored no fear. He was currently in a half-damaged state. Were he at his peak, he would have decisively subdued this Night Monarch. Alas, in mere days, he had already offended 2 monarchs, making his circumstances increasingly dire. However, these 2 individuals were undoubtedly wealthy, having bestowed upon him over 10,000 gold coins. Should he manage to eliminate all 7 of them, how delightful that would be. As Lu Zhan contemplated, he shouted towards the upper floor, "Old Zhang, summon that dead dog. We're leaving." "Coming right up, Brother Lu." Zhang Tianfu's head poked out of the window, calling out. How terrifying. Those individuals are truly fearsome. Yet Brother Lu remains the most formidable. Soon, they witnessed Bei Liahe clutching Zhang Tianfu in his mouth, leaping through the window. Bei Liahe had just been dreaming of overpowering a great tiger. The audacity of this individual to disrupt his sweet slumber was remarkable. That he had not devoured him was merely a testament to Lu Zhan's influence. Bei Liahe dropped Zhang Tianfu to the ground, barking, "Woof woof woof. Where are we heading at this hour? Flee. It's all your fault for being so useless." Lu Zhan retorted, leaping onto the dog's back. Number 1 had entered a weakened state. Should the Night Monarch return, it would spell doom. Moreover, after this encounter, Lu Zhan needed to swiftly hunt some magical beasts to replenish their undead quota. Woof woof woof. It won't be long now. I sense that in a day or 2, I shall grow stronger. Enough chatter, let us go. Moments later, Jia family village returned to its eerie silence. The scent of blood dissipating with the passage of time. In the vast village, only one living soul remained, Jia Tingting. This girl, who believed she had latched onto a powerful ally, perhaps grew weary from her tribulations and never awakened, quietly forgotten upon her bed. Time passed, though the duration was unclear, until a figure staggered into the village, his face a canvas of remorse, guilt, and a flicker of satisfaction and excitement. This man was none other than Jia Zhang. To alleviate his burden of guilt, he had sprinted nearly 10 kilometers, laden with provisions, before finally allowing himself a meal. After quenching his hunger, he dug a grave for the deceased villager, ensuring a proper burial before hastening back. This act intensified his desire to leave this place. He could envision that this bloodthirsty craving would inevitably resurface. Thus, he resolved to venture into unfamiliar territories. Drinking the blood of strangers felt far more justifiable than that of acquaintances. Tomorrow morning, once Ying awoke, they would depart immediately, dragging her away if necessary. With this determination, Jia Zhang returned home, only to be met with a shocking revelation upon opening the door. The protective blood array had vanished. He raced to his daughter's room, but a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his heart, rendering him powerless as he collapsed to the floor. Ying lay motionless on her bed, unchanged from when he had left, yet devoid of breath. Jia Zhang, lost in despair, rose to his feet. Ying was gone. What meaning did his existence hold now? He raised the blood knife to his throat, but just then, a voice echoed in his ear. "Do you not desire vengeance?" Chapter 54, Vengeance. These 2 words embedded themselves in Jia Zhang's heart like a seed, swiftly growing into a towering tree. His eyes were consumed by hatred and fury. Who, then, had slain Ying? Armed with the blood knife, he stormed out of the house, kicking down the neighbor's door, only to discover 2 lifeless bodies. He continued to crash into 4 or 5 more homes, yet found no survivors. A hypothesis began to form in Jia Zhang's mind. Without hesitation, he charged towards the village chief's villa. At the entrance, he encountered the corpses of the villagers. The identities of the other 2 were of no concern to him as he barreled into the villa. After a thorough search, he finally stumbled upon the still-breathing Jia Tingting. As for Lu Zhan, no one, not even a corpse, remained. It could only be him. Who else possessed the capacity to massacre so many? If it were a demon, no bodies would be left behind. If it were an outsider, How could they overpower Lu Zhan? To slaughter the village under Lu Zhan's very nose? Thus, it had to be Lu Zhan. Once this notion took root, it entrenched itself deeply within Jia Zheng's soul, for he had always sensed that man was no good. Harboring ulterior motives, coupled with his involvement with Jia Tingting, it solidified his conviction that he was scum. At that moment, Jia Tingting finally awakened, the remnants of pain coursing through her. That man had been too powerful. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to find a middle-aged man standing at her bedside, staring intently at her. Jia Tingting gasped, preparing to scream. In an instant, a flash of crimson light extinguished the brilliance in her eyes. My daughter is dead. What right do you have to live? Jia Zheng glared fiercely at the exposed woman, drawing the blood knife and plunging it into her chest. In that very instant, the knife acted as a siphon, drawing Jia Tingting's blood. Lu Zhan, if I do not kill you, I am unworthy to be called a father. In the depths of night, by the lake, the remaining 5 members of the night gods wore expressions of profound sorrow. They had not even been able to retrieve the corpses of the cat and mouse. Remember his visage, one day. I will take his head as an offering for the cat and mouse. Night Dragon's voice was flat, yet the resolve and fury within it were unmistakable. Old Zhang, do you think I might possess a physique that incites the wrath of gods and men? Why do I seem to attract relentless pursuit wherever I go? Lu Zhan reclined upon the back of a dog, gazing skyward, somewhat melancholic. The elven empress, the night monarch. If only he knew that the blood knife ancestor had not perished and had attributed the vendetta against women to him, he would have howled at the heavens, questioning, why do you treat me so? Those were 3 future titans, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Brother Lu, this merely signifies your excellence, radiating brilliance. Zhang Tianfu remarked as he walked alongside him. There's no helping it. This damn dog refuses to let me ride. Fortunately, Lu Zhan seemed to have no particular destination, meandering along, for running would surely exhaust him. Indeed, you make a valid point. Lu Zhan nodded in agreement. To be envied is the mark of a true talent. At that moment, they traversed a meadow, devoid of maps or navigation. As a directionally challenged individual, Lu Zhan found himself utterly lost, uncertain of which path to take. Zhang Tianfu, the divine general, confessed his own disorientation. Yet, as fate would have it, even without knowing the way, perhaps good fortune would eventually find them. Hey, Brother Lu, it seems there's a town up ahead, Zhang Tianfu remarked. A hint of curiosity in his voice. A town. Lu Zhan perked up immediately upon hearing this. Indeed, several kilometers ahead, a structure emerged through the haze, unmistakably a town. The presence of a town implied the existence of people, and where there were people, there would surely be demons. Truly, Zhang Tianfu was a divine general. Excellent, old Zhang. You've done well. Lu Zhan exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Tianfu looked perplexed. What does that have to do with me? Bila, hey, let's head into the town. Lu Zhan commanded with a wave of his hand. However, he did not act recklessly. He instructed Bilahe to halt several hundred meters away. A large tree provided an ideal spot for them to conceal themselves. They were unaware of the situation within, and charging in blindly could easily lead to disaster. From the looks of it, the town appeared to be occupied by demons. If it were still in human hands, they would have surely established defensive measures, at the very least assigning patrols. Since it was occupied by demons, it indicated a significant number of them. This was, in fact, splendid news for Lu Zhan. Based on his past experiences, powerful races either claimed major cities or seized auspicious locations. Such a small town was generally beneath their notice. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. They could not simply charge in unprepared. First, they needed to assess the enemy's situation. As this thought crossed his mind, a skeletal wolf materialized beside him, racing towards the town ahead. The Suicide Squad scout, the one and only. The skeletal wolf moved with remarkable speed, reaching the outskirts of the town in mere seconds, crashing into a building as if to announce its arrival. Indeed, soon, a throng of over a dozen furious beasts surged forth, encircling the undead. Lu Zhan focused intently, only to discover that they were the irascible gorillas. Even he felt a twinge of trepidation upon witnessing this. These creatures were no trifles. While the ordinary volatile gorillas posed a manageable threat, even the elite ferocious magic apes could be dealt with given his current prowess. Yet, the real concern lay with the berserk gorillas of the hero rank. Those were truly formidable adversaries. The very name of this race, with its implication of fury, suggested a breed of warriors. These beasts relied not on weaponry, but on their sheer brute strength in combat. As Lu Zhan pondered this, the ferocious gorillas had already torn the magic wolf Undead to shreds, leaving a scene of utter devastation in their wake. After dispatching their foe, the furious gorillas pounded their chests and retreated to the town. Brother Lu, these creatures seem rather formidable. Perhaps we should withdraw? Zhang Tianfu stammered, visibly shaken. The sight was indeed terrifying. Muscular physiques, glossy black fur, and the gruesome spectacle of their slaughter left him feeling quite unnerved. Silence. Zhan shot him a glare. While the gorilla tribe was undeniably fearsome, it also hinted at the potential for superior undead materials, which he could not afford to overlook. Charging in recklessly would be ill-advised. A more gradual approach was warranted, starting with the elimination of these volatile gorillas. A simultaneous assault by the entire group would generate too much noise, undoubtedly attracting the attention of other creatures in the vicinity. After a moment's contemplation, Zhan devised a strategy. He summoned another magic wolf undead to advance towards the town once more. Like its predecessor, it crashed into a building. As anticipated, several ferocious magic apes emerged. But upon noticing there was still only one magic wolf, 4 or 5 of them turned back, grumbling about the waste of their time. The second magic wolf undead met a similar fate, sacrificing itself heroically. Without pause, Zhan released a third, which met the same grim end. However, this time, as he had predicted, only 7 or 8 furious gorillas appeared. Still a bit too many. The third undead also perished valiantly, prompting Zhan to send forth a fourth. Zhang Tianfu, being astute, quickly grasped Zhan's intentions. He was acutely aware of the low intelligence of these lesser creatures. Initially, they had emerged in droves. On the second attempt, a number had returned, and by the third, only a handful had appeared. Eventually, when the magic wolf undead provoked them, perhaps only a single furious gorilla would respond. As expected, when the fourth magic wolf undead provoked the town, just 4 furious gorillas emerged. This was more manageable. Zhan instructed the magic wolf undead to retreat swiftly. Naturally, the furious gorillas would not allow the one that dared to provoke them to escape, and they roared in pursuit. As they approached, Zhan abruptly shoved Zhang Tianfu out from behind the tree, commanding, "Quick, taunt them." Zhang Tianfu nearly panicked. The gorillas towered at least 1.80 meters, their hulking forms intimidating. Taunt them? Yet, under Zhan's directive, he felt compelled to comply. Closing his eyes, he brandished his shield and unleashed his taunt skill, leaving the rest to fate. These ordinary magic beasts responded immediately to the taunt, abandoning the undead magic wolf to charge at Zhang Tianfu. Recognizing the opportunity, Zhan swiftly drew his sword and joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the 4 gorillas. Within mere seconds, all 4 lay vanquished at his feet. While he could have dispatched them even more swiftly, he refrained from decapitating them, for that would complicate their transformation into undead. Enough of your trembling. Keep it up, and you might just soil yourself, Zhan admonished, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Tianfu's rear. Heh, Brother Lu, I knew you wouldn't let me suffer even a scratch, Zhang Tianfu replied, grinning as he opened his eyes. Zhan paid him little mind, his gaze glowing green as he transformed the 4 gorillas into undead. In an instant, he felt a significant enhancement to his attributes. Reviewing the properties of the undead gorillas, Zhan couldn't help but marvel. Undead Furious Gorilla. Traits: Undead. Strength: 53. Constitution: 52. Agility: 44. The transformation had augmented their attributes significantly, boosted by his talents and the enhancements from the Holy Grail Ring and the Undead Ring. Albeit the latter was only a modest increase of 15. After several enhancements, the attributes of these transformed gorillas nearly rivaled those of his first undead. Of course, in a real battle, his number 1 would easily outclass them. However, the number 1 was an anomaly, and such comparisons were not fair. If these explosive gorillas could be further strengthened to elite rank, their attributes would surely soar. As Zhan contemplated the future, he swiftly withdrew all the undead into his space and eagerly sent the magic wolf undead to lure more adversaries. Moments later, the undead magic wolf returned, tail wagging, followed by 3 furious gorillas. As per their usual routine, Zhang Tianfu stepped forward without needing instruction, activating his taunt skill. This time, Zhan refrained from joining the fray, sending forth his newly acquired 4 undead companions to swiftly dispatch their former kin. The process had become exceedingly familiar, a well-rehearsed routine. After 10 minutes, Zhan stood before a staggering 18 undead furious gorillas. His strength and constitution had both surpassed the century mark, now capable of facing the Night Emperor head-on. Though that foe possessed an ability that was undeniably overpowered, akin to invincibility, it surely had its limitations. If he could withstand that critical period, no Night Emperor would pose a threat. Brother Lu, shall we continue? Zhang Tianfu inquired excitedly. While he hadn't dealt any damage himself, his taunts had proven invaluable. Moreover, as a tank, his ability to draw the beast's ire was of significant strategic value, and activating strong support was a team-wide enhancement skill that contributed to experience gain. Slaying a single furious gorilla netted him a considerable amount of experience, and he had already leveled up to 8. With a bit more effort, he might even find himself on the leaderboard. Proceed, Lu Zhan commanded, noting that he could now transform 23 undead and was still not at capacity. Furthermore, he aimed to strengthen them to the elite rank. He even suspected that wiping out all the creatures in this small town would still leave him wanting. With renewed confidence, Lu Zhan summoned 3 magic wolf undead to charge into the town once more. Moments later, a larger, more formidable, and terrifying ape burst forth from the town, followed closely by 8 irate primates. The violent demon ape. Lu Zhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. After such a long wait, he had finally hooked an elite magical creature. However, in the blink of an eye, the violent demon ape executed a powerful downward strike, instantly smashing 3 magic wolves into oblivion, leaving them no chance to escape. Once the threat was eliminated, the violent demon ape intended to return to the town with its subordinates. Lu Zhan could not allow such a ripe opportunity to slip away. He commanded number 1 to pick up a stone and sprint ahead several hundred meters, then hurl it toward the ape. With number 1's current strength and stamina, the stone struck the back of the ape's head with pinpoint accuracy. The violent demon ape immediately turned around, curious about the reckless challenger. It then laid eyes on a goblin standing defiantly, extending a finger and beckoning upwards. Though no sound accompanied this gesture, the message was unmistakable. You, come here. The proud violent demon ape could not tolerate such provocation, charging forward without hesitation. Number 1, undeterred, swung his axe in a sweeping arc. To his astonishment, the violent demon ape caught the axe in its massive paw, effortlessly lifting the goblin off the ground and flinging him away with great force. The ape beat its chest with its fists, letting out a triumphant roar. However, before its victory cry could fully resonate, number 1, still airborne, deftly twisted in midair, releasing the battle axe with precision. The axe did not fly toward the violent demon ape, but rather toward one of its subordinates. A hapless irate ape, caught off guard, was struck down instantly, meeting its demise. Simultaneously, as the axe soared, number 1 closed the distance, reaching the fallen ape's side and seizing the axe's handle to strike at another irate ape. The fluidity of his movements left Zhang Tianfu in awe, exclaiming, "Number 1 looks so cool." Chapter 56, All-Out War. Lu Zhan's eyes sparkled with surprise. This little fellow's attributes had seen minimal growth recently, yet its combat prowess was undeniably increasing. The techniques displayed were ones even Lu Zhan could not replicate. With a sigh of admiration, Lu Zhan drew his sword and instructed, "Afu, keep up. Brother Lu, are you finally going to take matters into your own hands?" Zhang Tianfu exclaimed, raising his shield with excitement. Experience, experience. It's all about the experience. His mind was filled with thoughts of the valuable lessons to be gained. What elite magical creature. It was merely a larger monkey. With Brother Lu around, it would be defeated in no time. Lu Zhan nodded, recognizing that while number 1 could handle the violent demon ape and its subordinates alone, it would take too long. His attributes had accumulated sufficiently. There was no need for excessive caution now. Bark, bark, bark. I can't do it. I feel so hot. Bark, bark, bark. I can't even move. I need to rest a bit longer. The old dog, Bei Lao He, called out urgently. Lu Zhan glanced over. The old dog trembled all over, its body flushed with heat, resembling a red dog. It seemed to be at a critical moment of evolution. "All right, you stay hidden behind that tree," Lu Zhan said, having not factored Bei Lao He's combat strength into this grand battle. With that, he charged forward, and Zhang Tianfu hurried to follow. Ahead, number 1 had already felled 3 irate apes, driving the violent demon ape into a frenzy. But the nimble little creature was too quick to capture. The ape was left in a state of impotent rage. Lu Zhan wasted no time. Upon arrival, he unleashed 18 undead apes, who surged toward the violent demon ape in a chaotic swarm. The enhanced undead ape's attributes were only marginally lower than their former leaderess, making the odds 18-1, an utter rout for the foe. The violent demon ape could only endure for half a minute before it was left gasping for breath. Lu Zhan did not allow the undead to continue the assault. Instead, he commanded 4 of them to pin the ape to the ground, preventing any resistance. He then turned to Zhang Tianfu and said, "You go, finish it off." Simultaneously, he ordered 3 undead to rush to the edge of the town, commencing a frenzied rampage. Now was the time for all-out war. Though he had yet to see it, there was a high probability that within the town lurked a berserk, hero-class magical creature, a colossal gorilla. That adversary would not be easily dispatched, and they would need number 1's assistance. Thus, it was fitting to start empowering number 1 with the buff of growing stronger with each battle. Therefore, causing a massive stir among all creatures in the town and confronting them head-on was the strategy. "Am I going?" Zhang Tianfu was momentarily taken aback. After all, the experience gained from this final blow would be substantial. Brother Lu was actually allowing him this opportunity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Tianfu nearly shed tears of gratitude. "Enough chatter. Hurry and kill it." The main force is on the way, Lu Zhan urged, having accompanied Tianfu for so long. It was the first time he was given the chance to slay a monster and see the results. How legendary would it truly be? All right, thank you, Brother Lu. Zhang Tianfu, no longer polite, raised his shield and began to rain blows upon the downed violent demon ape. An elite creature of its stature had never endured such humiliation. With its limbs restrained by its former subordinates, it could only emit pitiful whimpers. After enduring a dozen strikes, it finally succumbed, though it was unclear whether it died from the blows or sheer indignation. In an instant, Lu Zhan observed 4 small orbs leap from the violent demon ape's body, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What a haul! Truly, Tianfu, you are remarkable. Under other circumstances, one might expect only 1 or 2 items from such a creature. Zhang Tianfu, ever astute, made no move toward the orbs. Lu Zhan took a glance and was astonished. 1 skill point and 3 pieces of equipment, even in 2 lifetimes. He had never witnessed the slaying of an elite magical creature yield 3 pieces of gear. Was this truly the power of Tianfu? It was nothing short of terrifying. However, with battle imminent, he did not linger over the 3 items, quickly storing them in his spatial ring. His eyes then began to shimmer with a verdant glow as he addressed the fallen violent demon ape. Stand up. In an instant, the ape's tightly shut eyes burst open, green flames replacing its irises, and it stood rigidly upright, motionless. Undead violent demon ape. Traits: Undead. Strength: 67. Constitution: 65. Agility: 56. Quite formidable. In the town ahead, a continuous stream of apes began to emerge. At a glance, there were no fewer than 20 to 30, and they continued to pour forth. These apes did not immediately attack, momentarily stunned to see their comrades causing chaos. Lu Zhan commanded the 3 undead to engage, and in a 3-on-1 skirmish, they swiftly dispatched 1 irate ape. At last, they had provoked the horde. A mass of apes surged forward, immediately tearing apart the 3 undead. A frenzied magical ape swiftly detected the presence of Lu Zhan and his companions, letting out a piercing roar as it charged forth. On the other side, among the chaos, only one of the 8 furious primates remained, its spirit invigorated by the burgeoning effects of a buff. This last creature required no axe. With a mere punch, it pierced through the chest of its adversary. Meanwhile, in Lu Zhan's mind, the long-awaited sound of leveling up echoed once more. He had reached level 12, commanding 25 undead. The gleam in his eyes flickered with an emerald light as the fallen furious primates rose one after another. Soon, the undead were fully replenished, including an additional furious magical ape and a total of 23 furious primates in undead form. Lu Zhan's strength and constitution had surpassed 130. With Zhang Tianfu activating powerful support, the 2, along with the 25 undead, boasted an impressive total constitution of 27 points. Lu Zhan's constitution had surged past 150, earning him the title of a humanoid tyrannosaurus. Take care of yourself. I will have 3 undead guard your side. Just remain within the protective range of powerful support, Lu Zhan assured, patting Zhang Tianfu on the shoulder. Feeling the formidable power coursing through him, he could hardly contain his excitement. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I will look after myself, Zhang Tianfu replied earnestly, nodding vigorously. Not only did he need to ensure his own safety, but he also sought to gain as much experience as he could. He understood that Lu Zhan could not carry a burden indefinitely, despite the unclear reason for his inclusion. Nevertheless, he was determined to keep pace. Otherwise, he would inevitably be left behind, destined to become nothing more than a mere mascot. Little did he know, Lu Zhan had indeed regarded him as a good luck charm. After ordering the 3 undead to protect Zhang Tianfu, Lu Zhan twirled his sword and leaped into the fray. Ha ha ha, riding the wind with my sword. Vanquishing evil in this realm. Lu Zhan laughed heartily, exuding a sense of gallant exuberance. It felt as though nothing could dampen his spirits, not even a flagon of wine. In his previous life, he had been timid and hidden, utterly stifled. In this battle, he intended to dispel all that pent-up frustration. From this moment forth, he would become the invincible battle necromancer. Chapter 57. The Rampaging Gorilla. Quick, fierce, and precise. Lu Zhan was not versed in swordsmanship, nor did he possess any skills. But what did it matter? With his current attributes, adhering to these 3 principles was sufficient. As for Zhang Tianfu, he needed no further elaboration. He dashed through the throng of primates, resembling a monkey far more than the creatures themselves. Coupled with the 21 undead, this confrontation had devolved into a massacre. It was a one-sided slaughter of the primates by Lu Zhan, the necromancer. Zhang Tianfu, watching from the rear, was left dumbfounded. This was astonishingly ferocious. Initially prepared for a grand engagement, he found himself unable to seize any experience amidst the chaos. Shaking off his surprise, he directed his attention toward 2 nearby furious primates. provoking them with a taunt. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of panic upon seeing the two massive creatures charging toward him. However, he soon realized his fears were unfounded, as the three guardians Zhan had assigned were formidable enough. The two primates did not even manage to touch him before being swiftly dispatched. With that realization, Zhang Tianfu felt emboldened. He would taunt a couple more, drawing the demonic beasts in, allowing his protectors to slay them while he claimed the residual spoils. Of course, he exercised caution, only provoking 2 or 3 at a time. Though he might not feast on the meat, a taste of the broth would suffice. While engaged in combat, Zhan remained vigilant regarding his surroundings, primarily to replenish any fallen undead swiftly. He was intent on preserving his mascot. Just then, a chorus of howls erupted nearby. Zhan focused his gaze and was taken aback to see 5 furious magical apes surrounding him. Good heavens, they even knew to capture the leader first. Was Zhan intimidated? Of course, he was. While he could effortlessly dispatch the furious primates, these elite magical beasts were a different matter altogether. They boasted thick hides and formidable strength, far exceeding that of their ordinary counterparts. Yet, despite his trepidation, retreat was not an option, after all. He was not alone in this battle. The fact that they approached in a group was fortuitous, saving him the trouble of seeking them out individually. With a flicker of thought, several undead primates gathered around him, charging forth to intercept the 5 magical apes. The leader of the magical apes roared in fury, chastising its subordinates for their betrayal. With their limited intelligence, they could not comprehend the nature of the undead. As the howls erupted, the magical ape unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, creating an almost illusory effect. This was the skill known as demonic rapid fist. The damage inflicted by this ability was substantial and included a control effect. Should the first punch land, the target would be stunned, forced to endure the entire barrage. Given Zhan's current constitution, enduring such an assault would surely lead to complications. However, this skill had its limitations, targeting only one foe at a time. Hence, Zhan's anxiety stemmed primarily from the possibility of a 1-on-5 encounter. A single misstep could lead to his downfall. Prioritizing safety, he opted to let his undead subordinates gradually wear down the magical apes. 10 undead should be sufficient to exhaust the 5 elite magical apes. As anticipated, a barrage of demonic rapid fists ensued, resulting in the instant destruction of 5 undead, returning them to the void. Yet, this mattered little. While he dispatched primates, he simultaneously revived the undead, replenishing his forces within mere seconds, ready to charge at the magical apes once more. The 5 magical apes, besieged by relentless attacks, found themselves in dire straits. Despite their superior strength, the undead were tenacious adversaries. Severed limbs and substantial injuries did not deter them from lunging forward to bite. The most terrifying aspect was that, with Zhan's continuous reinforcements, the undead simply could not be vanquished. As for the lesser primates, they were being systematically culled, contributing to the materials needed to replenish the undead. After 3 minutes, one of the magical apes finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, battered and bruised, with scarcely a whole patch of skin left. However, as long as its head remained intact, all was not lost. Zhan's eyes glimmered with green light as the recently felled magical ape switched allegiances, now turning against its former brethren. Once the first breach appeared, the remaining 4 magical apes could no longer hold their ground. The second and third fell in quick succession, only to rise once more. As the battle progressed, Zhan's strength continued to grow, while the numbers of the magical beasts dwindled. Most frightening was the figure known as Number 1, who moved with such speed that he appeared as a streak of lightning. Wherever he went, primates fell before him, leaving even Zhan momentarily unable to perceive his form. Just then, a thunderous roar rang out, and Zhan's expression shifted. He swiftly covered his ears and summoned Number 1 back to his side, directing him to eliminate the approaching primates. In the next instant, his head felt as though it had been pierced by countless silver needles, inducing a splitting headache and a momentary lapse in consciousness. In the distance, Zhang Tianfu collapsed onto the ground, blood streaming from his ears. Fortunately, 3 undead guardians were protecting him and remained unaffected. Otherwise, this fainting spell would have left him vulnerable to being crushed by the monkeys. However, Zhang Tianfu soon regained his senses, struggling to rise from the ground, his face etched with terror. What manner of beast was this? He feared that another 2 or 3 roars would surely lead to his demise. Zhan shook his head, attempting to clear his mind. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the remaining 2 demon apes, cleverly reckless, charged towards him. Thankfully, Number 1 swiftly returned to defend, cleaving the 2 creatures asunder with his axe. Zhan tore 2 strips of cloth from his clothing, fashioned them into makeshift earplugs, and simultaneously shouted at Zhang Tianfu, "Plug your ears and retreat. There's no need to activate heavy support." The formidable foe had finally arrived. the berserk gorilla, a creature of heroic caliber. That deafening roar he had just heard was the signature move of this gorilla, the gorilla roar. Unlike the simple howls of the monkeys and demon apes, this creature's roar resembled a sonic wave magic, piercing through the ears to inflict damage upon the brain. Fortunately, the undead were immune to such effects. Otherwise, Zhan would not have dared to challenge this beast. In his previous life, countless souls had perished from its roar. Zhan had once experienced it himself, and he was grateful to have been at a safe distance. In the post-apocalyptic world, earplugs had become an indispensable item for survival. As soon as Zhan's words fell, a colossal figure descended from the heavens, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled, causing the fleeing Zhang Tianfu to lose his balance and fall. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and ran. The sight before him was utterly terrifying. He was instantly reminded of a certain film, King Kong. Number 1, the big guy is here. Can you handle it? Zhan inhaled deeply, even in his current state. The presence of this gigantic creature made him feel a twinge of anxiety. The berserk gorilla's imposing stature was overwhelmingly oppressive, standing nearly 4 meters tall. Its muscular limbs were perhaps 10 times the thickness of Zhan's own. In comparison, Number 1 appeared as diminutive as an ant. Chapter 58, The Earthquakes. The majestic entrance of the berserk gorilla was marked by its relentless pounding of its chest, followed by another roar. Howl, howl, howl. Zhan cursed vehemently. Number 1. Make it silence. Even with his ears plugged, he felt waves of pain surging in his head. This was the most troublesome aspect of the gorilla, for its roars had no cool down. It could bellow at will. Of course, as a biological entity, the berserk gorilla could not sustain such vocal exertion indefinitely without succumbing to exhaustion or straining its throat. Upon receiving the command, Number 1 leaped into action. Vaulting before the gorilla, the creature, unfazed, continued its roaring while swatting at Number 1 with a massive hand, akin to swatting a fly. Yet, in the next instant, blood gushed forth. The gorilla's roar morphed into a wail as Number 1 pierced through its palm, carving a gaping hole. Finally, silence reigned. Zhan sighed in relief. Number 1. This beast is yours to subdue. The damage inflicted by the gorilla's roar was proportional to mental fortitude. The higher the spirit, the lesser the impact. Although Zhan possessed formidable attributes, his spirit lacked the enhancement of the undead, resting at a mere 20-something, far from sufficient. Hence, he decided to let Number 1 take on this behemoth while he himself focused on dispatching ordinary and elite monsters. The 5 violent demon apes he had previously vanquished had all been resurrected as undead, and with these 5 new allies, Zhan distanced himself from the BOSS battle, seeking lesser foes. At the scene, the enraged berserk gorilla, with a hand now pierced, felt its fury escalate exponentially. It yearned to seize the diminutive goblin and crush it into a pulp. However, Number 1 moved with such swiftness that it danced atop the gorilla's form, darting from one spot to another, evading every furious swipe while continuously delivering blows. In that moment, the gorilla's immense size became a liability, rendering it incapable of summoning its minions to assist. In past skirmishes, the berserk gorilla had relied on its terrifying bulk to overpower opponents, dismissing smaller foes with ease. Renowned for their tough hides, standard attacks barely even scratched them. Yet, the damage inflicted by Number 1 was simply too significant to overlook. Not only was the gorilla roar ineffective, but the combination of agility and high damage rendered Number 1 a veritable bane to the berserk gorilla, a true nemesis. In scarcely a minute, the gargantuan form of the berserk gorilla was drenched in its own blood, the result of concentrated assaults on its upper body by Number 1, who had even managed to carve a hole in its chest. Nevertheless, the gorilla showed no signs of surrender. One had to admit that its health was indeed substantial. However, this was of little concern. It merely meant a prolonged battle. After all, Number 1 would not tire, growing ever more emboldened, even without entering a berserk state. Methodically whittling away at the gorilla's life was well within its capabilities. It was clear that once Number 1's escalating battle prowess reached a certain threshold, the outcome was inevitable. The berserk gorilla, utterly maddened, leaped and thrashed, inadvertently crushing several of its own ape minions in its frenzy, desperate to dislodge Number 1 from its back. Yet, the little creature clung on like a stubborn adhesive, leaping and striking with each passing moment. The gorilla, now in a state of utter despair, raised its fists high, preparing for one last desperate attempt. Observing this, Zhan felt a surge of tension and focused intently, prepared for the impending onslaught. The beast was about to unleash its ultimate move. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the berserk gorilla's fists slammed into the ground. In that moment, the earth convulsed violently. All present, be they undead or apes, were sent soaring into the air. Yet one individual leapt up of his own volition, Zhan. timing his jump perfectly as the gorilla struck the ground. He avoided being thrown into the sky. Zhang Tianfu, who had fled to a safe distance, gazed in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before him. Ahead, the gorilla pounded the earth, sending countless monsters flying. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianfu's heart sank. From his perspective, he could not discern that Lu Zhan had leapt deliberately. However, the spectacle was far from over. The gorilla raised its fists once more and brought them down with force. As its fists descended, all those airborne began to plummet rapidly. As the gorilla's fists struck the ground, the monsters and undead crashed back down, only to be sent airborne again in the ensuing chaos. In the midst of the tumult, Lu Zhan seized the opportunity for the second time, successfully leaping to evade the impending threat. However, he remained cautious, aware that a final strike was imminent. Soon enough, the third blow descended, and once again, Lu Zhan deftly sidestepped, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. The earth trembled violently as the enraged gorilla unleashed its ultimate move, a devastating attack indiscriminately targeting friend and foe alike. With 3 thunderous strikes against the ground, all creatures in the vicinity were sent hurtling through the air. It was critical to note that suffering the initial blow meant enduring the full brunt of all 3 strikes. The repercussions were not merely physical displacement. The intense vibrations wrought havoc upon the bodies of those affected, resulting in considerable damage. As it stood, those unfortunate beings who endured all 3 impacts were effectively annihilated, leaving only a handful of elite, frenzied magical apes alive. Lu Zhan had lost a significant portion of his undead, their heads shattered from the violent tremors. This onslaught had effectively cleared the battlefield. Fortunately, in his previous life, the enraged gorilla had been a well-documented creature, its lore widely disseminated. Had he been unaware of its capabilities, he too would have likely been sent flying. After 3 strikes, even if one survived, they would be left severely injured. Alas, the gorilla, having executed its formidable feat, emitted a heart-wrenching howl of agony. It was on the verge of tears, for that diminutive creature had remained perched upon its shoulder, entirely unaffected by the cataclysmic upheaval. With a swift motion, the first axe cleaved through the gorilla's shoulder artery, causing blood to spurt forth violently. Another strike followed, leaving a gaping wound across its neck, the flow of blood intensifying. With a thunderous crash, the colossal beast finally succumbed, collapsing heavily to the ground, blood pooling around it and nearly staining the earth crimson. Lu Zhan had no intention of allowing Zhang Tianfu to deliver the final blow, as the experience points from this formidable creature were far too valuable. He intended to claim all for himself. Levels were of paramount importance. Each ascension meant the acquisition of 2 undead, leading to a substantial enhancement in combat prowess. Chapter 59, The Ferocious Set. Lu Zhan approached and plunged his sword into the gorilla's throat. Almost immediately, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up. In a mere half-day, he had ascended 2 levels, filling him with joy. Upon checking the leaderboard, he discovered he had already entered the top 10. However, the reigning champion, the Holy Law Emperor, had astonishingly reached level 15, truly terrifying. Surveying the area, he noted that only 3 or 4 elite magical apes remained. A negligible threat. With renewed vigor, he dispatched them with ease, each swing of his axe felling one after another. As his momentum grew, the attributes of his weapon approached 300, rendering the task of slaying these creatures, each with attributes below 100, akin to slicing through vegetables. Once the last of the magical apes had fallen, Lu Zhan had effectively exterminated a considerable number of creatures, at least 200. Now, it was time to gather the spoils. First, his gaze fell upon the items dropped by the enraged gorilla, 5 treasures in total. Among them were skill points, 10 enhancement stones, a piece of equipment, a skill book, and a token. Without hesitation, he stored the skill book and enhancement stones in his storage ring. Upon retrieving the skill book and reading its title, Lu Zhan's heart soared. Cataclysm. He had managed to obtain the ultimate move of the gorilla, a skill he could not learn but would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. As for the piece of equipment, Lu Zhan felt a mix of joy and dismay. Gorilla Battle Armor. Rarity, Blue. Requirements. Level 8, Defensive Class Attribute. Stamina, 15. Physical Attack Resistance, 10. When receiving close-range attacks, it rebounds 20 damage. The attributes of this equipment were undeniably exceptional, making it highly suitable for his own use. Yet the requirement for a defensive class attribute was disheartening. Was this not tailored for Zhang Tianfu? It seemed his subordinate would don an armor of superior quality before he himself could. Lu Zhan cursed under his breath and then picked up the token. It bore the character for courage, with a simple description, proof of the brave. A token for entering the brave level secret realm. This was truly remarkable. Lu Zhan's eyes gleamed with a captivating light. A secret realm. This was a higher echelon than mere dungeons, a place teeming with treasures and fraught with peril. In his previous life, Zhan had traversed numerous dungeons, yet he had never set foot in a secret realm, lacking even the qualifications to enter, save for this token. His understanding of secret realms was limited to scattered rumors. They were not constrained by numbers and did not appear randomly. Their locations remained a mystery. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, a secret realm would open every 30 days, and as long as one possessed this token, they would be transported inside, regardless of their location. Since his rebirth, Zhan had contemplated acquiring such a token, even if it meant resorting to theft. He had not anticipated obtaining one so swiftly. Regaining his composure, Zhan placed the token into his storage ring. 30 days. There were still more than 20 days to go. The timing was still favorable. Next, he examined the drops from the remaining elite magical apes, which yielded merely some enhancement stones and moderate leather crafting materials. Nothing of particular value. Brother Lu, this thing is truly massive. At that moment, Zhang Tianfu's voice resonated nearby, having rushed over upon witnessing the gorilla's fall. His reverence for Zhan had reached unparalleled heights. He had always held Zhan in high esteem, yet each feat left him more astounded than the last. Although he was now ranked among the top 100, in Zhan's presence, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Seeing Zhang Tianfu, Zhan recalled the 3 pieces of equipment dropped by the magical ape. He promptly retrieved them all: the ferocious helmet, the ferocious armor, and the ferocious boots. All 3 were merely green-tier equipment, with lackluster attributes, boosting strength and stamina. All under 10 points. Just as Zhan began to question the efficacy of the Tianfu God General, he noticed a line of text behind these 3 items: ferocious set, 3. To his astonishment, it was a set. Zhan nearly slapped himself for doubting the power of the Tianfu God General. To slay an elite magical creature and acquire an entire set was no small feat. The drop rate for sets was notoriously low, and assembling a complete set was a daunting task. In his previous life, he had struggled for ages without ever assembling a single green set. Eagerly, Zhan examined the attributes of the complete set, a singular enhancement of 8 to all attributes. Astounding. Individually, these items were green tier, but when combined as a set, their value soared to rival purple tier equipment. Moreover, the stronger the attributes, the greater the amplification. This set could serve him well for the long haul. Upon glancing at the equipment requirements, he noted strength 50, stamina 50. Fortunately, he met the criteria. This condition may seem trivial to the average person, yet it holds significant weight for Zhan. As he prepared to don his armor, his gaze fell upon number 1. Though he frequently embodied the role of a battle mage and engaged in combat personally, number 1 remained his primary force. Most crucially, number 1 possessed the innate talent of growing increasingly formidable, with attributes that could continually enhance. Consequently, the benefits of this armor would also amplify in tandem. This set could only reach its full potential when worn by number 1. Surely, it was feasible, as there were no level or racial restrictions on the equipment. Moreover, since number 1 could wield that axe, this armor should present no issues. With this thought, Zhan promptly tossed all 3 pieces of gear to number 1, commanding it to wear them. Without hesitation, number 1 complied unconditionally. Naturally, equipment does not adhere to standard sizes, as it adjusts automatically to the wearer's physique. Once adorned, number 1 appeared impeccably fitted, exuding an aura of both majesty and enigma. Particularly striking was the helmet, which enveloped number 1's grotesque head, leaving only a pair of eerie green eyes visible. Truly, number 1 looked magnificent, Zhang Tianfu remarked with genuine admiration. Brother Lu is indeed extraordinary, bestowing such splendid gear upon the undead. Having followed Zhan for so long, he was well aware of Zhan's profession as a necromancer. With number 1 being among the undead, this piece of equipment is for you, Zhan declared, without further ado, as he produced a set of gorilla battle armor and handed it to Zhang Tianfu. The gesture of gifting himself a set while rewarding his companion with another brought a sense of balance to his heart. Is this for me? Zhang Tianfu exclaimed, taken aback and somewhat incredulous. Yet, understanding Zhan's resolute nature, he wasted no time in accepting the gear. Upon witnessing the attributes of the armor, he was utterly astonished. It was exceptional. While Zhan himself could not don this battle armor, its resale value on the trading post would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. He felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Chapter 60, Griffin. After collecting the spoils, Zhan surveyed his surroundings once more, inhaling deeply. Ahead lay a monumental task. With over 200 monkey corpses, even accounting for those whose heads had been obliterated by the raging gorilla, more than 100 remained. The endeavor of reincarnating and sacrificing these bodies was no small feat. Zhan first fixed his gaze upon the colossal creature before him. This would be Zhan's first heroic-grade monster reincarnated as an undead, an event he eagerly anticipated. Naturally, he allocated some skill points to the undead reincarnation first. This should suffice, he thought, his heart racing with excitement. With a voice low and resonant, he uttered, "Arise, my undead." With a thunderous crash, the immense form of the raging gorilla stood erect, motionless. There were no howls, no chest thumping, yet the sense of intimidation it exuded was even more pronounced. Zhang Tianfu instinctively recoiled a few steps, fearing a single blow from the behemoth. Undead raging gorilla. Traits: Undead. Strength: 113. Constitution: 120. Agility: 98. With attributes surpassing the 100 mark, it was undeniably a force to be reckoned with among humans at this stage. Even in the realm of monsters, it rivaled those of the higher races. However, Lu Zhan's expression bore no smile. Instead, he furrowed his brow. He glanced between the colossal creature and number one, hesitating. He grappled with the decision of whether to sacrifice the gorilla to enhance number one. He could never part with number one. Continuous fortification was imperative. Presently, number one had reached the pinnacle of elite level. An ordinary undead would not suffice for a successful sacrifice. Lu Zhan surmised that only a heroic-grade undead would be adequate. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Zhan resolved to proceed with the sacrifice. Primarily, the gorilla's sheer size was somewhat daunting. At times, being large is not necessarily advantageous. It must be said, Lu Zhan felt an acute sense of tension at this moment. Should the sacrifice fail, it would be utterly devastating. Fortunately, fate did not betray him. Ding! Congratulations, your sacrifice was successful. In the next instant, the gargantuan form of the raging gorilla began to dissolve gradually, its essence flowing entirely into number one's body. As the gorilla completely vanished, number one inexplicably disappeared from sight. Lu Zhan's heart raced. Could this possibly overwhelm it? Yet soon, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! Your undead has entered the evolution phase. Duration: 24 hours. Please be patient. Huh. Lu Zhan was momentarily stunned. Though he understood this sacrifice likely meant number one would evolve to heroic status, what did this evolution phase entail? An additional 24 hours? This was utterly inconvenient. What if a formidable foe appeared during this time? With a flicker of thought, Lu Zhan indeed spotted number one's silhouette within the undead space, standing there, unmoving. However, given the circumstances, he could not retract his decision and had no choice but to bide his time as instructed by the system. Thus, it was time to return to work. Just as Lu Zhan prepared to unleash his first green light, he noticed Bei Lahe scampering from behind a tree, drooling at the sight of the scattered monkey corpses. Woof 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 woof. Wow, what are these? They look delicious. Get lost. Lu Zhan retorted, exasperated. This foolish dog. Reveling in the spoils of victory after the battle? Weeview. It's your fault for letting me eat random things. I'm starving and have no energy left. Bei Lahe whimpered, utterly aggrieved, even adopting a sobbing tone. You can only eat those without heads. Lu Zhan glared at it, speaking curtly. Upon receiving permission, Bei Lahe's face lit up with joy as it set to feast. Lu Zhan paid it no further mind. Although the dog appeared rather insufferable, it was remarkably obedient. If instructed to eat the headless ones, it would not touch those with heads, alleviating the need for constant supervision. Settling down on the ground, Lu Zhan commenced the process of transforming the corpses one by one. In no time, 26 undead monkeys had gathered. This was merely the foundational work. The true endeavor lay in the sacrifice and enhancement. In that moment, Lu Zhan likened himself to a factory worker on an assembly line, performing the very task at hand. With all these undead collected into the undead space, Lu Zhan officially began his work. Reincarnate, sacrifice. Reincarnate, sacrifice again. Continue reincarnating, continue sacrificing. The cycle seemed endless. However, the strength of these monkeys rendered the effects of the sacrifices exceptionally fruitful. After only 9 sacrifices, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, your sacrifice was successful. Ding. Congratulations. Your undead has evolved to elite status. The first elite undead monkey has been born. Undead frenzied monkey. Traits: elite undead. Strength: 85. Constitution: 89. Agility: 76. Quite commendable. Lu Zhan calculated that if he sacrificed all 26 monkeys to the elite level, his 3 primary attributes would surpass 200, rendering him virtually invincible. The thought filled him with vigor. Just then, a series of piercing yet commanding voices suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Lu Zhan's expression shifted, and he promptly rose to gaze into the distance. He spotted several creatures soaring rapidly towards them from hundreds of meters away. With their tawny wings, robust lion-like bodies, and eagle-like heads and limbs, what could they be? Zhang Tianfu, too, had noticed, gasping in astonishment. He was certain such beings could not possibly exist in their original world. Therefore, the approaching entities must be monsters, griffins. A trace of solemnity flickered in Lu Zhan's eyes. The myriad of monstrous races varied greatly. Goblins were the most rudimentary, while monkeys could be classified as mid-tier. Griffins, on the other hand, belonged to a higher echelon, positioned among the apex predators of the food chain. He never anticipated encountering griffins in this location. Clearly, these 5 griffins were heading straight for them, perhaps lured by the overwhelming scent of blood. Escape? The notion flitted through Zhan's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. There was no chance of evasion. The griffins' flight speed was astonishing, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Thus, they had no choice but to fight. To make matters worse, their strongest combatant was currently in the midst of an evolution phase. Damn it. Zhan couldn't help but curse Zhang Tianfu. What good fortune do you possess? Do something useful. Zhang Tianfu looked bewildered. What does this have to do with me? He dared not retort, only managing a timid, "I'm sorry, Lu Gu." In a mere 3 seconds, the griffins that had been hundreds of meters away were now hovering above them. Zhan glanced up to see 5 of them. Fortunately, they were merely ordinary griffins, devoid of elite-level golden griffins. However, even at the ordinary level, they were not to be trifled with. The most troublesome aspect was their ability to fly, an inherent advantage in aerial combat. Zhan could only wait for them to dive down to attack, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Thus, the initiative rested squarely in their hands. Chapter 61. Bei Lao Hai stood up. "Lu Gu, what do we do now?" Zhang Tianfu trembled slightly. Griffin. He had only encountered that name in novels, where they were invariably depicted as formidable beings, far superior to ordinary monsters. "Can you provoke them?" Zhan inquired. "I'll give it a try," Zhang Tianfu replied, raising his shield to unleash his taunt skill. However, the result was utterly unresponsive. Whether it was due to the distance or the griffins disregarding the taunt, the skill was not guaranteed to succeed. If the disparity was too vast, even 100 attempts at taunting would likely yield no success. "Here, take this skill point and enhance your taunt," Zhan said, retrieving the skill point dropped by the slain berserk demon ape, returning it to its rightful owner. "Don't use it hastily. Wait for the right moment to unleash it when they charge down. Also, remember to activate strong support and enlist all my undead as teammates." Without hesitation, Zhang Tianfu accepted the skill point and applied it to taunt. "Don't worry, Lu Gu, I won't let you down." With both equipment and skills being provided, he felt he could not show his face alongside Lu Gu if he failed to provoke the griffins. In the sky, the 5 griffins finally launched their assault, and upon witnessing them flap their wings, Zhan inwardly cursed his luck. His greatest fear had come to pass. The 5 griffins simultaneously screeched, and immediately afterward, their massive wings began to beat rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a rain of feathered arrows descended upon them. "Damn it!" Zhan cursed again, shouting to Zhang Tianfu, "Come here, stand behind me." All his battle strategies were predicated on the assumption that the griffins would swoop down to attack them. Instead, these creatures opted for a ranged assault, completely derailing his plans. If the griffins continued their aerial bombardment, he would have no means to counter them. They had to be lured down. Zhang Tianfu wasted no time and swiftly took refuge behind Zhan. It wasn't he out of fear for his life. He simply understood Zhan's character. Whatever he said, he would follow. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of feathered arrows rained down upon Zhan, yet he stood unmoving, akin to a statue. With a physique exceeding 150, he could easily endure this barrage. Pain was inevitable. Of course, several arrows embedded themselves in his body. Nonchalantly, Zhan plucked the arrows from his flesh. There was blood, but not much. After removing the arrows, he even let out a hearty laugh and taunted. "Is that all you've got?" His intention was to instill a false sense of security in the 5 griffins, making them believe the arrows were ineffective. After all, griffins, being mid-tier monsters, possessed a modicum of intelligence. If they realized the arrows were indeed effective, they would likely bombard their target relentlessly from the air. While ordinary griffins were clever, they were by no means overly so. Once they perceived the arrows as ineffective, they would likely charge down without hesitation. Such tactics for dealing with monsters would become essential survival skills in the future. Indeed, the 5 griffins, recognizing the ineffectiveness of their arrows, began to screech in frustration. Their cries filled with exasperation. Come on, little birds, charge at me," Zhan urged inwardly. These griffins were truly taking their time. They merely screeched without descending. If only he had wings. Yet, he lamented, as a mage, he was utterly useless, lacking even a ranged attack skill. Damn. Just as the 5 griffins prepared to dive towards the ground, a commanding roar pierced the heavens. Roar? What the hell is all this noise? It's interrupting my meal. The voice was both familiar and strange, prompting Zhan to turn towards the source. He beheld a colossal black dog, crackling with electricity, gazing intently at the griffins above. What was most alarming was that this creature was growing in size, visibly doubling from its original form. Towering over Zhan, and reaching nearly 5 meters in length. This size was no less intimidating than the previously encountered berserk gorilla. Hi, is that a mutation? Zhang Tianfu exclaimed incredulously. In this team, his rank was undoubtedly the lowest. Lu Zhan was addressed as Lu Gu, while the first was referred to as Yi Gu. Therefore, Bei Lao Hai had to be called He Gu. The heart of the troll. Was it a waste to give this old dog such a treasure? Lu Zhan remarked with a hint of envy. It is evident that after enduring such a prolonged period, Bei Lao Hai has finally been transformed by the heart of the troll. Although he remains ignorant of what a troll truly is, the prefix troll aptly encapsulates Bei Lao Hai's current condition. One might wonder if consuming it would enable him to grow in stature. The ability to alter one's size at will is indeed one of the most coveted powers among men. However, he may not be able to withstand the rigors of this transformation. The cacophony of barking that interrupted his meal was utterly incongruous with Bei Lao Hai's formidable demeanor. In the sky, 5 griffins seemed to sense the formidable presence of their foe, flapping their wings in an attempt to flee. They were certainly not like the mindless goblins that charged heedlessly into battle. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a colossal bolt of lightning erupted from Bei Lao Hai, accompanied by his thunderous proclamation, "Did I permit your escape?" With a resounding crash, the griffins, no matter how swiftly they attempted to evade, could not outrun the lightning, which struck them all with devastating effect. The terrifying aura exploded in the air, and within mere seconds, the 5 griffins plummeted to the ground, emitting a charred aroma. Not only were they slain, but they were also, quite ironically, well cooked. Even the battle-hardened Zhan was taken aback. 5 griffins dispatched in the blink of an eye. This was truly remarkable. Bei Lao Hai had proven his worth, a testament to the time he had spent nurturing his prowess. As the delectable scent wafted through the air, Bei Lao Hai swiftly reverted to his original size, scampering over to sample the griffin's flesh. "Wait, don't eat just yet," Zhan interjected hastily. Bei Lao Hai barked in protest. "What is the matter? I am formidable now. Be cautious, lest I strike you with lightning." Zhan smirked. Recognizing that Bei Lao Hai's recent display had undoubtedly drained a considerable amount of energy. He may have appeared impressive, yet he was, in truth, quite exhausted. "Weeview. Where's my master? I demand my master come forth to seek justice." "Enough with the cries. It's not as if I'm denying you sustenance." Zhan replied with a hint of exasperation. He then stepped forward to sacrifice a necromantic ape before casting his gaze upon the fallen griffins, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He pondered whether the griffins, upon being reincarnated, would retain the ability to fly. After all, many of a creature's innate abilities often vanished upon transformation into the undead. However, flight should be instinctual for griffins, a fundamental aspect of their being. Logically, it followed that the undead griffin ought to retain this capability. After a brief moment, a mouth-watering undead roasted griffin emerged, its tantalizing aroma undiminished by its transformation. Even Zhan found it difficult to resist the temptation to take a bite. Undead griffin. Traits: undead. Strength: 75. Constitution: 68. Agility: 87. Such formidable attributes for a mere ordinary class creature. Truly a testament to the griffin's might. "Take flight," Zhan commanded internally. The undead griffin obediently began to flap its wings, astonishingly taking to the skies. At long last, Zhan had secured an aerial combatant. His expression brightened with delight. After issuing further commands, he noted that while the undead griffin's speed was not on par with its living counterpart, it was nonetheless commendable. "I shall grant you one as sustenance. The remainder are mine." Without hesitation, Zhan claimed the other 3 griffins for himself, showing great mercy by leaving Bei Lao Hai with one. Bei Lao Hai whimpered in protest, but soon picked up the griffin and began to feast. He was a dog easily contented. Zhan paid him no mind, and proceeded to sacrifice 3 more necromantic apes before reincarnating the 3 griffins. 4 undead griffins, even without ranged attacks, possessed formidable combat prowess. This was merely a brief interlude. Once concluded, Zhan resumed his unfinished tasks: reincarnation, sacrifice, reincarnation, and sacrifice again. 2 hours later, Zhan stood up, surveying his surroundings. The ground, once littered with corpses, was now starkly empty. Every usable body had been transformed or sacrificed, while the unusable remains had been consumed by Bei Lao Hai. The creature must have possessed an enormous appetite, likely due to the recent completion of its transformation. Unfortunately, not all of the undead had been elevated to elite status. Only 12 elite undead had been achieved, with 10 remaining as ordinary. Nevertheless, Zhan's power and stamina attributes had both surpassed the 200 mark. While his agility approached 180, a truly astonishing feat at this moment, he felt unprecedented strength coursing through him and taunted Bei Lao Hai. "Old Black, weren't you eager to strike me? Come, let us engage in combat." Bei Lao Hai, having just satiated himself, replied, "I need time to digest." I shan't fight you now. He was no fool to fall for such a ruse. Zhan shrugged off the rejection and clambered onto Bilahe, declaring, "Let us proceed into the town." Upon their arrival, Zhang Tianfu was taken aback by the scene before him. The houses that once stood had vanished, replaced by newly sprouted trees, seemingly planted by the apes. These trees were neither tall nor identifiable by species, appearing to be freshly sown. The perimeter of the town retained some original structures. Perhaps a deliberate act by the raging gorilla to disguise the area as a normal human settlement, thereby luring unsuspecting victims into its trap. Zhan, however, was unperturbed. Human dwellings were ill-suited for the monstrous inhabitants. The creatures, having claimed the territory, would undoubtedly modify it. Had he not arrived, this place might have soon transformed into a primordial forest. Could it be that the deities have come to save us? Indeed, they must have. Those wretches have vanished. Undoubtedly exterminated. Hooray, we are finally saved. I knew it. I always believed someone would come to our rescue. Alas, my poor daughter did not endure. Just then, a chorus of lamentations arose from ahead. There are people, Brother Lu, there are people ahead. Zhang Tianfu exclaimed with surprise. Though not a paragon of virtue, he still possessed a sense of morality and was willing to assist if it were within his means. Yet, he refrained from advancing rashly, awaiting Zhan's decision. If Zhan chose not to intervene, he would certainly not meddle. In that case, let us investigate, Zhan replied nonchalantly. He was not surprised. If the town were devoid of inhabitants, the enraged gorilla would not have established its base there. He could easily envision the current plight of these people, having experienced similar tribulations himself. 1 minute later, a scene reminiscent of hell unfolded before Zhang Tianfu, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The monkeys had excavated a vast pit in the ground, covered by thick iron chains, resembling an underground prison. Within it were their sustenance, humans. A glance revealed at least 500 or 600 individuals huddled together. There were no provisions for living within the pit. Even from above, the stench was overpowering. Though the ferocious gorilla understood the need to store food, it lacked the knowledge of how to do so properly. At this rate, the humans would either be devoured or perish from starvation or disease. Upon seeing the menacing visage of Bei Lao Hai, those trapped within recoiled in terror, clustering together. Their eyes filled with despair. The arrival of the wolves, hungry and fierce, was no boon for them. However, hope and excitement flickered in their faces when they spotted the two humans, Lu Zhan and Zhang Tianfu. Are you angels? Have you come to rescue us? Heroes, please save us and let us out. Hurry, get me out of here. I am the son of a powerful man. I'll give you 10 million. Enough. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. In the next moment, Bei Lao Hai let out a thunderous roar, and lightning crackled, illuminating the iron chains above. The faces of those below instantly contorted in fear, silencing them. Bring all these people up, and find someone clever to come speak with me, Lu Zhan instructed Zhang Tianfu. And ignore that one who claims to be powerful. Let him stay below. Anyone who dares to pull him up will join him down there. With that, Lu Zhan patted Bei Lao Hai's head and rode towards the remaining structures. He was not a monkey and had no desire to reside in trees. Understood, Brother Lu. Zhang Tianfu replied with a smile. Had Lu Zhan not given him this directive, he would have complied regardless, though guilt might have gnawed at him. Now that Brother Lu had spoken of rescuing people, it was undoubtedly for the best. Once Lu Zhan departed, Zhang Tianfu pulled aside the iron chains, allowing one to fall into the pit. He climbed out to attend to the women and children. You there, the one who claims to be powerful, stay put. Move a muscle, and I'll end you. The jolt of Bei Lao Hai's shock had not only served as intimidation, but had also severed all the locks on those chains. Brother Lu was indeed meticulous in his endeavors. Chapter 63, The Gold Digger. Although the threat of the monkeys had dissipated, the rescue operation continued for over an hour. Finally, everyone emerged from the deep pit, save for the self-proclaimed powerful one. In such life-and-death moments, no one paid heed to that individual. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Once I get out, I'll have my father kill all of you. You worthless trash. The self-styled powerful one raged, frantic with anger. Suddenly, a large stone appeared from nowhere, striking him squarely on the head. Silence fell instantly. No one knew who had thrown the stone, nor did anyone care to investigate. They had all witnessed too much death in recent days. The loss of one more person was inconsequential. As long as they survived, that was all that mattered. What is your name? Lu Zhan inquired, seated comfortably in a chair. Before him knelt an individual, face awash with reverence, not because Lu Zhan demanded it, but out of his own volition, a display often termed as sycophancy. Hero, my name is Wang Yi, but you may call me Little Wang. This was the person Zhang Tianfu had brought along. It was said that while imprisoned, he had been devising ways to escape and was quite clever. Call me Brother Lu. Lu Zhan replied, finding the title of hero too weighty for his shoulders. Very well, Brother Lu. I hear you made contact with the so-called Heavenly God organization? Lu Zhan queried, primarily summoning this individual for that reason. This so-called heavenly god organization had never graced his ears in his previous life. It was either shrouded in mystery or had been eradicated long ago, causing no ripples. Yet, the name stirred a sense of urgency within Lu Zhan that he could not ignore. Of course, Brother Lu, you are not a member of the heavenly god organization? Wang Yi initially hesitated, then quickly responded, Brother Lu, this is my phone, which I managed to hide. I posted a distress message on a forum. And then the heavenly god organization contacted me, asking for our exact location. They said they would come to rescue us shortly. Look, here are our chat records. Lu Zhan took the phone, glancing at the messages. Indeed, there was a conversation with someone named Heavenly God number 24, confirming Wang Yi's account. Heavenly God no. 24 implied that there were at least 24 members in this organization. Very well, Lu Zhan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. If they possessed the capability, they would likely arrive soon. He returned the phone and suddenly asked, Are you familiar with this area? For instance, are there any nearby villages? Absolutely, Brother Lu. I grew up here and know every village and town like the back of my hand. I could navigate them with my eyes closed. Wang Yi replied eagerly. Lu Zhan nodded. All right, you may go now. And find someone with a profession as a chef to come to me. Wang Yi took the phone, not hesitating for a moment. Understood, Brother Lu, I will go at once. Wang Yi was evidently a quick-witted individual, fully aware of what pleased and displeased those in power. Clinging desperately would only irritate the powerful. Instead, one must unconditionally obey their every command. Once he departed, Lu Zhan rose and approached the window. Below, a large crowd surrounded a young man, their eyes filled with curiosity and eagerness. Before the young man lay a heap of freshly cut timber. Then, he began to wave his hands as if casting a spell. Slowly, the wood transformed under his control, shaping itself into a small wooden house, just spacious enough for two. Wow, this is beyond amazing. How impressive. Yeah, had I known, I wouldn't have chosen to be a warrior. Being an architect would have been far better. If I had this ability before, I would have long become a titan of civil engineering. Little Wang, come help me build one too. The group of recently liberated individuals marveled at the spectacle before them, which seemed almost magical. The world had irrevocably changed. Lu Zhan, however, was unsurprised. This was merely a fundamental skill for architects. In his previous life, he had witnessed a level 60 architect conjuring a magnificent palace with a mere wave of his hand. Of course, such life-oriented professions possessed poor survival capabilities and required strong protectors to thrive. The reason he sought the profession of a chef was due to its enchanting ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. To this end, he had discreetly stored some monkey meat. The culinary arts, utilizing the flesh of magical beasts, not only promised exquisite flavor, but also held the potential to enhance attributes. With his evolution still in progress and feeling secure, he decided to rest for a day in this town, cherishing a rare moment of indulgence in the post-apocalyptic world. During this waiting period, Lu Zhan accessed the trading post. The ornate revolver had already been purchased, netting him 10,000 gold coins. Coupled with the bounty from slaying numerous monkeys, his wealth had now surpassed 50,000 gold coins, a status that could easily be deemed affluent. As was customary, he glanced at the required materials for the blood's lament. To his delight, he discovered that the heavenly iron, at 500 grams, was precisely the quantity needed for the blood's lament. A smile graced Lu Zhan's face. However, upon inspecting the price, he was taken aback. 20,000 gold coins, an exorbitant sum. Damn it. Bai Yihu, you better not cross my path, or I'll make you relinquish every last coin. Lu Zhan muttered bitterly. Yet he ultimately decided to purchase the item, merely venting his frustration. The name on the listing was not a true identity. And even if they were to meet in the future, he would have no way of knowing who it was. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a man lay on the grass, humming a tune while sipping wine, his body caked in mud and his face smeared with dirt, yet he appeared remarkably content. Suddenly, Hulu sneezed vigorously, prompting a system notification that jolted him to his feet in astonishment. Well, is there really a fool willing to buy this? He glanced at the name, Lonely Invincible. Damn, it's actually Zhuangbufen. Hulu scoffed but dismissed it. For it mattered little to him whether someone was showing off, as long as there was money to be made. He promptly clicked to add the other as a friend. As Lu Zhan was placing the heavenly iron into his storage ring, he heard the notification chime. Ding, Bai Yihu has added you as a friend. Well, this certainly came to him. A cold smile crept across Lu Zhan's face as he accepted the request. Bai Yihu, brother, we've got a wealthy man here. Lonely Invincible. Indeed, what do you need? Bai Yihu, do you have any other desires? I can procure anything you wish. Lonely Invincible, so confident. Dare to reveal your true name? Bai Yihu, let us skip the true name, but I can share that my profession is Tomb Raider. Chapter 64, Spending Like Water, a Tomb Raider. Lu Zhan's expression shifted in surprise. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a profession. This was understandable. Given his status, there were countless things he remained oblivious to. However, the existence of a tomb raider was indeed unexpected. No wonder the other had the name Bai Yihu. If that were the case, he might very well be able to find some treasures that Lu Zhan needed. Thus, he replied directly, "Lonely Invincible. Do you have the Stone of Radiance and Mithril?" "Bai Yihu. I have Mithril, priced the same as Heavenly Iron. As for the Stone of Radiance, I can search for it. How does that sound?" "Lonely Invincible. 200 grams of the Stone of Radiance and 500 grams of Mithril, all for a flat price of 10,000 gold coins." "Bai Yihu, brother. That's a bit steep. How about 40,000 instead?" "Lonely Invincible. Goodbye, unfriending and blocking you." "Bai Yihu. Wait, brother, let's make a deal." Hulu quickly replied. He had already familiarized himself with the market. Although these items were rare, the current scarcity of gold meant prices could not be high. Mithril, at 5 gold coins per gram, would only amount to 2,500 for 500 grams. Lonely Invincible's offer was already quite generous. Most importantly, such a quality customer, one not short on funds, was an opportunity to seize for future collaborations. In the next moment, he saw the reply from the other. "Contact me when you find the Stone of Radiance." Huh, indeed a show-off. Lu Zhan promptly closed the chat interface. If the other truly possessed such capabilities, future cooperation could indeed be fruitful. Setting that matter aside, Lu Zhan entered enhancement stones into the search bar, intending to purchase all that were reasonably priced. 36 enhancement stones acquired, and another 10,000 gold coins had vanished. With over 50,000 gold coins, he now watched more than 30,000 slip away. Truly, money flowed like water. Ding. Enhancing the Undead ring requires 3 enhancement stones, costing 1,000 gold coins. Proceed with the enhancement? Enhance. 10 minutes later, all enhancement stones were consumed, and his gold dipped below 10,000. Lu Zhan sighed. Money, it seemed, was never enough. Fortunately, with such an investment, the results were somewhat rewarding. The Undead ring now boasted 20, mana 1,000, spirit 20, skill cooldown 2 seconds, and an increase of 8 to all attributes of summoned Undead. Undead confinement. Can draw a target into the Undead space, limited to 1, lasting 1 minute, with a cooldown of 24 hours. The enhancement of 8 attributes was distinctly noticeable, justifying the expenditure. What surprised him most was the emergence of a skill. Undead confinement, as the name suggested, allowed one to trap an enemy in their domain, akin to closing the door on a foe. While the skill seemed somewhat limiting, appearing unnecessary against weaker foes, it could very well be advantageous against stronger opponents, essentially inviting them into one's home. The only application Lu Zhan could conceive was to unleash all the Undead, then confine the target within the Undead space for a minute. Delay time, simply prolonging the encounter? He chuckled at the absurdity. While the skill seemed trivial for now, this was merely the beginning. It would undoubtedly grow stronger with further enhancements. He even began to envision the various characteristics that might emerge, such as the Undead space diminishing the enemy's presence or extending the duration. A minute may accomplish little, but an hour could yield significant results. "Lu, are you still there?" While Lu Zhan was lost in such musings, a knock sounded at the door. It was Zhang Tianfu. "Come in." A moment later, Zhang Tianfu entered, accompanied by a woman. "Lu, this woman is a chef, though only at level 1. Shall I take her to level up a bit?" "That's unnecessary." Lu Zhan waved his hand, producing the monkey meat. "Just prepare a dish for me." "Of course, big brother." The woman, understanding, even brought a plate, placing the meat upon it. The chef's initial skill was basic cooking, which she had attempted several times upon her recent job change, once dreaming of becoming a master chef. Little did she know she would soon be captured by those monkeys. With deft movements, her hands danced as the raw meat began to emit an enticing aroma. In less than 10 seconds, a delicious dish was ready. Basic monkey meat. First consumption grants a random increase of 15 points to constitution. The woman was taken aback, clearly surprised that she had created a dish using the flesh of a magical beast, never expecting such a transformation. Well done. With the materials for Blood's Lament secured and the enhancements to the Undead ring yielding results, Lu Zhan felt a sense of accomplishment. Lu Zhan was in remarkably good spirits as he directly inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhao Ling," the woman replied, taken aback. Lu Zhan took a bite of the monkey meat, the aroma wafting enticingly, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, your physique has increased by 5 points." With a surge to the maximum, Lu Zhan's mood improved even further as he generously offered, "What do you desire? Can I accompany you?" Zhao Ling's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. "Absolutely not. Choose another option," Lu Zhan decisively rejected. Although having a personal chef to satisfy his culinary cravings sounded appealing, Lu Zhan was far from being in a position to indulge, He could not afford to carry a burdensome companion devoid of combat skills. Then can you stay here to protect us? We can serve you in any capacity, Zhao Ling proposed. To remain here as a local sovereign, potentially using it as a stronghold to expand and ultimately establish a vast empire akin to the 8 monarchs, becoming the 9th monarch? It does sound enticing. However, regrettably, that is not my ambition. Perhaps one day in the future, when he had grown sufficiently powerful and weary of solitary wandering, he might entertain such thoughts. But certainly not at this moment. I shall grant you one final opportunity. If your aspirations remain unrealistic, the reward will be forfeited, Lu Zhan stated coolly. This is not a negotiation. To put it bluntly, this is merely an act of charity. Disappointment flickered in Zhao Ling's eyes as she struggled to articulate. I have a husband and a son. If possible, could you assist them in leveling up, just to level 6? This woman possessed a certain intrigue, Lu Zhan mused, silently mocking her attempts at manipulation. Nonetheless, in the apocalypse, one must possess a modicum of cunning to survive. Very well, Lu Zhan nodded. You may leave now. I will send someone to find you when the time comes. His initial plan was to remain here for a few days. As someone who was directionally challenged, aimlessly wandering the wilderness in search of monsters was hardly prudent. This was precisely why he had previously consulted Wang Yi. Where there were people, there were monsters. And seeking out those villages would certainly not lead him astray. For the next few days, he intended to scour the nearby villages and towns, aiming to complete the leveling tasks before setting off in search of the bloody eye to craft the blood elegy. By that time, his strength would reach an extraordinarily fearsome level, rendering him capable of traversing any domain unhindered. In light of this, assisting 2 individuals in leveling up was merely a trifling matter, albeit somewhat bothersome. Yet, given his buoyant spirits, Lu Zhan did not mind playing the benevolent role. Chapter 65. Death Sigh. By midday the following day, Lu Zhan paced anxiously within his room, his demeanor akin to that of a husband awaiting the birth of his child. The reality was not far removed from this sentiment. Although number 1 was not his biological son, he felt an attachment akin to that of a father. Within the realm of the undead, number 1 remained motionless, with just 1 minute remaining until the completion of its evolution, causing Lu Zhan's anxiety to mount. For the past 24 hours, he had remained in this town without venturing outside. With the strongest combatant, number 1, absent, he felt a sense of unease wandering aimlessly. It was not fear, but rather a display of prudence. As he mentally counted down, reaching the number 1, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Your undead evolution is complete. Finally, a wave of relief washed over Lu Zhan's face as he eagerly summoned number 1. In the next moment, a black-armored warrior materialized before him. Standing at least 7 meters tall, the figure bore a striking resemblance to Lu Zhan himself. Clad in a fierce black ensemble that exuded an aura of coldness and dominance, reminiscent of a merciless king of assassins. Given its appearance, one would scarcely suspect that a goblin resided within. How infuriatingly dashing, Lu Zhan remarked, casting a glance at number 1's attributes. Undead Goblin. Traits: Heroic Grade Undead. Strength: 178. Physique: 165. Agility: 199. Talent: the more one fights, the stronger one becomes, with attributes of strength, stamina, and agility continually enhancing during battle. Note: the talent comes with negative effects. The longer the battle, the more severe the drawbacks. Those with low mental fortitude should exercise caution. Skills: Death Fear LV2. A passive skill that emanates an aura of death, instilling fear in enemies and reducing their attributes by 15. Frenzy. All attributes double, but rationality is lost, distinguishing between friend and foe. Duration: 1 minute. Following this, a state of weakness ensues, reducing all attributes by 70 for 5 minutes. Skill cooldown: 30 minutes. Death Sigh. Emits a sigh of death, inducing a state of fear in enemies. Lu Zhan could only describe such attributes in 2 words: invincible. He embraced number 1, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to plant a fervent kiss, but reconsidered at the thought of the unsightly visage hidden beneath the armor. With renewed vigor, Lu Zhan bellowed as he strode towards the door. Zhang Tianfu, we march forth. Having restrained himself for so long, he was finally ready to unleash a wave of destruction. Liang Town. A renowned small town in Hyang Province and a designated national-level historic tourist site, boasted architecture steeped in antiquity. This was to be the first stop for Lu Zhan and his companions. Even if monsters lurked within those smaller villages, they were likely of a lower caliber, which no longer piqued Lu Zhan's interest. Thus, he instructed Wang Yi to lead them to the nearest and largest town, 1,000 meters away from Liang Town. Lu Zhan and number 1 rode upon the back of Bei Lahe, accompanied by 4 individuals, the mascot Zhang Tianfu, the guide Wang Yi, and Zhao Ling's husband and son, Wang Ming and Wang Yang. These 2 were undoubtedly father and son, sharing not only blood but also the same profession, hunter. This vocation was notably robust, capable of high output, adept at camouflage, trap setting, and survival. Moreover, they could tame and control monsters, rendering it a remarkably versatile career. Of course, a hunter could control no more than 3 monsters, which paled in comparison to a necromancer's capabilities. However, the monsters they commanded retained their innate powers, making them formidable nonetheless. Had this father-son duo been able to develop their skills during the early days of the apocalypse, they might have risen to become formidable forces in their own right. Regrettably, they had been captured by monkeys and confined ever since, deprived of any opportunity to showcase their talents. Lu Gu, what strategy shall we employ? Zhang Tianfu inquired. With no signs of humanity in the town ahead, it was likely already overrun by monsters. Strategy? Lu Zhan scoffed. You dare question my prowess? With me present, strategy is unnecessary. With that, he summoned a monkey undead and commanded it to charge into the town. Though his tone was brash, it was merely bravado. He maintained a necessary caution. While such towns were unlikely to house apex species like dragon or fire phoenix, one could never be too careful. It was prudent to ascertain the types of monsters that inhabited this town before proceeding. After a brief moment, a few individuals beheld a fiery crimson beast resembling a ferocious tiger charging forth, engaging in combat with the undead primates. Its entire form appeared to be engulfed in flames, and when it opened its maw, it unleashed fireballs that charred the undead monkeys to a sooty black. The faces of Wang Yi and his companions turned pale, as they envisioned themselves being incinerated alive, their bodies beginning to ache with phantom pains. They could scarcely fathom how to confront such a terrifying creature. The flame tiger? Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly. Creatures endowed with special attributes are often significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Although this flame tiger may not match the physical prowess of the raging primates, in a true confrontation, it was highly probable that the flame tiger would prevail. However, Lu Zhan's undead primate had undergone multiple enhancements, making its attributes far superior to those of a typical monkey. At this moment, despite appearing grievously scorched, it had sustained relatively little damage, instead forcing the flame tiger to retreat in a panic, continually roaring for assistance. Soon, 3 more flame tigers burst forth from the town. How dare these beasts gang up on my underlings? Show them no mercy. Old Hay, go and deal with them. Lu Zhan exclaimed, giving his dog a playful pat. Woof woof woof. Keep your filthy hands to yourself. Bei Lao He immediately protested, only to feel the weight of the axe upon its back, prompting it to plead for mercy. Woof 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 woof. Boss, I was wrong. Just a little pat, please. Enough chatter, let's move. Lu Zhan urged. His underlings were in peril. Upon reaching the scene, Lu Zhan focused his thoughts. In an instant, the figure of his first companion vanished from the dog's back. A black shadow streaked through the air like lightning, and with a series of swift strikes, flame tigers collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Instantaneous annihilation. Woof 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 woof. Boss, how magnificent. Boss, how imposing. Boss, truly magnificent and imposing. Bei Lao He proudly lifted its head, reveling in the glory of its master. Wang Yi and his companions stared, their eyes wide, as if their minds had short-circuited. They had not witnessed Lu Zhan's earlier butchery of the monkeys, but now they truly understood the essence of terror and the might of a true powerhouse. Forward, into the town, Lu Zhan commanded. The first companion led the way into Liang Town. However, as they stepped inside, they were met by a swarm of flame tigers leaping from all directions. In mere moments, they found themselves confronted by over 100 of these beasts, including more than a dozen elite explosive flame tigers. At last, a resounding roar echoed throughout the town as a fiery figure descended from the sky, crashing down before the assembly of tigers. Chapter 66. 1 minute to cleanse the field. Unlike the quadrupedal flame tigers, this creature stood upright like a human, boasting a tiger's head and body, with flames roaring from its fists. The muscularity of its limbs and chest left Lu Zhan salivating. This beast would surely be delectable. The newcomer was none other than the local overlord, the heroic-grade creature known as the Blazing Flame Tiger. Wielding a massive crimson axe, it exuded an aura of dominance. Number 1. It seems your weapon is due for an upgrade, Lu Zhan remarked, eyeing the imposing weapon with intrigue. Number 1's axe had served him well for quite some time. It was indeed time for a replacement. What do we do now, Lu Gu? Wang Yi and his companions began to tremble. Although the black-armored warrior had demonstrated considerable strength, they now faced an overwhelming number of tigers, along with a seemingly formidable tiger-human hybrid. How could they not be afraid? Roar. Just then, the blazing flame tiger unleashed a fearsome roar, sending a wave of terror surging towards Lu Zhan and his companions. Lu Zhan could even feel the searing heat, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. What a grand display! Lu Zhan shook his head, feeling as though his hair might ignite. However, in the next moment, over 100 magic tigers simultaneously opened their mouths, releasing a barrage of fireballs. In an instant, a torrential rain of fireballs surged towards Zhan and his group. The intelligence of the blazing flame tiger far exceeded that of the frenzied gorilla. It understood the essence of teamwork. The color drained from Wang Yi's trio as they faced the inevitable onslaught. With so many fireballs, evasion was impossible, even if Zhan might withstand it. The others were surely doomed. A single fireball could spell their demise. "Arise, my undead," Zhan intoned, showing no inclination to evade. To him, the deluge of fireballs was merely a light drizzle. In an instant, all but the undead griffin appeared before him. The undead griffin was an exceptionally rare entity, and Zhan was reluctant to squander it. In the rear, Zhang Tianfu, without needing instruction, activated powerful support, instantly bolstering their vitality by over 30 points. Boom, boom, boom. The 22 undead monkeys formed a protective barrier, absorbing the oncoming fireballs with their bodies. Zhan remained steadfast, secure in the knowledge that all his undead monkeys had elite-level attributes exceeding 100, while the ordinary ones surpassed 90. What are these trivial fireballs? Surely, not one could claim a life. Yet to Zhan's dismay, after the storm of fireballs dissipated, one ordinary undead monkey had indeed perished. Alas, this unfortunate creature had been struck directly by over 20 fireballs. Now it is my turn, Zhan thought, and number one soared high into the air before plummeting down like a rocket, diving straight into the mass of flame tigers. The slaughter commenced instantly, with number one harvesting the lives of these magical tigers at a rate of nearly 1 per second. Roar, witnessing his underlings fall in droves. The blazing flame tiger could no longer bear it and roared in fury, charging forth to intervene. However, in the next moment, it found itself engulfed in darkness, transported to a desolate realm devoid of life. Oh. The blazing flame tiger was bewildered, perplexed by the sudden shift. Well then, let the cleansing begin. Outside, Zhan waved his hand, sending all the undead scattering. In the air, 4 undead griffins were unleashed, commencing their aerial assault. Zhan remained stationary, deeming this minor skirmish unworthy of his direct involvement. He had already relished the thrill of slaughtering the monkeys. As for Beilao, its kills would not count towards Zhan's experience. It certainly could not be allowed to take the lead. Naturally, the blazing flame tiger was ensnared by Zhan's undead and confined within the realm of the undead. 1 minute may seem neither long nor short, but it was ample time for number one to eliminate a significant portion of the magical beasts, alongside the additional 20-odd undead. Zhan estimated that by the time the blazing flame tiger emerged, it would be akin to a lever commander. What is there to fear, you three? Zhang Tianfu patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. Is Lu Gu always this formidable? Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. This was akin to a roller coaster ride, 1 moment shocked, the next paralyzed with fear, then left in sheer astonishment. It was utterly exhilarating. This is merely a minor skirmish. Zhang Tianfu spoke with an air of indifference, as if unperturbed by the events unfolding around him. Yet, internally, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Goodness! Brother Lu consistently showcases new tricks with each display of power. It is utterly terrifying. Especially Brother E. Not only has he grown taller and more handsome, but his strength has also increased remarkably. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing down before Wang Yi and his companions, startling them. You two, slay it, Zhan commanded, glancing at Wang Ming and Wang Yang. The creature before them was an elite-level magical beast, the explosive flame tiger, which had been severed of its limbs by Brother E and was now barely clinging to life. This was, of course, Zhan's directive. It served to fulfill his promise to Zhao Ling, and as the father and son duo were of lower levels, their chances of obtaining loot from killing an elite magical beast were significantly higher. A twofold advantage. Thank you, Brother Lu, Wang Ming, the father, expressed with great humility, almost bowing in reverence. Before their departure, Zhao Ling had instructed them to heed Zhan's every command without question. Yang, quickly, you must strike. Despite the fearsome tiger lying motionless, Wang Yang hesitated, daunted by its presence, and could only draw his bow and shoot arrows. After firing a barrage of over a dozen arrows, he finally dispatched the explosive flame tiger. Dad, I've leveled up to 3. Wang Yang's face lit up with joy, and upon noticing something appear atop the slain tiger, he exclaimed, Father, look, it seems to have dropped something. He reached out eagerly to grab it, but Wang Ming swiftly restrained him, admonishing, You cannot touch it. Zhan leaped down from his mount. In that moment, Wang Ming had indeed saved his son's life. He had merely instructed them to level up. If they dared to seize the dropped items, it would be tantamount to courting death. The explosive flame tiger's corpse yielded 3 orbs. Without a second glance, Zhan collected them into his storage ring. Soon after, another explosive flame tiger was thrown their way. And this time it was Wang Ming's turn to act, resulting in yet another 3 items being dropped. Zhan stored these as well, estimating that there were about 10 seconds remaining. His undead's combat prowess far surpassed that of these magical tigers, augmented by its immunity to pain and fire. Recklessly fearless in its assault, the scene resembled a tiger among sheep, as the once dominant beasts were now reduced to mere fodder. The ground was littered with the remains of magical tigers, with Brother E having slain no fewer than 70 to 80 of them. As time elapsed, a figure materialized before Zhan. It was the bewildered, frenzied flame tiger. What the hell? Zhan gasped, startled. This was his first time utilizing the death-binding technique. And to his surprise, the target appeared directly before him once time expired. Fortunately, the frenzied flame tiger was just as perplexed, allowing Zhan to deliver a powerful kick that sent it flying. In midair, the frenzied flame tiger regained its senses, witnessing the corpses of its minions littering the ground, causing it to erupt in fury. With a thunderous roar, flames ignited from its fists, halting its backward trajectory. Yet, before it could unleash its wrath, a dark figure was already upon it. In the next instant, an eerie sound reverberated, akin to a sigh from the Grim Reaper. The frenzied flame tiger's face contorted in sheer terror, and it collapsed to the ground. Not far away, Zhan narrowed his eyes, having heard that ominous sigh himself. Was this the death sigh? A sound capable of instantly instilling fear in a brave-level magical beast, functioning as an exceptionally potent control skill. Zhan surmised that this skill targeted the psyche, differing from the furious gorilla's starry roar. The death sigh was not a tangible sound that could be blocked by merely covering one's ears. It was an unequivocal weapon of mass destruction. Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted towards him. Turning around, he saw Wang Yi and his companions collapsed on the ground, trembling. Wang Yang's trousers were visibly damp. The implications were evident. Clearly, they too had been affected by the death sigh. Fortunately, after becoming professionals, their mental fortitude had somewhat increased, and their distance provided some protection. Otherwise, they might have been scared to death. However, the death sigh had little effect on Zhan. Whether it was due to Brother E being his summoned creature, or because he was a necromancer remained uncertain. Ahead, the frenzied flame tiger lay on the ground, its eyes still filled with dread, until Brother Yi's axe came crashing down upon its body. Roar! The intense pain jolted the frenzied flame tiger back to reality, struggling to rise. Yet, it was too late. The beast's attributes had already been diminished by the death fear debuff, and with Brother Yi's strikes being so rapid, it couldn't even perceive them, let alone resist. In a mere 5 seconds, the brave-level magical beast, the frenzied flame tiger, was utterly vanquished, with no chance for retaliation. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Hearing the system's upgrade notification left even Zhan in shock. How powerful! He had managed to take down a brave-level magical beast in an instant. Especially with that flawless combination of moves, the enemy stood no chance of countering. I am truly on the brink of invincibility. Zhan inhaled deeply and, with a hint of melancholic reflection, remarked, Indeed, invincibility is a lonely path. In less than 2 minutes, an entire town's worth of magical beasts had been slaughtered. Who else could rival this? Bark, bark, bark. All thanks to my big brother. Why are you boasting? Bai Lahong barked. Do you still want to eat tiger meat? Zhan shot at a sidelong glance, replying coolly. Bark, bark, bark. The boss's boss is magnificent and invincible. Bai Lahong quickly changed its tune. After consuming 10 of them, it was no longer interested in the elite ones. Zhan dismissed it with a wave, striding towards the corpse of the frenzied flame tiger. Alas, as he approached, Zhan couldn't help but curse. For such a formidable brave-level magical beast, it had dropped only a single item. How miserly! Could it be that Brother Yi's speed of killing was too swift? Nonetheless, upon examining the orb, it was evident that it contained the axe. Zhan picked it up and opened it, revealing an imposing crimson axe, the frenzied flame axe. Quality, blue. Equipment requirements, strength 80, constitution 100, strength 50. Fire attribute attack with an additional burning effect. Each attack has a 30 chance to trigger an explosive effect, with damage determined by strength. Magic energy. Each kill accumulates magic energy, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it will level up. Goodness. The equipment requirements are quite steep. A constitution of 100 is not something many can achieve at this stage. It stands to reason, as those with lower constitution would likely incinerate themselves before they could wield such a weapon. Certainly, for number 1, such a physique is hardly noteworthy. The attributes are also exceptionally remarkable. Just the 50 points of strength are already quite formidable. The fire attribute is easily comprehensible, it is powerful, and its effects can continually enhance with the strengthening of the weapon. The explosive effect is similar. The higher the strength, the greater the damage. As for that magic energy, although it seems chaotic, its nature remains unclear. What is magic energy? What is the requisite quantity? How is it leveled up? No explanations are provided. Zhan does not doubt the power of this entity. After all, the presence of the word magic implies that it cannot be weak. His concern lies precisely with this word. It does not bode well and raises fears of potential adverse effects. However, he soon casts this anxiety aside. Regardless of whatever ominous magic it may be, in the face of death, it must bow down. Why should he fret? In summary, aside from its strength, the other three attributes of this axe can continuously enhance with the wielder's power. It is undoubtedly a weapon of growth. Its actual value is not inferior to that of purple-grade equipment. Such a splendid item, Zhan contemplates. Should he not keep it for himself? Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to a mere undead creature? With this in mind, Zhan wields it momentarily before ultimately tossing it to number 1. Here you go, your new toy. It simply does not suit my style. Wielding a sword feels far more impressive, befitting of my dashing appearance. Number 1 raises a hand and catches it steadily. As for the previous axe, Zhan discards it aside. It has already been bound. And unless number 1 is slain to free it, or Zhan himself is defeated, it cannot be used by anyone else. Subsequently, Zhan produces a plethora of items dropped by the elite magical creatures. There are a total of 12 enhancement stones, along with various fire attribute materials and a piece of tiger meat. Additionally, there is one unexpected surprise, a fire attribute enchantment stone, which can be imbued upon a weapon to grant it fire properties. Zhan had only heard of enchantment stones in his previous life. They are exceptionally rare and effectively serve as a direct enhancement to weapons. Moreover, the effects of this fire attribute mirror those of the Blazing Fury axe, also capable of amplifying with further enhancements. After sorting through the spoils, Zhan embarks on a streamlined process of reincarnation and sacrifice. Following the recent battle, 4 of his monkeys perished, and with a level increase, he requires 6 undead magical tigers for replenishment. The first slot is naturally reserved for the Blazing Fury Tiger Demon, a warrior-level creature, followed by 5 elite-level explosive flame tigers. As for the remainder, they will all be utilized for sacrifice. This wave should elevate all the undead to elite status. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianfu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, finds a corner to sit and closes his eyes to rest. He understands that Brother Lu will be occupied for quite some time. Wang Yi and the others exchange glances, unsure whether to sit or leave, and remain motionless in place. Without a word from their elder, they are at a loss for what to do. Chapter 68, Killable. Just as Zhan diligently engages in his assembly line of tasks, outside Xiaowang town, a 5-member squad appears a kilometer away. The 5 individuals exhibit a relaxed demeanor, entirely devoid of the sense of crisis typical of the apocalypse, clearly exuding immense confidence in their abilities. Boss, it should be just ahead. According to that individual, there is a type of magical creature resembling a monkey inside, with the leader being a rather large gorilla, likely of warrior-level strength, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The speaker is Liang Hao, the 24th member of the Tianxin team, who has ties to Wang Yi. Clad in black armor, adorned with a helmet and multiple rings, he even sports a necklace and a set of earrings. Wielding a sword in his left hand and a shield in his right, clearly well equipped. Regardless of the specifics of his attributes, he is genuinely armed from head to toe. His profession is quite unique, known as an amplifier warrior. Aside from sharing similarities with an ordinary warrior, he has the distinct ability to enhance his strength, physique, and agility attributes with each piece of equipment worn. Even basic gear can yield tremendous benefits in his hands. Currently, he is adorned with 13 pieces of equipment. Although most are of basic quality, they elevate his 3 primary attributes beyond 100. With such formidable attributes, capable of both offense and defense, he undoubtedly ranks among the top-tier warriors, instilling in him a sense of confidence. Yet, this formidable warrior is merely a subordinate. The true leader of their team is someone else. Each member of their 5-person squad possesses a hidden profession and harbors terrifying strength. Surprisingly, the squad leader, named Su Bo, is an exceptionally handsome man, clad in a pristine white robe and holding a thick tome, exuding an air that suggests a lack of combat prowess. Su Bo nods slightly, his expression unchanged, and states, "Let us proceed. Such a small town will not harbor overly formidable magical creatures. Given our strength, we can easily push through." The other 4 members of the team also appear relaxed, chuckling as they respond, "Huh, the boss is right. With our mobile fountain of strength, what is there to fear? The more magical creatures in this town, the better. They all represent experience for us. Hee, a few more elite magical creatures would be ideal. That way, we can acquire more gear. Damn, you're already decked out in equipment, and you're still hoping for more drops? If you get any more, you won't be able to carry them." The group banters jovially, displaying no signs of tension. However, as they draw closer to the town, their expressions shift. Weren't the magical creatures supposed to have taken over this town? Why are there still patrols outside? Who are you? The patrol members spot the five-man squad, raising their weapons with wary expressions. We are the Tianshin squad. Is this Xiaowang town? Someone previously sought help on the forum, and I have been in contact with him, Liang Hao replies, furrowing his brow. They can't be playing us for fools, can they? We came here after spending considerable time searching, primarily to hunt magical creatures and level up. Rescuing someone was merely a secondary objective. If there are no magical creatures here, our trip would be in vain. As this thought surfaces, a hint of malevolence arises in his heart, even prompting a desire to massacre the town. If there are no magical creatures to slay, then perhaps a bit of bloodshed amongst humans would suffice. Are you truly the Tianshin squad? The patrol expresses surprise, stating, but you are too late. A powerful individual came here yesterday and has already slaughtered all the magical creatures. One person? At that moment, Su Bo steps forward, his expression displaying confusion. One individual managed to eliminate all the magical creatures? How powerful must they be? It was one person, or rather, 3 individuals, along with a dog. The patrol member, upon seeing Su Bo, inexplicably feels a sense of trust and reverence, divulging all that he knows. After listening, Su Bo's eyes gleam with intensity. Regardless of the circumstances, that individual is undoubtedly a formidable force. If he could be recruited, it would be advantageous. As evening falls, Bei Laohei frolics along the main road, exuberantly running about. Having devoured over a dozen tigers today, he is in high spirits. After all, he was once chased out of the city by a tiger, so in a sense, this serves as revenge. Can you not be so reckless? You are, after all, a powerful dog. With a resounding slap, Zhan struck the dog's head, though it seemed indifferent to the action. It was the 4 individuals trailing behind who were truly pitiable. Bei Laohei expressed that only the leader could ride on his back, and perhaps one more. But no one else would yield, even at the cost of their lives. Fortunately, they discovered a vehicle near Liang Town, albeit inoperable. Nonetheless, it had wheels sufficient for sitting. Zhan promptly secured a rope, instructing Bei Laohei to pull the cart. Zhang Tianfu and Wang Yi, along with another, occupied the cart. The vigorous pace at which Bei Laohei dashed caused the 4 aboard to jostle violently. The physique of these professionals was certainly not built to withstand such tumult. Bark, bark, bark. It is already a great mercy that I am hauling them this far. Bei Laohei roared without a care. Zhan could only shake his head in exasperation. They were nearing their destination. Ahead, the silhouette of Xiaowang Town began to materialize. Atop a building in Xiaowang Town, the 5 members of the celestial gods stood at the window, gazing out at the rising dust. That must be them, right? That dog appears quite formidable. What could its origins be? A demon or a mutated beast? Liang Hao casually remarked. In his view, no matter how strong their opponents were, they could never surpass the 5 of them, rendering it unnecessary to take them too seriously. A mutated beast, Su Bai interjected without a moment's hesitation. His profession might be something akin to beast taming, which would indeed be advantageous. Let us be polite. If he could join us, that would be ideal. Our strength would increase significantly. Rest assured, boss, Liang Hao replied. As the imposing black dog drew nearer, Zhang Hong suddenly shuddered, receiving a system notification. His breath quickened, and he began to tremble with excitement. Boss, we should kill him. Su Bai frowned, casting an irritated glance his way. Zhang Hong's expression shifted as a sense of compliance washed over him. However, the earlier temptation was too overwhelming. He disregarded any potential defiance towards his leader and hurriedly proclaimed, Boss, I received a system alert. This guy carries the curse of the spirits. If we kill him, I can acquire everything, gold, experience, skill points, equipment, items, everything. As he spoke, his elfin ears quivered with anticipation. It seemed further reinforcement was necessary. Su Bai mused inwardly, but Zhang Hong's words soon captivated his attention. Killing him would yield everything. This was indeed an exceptionally lucrative proposition. The creature's level was at least 10, meaning the experience gain would be immense, even though it wouldn't directly benefit Su Bai. However, as long as Zhang Hong lived, he would always be his subordinate. Not to mention the potential for skill points and equipment. This deal was far too enticing. Without hesitation, Su Bai made his decision. Then let us kill him. In this world, aside from gold, everything else obtained from killing humans was contingent upon luck, akin to slaying monsters. And the drop rates were notoriously low. If killing could guarantee the acquisition of another's belongings, humanity would inevitably spiral into a cycle of mutual slaughter. Chapter 69. Here comes the broth. As they approached the town, Zhan furrowed his brow. For reasons unknown, everything appeared unchanged since his departure that morning. Yet it left him feeling profoundly uneasy. Behind him, the 4 who had disembarked from the cart were retching uncontrollably by the roadside. Brother Lu, you're back. the patrolling individuals greeted with a mixture of awe and respect. The townsfolk were well aware that Zhan preferred not to be called a hero or a great warrior. He favored being addressed simply as Brother Lu. Though he bore the appearance of an ordinary university student, his formidable strength commanded respect. Has anything occurred today? Zhan inquired with a nod. No, Brother Lu, nothing at all, the patrolling individual replied. Without further comment, Zhan patted the dog's head and entered the town. At this moment, his necromantic space housed a staggering 27 elite undead, alongside one that had undergone rebirth as a blazing flame tiger demon, a process that was exceedingly laborious. Even the 4 griffins had been sacrificed to reach the elite tier, not to mention the formidable power of number 1. With such strength, was there any need to be fearful of anything? Regardless of the monsters or demons that dared to disrupt him, they would all meet their demise. Upon entering the town, the feeling of discomfort intensified. Those who had previously been engaged in various activities turned to face Zhan, approaching with expressions of reverence. Brother Lu, you've returned. Brother Lu, I didn't get the chance to thank you for saving us yesterday. Brother Lu, why don't you come to my home tonight? I'll have my daughter attend to you. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhao Ling approached, holding a bowl of soup that emanated a rich aroma. Brother Lu, this is the essence soup I made for you. It's fresh. You've worked hard all day, so please have a sip. Zhan could not help but swallow hard. The soup smelled divine, enticing him with the thought that even a single sip would render life unregretful. Strangely compelled, Zhan took the bowl, ready to drink, but suddenly stopped, turning to pass it to Wang Yang. You've all worked hard. This soup made by your mother is for you. Drink it first. Thank you, Brother Lu. Wang Yang eagerly accepted the bowl, ready to gulp it down. But the next moment, Zhao Ling rushed forward, slamming the bowl to the ground and striking her son across the face. Wang Yang, what are you doing? This is for Brother Lu, not for you. With that, she attempted to drag her son away for a scolding. However, Zhan seized her wrist, coldly stating, Let him drink off the ground and clean it up. Upon sensing the soup, he realized something was amiss. With his resolve, what sort of broth could evoke such an absurd sensation? In his previous life, he had heard of certain special ingredients, when processed by a chef, producing a unique magical effect. The nature of this magic depended entirely on the ingredients used. It could induce extreme pleasure or be highly toxic. From a nearby shadow, Su Bai's eyes flickered with surprise as he remarked, This guy's mental fortitude is likely quite high. He can withstand the aroma of the bewitching wood. This bewitching wood was a special material that had erupted from an elite-level monster they had slain. At this stage, whether warrior, mage, priest, or tank-type professions, even most hidden classes wouldn't invest in mental attributes. Some classes didn't allocate any points into it at all, as mental attributes provided little enhancement to combat prowess. Thus, the majority of professionals had relatively low mental strength, which is why he found this so remarkable. Boss, if the stealth approach won't work, let us go for a direct confrontation, Liang Hao declared. He had his eye on the armored figure, admiring the sleek black armor that far surpassed his own in elegance. Not to mention the striking crimson axe that clearly held extraordinary value. Beside him, Zhang Hong could barely contain his eagerness. He cared not for anything else, as even the thought of the vast experience points made him tremble with anticipation. Even if it could directly elevate him to the top of the leaderboard, surpassing Huang Xingren. No rush. This fellow possesses a certain intrigue, and may prove to be a formidable adversary. Better to wear him down first. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Su Bai's eyes. He was genuinely curious to observe how this individual would navigate the unfolding situation. Ahead, Zhao Ling stood frozen in place, her countenance exceptionally grim. Wang Yang, however, lay sprawled on the ground, eagerly attempting to lap up the spilled broth. Zhao Ling, in a fit of rage, kicked her own son aside, her expression transforming into one of fury as she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhan, exclaiming, Heretic! You wretched heretic! I knew it all along. You've conspired with the fiends. Upon hearing those words, the faces of those surrounding them shifted dramatically, and a wave of indignation surged forth as they unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Zhan. Indeed, a traitor to humanity, such a person deserves to be purified. O God, may you bestow divine retribution and cleanse this wicked soul. My Lord, in your mercy. There remains far too much evil in this world that requires your radiant light. Kill him, kill him, kill him. Kneel, you heretic, bow before the Lord. Alas, you ungrateful wretches. Were it not for Brother Lu, you would have long since been devoured by those apes. From the rear, Zhang Tianfu could no longer contain himself. Rising to defend Zhan's honor, he was utterly perplexed at how swiftly these individuals had changed their demeanor, their previous reverence now replaced with fervent hostility. They appeared as if under some malevolent spell. Zhan chuckled derisively, patting Zhang Tianfu on the shoulder to signal him to remain silent. This crowd was indeed behaving strangely, as though they were under some form of influence. No, more accurately, they seemed to be brainwashed. They genuinely believed that Zhan was an embodiment of evil. Was it a mental manipulation skill? It appeared there was a master puppeteer pulling the strings behind the scenes. As Zhan pondered, a voice suddenly bellowed, "Die!" Simultaneously, an arrow was released from a bow aimed directly at Zhan. The moment the arrow was loosed, the crowd descended into a frenzy, brandishing their weapons and rushing forward with the intent to slay Zhan. Even those engaged in non-combat professions joined the fray. Zhan sneered. If it were merely insults, he could tolerate it, for they were under duress and thus somewhat excusable. However, now that they dared to attack, he would not hold back. He patted the head of his canine companion, ready to give them a jolt to clear their muddled minds. Old Black, understanding the cue, wagged its tail, eager to comply. Electrifying people was its forte. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth, weaving through the advancing horde. In a mere moment, the crowd fell like a line of dominoes. Within 3 seconds, apart from Zhan and a handful of others, no one remained standing. To Old Black, these individuals were akin to ants, requiring minimal effort to subdue. It had likely only expended 1% of its electric power. Zhan merely wished to awaken them, not to reduce them to charred remains. On this matter, Old Black obeyed. Nevertheless, several lives were lost. After all, it could not control each individual, and those who perished could only blame their ill fortune. The survivors were left dazed but not entirely incapacitated. Chapter 70. Kneel, Sing Conquest. Sufficiently ruthless. A serious expression crossed Subai's face. Such individuals were the most terrifying, powerful, and unbound by moral constraints. Just then, an overwhelming energy erupted beside him. Zhang Hong raised his staff skyward, seemingly summoning a storm of thunder. 3 seconds later, a dark cloud materialized above the head of the large canine. The skill, Lightning Strike, was a simple yet brutal characteristic of the hidden class within the elven lineage, significantly amplifying any spell. While a typical lightning mage might merely call down a single bolt, in Zhang Hong's capable hands, he could summon a thundercloud, truly fearsome. On Zhan's side, the emergence of the thundercloud startled him. He even began to question whether his recent arrogance had drawn divine retribution upon him. Just as he contemplated his next move, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, seemingly poised to strike the crowd. Woof, woof, woof. Old Black raised its head, opening its massive jaws to swallow the lightning whole. In the presence of this canine king of thunder, wielding lightning was as futile as brandishing a great sword before Guangong. Woof, woof, woof. Disgusting, utterly distasteful. After consuming the lightning, Old Black voiced its displeasure. From within the dark cloud, a second bolt of lightning descended once more. Observing the scene before him, Subai's expression turned grave, casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Hong. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his mind. Zhang Hong had acted without his consent, indicating that control was lacking. The allure of the reward was evidently too potent, overwhelming his authority. "My apologies, boss, I was wrong," Zhang Hong said. Visibly contrite as he knelt before Subai, remorse etched on his face. "Rise, there shall be no next time," Subai replied coolly. Given that an attack had already been initiated, they could not afford to hold back. Subai maintained considerable confidence in his team's strength. That dog appeared formidable, having devoured Zhang Hong's lightning, yet he had his methods to deal with it. It was entirely possible to subdue it without breaking a sweat. Let us proceed to confront him. His profession is likely that of a beast master, and that dog is his spirit beast. Should combat ensue, I will exorcise it, and then you shall unleash your full might to defeat him. Pay close attention to that armored warrior, Liang Hao. You will engage him while the rest are inconsequential. Do you understand? Subai's voice carried an air of authority. After 5 lightning strikes had been unleashed, the thundercloud above Zhan dissipated. Naturally, Old Black had consumed all 5 bolts. Although Zhan had not personally experienced their power, he could sense that the lightning was formidable, approaching a third of Old Black's own strength. Such lightning would hardly breach Zhan's defenses, but should he be struck and left disheveled, it would tarnish his handsome visage. Thus, Zhan affectionately patted Old Black's head, praising it. "Well done. It seems our hidden adversary could no longer resist intervening." Zhan surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of the enemy's presence. A rogue? Or perhaps an assassin? Yet what of the thundercloud and the persuasive manipulation? It appeared that at least 3 individuals were involved. As he mused, 5 figures materialized before him, as if conjured from thin air. Cloaked in collective invisibility? This was intriguing. A smirk appeared on Zhan's lips, and he then noticed one of the individuals possessed distinctly elven ears. Elves. This was becoming even more interesting. "Greetings. We are the savior team of the Divine Group. Would you be interested in joining us?" Subai proclaimed reverently, cradling a tome in his hands. "Divine? Lu Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He truly did not anticipate that the so-called deity would actually arrive. Their prowess appeared commendable. All 5 individuals emanated substantial strength in his perception, particularly their remarkable ability to cloak themselves, which even eluded his detection. Indeed, under the leadership of the divine, our celestial group is dedicated to rescuing this chaotic world. Come, join us, and let us unite to fulfill this grand mission, illuminating the world with the divine's radiance. Subai passionately declared. Despite the opponent's formidable spirit, he was eager to attempt persuasion. Should he succeed, the ensuing confrontation would undoubtedly be easier. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. The magnetic and weighty timbre of Subai's voice compelled one to believe him. This was likely a special ability targeting the mind. Although Lu Zhan's undead could not enhance his mental fortitude, his allocated attribute points were predominantly invested in spirit, augmented by certain equipment, rendering him significantly stronger than most. Thus, the enchantment of Subai's words diminished considerably. More critically, he detected an uncomfortable, even repugnant aura emanating from Subai. How many members does your celestial group have? Lu Zhan feigned intrigue, questioning. Such a potent force had somehow eluded his knowledge in his previous life. That seems implausible. Our celestial group spans the globe. Anyone aspiring to spread the divine's glory is a companion of ours, Subai said, extending his arms in an embrace, exuding sincerity. To save the world, one must possess strength. What is your capability? Lu Zhan displayed a contemplative expression. Damn it, this guy talks too much. Subai inwardly cursed. His few companions had been easily swayed by just a couple of phrases. This was precisely his occupational talent, known as the divine edict, which could be simply described as the ability to beguile hearts. When he employed this skill in conversation, his voice would carry a special influence, planting seeds within the listener's mind. The individuals sprawled around them could be swayed with a mere sentence. The man before him possessed a strong spirit. Thus his resistance to the divine edict was naturally higher. However, as long as the conversation continued, Subai was more than willing to engage further. It was akin to a persistent assault. As long as he spoke, he could eventually breach the opponent's resolve. Therefore, Subai gently continued, if I am not mistaken. You must also possess a hidden class, correct? All 5 of us are hidden classes. What do you think of our prowess? Lu Zhan's face displayed shock. Though internally he was equally astonished. Well, 5 hidden classes indeed hold some weight. After the initial shock, a look of yearning crossed Lu Zhan's visage as he responded. Indeed, my class is Beastmaster, and it is also a hidden class. Behold, this is my spirit beast, Thunderdog. May I inquire about your classes? Subai's confidence grew even stronger, as it seemed the opponent was nearing capitulation, prompting him to intensify his efforts. This one is named Liang Hao, an augmenting warrior. This one is Zhang Hong, an elven thunder mage. And this one, Zhang Chong, is a guardian, while he, Guan Yin, is a shadow assassin. As for me, I exist to spread the divine's radiance. My class is the divine envoy. Oh my god, a divine envoy. Lu Zhan exclaimed, springing to his feet atop the dog. His face alight with excitement, bursting into laughter. You are a divine envoy? Ha ha ha. Your class bears a sacred attribute, doesn't it? Ha ha. No wonder I found you so detestable. Your class is a divine envoy. These individuals must have been ensnared by you, thinking I am some heretic. Do you still wish to control me? You've truly made me laugh. Ha ha ha. I was just contemplating where to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. Zhang Tianfu, you are indeed my lucky star. Listening to the man's boisterous laughter, Subai's expression shifted from astonishment to humiliation and finally to rage. It became clear that the opponent had been toying with him from the start, and all his words were merely a ruse. Kill him. Subai nearly spat through clenched teeth, simultaneously flipping to a page in his book. Not just any ordinary tome, but his initial equipment, the Holy Codex. The skills of a divine envoy did not require external sources. They were all contained within this sacred text. As he leveled up, new skills would unlock with each page. The current page revealed the skill frenzy. A crimson glow enveloped his 4 companions, their expressions transforming into fervent zeal. But that was not all. Subai turned to another page. Skill, banishment. He pointed at the large black dog. In the next moment, the beast vanished, cast into the void for a duration of 3 minutes. The guardian Zhang Chong let out a low roar, and a protective shield enveloped the 5 of them. The shadow assassin Guan Yin melted into invisibility, while Zhang Hong raised his staff. Liang Hao brandished his sword and shield, advancing with murderous intent. In an instant, the 5 were buffed to their limits, having banished the opponent's strongest asset, the Thunderdog. Observing Lu Zhan's astonished expression, Subai declared with authority, kneel and sing conquer. Chapter 71. My spirit beast has gained 1,000,000 points. Lu Zhan was genuinely bewildered. In his previous life, due to his status, he had little exposure to hidden classes. In this life, he had encountered only 2 elven classes, and he had not engaged with the bloodblade ancestor. Witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, hidden classes are no joke. Their diversity is astounding." The absurdity of being commanded to kneel and sing conquer felt as though he had stepped into a novel, with the absurdity of the protagonist's antics. However, the disappearance of the thunder dog left him deeply shocked, prompting him to directly inquire, "What have you done with my dog? Will it return? If it doesn't what am I supposed to ride? Ride you? But I intend to kill you." What a predicament. Before the apocalypse, Subai had been somewhat of a social figure, inexplicably transitioning into the divine role of a divine envoy. One could only speculate that even the divine could lose its sight. Nonetheless, after becoming a divine envoy, Subai had unknowingly transformed in many ways, even refraining from uttering a single profane word. Yet, in this moment, Subai felt utterly unhinged. "Damn it. I commanded you to kneel, and you dare to suggest riding me. Get him." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhan felt a tightening in his mental state, sensing impending danger. However, just as he reacted, he felt an almost imperceptible sting at his temple, akin to a mosquito bite. A shadow assassin, is it? Quite intriguing. Generally, stealth skills would break upon launching an attack. However, this shadow assassin managed to strike while remaining concealed, a true testament to the hidden class's strength. Yet, the attack was feeble. With his physical attributes surpassing 250 points, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to himself as a mortal at this stage. "Are you merely tickling me?" Zhan coldly retorted. Guan Yin, hidden in the shadows, was utterly astonished as his dagger failed to pierce even the skin. How is this possible? By all accounts, beast tamers are typically perceived as individuals whose spirit beasts overshadow their own inherent weaknesses. How could it be that a mere assassin like myself is unable to breach their defenses? Nonetheless, Guan Yin's reaction was remarkably swift. Having failed to land a blow, he sought to retreat and find another opportunity. However, in the next instant, an exceedingly bizarre sound suddenly resonated in his ear. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of dread blossomed within him, as though he were staring death in the face. "I don't want to die," Guan Yin bellowed, unable to maintain his cloaked state, and he materialized before his adversary. As soon as he uttered his desperate plea, the axe fell, and his head tumbled to the ground. "I'm sorry, but your wish cannot be fulfilled," Zhan scoffed, thinking how naive it was to believe that invisibility equated to invincibility. The demise of number 1 was indeed a glaring flaw. He was the very bane of stealth. "This is impossible." Ahead, Subo witnessed the scene unfold and was utterly driven to madness. The shadow assassin should have been the most difficult profession to kill among their 5-person team. Why? Why did he fall so easily? He hadn't even had a chance to act. He too heard that mournful sigh. In that moment of terror, the holy tome in his grasp radiated warmth, dispelling the fear that gripped him. Yet, the remnants of that fear nearly shattered his resolve. "What exactly is your profession?" Subo inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon his foe. "Did I not inform you? I am a beast tamer," Zhan replied with a smile. "Though my spirit beasts are a tad more numerous." No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand, summoning 28 undead creatures that encircled Subo and his companions in layers. Above them, 4 elite-grade skeletal griffins circled ominously. In truth, number 1 would have sufficed to deal with the 4 of them. However, given Zhan's previous life of frustration, he was determined to reclaim his lost grandeur in this existence. In such a moment, he simply had to indulge in the thrill of display. "What do you think of my army of spirit beasts? Are you satisfied?" Zhan gazed at the 4, who had drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from fear. Fight? How could they possibly fight? The undead legions remained immobile, their glowing green eyes silently observing. The oppressive aura nearly suffocated them. Subo even failed to notice when the holy tome slipped from his grasp. He could sense that the creatures surrounding them were not mere trifles. Each was exceptionally formidable, with at least elite-level prowess. Perhaps if there were fewer than 10, their team could still rely on coordination to overcome them. But now, they faced nearly 30. Moreover, the terrifying black-armored warriors, who had swiftly dispatched the shadow assassin, were still fresh in his memory. How could such a monstrous being exist? Just then, a colossal figure materialized beside Zhan, accompanied by an enraged howl. "Woof woof 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 woof. Damn it, who locked me up? There's nothing there, damn it." After 3 minutes, Bei Laohe reappeared at his original location. This skill bore some resemblance to Zhan's necromantic confinement. The sight of the dog filled Subo with even greater despair. According to his calculations, dispatching a beast tamer without spirit beasts in 3 minutes should have been a trivial task. And yet, with a thud, Subo collapsed to the ground. Trembling as he pleaded, "Please forgive my ignorance, spare my life." He did not wish to perish. With such a powerful hidden class, He could easily rise to prominence in the apocalypse, basking in the adoration of the masses. How could he succumb so easily? At that moment, he harbored a deep loathing for the elven lightning mage, Zhan. Had it not been for him, they would not have provoked such a terrifying individual. What he failed to realize was that the fault lay not with Zhan, but with his own profession. Seeing their leader surrender, the other three could no longer maintain their resolve and promptly knelt in submission. By the way, how many members are there in your celestial group? Who is your leader? Zhan inquired without haste. I don't know. Subo raised his head, confusion etched across his face. I truly do not know. It is all the will of the divine. The moment I became a saint, I received the divine mandate. You must be jesting. You claim to know nothing. Yet how is it there is a celestial number 24? Zhan immediately expressed his disbelief. Subo hesitated but, in a desperate bid for survival, replied. That was all fabricated to better deceive them. His confession was akin to unearthing the seeds of doubt sown in the hearts of his subordinates. Indeed, Liang Hao and the others appeared dazed, as though emerging from a trance, before casting furious glares at Subo. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the extent to which Subo had manipulated them. Please spare my life, it was all his doing. I was under his control. The three, having regained their wits, hastily bowed their heads in supplication, shifting the blame entirely onto Subo. Chapter 72, Divine. Let those two be, but you, an elf, dare to pull this stunt on me? Zhan exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Do you truly think you are the only one privy to elven curses? Forgive me, but the system has informed me as well. Upon hearing this, Zhan realized that there was no escaping his fate and steeled himself for a desperate fight. Yet, as he grasped his staff, a bolt of lightning struck him directly. In the blink of an eye, Zhan convulsed violently, and within a mere 5 seconds, the elven lightning mage was reduced to a charred husk, scattered to the winds with a gentle breeze. Woof, 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 you dare to play with thunder before me? Let me show you what true lightning is. Bei Laohe snorted, casting a proud glance at number 1. Finally, he had made his mark before his master. Praise me, please. The hearts of Subo and his companions turned to ice. One shadow assassin had been dispatched by the black-armored warrior, and an elven lightning mage by the lightning dog. What manner of monster were they facing, and how many more tricks did he possess? You, who permitted you to kill him? Zhan exclaimed, smacking the dog's head in frustration. What do you gain from his death? I could have collected gold from him. You wasteful mutt. Wah 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 wah. Bei Laohe whimpered, on the verge of tears. Taking a deep breath, Zhan finally managed to suppress his anger. Casting a glance at the three, he lost interest and coolly stated, finish them off. No sooner had he spoken than the three, poised to fight back with reckless abandon, found themselves face to face with the black-armored warrior. Then, a voice, as if emanating from the depths of hell, resounded. Liang Hao and Zhang Chang could not withstand it and collapsed to the ground, as if their souls had fled. Subo, possessing a stronger mental fortitude, fared slightly better but still trembled uncontrollably. The terror might last but a second longer, yet for number 1, that was ample time. With 3 swift swings of the Inferno magic axe, the axe that struck Liang Hao unleashed a devastating explosion of damage, resulting in his immediate demise. Although the dual strikes from Zhang Chang and Su Bai did not achieve an instant kill, they left him gravely wounded, exacerbated by a burning state that rendered his suffering akin to a slow, agonizing death, far worse than a swift end. Zhan activated his class advancement quest, and indeed, the task of eliminating a holy attribute practitioner was marked as completed. Having conquered the most formidable challenge, only the slaying of demonic creatures remained. Subsequently, Zhan retracted the ostentatious army of the undead into his spatial realm and gazed at the lifeless bodies on the ground, curious if fortune would favor him with any noteworthy loot. Suddenly, a book that had fallen to the ground radiated a divine light, illuminating Zhan's figure. In that instant, a wave of intense aversion and resentment surged within him. Acting on impulse, he swung his axe towards the book. However, it showed no signs of damage or combustion. Moments later, the divine light faded, and the book vanished from sight. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind, announcing, ding, you have acquired the negative effect, holy curse. Curse it all. Zhan swallowed back his expletives. Was this some sort of toxicity? As if one elven curse was insufficient, now he had to bear a holy curse as well? Was his hidden talent the ability to absorb curses? Without needing to look, Zhan already understood the nature of this curse. It was indeed identical to the elven one. Summing up to a singular proclamation, any encounter with elves or wholly related practitioners would result in his death. What infuriated him the most was the disparity of outcomes. Why did others reap all his possessions upon his demise, while he gained naught but coins from their deaths? This was utterly unjust. At the very least, he deserved a death curse in return. Never mind, Zhan took a deep breath. According to the apocalyptic setting, holiness and death were inherently adversarial. Otherwise, his advancement task would not necessitate the slaughter of holy practitioners. The sole downside was that the curse rendered him unable to conceal himself. Yet, the celestial group possessed some intriguing artifacts. Did gods truly exist? If so, why was there an apocalypse? And what of that book that could simply vanish? Contemplating this, Zhan suddenly recalled his talent, the protection of the Lord of Death. If such a being existed, perhaps this Lord of Death was the deity of his death affinity? He could not ascertain whether such a figure truly existed. Shaking his head, Zhan dismissed these thoughts as mere sources of unnecessary worry. Turning his gaze back to the ground, he noticed that the corpse of the so-called amplified warrior had dropped a piece of equipment. Upon picking it up, he discovered it to be an earring. Warrior earring. Grade, green. Equipment requirement, level 3, class, warrior. Strength 5, critical rate 0. 5. Seeing this, Zhan's mood soured further. A hidden class yielding such a lackluster item was a disgrace. He promptly listed it on the trading post for 100 coins. However, completing the most difficult aspect of the advancement task was indeed a significant gain. With this thought, Zhan's spirits lifted. Please, Brother Lu, spare my mother. She was under someone else's control. At that moment, Wang Yang crawled over, repeatedly bowing to Zhan. Earlier, he had witnessed Zhao Ling twitching on the ground, evidently not electrocuted by Bei Lahong, and in his excitement, he rushed to plead for her life. Yes, Brother Lu, my beloved did not act of her own volition. I implore you to forgive her. Wang Ming also knelt in supplication. During that intense battle, he and his father had cowered in fear, hardly daring to breathe. Now, to them, Zhan appeared almost divine. Around them, those fortunate enough to have survived the electrical onslaught began to awaken. With Su Bai's demise, the seeds of dread planted in their hearts dissipated, though the memories lingered. The shame of having threatened their savior etched expressions of contrition on their faces. I am sorry. Brother Lu, I was bewitched. They all exclaimed in unison. Zhan, however, was indifferent. It felt akin to being bitten by an ant while walking, painless and trivial, hardly worth dwelling upon. He retrieved the tiger edge ingredients from his storage ring and tossed them to the now-revived Zhao Ling, saying, prepare something delicious. Do not let it go to waste. With that, he turned to leave, having exerted himself throughout the day and in need of rest. Zhao Ling picked up the hefty ingredient, uncertain of its nature, yet recognizing its immense value. In the next moment, she slapped herself hard. Among all the townsfolk, Zhan had treated her the best, saving her entire family and assisting her son and husband in leveling up. Yet she had just contemplated poisoning her benefactor. She felt she was lower than swine. Mom, don't be like this. Brother Lu won't hold it against you. He is a good person. Wang Yang grasped Zhao Ling's hand, weeping. Hearing this, Zhan couldn't help but smile. A good person, was he? Chapter 73, Rapid Advancement. That evening, Zhao Ling entered the room carrying a platter. The dish contained the culinary creation made from the ingredients Zhan had provided her. Brother Lu, it's ready. She placed the platter on the table, speaking delicately. Shall I help you taste it first? No need, Zhan replied as he sat up on the bed, his tone indifferent. The aroma wafting from the table was irresistibly enticing, a pure scent that simply heightened his appetite, unlike the previous day's meal. Stir-fried tiger edge, upon first consumption, increases constitution by 10 points and strength by 5 points. It was a fixed value, guaranteeing a boost in attributes. Truly a remarkable find. The quality of the tiger edge ingredients was one factor. Zhao Ling's culinary skills were another. Zhan had heard that a chef's creations could vary in effectiveness, influenced by both luck and skill. Very well, take some back for your son and husband to try, Zhan suggested. Thank you, Brother Lu. Zhao Ling expressed her gratitude hastily. She understood the value of this dish the moment she prepared it. Gaining a level typically only provided a mere 3 points in attributes. While this dish offered a substantial 15 points, its implications were clear. She picked up her chopsticks and took 2 small pieces from the platter, cradling them as she headed home. After all, it didn't matter how much she ate. Consuming it would yield attribute gains regardless. Once the woman departed, Zhan called out, Ah Fu. Come in and have a bite. Certainly, Brother Lu. Zhang Tianfu entered with palpable excitement. He dared not overindulge, consuming a piece or two before promptly exiting. The remaining platter was wholly devoured by Zhan. However, after finishing, he suddenly felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, an overwhelming rush of blood. Damn it. He had forgotten he was consuming tiger edge. Perhaps he had overdone it. Ah Fu, find me 3 or 4 willing women. Remember, they must be consensual, no coercion. The art of warfare holds no peculiar inclinations for Zhan. Rather, he revels in the enjoyment of collaboration. The following day, as Zhan stepped outside, he observed that the corpses had been meticulously cleared away. This quaint town had begun to exhibit vestiges of life reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, with societal order gradually re-establishing itself. It was rumored that the town had elected a new mayor, none other than Zhao Ling. This was partly due to her close association with Zhan, and partly because this woman possessed considerable cunning. Wang Ming and his son had accrued a substantial amount of gold from slaying monsters the previous day, and Zhao Ling had directly exchanged some of it for food and supplies at the vending machine. In this post-apocalyptic world, those possessing resources wielded significant influence. Whether using precious gold to win hearts was a worthwhile endeavor remained debatable. However, this was of no concern to Zhan. He was merely a transient presence. Afu, gather the others. We shall set forth. Lu Gu, this is the last village near our town. The others are too far away, Wang Yi remarked cheerfully, gesturing ahead. Through these past few days of companionship, he had grown quite familiar with Lu Ji's temperament. There were few rules to abide by, and one need not tread cautiously. The sole imperative was to unconditionally follow any directive issued by Zhan. Over the past few days, he had reaped numerous benefits. Rising to level 7 and accumulating a considerable amount of gold, he had become something of a minor tycoon in the town. Well done, Zhan nodded. Seated atop Bei Laohe, it had now been 3 days since they had vanquished that envoy. During this span, they had systematically cleansed 5 villages, slaying no fewer than 700 or 800 monsters. Zhan had reached level 15. As the experience required for leveling up grew increasingly vast, advancement had become progressively challenging. Indeed, even Huang Xingren was only at level 16. At level 15, Zhan could command 33 undead, aside from 1 at the hero tier. The remaining 32 were all elite tier. Even the undead transformed from the blazing tiger demon had been sacrificed to the elite tier, boasting 3 attributes surpassing 100, making it the second in command after the first. Moreover, Zhan had endeavored to continue the sacrifices for the first tier. To this end, he had even upgraded his sacrifice skill to level 4. Yet, the failure rate remained close to 99%, rendering the offerings a pure waste. Alas, these sacrifices were simply too inadequate for the first tier. This inadvertently benefited Bei Laohe, who had grown quite plump from the surplus offerings. Lu Gu, shall we charge straight in? Zhang Tianfu inquired excitedly. Over the past 3 days, he had experienced the most significant gains, not only advancing to level 13, but also completing his class advancement quest. The shield warrior had 2 potential paths for advancement, one towards a balanced combatant capable of both offense and defense, and the other as a pure meat shield forsaking all offensive capabilities. Having resolved to align closely with Lu Gu, Zhang Tianfu unhesitatingly chose the latter. After all, his sole role beside Lu Gu was to taunt as a meat shield, with no opportunity to deal damage. The advanced class was termed Iron Body. Following his advancement, not only had his stamina surged dramatically, but he had also unlocked 2 advanced skills. The passive skill Iron will significantly dull pain, fortifying his resolve, while the active skill Iron Body rendered his physique as tough as iron, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Presently, he could withstand attacks from hero-tier monsters for several minutes, his defense after transformation rivaling that of Zhan. Charge forth. You shall lead the way, Zhan commanded. Such a small village could hardly harbor formidable monsters, and it was likely there wasn't even a single hero-tier creature present. This was a source of his vexation. While he had completed nearly all other aspects of the advancement quest, he had only slain 6 out of the required 10 hero-tier monsters, leaving 4 still unaccounted for. Understood. Lu Gu. Zhang Tianfu boldly approached the village entrance, bellowing, "You wretched monsters, unleash your fury upon me." In an instant, dozens of monsters surged forth. The black-skinned hound, a dog-like creature devoid of fur, its entire body gleaming with a smooth black hide, was particularly notorious for its slippery nature. This polished skin possessed the unique ability to evade attacks. For example, a sword strike would glide off its body rather than penetrate, if one lacked sufficient strength. Engaging such creatures would prove exceedingly troublesome. However, with the terrifying power of the first tier, slaying them was a mere trifling task. Zhan cast a discerning glance and noted only 4 or 5 elite tier black-skinned hounds among the throng, the rest being of the ordinary tier. As expected, there were no hero tier monsters in sight. With this realization, his interest waned. Ahead, Zhang Tianfu activated his taunt. Following his advancement, both the range and potency of his taunt had been greatly amplified. With one resounding call, dozens of black-skinned hounds pounced upon him. Zhang Tianfu's body radiated a metallic sheen as the hounds bit into him, some even losing teeth in the process. "Let us conclude this swiftly," Zhan stated matter-of-factly. Behind him, the first tier leapt into action, wielding the blazing demonic axe. In less than a minute, the first tier returned to Zhan's side. Before them lay the remains of all the monsters, their collective demise yielding a mere 10 experience points for Lu Zhan. Nothing else dropped. Not even a stone for quick enhancement, a rather stingy yield. Go ahead, consume them all, Lu Zhan instructed, leaping down from the dog. Woof woof woof. Bei Laohe vehemently shook its head in refusal. Despite their differing breeds, they bore a resemblance, and it found it unconscionable to devour them. Moreover, the principal reason was that these black-skinned hounds were far too insipid. They were unappetizing. Were they a pack of hero-tier beasts, even if they resembled its kind, it would devour them heartily. Very well, if you shan't eat, let us depart, Lu Zhan declared, remounting the dog. Such creatures were hardly worth the effort of sacrifice. They were merely a waste of time. It seemed the time had come to leave this place and venture elsewhere. Just as Bei Laohe was about to bolt away, a sudden exclamation from Wang Yi rang out. Lu Gu, look quickly. What is that? Before Lu Zhan could respond, Zhang Tianfu's voice, tinged with excitement, called out, Holy cow. Lu Gu, it's a dungeon. A dungeon. Upon hearing the word dungeon, Lu Zhan instantly perked up, turning his head with anticipation. Indeed, he beheld the familiar entrance to the dungeon. Let us go. I will lead you all into the dungeon. Lu Zhan laughed heartily. Even if it was merely a common dungeon, the rewards for clearing it for the first time at this stage would still be bountiful. Bei Laohe, you stay guard outside. Woo woo woo. Bei Laohe immediately looked aggrieved. The last time it had been left on guard, it had encountered a formidable tiger, which had nearly left it traumatized. Fear not. What great tiger could possibly reside in this cursed place? Besides, you've already feasted well. What is there to fear from a tiger? Lu Zhan admonished, exasperated with the dog, and without further ado, he strode eagerly towards the dungeon entrance. At that moment, an arrow whistled through the air, slicing across the sky. With a swift motion, Lu Zhan reached out and seized the arrow mid-flight. Which fool dares to target my brother Lu? Wang Yi immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the arrow's trajectory, unleashing a torrent of curses. With Lu Zhan present, one must certainly wield the aura of authority. This instance belongs to us. Everyone else, step aside. In the distance, a lone figure rode a swift wind demon wolf, racing toward them, trailed by 5 motorcycles. Oh, brother Lu, where's that ghostfire boy? Zhang Tianfu chuckled. Can you believe someone actually dares to encroach upon brother Lu's territory? They must be utterly foolish. Lu Zhan was taken aback as he observed the approaching group. In this apocalyptic world, most individuals exhibited a necessary caution. Any potential conflict would typically be preceded by a probing exchange. Those who acted rashly were either overwhelmingly confident warriors or exceedingly naive youths. Indeed, the newcomers appeared to be wild young men in their 20s, displaying the recklessness typical of their age. The leader, with his shock of white hair and an air of arrogance about him, rode a wind demon wolf that exuded an even more formidable presence than Bei Laohe. Lu Zhan could instantly discern that this individual had undoubtedly been a pampered prince before the apocalypse, and it seemed he had fared quite well in the new world. In the realm of web literature, such a character often served as a tool for the protagonist's grandstanding. It was surprising to encounter such a figure in reality. It simply illustrated the vastness and eccentricities of the world. This instance is ours. You can wait. If it turns out to be a duplicate instance, you may enter in the second batch, the white-haired youth declared from his elevated position atop the wind demon wolf. Indeed, the first clear is reserved for Lu Xiao. You may wait. Move aside. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. The others on motorcycles chimed in to cheer on the white-haired youth. Clearly, those able to ride motorcycles possessed a certain level of resources. Are you a beast master? Lu Zhan inquired, glancing at the wind demon wolf. It appeared astute. Unlike the sluggish undead, it must be alive. After posing as a beast master for so long, he never expected to encounter the genuine article. Indeed, I am a beast master, having advanced to the elite level, Lu Xiao replied, beaming with pride. Are you a beast master as well? Your dog is decent, but it pales in comparison to my wolf. No sooner had he spoken than Bei Laohe lunged forward, with a sharp crack echoing as it bit down on the wind demon wolf's head, severing it cleanly. Woof woof woof, tastes good, Bei Laohe remarked while chewing. The audacity of this young brat to claim superiority over the wolf was laughable. It was merely a bite's worth. With a thud, the headless wind demon wolf collapsed, sending its rider, Han Xiao, tumbling to the ground. Yet, even as he regained his footing, his mind was a blank. What just happened? Behind Lu Zhan, a figure vanished without a trace, swiftly followed by a flurry of axes that cleaved the 4 ghostfire youths on motorcycles in half. He had no time to indulge these brats in their antics. You can't kill me. My father is Lu Han. Lu Xiao wailed, tears streaming down his face. He had never been so terrified in his life. Lu Han. Lu Zhan's sword, poised for action, suddenly halted. Your father is Lu Han, the frost sorcerer? Yes. That's right. The frost sorcerer. Oh, good brother, you know my father? That means we're family, Lu Xiao exclaimed, desperately nodding his head as if clinging to a lifeline. Lu Zhan pondered for a moment before instructing, "Come here and stand beside me." "Okay, brother." Lu Xiao complied obediently, approaching Lu Zhan's side. Lu Zhan measured him up, noting their similar heights and builds, and a smile crossed his face. "Brother, may I leave now?" Lu Xiao ventured, emboldened by Lu Zhan's grin. "By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Lu Fei." "Lu Fei, a splendid name. And where is your mother?" "My mother is Zhang Yinyan." "Do you have any siblings? Perhaps an older sister or younger brother?" "No, I am an only child." Lu Zhan proceeded to inquire about various topics, and Lu Fei dutifully answered all his questions. "Brother, why do you ask these things?" "Just getting to know you, so you don't slip up later," Lu Zhan replied, producing a mask. "Slip up? Brother, what do you mean?" Lu Fei asked, puzzled. In the next instant, a flash of sword light flickered. Lu Fei's wide eyes would never close again as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to comprehend how a casual conversation had led to his demise, Lu Zhan sheathed his sword and proceeded to strip Lu Fei of his clothing and accessories, stowing them in his storage ring, before turning to Bei Laohai. "Devour them. What better way to obliterate the evidence? Ugh ugh ugh, humans aren't tasty. If you don't eat now, you might as well starve." With a flick of his tongue, Bei Laohai consumed the corpses, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 75, The Tower of Trials. Lu Zhan returned the mask to his space. It was the very disguise he had obtained earlier. Lu Fei was a beastmaster, perfectly suited for his ruse. He could easily have Bei Laohai impersonate a spirit beast, as it was not his first time masquerading. As for hair, the vending machine had it all. With enough gold coins, one could achieve any hair color desired. By then, he would possess the looks, form, and spirit beast to convincingly pass as Lu Fei. Most significantly, this boy's father, Lu Han, was indeed a notable figure, one of the future 12 kings. Known as the Frost King, the identity of the Frost King's son carried considerable weight. As he continued to accumulate enemies, it was evident that more would emerge in the future, making disguise an increasingly viable option. Naturally, he had no concrete plans in mind. This was merely a spontaneous decision. The mask might well remain in his storage ring indefinitely, never to be used. After all, it was a gift that had come to him. And why not take advantage of it? "Let us proceed into the instance," Lu Zhan declared. "Fulfilling our purpose is paramount." Approaching the entrance to the instance, he placed his hand upon it. Soon, the instance information materialized before him. Instance, Tower of Trials. Type, Trial. Level, Heroic. Number of participants, none. It was indeed the Tower of Trials, and a flicker of excitement crossed Lu Zhan's expression. In his previous life, he had only heard legends of this phenomenon, let alone entered one. The Tower of Trials was an exceedingly rare instance, appearing with minimal probability and lacking fixed patterns or locations, capable of manifesting anywhere in the world. Each occurrence lasted for merely 1 hour. After that time, it would vanish, even if no one had entered. Encountering such an event was purely a matter of luck. Unlike ordinary instances, the Tower of Trials truly existed in the form of a tower, comprising 99 floors. Each individual who enters the trial tower is rewarded upon passing each level, with the option to either exit or press on. It is termed a trial. Yet should one perish within its confines, it is a true death. In other words, as long as one acts within their limits and refrains from recklessly courting demise. The trial tower is a veritable treasure trove. Even if one only clears a single level, it is still a reward. Though Lu Zhan is uncertain of how many levels he can conquer, one thing is certain. At present, he is utterly incapable of surpassing the 99th level. Lu Zhan withdrew his hand and addressed Zhang Tianfu and Wang Yi, stating, "This can be considered a solo dungeon. Once inside, each person operates independently. Therefore, your success relies solely on your own abilities. I have but one piece of advice: do not court death. If at any level you begin to feel overwhelmed, it would be wise to exit immediately rather than continue." "Understood, Brother Lu." The two promptly nodded in agreement. Having followed him for so long, they were well acquainted with his style. There was no need for further inquiry. They would simply comply. Lu Zhan said no more and stepped into the entrance of the dungeon. As soon as Lu Zhan's figure vanished, Zhang Tianfu and Wang Yi exchanged glances and, without hesitation, followed him in. On the scene, only Bei Laohai remained, sprawled on the ground, idly toying with the corpses of the black-skinned dogs. Should I sample their flavor? Ding. Welcome to the trial tower. Please decide whether to commence the trial challenge. Note that once you opt to start the challenge, you can only choose to continue or exit after passing. Proceed with caution and make a thoughtful choice. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Lu Zhan materialized on the first level of the trial tower. The space was modest, approximately 10 square meters. This limited area was insufficient for Lu Zhan to summon all his undead minions. However, this was of little consequence. A multitude of undead would prove invaluable in a group battle. Yet, In scenarios resembling this small-scale boss fight, summoning them would only lead to their demise. It was far more prudent to retain them in the undead realm to enhance attributes. With a thought, Zhan summoned only his first minion, prepared himself, and directly opted to initiate the trial. In the next moment, an ominous creature began to materialize in the open space before him. Roar! It was an old acquaintance, the irascible ape. The first level was relatively lenient, presenting a normal-grade monster. Zhang Tianfu should manage without issue, though Wang Yi might find himself in peril. Curiously, after all this time, Zhan still did not know the profession of this guide, Wang Yi. While Zhan pondered, his first minion swiftly brought down its axe, instantly slaying the ape. The deceased creature vanished without granting Zhan the opportunity for transformation. Challenge successful. Reward: 1 enhancement stone. Will you continue? 1 enhancement stone? How miserly. But considering it was merely the first level, such an outcome was to be expected. Continue. With a resounding crash, a stone door beside the room swung open, revealing a staircase beyond. Without hesitation, Zhan ascended. To his surprise, this additional step was unforeseen. The prolonged interval had diminished the momentum of his first minion's relentless advancement, which posed a complication. Otherwise, if the stacking continued, Zhan might genuinely entertain the notion of conquering the 99th level. Upon entering the second level, 3 figures emerged before him. To his astonishment, they were hopping rabbits. Despite their endearing name, these ordinary creatures possessed formidable strength, their long legs capable of inflicting considerable damage. Of course, this was relative. Before his first minion, they were easily dispatched with a single axe strike, clean and decisive. Challenge successful. Reward: 3 enhancement stones. Will you continue? 3 stones, still quite decent. Continue. The door leading to the third level opened once more. However, what awaited him was 3 elongated black cats, shrouded in mystery. These shadow cats were elite-grade monsters, and they arrived in a trio. Finally, a hint of challenge emerged. The 3 shadow cats were incredibly swift, their forms indistinguishable from shadows, making them difficult to capture. Even Zhan's first minion struggled to eliminate them all quickly. One of the cats extended its claws, viciously raking across Zhan's face, only for its claw to snap upon contact. It had underestimated the resilience of Zhan's skin. With a swift motion, Zhan's sword sliced through the air, cleaving the dismembered shadow cat in 2. Challenge successful. Reward: blue equipment, shadow ring. Will you continue? The shadow ring. Quality: blue. Requirements: level 10, shadow attribute class. Agility 15. Critical hit rate 1. Shadow skill damage 10. Quite impressive, indeed, a minor treasure that could fetch a good price. Zhan stowed it in his storage ring and chose to continue. As he entered the 4th level, the difficulty increased once more. This time, he faced a total of 5 elite monsters. There was little to say. This caliber of elite monster posed no threat to Zhan. They could not breach his defenses, let alone slay him. In a mere 15 seconds, the system's voice rang out once more. Challenge successful. Reward: 10,000 gold coins. Will you continue? The rewards were indeed varied, including gold coins, something Zhan found surprising. He was uncertain whether the rewards were random or fixed. If luck played a role, Zhang Tianfu should have a shot at obtaining something valuable. Chapter 76, Centaur Warrior. The 5th level presented only a single monster, the hero-grade monster, the Shadow Mantis. Upon seeing this creature, a smile spread across Zhan's face. The significance of the trial tower for him transcended mere rewards for clearing levels. It also provided an opportunity to acquire hero-grade monsters. Presently, he needed only 4 more to complete his advancement task, and seeking them outside would be a tedious endeavor. Yet within this tower, he stood a genuine chance of achieving that goal. As Zhan reveled in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed that the Shadow Mantis had vanished from sight. Then, with a sharp clang, the mantis's sickle-like dagger struck Zhan's neck. Clearly, it had failed to breach his defenses. At this moment, Zhan's physique was nearing a breakthrough of 300. It was hard to fathom that his class was a mage. Boom. In the next instant, his first minion's axe swung down, only to cleave through empty air. The Shadow Mantis reacted with remarkable speed, retreating almost instantaneously after its attack. Whether it achieved a kill or not, a true assassin must possess the finesse to strike and evade in one fluid motion. However, just as the Shadow Mantis retreated, the axe of Zhan's first minion was already in hot pursuit, striking it with blinding speed. It was worth noting that goblins were also renowned for their agility. With a sickening thud, green blood splattered as the Shadow Mantis fell lifelessly to the ground. Challenge successful. Reward: item, Shadow Cloak. Will you continue? The Shadow Cloak. Wearing it allows entry into a state of invisibility. Any attack or being attacked will break this state. What a splendid item. Zhan's eye sparkled. While he typically favored direct confrontation, There were moments when stealth was undeniably advantageous. Continue. Truly, the legendary trial tower lived up to its reputation, even at the 5th level. It had already bestowed such a remarkable item. Upon reaching the 99th floor, one could surely expect to don golden divine armor. However, upon arriving at the 6th level, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Before him lay not the previously vacant chambers, but a ravaged battlefield. At the heart of this chaos, an exceedingly bizarre figure began to materialize. Its upper body resembled that of a humanoid clad in black armor, adorned with 2 enormous, pointed horns, while its lower half was that of a horse. A centaur warrior. Zhan was taken aback. This creature was merely a standard-level monster, yet it far surpassed the hero-level shadow mantis encountered on the previous floor. The centaur race had evidently breached the threshold of higher-tier monsters. Nevertheless, Zhan remained unfazed. He simply did not anticipate the emergence of such a formidable foe at this early stage. Could there be dragons lurking ahead? With a fierce howl, the centaur warrior raised its battle axe and charged forth with lightning speed. Zhan nimbly leapt aside to evade the onslaught. Despite his superior physique, there was no need to withstand such an attack. Meanwhile, his companion, number 1, soared high into the air and descended upon the centaur warrior with a powerful strike. The centaur, undeterred, swung its axe in retaliation. The 2 weapons clashed mid-air, sparks flying. Astonishingly, the centaur's strength matched that of number 1, yet its agility was lacking. After delivering its blow, number 1 landed swiftly and targeted the centaur's horse legs. The centaur, unable to react in time, could only watch helplessly as one leg was severed. Followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It collapsed in fury, brandishing its battle axe, but without legs, it was akin to a car without wheels, rendered immobile. In the next moment, number 1 delivered a decisive blow to its neck. With a resounding crash, the strike triggered an explosive effect, instantly slaying the centaur warrior. Challenge completed. A skill book titled War Cry was awarded. Would he like to continue? War Cry. Learning requirements. 100 Spirit. Upon release, it increases all teammates' attributes by 10 for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Remarkably, there were no class restrictions for this skill, yet the requirement of 100 Spirit was outrageous. At this stage, most individuals would scarcely meet it, not even Zhan himself. Nevertheless, the skill was quite advantageous for him and could be retained for future use. His so-called Necromancer possessed no active offensive skills, only auxiliary buffs. Thus, he resolved to embrace the path of enhancing the undead wholeheartedly. Just envisioning the scene, as the undead surged forth, layers of buffs accumulating. Where they tread, nothing would flourish. Only death would prevail. As Zhan reveled in his aspirations for the future, he stepped toward the next level. However, upon setting foot on the 7th floor, an ominous aura enveloped him. In the air, a colossal figure hurtled toward him, the force of its wind nearly sweeping him off his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhan performed a roll to the side. Almost immediately, a familiar silhouette came into view, a massive griffin. To his surprise, there were 4 others of its kind within his necromantic space. The difference was that this griffin was resplendent in golden hues, an elite-level monster, the golden griffin. The scenery shifted once more, revealing a vast expanse of verdant grasslands. Good heavens, this was no longer a tower, but a sprawling prairie. It seemed that each level of the trial tower functioned as a separate spatial realm, with both the monsters and the settings being randomized. Zhan's mind raced as number 1 took flight, seizing the opportunity to leap onto the back of the golden griffin. In this terrain, it was imperative to prevent it from soaring into the skies, lest combat become exceedingly difficult. The golden griffin flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to dislodge number 1 from its back. However, its attributes paled in comparison to those of number 1. Such aspirations were utterly futile. With one hand, number 1 seized the griffin's neck while wielding an axe in the other, unleashing a torrent of blows. In an instant, the golden griffin's body was engulfed in searing damage, leading to its demise. While the griffin's initial ambush on Zhan was a sound tactic, it ultimately granted Zhan a critical opportunity. Had it remained airborne, it would have posed a significant challenge. Challenge completed, an item known as the Golden Wings was awarded. Would he like to continue? Wings. The mere mention of this word ignited a surge of excitement within Zhan. Indeed, a pair of golden wings materialized before him. Golden wings, upon equipping, they allow for flight, requiring the expenditure of gold for charging. Though merely a prop, far less practical and powerful than equipment-type wings. And with the necessity of using gold as fuel, an expense likely to be substantial, it nonetheless bestowed upon him the ability to fly. This singular advantage was invaluable. Continue. If all went as expected, the next level would house hero-level monsters, and they would not be weak. The previous few levels had posed little challenge for Zhan, serving merely as a formality for rewards. Thus, The true trials would likely commence from the 8th level onward. Drawing from his experience on the prior level, Zhan summoned a skeletal monkey to scout ahead, wishing to avoid any ambush. As anticipated, upon the monkey's entry, an ear-splitting roar resonated from within. Chapter 77, War Mammoth. Upon stepping inside, Zhan found the scene had transformed into that of a battlefield once more. His skeletal monkey was ensnared by a lengthy appendage and swiftly whisked away. Not far away, a massive figure emerged. The elongated appendage was none other than its trunk. The hero-level monster, the War Mammoth, loomed like a colossal behemoth, making Zhan appear as an insignificant ant in its presence. Damn! Zhan cursed softly. He was not intimidated by the creature. But the War Mammoth was notoriously tough-skinned and difficult to slay. Yet having come this far, he had no choice but to engage. With determination, he commanded number 1 to strike, delivering a powerful blow to the mammoth's trunk. Roar! The mammoth, in pain, released the skeletal monkey. The necromantic creature hastily retreated under Zhan's control, who promptly recalled it to the necromantic space. One skeletal minion represented nearly 10 points of attributes. He could not allow it to perish in vain. In the following moment, the War Mammoth let out another thunderous roar, exuding a tremendous suction force. Its trunk rose high into the air, seemingly intent on drawing everything nearby into its maw. Zhan and number 1, being diminutive in comparison, found themselves lifted off the ground, perilously close to being engulfed by that trunk. With a powerful flick of his wrist, number 1 hurled the Inferno Axe, which struck the edge of the nostril with a resounding explosion. The blast severed a significant portion of the trunk. As Zhan fell to the ground, he wasted no time retrieving his sword from his storage ring. In a swift motion, he sidestepped to the War Mammoth's flank and thrust his weapon forward, piercing through its thick hide. However, to the War Mammoth, it was akin to a mere toothpick being inserted. It scarcely felt any pain. But that was not the end of it. Zhan gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and, with a sudden surge of force, sliced through the thick hide, causing blood to erupt forth in a torrent. What an immense quantity! Zhan cursed loudly, hastily dodging to avoid being drowned in it. Meanwhile, number 1 hurled his axe and propelled himself through the air, landing deftly upon the mammoth's long trunk, yanking out the infernal axe. He then sprinted swiftly along the trunk, and in a mere 3 seconds, found himself before the War Mammoth, swinging his axe downwards. With a thunderous crash, an explosion of damage was unleashed, and he struck not elsewhere but directly at the mammoth's right eye. Roar! The War Mammoth let out a wretched howl, lifting its 2 front feet high before crashing them down onto the ground. Witnessing this, Zhan scrambled up onto the mammoth's back, clinging tightly. The skill War Stampede unleashed a wide-range control and damage effect. Unlike the earth-shattering of the berserk gorilla, this War Stampede targeted not merely the ground, but the entire surrounding space, making it impossible to evade even by jumping away. The only means of escape was to leap onto the War Mammoth itself. With a resounding rumble, the moment the mammoth stomped down, the entire space quaked. This tumultuous process lasted a full 3 seconds, and while Zhan, perched atop the mammoth, was not struck by the skill, he was left dizzy and disoriented. Shaking his head to regain focus, Zhan raised his sword once more, thrusting it down fiercely. To his dismay, there was a crack, and the sword shattered. Damn it! Zhan cursed vehemently. Fortunately, he had several spare swords in his inventory, and he promptly retrieved another to continue his assault. Number 1, undeterred, stood boldly atop the War Mammoth's face, unleashing a barrage of strikes aimed at its head, occasionally triggering explosive damage. The War Mammoth thrashed about wildly, running and jumping, yet these 2 assailants clung to it like stubborn leeches. After 3 arduous minutes, the colossal creature finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its back was pockmarked and uneven, resembling a marshland, a testament to Zhan's efforts which had consumed 5 swords. Its head was a dismal sight, having lost more than half, exuding a charred aroma. It was finally dead. Zhan sat down heavily on the mammoth's back, exhausted from the arduous battle. What a tiring endeavor to slay this beast. The challenge was a success, and he received a skill book titled Thick Hide. Was this perhaps intended for Zhang Tianfu? Zhan's gaze immediately fell upon the requirements section. Learning conditions, Constitution 150. Such a high requirement. Thankfully, there was no occupational prerequisite. And while this criteria might seem outrageous to others, it was not particularly daunting for him. Without even glancing at the skill effects, Zhan decided to learn it. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was no skill bar, so he could learn as many skills as he wished. If one proved ineffective, he could simply disregard it. In an instant, Zhan felt a subtle change. Glancing at his skin, he noticed it had taken on a slightly darker hue, approaching that of the War Mammoth's hide. Furrowing his brow, he realized this indicated a passive skill. Fortunately, he did not rely on his appearance for sustenance. A bit of discoloration was inconsequential. Thick hide, passive skill. Forms a robust hide on the skin's surface, significantly enhancing defense, determined by constitution. Zhan extended his hand, and with a mental command, Number 1 swung an axe towards his arm without hesitation. With a resounding crash, the strike even triggered explosive damage. Zhan witnessed a flash of fire before feeling a searing pain in his arm, but that was the extent of it. Shaking his arm, once the burning sensation subsided, he discovered only a slight redness, without any wounds. What formidable defense! If this skill were to be shared, it would likely incite a frenzy among defensive classes. For Zhan, it was a divine technique. His constitution surpassed that of most defensive class players at the same level. Thus far, Zhan had acquired 2 skill books, 2 practical items with special effects, and 1 piece of equipment. Additionally, he had slain 2 brave-level monsters, advancing further towards class promotion. Truly, the Trial Tower lived up to its reputation. In his previous life, he had heard tales of it being a veritable treasure trove. Anyone who ventured inside would return laden with riches. Yet, it was indeed a rare opportunity. Rumor had it that even a few individuals of the 8 Emperors' caliber had never entered the Trial Tower. Perhaps he had inadvertently benefited from the divine light of Tianfu. After tidying up, Zhan stood and chose to continue the trial. The next level, the 9th floor. As usual, Zhan sent a necromantic monkey ahead. To his surprise, it entered without a sound, eliciting no reaction. Just as he was beginning to wonder, he received the information that the undead had returned to eternity. Assassins, perhaps. Zhan narrowed his eyes. Such creatures could be both easy and difficult to kill. They were easy to vanquish due to their generally low defenses, often succumbing to direct attacks. Conversely, they were challenging to slay because they were often shrouded in mystery, making their movements difficult to track, let alone strike. Chapter 78, The Necromancer. After a moment of contemplation, Zhan summoned the reincarnated spirit of the infernal tiger demon. This creature had consumed over 100 undead and had been forcefully sacrificed to reach the elite level, boasting attributes even higher than number 1. Of course, in battle, this infernal tiger demon was no match for number 1. Zhan had faith that whatever lay within would not be able to dispatch it in an instant. As expected, once the undead tiger demon entered, it emitted a peculiar sound, akin to a blade slicing through something. Without hesitation, Zhan charged in, with number 1 hot on his heels. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into darkness, devoid of any light. This level was enveloped in a night-like environment, without stars or moonlight, an overwhelmingly oppressive blackness. Meow. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed, causing Zhan's heart to shudder. The sound carried a mental intimidation effect, compelling him to halt. In the next moment, several claws slashed towards his face. With a ripping sound, the claws grazed his skin, leaving a faint crimson line. As Zhan turned to see the assailant, he realized it was a brave-level monster, the Night Cat Demon. This creature was entirely different from the previous Shadow Cat. They belonged to distinct races. Unlike the Shadow Cat, the Night Cat Demon possessed limbs, a slender figure, and, astonishingly, an alluring physique, truly an S-class beauty. However, that was only if one did not gaze upon its face. Should one behold its visage, it could instill sheer terror. Its countenance resembled that of a cat, and an exceedingly ugly one at that. In the enveloping darkness, Zhan's vision was severely limited, revealing only a blurry silhouette. Nevertheless, he lunged forward with a thrust of his sword, inevitably striking nothing but air. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted, illuminating the vicinity in an instant. Zhan turned to see the first warrior's flaming axe crash forcefully against the ground, evidently having missed its target. However, the fiery light allowed Zhan to discern the situation clearly. To his astonishment, there were 2 Night Cat Demons, unmistakably a pair of feline sisters. One had just launched an attack against him while the other continued its assault on the undead tiger demon. In the brief interval, the undead tiger demon had already accumulated numerous claw marks upon its body. Yet, given its robust constitution, it could endure for a while longer. So Zhan was in no rush to retrieve it. Seizing the moment illuminated by the flames, he dashed towards the Shadow Cat Demon. However, the blaze was fleeting, extinguishing almost as quickly as it appeared, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Within this obscurity, the Shadow Cat Demon seemed to possess a unique advantage, emitting not even the slightest trace of its presence, rendering it nearly undetectable. Realizing this, Zhan's mind raced. The first warrior began to swing its axe frantically, striking the ground with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. With a speed of 5 strikes per second, the probability of triggering an explosion, no matter how low, was consistently activated. In no time, the entire space was engulfed in flames, leaving the 2 Shadow Cat Demons with nowhere to hide. Meow. The Shadow Cat Demons emitted frantic cries. darting about in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, at that very moment, an eerie sound pierced the air. The first warrior, still hammering the ground, let out a morose sigh of death. The two already panicked shadow cat demons were engulfed in a profound terror, rendered motionless in place. Zhan stepped forward, piercing one of the demons with his sword, and then violently twisting it. Meanwhile, the undead tiger demon finally seized its chance, wrapping its arms around the other cat demon and sinking its teeth into its head. The large tiger head swallowed the cat head whole. Then, with a crunch, within mere seconds, the tide of battle had turned. The two shadow cat demons that had only moments ago been the aggressors now lay lifeless. Such is the nature of assassin-type combatants. Once a flaw is exposed, death follows swiftly. As the corpses of the two night cat demons vanished, the system's voice promptly resonated. Challenge successful. Reward, the Blade of Losar. Would you like to continue? The prospect of new equipment ignited excitement within Zhan. He glanced at his hand, where a dagger had materialized, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Could it be another piece of assassin class gear? The Blade of Losar, grade, purple. Equipment requirements: agility 150, agility 20. Physical attack power 100, critical hit rate 10. Gale step, active enter a state of invisibility, increasing movement speed by 20. A critical strike from invisibility will deal 200 critical damage, lasting 20 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Wow. Even Zhan, who had seen his fair share of fine items, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. A purple grade piece of equipment. Up until now, he had only possessed one. The Holy Grail ring, which had played a significant role in his progression. To think he had stumbled upon another purple item. Alas, while the Blade of Losar had no specific class requirements, it was clearly tailored for assassin characters. Though he could wield it, it would be somewhat wasteful. Such weaponry must be held in hand to function. He couldn't possibly wield a dagger in one hand and a sword in the other. Could he give it to the first warrior? It should be able to utilize it. While the undead could not learn skills, the skills attached to the equipment should still be usable, as they required no mana. However, doing so would essentially force the first warrior to transition from an axe wielder to an assassin. Ultimately, Zhan decided to store the Blade of Losar in his storage ring. If someone were to offer an exorbitant price, selling it wouldn't be out of the question, or he could trade it for other equipment. Subsequently, Zhan recalled the undead tiger demon into the realm of the undead, brimming with excitement as he opened his attribute panel. The skills, equipment, and items acquired during this trial tower were merely secondary. The true reward lay in the class advancement quest. Having just slain the two night cat demons, he had finally completed all objectives. Indeed, the number of tasks in the class advancement panel had reached its limit, and a button for advancement appeared below. Taking a deep breath, Zhan selected the advancement option. In the next moment, a selection panel emerged before him, reminiscent of the initial profession choices at the onset of the apocalypse. Please select your profession advancement direction. 1. Necromancer. 2. Master Necromancer. Zhan was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the Necromancer path would offer such diverse advancement options. The two choices were quite evident. The first leaned towards controlling the undead, while the second was more aligned with a traditional mage, relying on magic to inflict damage. Undoubtedly, necromantic magic would wield considerable power. However, the primary issue was Zhan's exceedingly low intelligence, which was often directly correlated with magical damage. This choice left him with no viable options. With no hesitation, he chose the path of the Necromancer. Chapter 79, Necromancer Summoning. Ding. Congratulations on successfully changing professions. Your class has advanced to Necromancer. The system's voice echoed in Zhan's mind, and he was utterly astonished to discover that he could no longer move. His entire body was immobilized, save for his mouth. What the hell is going on? In the next instant, a chilling wind swept through the already pitch-black 9th level. Suddenly, the air became saturated with a pervasive aura of death, which surged into Zhan's body. What the hell? Zhan hadn't anticipated such a phenomenon. He distinctly remembered that during the Heavenly Blessing advancement, the process had been instantaneous and uneventful. As the deathly essence coursed into him, Zhan's body began to chill, his heartbeat slowing, and his breath gradually fading. Am I going to die? Panic surged within him. He struggled, desperately wanting to resist, but it was futile. He remained immobile, unable to comprehend why this was happening. Where was the promised class advancement? I don't want to die? In an instant, overwhelming fear consumed Zhan. With every surge of terror, his heartbeat slowed, his breath weakened. Just as he felt himself on the brink of complete cessation, Zhan suddenly shouted, "Damn it! I've already died once. Why should I fear you? You dare play games with me?" As he hurled expletives, the fear within him began to dissipate. His heartbeat resumed its rhythm, and his breath began to stabilize. When all the deathly essence had finally entered his body, Zhan's curses came to a halt. He had regained his mobility. Zhan could not help but feel a pang of fear. If he had continued to live in terror, he might have truly succumbed to death. This was merely an advancement task, yet it had brought him so perilously close to the brink of mortality. This was, indeed, the essence of a true advancement task. As a necromancer, effectively a servant of death, how could he harbor such fear of dying? It was only at this moment that he fully realized the completion of his advancement task, just as he ascended to the status of a necromancer. Number 1, and all the undead in the necromantic realm inexplicably knelt before him, as though welcoming the arrival of a sovereign. Quite impressive. He mused with a hint of self-mockery, before he accessed his personal attribute panel, eager to see what this advancement class, which had almost led him to death, had to offer. The profession section prominently displayed Necromancer. In terms of attributes, his strength, physique, agility, and intelligence had remained unchanged. Only his spirit had surged by 30 points, bringing it to a total of 70, likely surpassing many hidden classes that relied on spirit. This advancement primarily enhanced his skills. Firstly, Undead Rebirth had evolved into Mass Undead Rebirth, allowing him to resurrect an additional 10 undead at once, bringing the total to 43. Mass Rebirth meant he would no longer have to resurrect them one by one, but could instead perform a simultaneous resurrection in large numbers. In the context of large-scale warfare, this represented a radical transformation. Just imagine, with a mere wave of his hand, countless corpses rising from the ground. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. The same applied to Undead Sacrifice. Zhan felt a surge of emotion. He would no longer be burdened by the monotonous task of resurrecting them individually. Moreover, the most significant change was the acquisition of 2 new skills. Undead Summon LV1 consumes 100 mana, randomly summons an undead creature from the necromantic realm, binding it to your service for combat. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Undead level cap. Common. Quantity. Spirit 2. Eye of the Undead. Grants the perspective of a specified undead upon casting. Both skills, however, were unrelated to active combat. True to the title of Necromancer, there appeared to be no enhancement to his combat capabilities. Nonetheless, the mere existence of the Undead Summon skill filled Zhan with exhilaration. With the presence of his innate talents, undead entities were not just mere minions. They represented a significant augmentation of his attributes. If the summoned undead could also benefit from his talents, with his current spirit of 70, it would translate to a staggering enhancement equivalent to 35 undead. This could signify a transformative leap for him. With a heart brimming with excitement and trepidation, Zhan promptly activated the summoning skill. A moment later, a wave of deathly energy swept through the air. A diminutive skeletal figure materialized before him, clutching a white skeletal dagger, its tremulous form eliciting a bemused reaction from Zhan. Surely, a gentle breeze could topple it. Nevertheless, it bore some semblance of an undead creature. Skeletal minion. Traits: Undead. Strength: 6. Vitality: 6. Agility: 5. Alas, the attributes left Zhan speechless, reminiscent of his own capabilities at the onset of the apocalypse. Did this creature truly possess combat potential? Furthermore, its attributes were so dismally low that he could scarcely determine if there was any enhancement. It seemed that the randomness of the summoning was somewhat disappointing. Gritting his teeth, Zhan allocated both of his saved skill points entirely to the Undead Summon skill. While the other aspects remained unchanged, the undead level cap was elevated to hero. This meant that, with a stroke of luck, he might summon a heroic level undead. Subsequently, Zhan invoked the Undead Summon once more. The deathly aura re-emerged, and this time, the summoned creature was again a skeleton. However, there was a notable difference. This skeleton's bones appeared significantly sturdier than the previous one, radiating a lustrous sheen. It was draped in a cloak and wielded a skeletal staff that bore a resemblance to a wizard's staff. Zhan was taken aback. Could this possibly be a mage? Skeletal mage. Traits: Elite Undead. Strength: 10. Vitality: 21. Intelligence: 76. Spirit: 54. Skills: Phantom Fireball, Summon Skeletal Guardian. Incredible. It truly was a mage. Perhaps this represented the authentic essence of an undead being, as opposed to the more puppet-like corpses he had previously resurrected. Fascinating. Did this imply the existence of a necromantic realm, where the undead, akin to other magical creatures, constituted a vast race? If he summoned undead to this world, would it facilitate their invasion? The thought startled Zhan, yet he quickly shook his head. Perhaps the undead were allies of humanity, assisting in repelling the incursions of otherworldly creatures. Best not to overthink it. He was but a minor character in this grand narrative. Soon after, Zhan opened his attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised to find a notable increase in his intelligence by a full 7 points. This indicated that the summoned undead also benefited from the enhancement of his talents. Thus, his spirit could amplify, which in turn determined the quantity of summoned undead. This suggested an infinite cascade of potential, the protective boon of the undead sovereign. Just how overpowered could this talent be? Zhan even began to wonder if he might be the illegitimate offspring of the undead sovereign.